Copyright at R. Richards 2025. All rights reserved. No part of this publication may be reproduced, distributed, or transmitted in any form or by any means, including photocopying, recording, or other electronic or mechanical methods, without prior written permission of the author. Legal disclaimer. This is a work of fiction. Unless otherwise indicated, all the names, characters, businesses, places, events and incidents in this book are either a product of the author's imagination or used in a fictitious manner. Any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, or actual events are purely coincidental. Trigger warnings: Apocalypse Edition, excessive ugly crying, characters die. Bring tissues, or a clean shirt sleeve. Emotional whiplash: you'll laugh, cry, then cry harder because you were just laughing. Unreasonable attachment to fictional characters: they will be ripped from your soul like a zombie through drywall. Zombie gore galore, limbs flying, organs flopping, and one suspiciously artistic brain splatter. Found family feels: hardened survivors bonding like it's a Fast and Furious spin-off. Moral dilemmas: should we kill him? He's 92% zombie but still makes great pancakes. Pet peril: emotionally prepare for the dog to be braver than all the humans combined. Existential crises. Includes, what even is humanity, at least once per chapter. Bad decisions under pressure, because nothing says survival like arguing during a zombie ambush. Hope, and then heartbreak. Then hope again. Repeat as needed. For Natalie, one of my most avid supporters, whose unwavering support carried it through the darkest chapters. For your daughter, Van, who now lives forever in these pages, a brilliant doctor, a fearless scientist, and a hero who helped save humanity when the world needed her most. Though gone too soon, she lives on in this story. Saving lives, healing hearts, and reminding us all that even in the face of the apocalypse, hope wears many faces. I can only hope and pray that I did her character justice. With love, respect, and eternal gratitude. Before we start, do me a huge favor and hit that like button and subscribe. Tell me where you are from and what time you are listening. Help me grow this channel into a global community. If you like my books, they can be found on Amazon. If you would like to subscribe to my newsletter, please add me at roxyrich.substack.com. For now, sit back, relax, and make sure you don't get bitten. The ride back from Wheeling Island was dead quiet. No one cracked a joke. No one even coughed. Diesel's claw clicked softly against the side of the truck every time we hit a bump, and it was the only sound for miles. Kay sat staring out the window, fingers tapping her knee like she was holding back a scream. Steele's jaw was clenched so tight I thought he might crack a molar. And Buffy stared down at her bloodied hands like she didn't recognize them, and who could blame her? She'd fought off 3 grown men. Alone. They were gonna take her, hurt her, use her. But she killed them before they got the chance. That kind of thing rewires. It does things to your head. You question your humanity. I should know, I've been there. In this new scary world, there was only one rule. Survive. If surviving meant taking another human life, then so be it. It wasn't a decision taken lightly, nor one I ever imagined I'd have to face. But when you've stared into the eyes of death, unforgiving death, you begin to understand the brutality that governs the edge of your own existence. I learned that truth the hard way, in the most harrowing and grotesque of circumstances, when I was taken by the cannibal. He was a monster cloaked in human skin. A predator who had long abandoned any trace of morality. Trapped, helpless, and stripped of everything but the raw instinct to survive, I realized that the world I once knew, the world of right and wrong, laws and mercy, no longer applied. Out, in the infected wastelands, it boiled down to one cold, merciless rule. Kill or be killed. There was no room for hesitation. No space for hope or mercy. It was either his blood or mine. And in that moment, with fear clawing at my throat and survival screaming in my bones, I understood something I never wanted to believe. Sometimes, the only way to keep breathing is to become the very thing you fear. Because if you don't, if you falter, if you wait, you die. It's not quick or clean. It's slow, agonizing, and disturbing. I've lived it. I will carry that truth with me forever. The heavy iron gates of the penitentiary groaned open with a metallic screech that echoed across the yard like a warning. Beyond them, silhouetted in the fading light, stood Sloane and Amanda, both tense, stationary, waiting. Amanda's eyes scanned the group, desperate, anxious, until they landed on her daughter. The color drained from her face. Her lips parted in shock, trembling with the kind of dread that only a mother knows. She launched herself forward, her footsteps frantic. "Buffy?" she cried, her voice cracking with rising panic. "Oh my God, what happened to you?" Buffy stood frozen, her shoulders hunched. Her eyes were red-rimmed, haunted, and her breath came in shallow bursts. When she finally spoke, her voice was a brittle whisper, filled with guilt. "It's my fault, Mom," she said, shaking her head slowly, as though trying to erase the truth. "I went off alone. I thought I was helping, we needed information, I thought I could handle it. But it went wrong, so wrong. It went really bad, Mom." Amanda wanted to reach for her, to pull her close. But Buffy screamed at her to stop. She was lost in the trauma. It was still fresh in her mind. She was covered in infected blood, and she didn't want to risk her mom getting too close. Sloane looked on in silence, jaw tight, eyes darting to the others as tension settled over the group like a thick fog. I dropped from the back of the truck, my boots hitting the ground with a heavy thud that jolted me from the days I'd been in. My body ached, but it was nothing compared to Buffy's trauma. I straightened myself up, forcing my voice to rise above the murmurs and the strained breathing around me. "Listen up, all of you," I called out, trying to steady my tone. "Steele wants everyone in the dining hall. Not the workers, the fighters, and the elders. He says decisions need to be made. Important ones. And he's not making a damn move until we're all together." The air was electric, thick with grief, dread, and something else, the stirrings of war. Steele didn't hesitate. He didn't blink. He didn't even look our way. He stormed through the yard like a force of nature, fury carved into every hard line of his face. His eyes narrowed, his jaw clenched so tight, I thought it might snap. I had never seen him so angry. It was a raw, unspoken rage, something wild and dangerous. I'd seen him angry before. Hell, I'd seen him bloodied and deranged. But this was different. He was livid. His two dogs, usually the only ones who could slow his stride, sat obediently at the gate, ears perked, watching him pass with quiet confusion. He didn't spare them a glance. Not a word. Not a pat on the head. That silence showed us the seriousness of the situation. Behind him, Kay and Val marched like level 5 tornadoes. You could practically feel the static in the air as they passed. Their faces wore a mask of fury. Their eyes scanning everyone. As if they were daring someone, anyone to ask what the hell was going on. Their boots struck the concrete like war drums, rhythmic and inexorable. The whole compound crackled with anxiety. Amanda stepped forward instinctively, eyes widened in disbelief, her body already moving to follow. But I reached out and caught her by the arm, my fingers closing around her wrist just enough to stop her. "Wait. Let them go. You're needed elsewhere. Buffy, she needs you." Her eyes met mine, confused, her mouth parting like she wanted to ask 100 questions at once. But the truth was, none of us had answers right now. Only questions. And this battle, this war, with new dangerous enemies, was already at our door. I stepped closer to Amanda, lowering my voice but not my urgency. Her eyes were glassy, wide with the kind of pain only a mother would understand. Confusion, fear, and something that looked an awful lot like guilt. "Amanda," I said in a gentle tone, placing a hand gently on her shoulder. She flinched like she'd been slapped, but she didn't pull away. "Buffy, she had to do something bad to save herself. Something no kid should ever have to do. She blinked fast, the tears building, threatening to spill. What do you mean? She had to kill people. Bad people. Adder's men. I said, not sugarcoating it. No time for tact. The people in the wastelands. They were monsters in human skin. The things they were going to do to her, it's unspeakable, Amanda. You don't want the details, trust me. But she stopped them. She saved herself. Amanda shook her head slowly, she was struggling to make sense of it all. She's just a girl. She's a fighter, I said, more firmly now. She made the only choice she could. But here's the thing. She's not a machine. She's not cold inside. She's scared, she's broken, and she's blaming herself. Even though she shouldn't. Even though what she did, what she had to do. It saved her life. I paused, letting my words settle, before stepping in a little closer. She needs to hear it from you, Amanda. From her mom. She needs to know that she did the right thing. That she isn't a monster. That in this world, sometimes it really is kill or be killed. She needs to know that she didn't choose this. That it's the only way to survive. Amanda's lips were trembling now, tears spilled down her cheeks. I don't. I've never had to, what do I say to her? You'll find the words, you always do. Hold her. Let her cry. Tell her she's not alone in this. I took a breath and added, get her cleaned up and when you're done, we need you both in the mess hall. Steele's calling a meeting. A war is coming. And we need every clear, level head we've got. Amanda nodded, one trembling hand pressed to her mouth, trying to steady herself. Then, without another word, she turned and walked toward Buffy, who sat hunched on the steps, arms wrapped around her knees like a child lost in a nightmare she couldn't wake from. Buffy, Amanda mumbled, as she knelt beside her. Sweetheart, Buffy looked up, her face streaked with blood, dirt and tears, her eyes hollow. I didn't want to kill them, she choked out. Mom, I didn't want to, but they were going to hurt me. They were horrible, Mom. Bad people. Adder's soldiers. They think women and girls are their property. They were gonna take me. Chain me up inside the cat house with the others. Amanda pulled her in without hesitation, cradling her daughter like she had when she was little, rocking her as if she could somehow make the world right again just by hugging her. I know, she murmured, through her own sobs. I know, baby. And I'm so proud of you. You did what you had to. They deserve to die. Bad people shouldn't be allowed to breathe the same air as you. They were evil men. And evil men like that need to die. Do you understand me, Buffy? It wasn't your fault. They left you with no other choice. And just like that, Buffy broke. The sobs came in waves, and Amanda held her through it all, even though she was bloodied, covered in zombie and human remains. I turned away, giving them the moment, but the heaviness lingered in my heart and soul. We didn't have long. The world wasn't going to give us respite. But for now, at least, a mother was holding her daughter, and that mattered. That still mattered. I didn't hesitate. I took off at a full sprint, my boots pounding against the chipped concrete as I chased after Steele. The air was heavy, full of dust and dread. He moved fast, shoulders squared, fists clenched. Every inch of him radiating fury barely kept in check. I caught up just as he reached the door to the makeshift office. He slammed it open with a force that made the hinges scream. The inside of the room was dimly lit by a single overhead bulb. The air stank of sweat, rust, and something sinister. We were all on edge, you could feel it, taste it even. The others filed in quickly behind me, the quiet shuffle of boots echoing too loud in the small space. Diesel came in next, his mechanical claw clicking as it clutched the door frame. He didn't show pain, he never did, but he was nervous, I could tell. Tank followed closely behind, giving Diesel a brief nod. No words were exchanged. They didn't need them. They understood the gravity of the situation, we all did. Val and Kay took their place at the front of the room without a sound, flanking either side of Steel like twin blades pulled halfway from their sheaths. Their faces a mask of rage and determination. They were just as angry as Steel, we all were. Sloane leaned against the far wall, with her arms crossed. Her gaze swept over the room with calculating precision. She didn't look at us, she was looking through us. She was searching for cracks, for the first sign that someone might lose it. And truthfully, that wasn't far-fetched. We were all wound too tight. One spark and we'd blow. The silence that filled the room as we settled was louder than any shouting match. It buzzed in my ears, set my teeth on edge. It was disturbing. What we saw on Wheeling Island still clung to us. The blood. The screams. The deviant hell of it all. Women in chains. The dead herded like animals to hunt the living. And the choices we had to make? They'll never leave us. Steel didn't sit. He didn't pace. He stood at the head of the table, arms stiff at his sides, eyes burning a hole straight through the wall behind us. When he finally spoke, his voice was thunderous. "We don't have time to rest," he said, each word deliberate, clipped. "Today has changed everything. If we don't pull together right now, we will lose this war. Because we are going to war, we have to. There are very few humans left in this world. But Adder's men, they are not human beings. They have no souls. They are worse than the dead. At least the Zeds devour people because they don't know any better. It's just a primal instinct to them. But Adder and his ilk, they are the true definition of evil. Men like them are oxygen thieves. Men like them deserve everything that's coming to them. I've never told you guys this before, but my first childhood sweetheart was trafficked across America. We got into an argument, and she got out of my car and decided to walk home. But she was never seen again, not until her body was found in the Texan desert. All the evidence pointed to human trafficking. She died of an overdose. The traffickers had injected her with heroin to keep her docile. To keep her earning for them. 8 months later, after her corpse was found, the police busted the trafficking ring. Men who do this to women are the scum of the earth. I will never forgive myself for leaving her on that road. I have had to live with it my entire life. If I had followed her home in my car, it would never have happened. Maybe this is my redemption. Maybe this is God's way of telling me that if I save these women and girls, He will forgive me. That Amber will forgive me. The room stayed silent. No one dared to interrupt. He looked at each of us in turn. No one spoke. Steele's voice broke through the tense quiet, like the crack of a whip, raw and furious. "We found a goddamn zombie farm on Wheeling Island," he growled. "And that's not the worst of it. Women and girls are being kept at a place they call the cat house." The words hung heavy in the air, and for a beat, no one breathed. Kay made a hissing sound in her voice box, a guttural, vicious thing that didn't quite come across as human. It was rage, pure and unfiltered, curling out of her, like it might burn a hole through the walls. She looked ready to flip the table, or tear someone apart with her bare hands. Buffy stepped forward, her face still pale and blotchy from tears and scrubbed blood, but her spine was straight. She was clean now, at least on the outside, but her eyes told the story of what she'd seen. What she'd done. Her voice trembled as she spoke, but underneath the quiver was a steely determination. "It's not just walkers," she said, her hands clenching at her sides. "There were these machines. RADs. Long-range acoustic devices. I counted 3, maybe more. That's how he's doing it. That's how Adder's controlling the infected. He is using the RADs to herd them. To control them." The silence that followed was absolute. Controlling? Sloane's voice cut through the stillness like a knife. Deep. Dangerous. You're saying he's, what, commanding them? Yeah, Buffy said, swallowing hard. That's exactly what I'm saying. Hurting them. Moving them where he wants. He's weaponizing them. A security system made of teeth and rot. He had them circling the cat house. I think they were guarding it. A sharp breath hissed from Diesel. Tank muttered a curse and ran a hand down his face. Val didn't move, but her fingers twitched near the hilt of her blade. They weren't there by accident, Buffy continued, her voice full of guilt, fury and something darker. He sent the Zeds, after me. I had seen too much. They tried forcing me into the cat house, but I escaped. I fought the soldiers, that's when they let some Zeds out of the holding pen. I was never supposed to get out alive. I think he uses the Zeds to kill other survivors. Sending his hordes into camps to kill people. They are bad people, Adder's soldiers. The room rippled with tension. Kay started pacing, muttering under her breath. Sloane pressed her back harder against the wall like she needed something solid to hold her up. Steel stayed still, too still, like a bomb waiting for its trigger. He's using the tech, Buffy said. To turn them into his own personal army. Undead soldiers. To do his bidding. They herd them into camps to kill the men and the boys, and then they take the women for his soldiers. They have plans to go through every survivor settlement in this whole state. Silence. A long, horrible pause where everyone stared at the floor. Or the wall or each other, but no one spoke. No one knew what to say to that. Because we all knew what it meant. Adder wasn't just some sick bastard holding up behind fences. He was building an army. An army of the dead. We were his target along with other survivors. Now we had to decide what we were going to do about it. The moment Val spoke, the air coiled into a quiet tension. We're on his radar now. He'll come for us. Men like Adder are always looking for retribution. He will have to make an example of us. Her words hung in the air, heavy and absolute. The silence that followed was far from peaceful. It was charged, bristling like the static before lightning. The others stood in silent contemplation. Steele stepped forward. Adder's got Rads posted at the North Ridge and East Approach, he grimaced. One of them is perched high, angled down like a reaper's eye. If you get within earshot, you're on the ground choking up bile and blood. Sloane exhaled with a cold resignation. I'm not surprised. Those things can hit 150 decibels easy. Focused beam. Efficient. Surgical. This monster has no regard for human life. Buffy, who'd been quiet, suddenly perked up. Her voice rang clear and firm. 153 decibels at 1 meter, to be exact, she spouted out the facts with a kind of dark reverence for the science. That's enough to rupture eardrums in under a second. Sustained exposure can cause disorientation, internal bleeding, even cardiac arrhythmias. It's not just noise. It's a weaponized pressure wave. Steele frowned, the image forming too easily in his mind. Adder's using them to pin the women and kids inside the cat house. Like dead security guards. Move too far, the sound kicks in. Herds the undead too. It's hard to believe the Rads are like dog whistles for rotters now. They get triggered, they follow the noise. Blade shook his head slowly. Yeah. And if we try to get close without proper countermeasures, we'll be twitching on the pavement like bugs on a skillet. Sloane's eyes narrowed. Her mind was already racing. We need inverted riot shields. Something with a convex curve. You angle it right, you can reflect or scatter the sonic beam. It won't neutralize the hit completely, but it'll give us a corridor to move through. Buffy nodded, already halfway through the math in her head. And ear protection. Not the multi-layered ones. Passive dampening plus active noise cancelling won't work, it actually makes the LRAD signal way worse. Standard issue ear defenders are all that's needed. Blade looked around, the cold truth settling in. We don't have any of that here. Steele's expression darkened. No. But I'm darn sure I know where we can get it. Sloane snorted, not even needing to guess. Don't tell me, Mama Ray again? Damn right, Steele replied, a twisted smile cracking his grim features. She's holed up at the Trans-Allegheny Asylum. Turned the whole place into a survival fortress. Reinforced walls, food stockpiles, solar grids, radio tower. She's got people, gear, and one hell of a sense of justice, twisted as it is. Buffy tilted her head, recalling a story that had circulated in online forums before the world fell apart. Isn't she the one who used to shoot mannequins dressed like senators? Steele chuckled, despite everything. That's her. She owned a chain of shooting ranges before the fall. Military-grade stuff too. When the world flipped on its head, she didn't sit on her arse and do nothing. She raided 3 army supply depots with her crew and hoarded everything from body armor to MREs to sonic gear. Rumor has it she even has scientists working with her at the asylum. Blade still looked dubious. Are you sure she'll help us? Steele's voice softened. She'll help. We go way back. She's crazier than a sack of ferrets. But she's got a heart of gold buried somewhere under all that chaos. I was already planning to take our group to her post anyway. She'll see this as us filling her ranks. Assuming we get that far without being liquefied by decibels, Sloane muttered. Buffy nodded again, more hopeful this time. That's why we need to leave before Adder and his men get here. Mama Ray sounds like she knows her stuff. She's got her head screwed on. If she's a friend of Steele's, I for one trust her. I think we all should. If she's as clever as Steele says she is, she'll have what we need. I mean, she's got a radio station set up that can broadcast across states. You don't pull that off without understanding sound. She understands the tech. Blade exhaled. Alright, so let's run through the plan. We hit the rads with concave riot shields, approach in a staggered formation. Front unit takes most of the beam, rear units rotate in as we move. Once we're close enough, we access the controls. Manual override if it hasn't been wiped. Sloane raised a brow. You think Adder's stupid enough to leave his systems unguarded? Steele's smile returned, this time colder. It won't matter, the shields will deflect the rad's weapons on them. They will be left incapacitated. Men like Adder are arrogant. That's close enough to stupid. He won't expect anyone to get within 50 feet, let alone turn his toys back on him. Buffy leaned in, voice laced with intent. We could re-aim the array at his barracks. Full burst. Non-lethal to start panic, chaos. Reroute the frequency to attract the dead. Blow out their command structure and flood the place with rotters. Sloane looked at her, a slow smile spreading. A sonic Trojan horse. I like it. You're not just a pretty face, Buffy. This will only work if we move fast, Blade said. Timing will be everything. Steele nodded. That's why we need to get to Mama Ray's as soon as we can. If we wait, Adder will double down. He's going to be twitchy. Especially after Buffy killed 3 of his men. Sloane tapped her fingers against her thigh. Alright, say Ray gives us the gear, how do we transport it? Riot shields aren't exactly pocket-sized. Buffy raised a hand. We use the old transit van in the lower yard. I've got the ignition jury-rigged with a solar charger. It just needs 20 more minutes of daylight. Steele added, Mama Ray will have fuel. Probably a stash of Molotovs too, knowing her. Blade nodded. We bring her a peace offering. Ammo, tools, whatever we've got in surplus. She gets our people, we get the firepower. Everyone wins. There's strength in numbers. Sloane leaned forward. What about the LRAD control units themselves? If we take M, can we keep M? Buffy looked thoughtful. Depends on the model. If they're newer gen, they've got motion sensors and remote link-ups. We could strip them, relocate, reprogram. Turn them into perimeter defense systems for Ray's asylum. Steele gave a shrill whistle. Now you're talking. Use Adder's own war toys to guard the people he tried to break. And if we can't strip them? Blade questioned. Sloane's tone turned icy. We blow them up. Who knows how many other Adders are out there, waiting to play God. We can't leave them to be picked up by other scumbags. Buffy nodded. But only after we pull every wire, every chip we can salvage. Mama Ray will want the parts. Besides, if we have to stay at the asylum long term, our people will be her people. And vice versa. We need to work together as a team. I interrupted. Steele looked at the group. His voice was quiet but ironclad. So, we get all of our people to Mama Ray's first. We plan and gear up. Shields, headsets, suppressors if she's got them. Then we strike. Rescue the women and girls from the cat house. Take the LRADs, flip the sonic field. Blade stared out at the horizon, deep in thought. And turn Adder's weapons into his death song. Got to say, this sounds like it's going to be a ball. There's nothing like a bit of action to relieve the boredom and get your juices flowing. The plan was more than a strategy now. It was a promise. A promise to take down evil incarnate. Then we move. We move now. All women and children get moved 100 miles south. The Trans-Allegheny Asylum, it's fortified, remote. It'll buy us time. Kay stepped forward. That breaks the pact. We said we'd never split up again. Steele looked his sister dead in the eyes. I swore I wouldn't go back to war. I swore I'd keep us together. But I can't ignore this. Not this. Adder is keeping women as sex slaves. I can't live with that. It's the one thing I won't stand for. He must be stopped at all costs. His voice broke a little, and it broke something in me too. You are not alone, I said, stepping forward. This is our war too. Val turned to me, her face unreadable. Alex, you're still a kid. And I've survived winters, cleared more nests than anyone here except Steele, and I'm not letting him walk into that hell without someone watching his back. I'm going with him. Time stood still. Kay gave a sharp nod. If she's in. So am I. You're all insane, Diesel huffed. You know that, right? To go back to that island. To rescue those girls. To deal with thousands of zombies. You are all committing suicide. It's a suicide mission. Yeah, Tank said. But come on bro, who wants to live forever? Yeah, we might die trying, some of us might not come back from this. Yes, it's insane, but it's our kind of insane. The question remains, are you with us, brother? Diesel sighed with resignation. Where you and Steele go, I follow. I can't let you have all the fun. Taking down a zombie farm. Taking out a few sleaze bags, sounds like it's just up my street. All right. We get packing. Kay, you prep the convoy. Val, map out the asylum route. Diesel, I want you on perimeter traps before we pull out. Sloane, I need as many fertilizer bombs as you can muster up. If we are going to war, we will need to blow the bridges. We can leave them at Amanda's old house in the basement, pick them up, on the way back. Diesel smirked, lifting his claw. I'm going to make this place a death trap, just in case Adder's men decide to try and take the place. Buffy reached out, her fingers trembling. Amanda didn't hesitate. Their hands found each other, fingers locking tight, as if letting go meant falling into a hell they'd never crawl back out of. Her knuckles went white, her mouth set in a hard line, as she fought with herself to hold back the tears. Tank stood behind them, a quiet mountain of muscle and loyalty, his broad shoulders casting a protective shadow over the pair. He didn't say much, he rarely did. But the way he watched Amanda, the way his eyes softened every time she looked his way, told the whole story. This wasn't just about survival anymore. He'd found something in her, someone that cut through the noise of death and gave him a reason to stand taller, to fight harder. He wasn't guarding them because it was tactical. He was guarding them because he was already in too deep. Head over heels in love, like a big dumb bear who'd finally found a reason to start living. I stepped back, letting the moment land around me like dust after an explosion. And then I looked at Steele. God, Steele. He was standing a few feet away, but it felt like the space between us was charged. Electric. His eyes met mine, the exhaustion swimming beneath the surface, but when he looked at me, really looked at me, my world slowed down. We didn't need words. It was all in the glance, the subtle shift of his weight, the way his fingers brushed against mine whenever we were close, and no one else was around. It was something more than friendship. It was like electric currents, the pull of him. He was my rock, my friend, my future. My heart fluttered, he always gave me butterflies in my stomach. He was intense. Brutally handsome. And in all honesty, I was crazy about him. It wasn't just a crush, it was more than that. We were inseparable. But my age was the barrier between us. I understood why. In the old world, our age difference would have been an issue in some states. It all came down to time again. We would have to wait. But with everything that was going on around us, I was worried. What if one of us didn't make it? What if one of us died, or even worse, what if one of us joined the ranks of the undead? I had to shake off my longing, my feelings. Now wasn't the time or the place. There was no turning back, not for me, not for any of us. We weren't just survivors anymore, clinging to hope and hoarding bullets. We'd become something bigger. Something that breathed together, bled together. A resistance. A family. And me? I was in this because of Steele. I have never met anyone like him. He's witty, steadfast, loyal. Somewhere between the firefights and the late-night strategy whispers, I started to see him differently. I heard his voice in the quiet moments, the way he said my name like it mattered. Like I mattered. I didn't mean to fall for him. I didn't even realize I could feel something that strong again. Not after everything I'd lost. But I did. Slowly, then all at once. Like falling off a rooftop with nothing to break the fall, except him standing at the bottom, arms open, ready to catch me. Daring me to trust him. He was fire and grit, and I didn't just want to survive beside him. I wanted to burn alongside him. But this wasn't about love. Not entirely. This was about the war that lay ahead. A war against something darker than the walking corpses that haunted our roads. This was about Adder. The man who thought he could manipulate the dead into weapons, using sound like a leash to control everyone in his orbit. The man had Larads posted like sentinels on the ridge, using sound as a weapon to pin the innocent and herd the mindless. A coward playing God with volume knobs and decay. He wasn't just killing. He was orchestrating suffering, like it was some twisted art form. That kind of evil? It doesn't rot. It spreads. So yeah, I was in. Heart, soul, blood, sweat, tears. All of it. Not because I was fearless. But because I was done being afraid. And if I had to walk through hell to end this, at least I wasn't walking into the burning fire alone. Steele stepped up beside me, his presence like gravity, quiet, heavy, and steadying. His shoulder brushed mine, just for a second, but it was enough to make the world tilt slightly back into place. My heart kicked in my chest. Trying to remember how to beat properly again. He didn't say anything at first. He stood, with me in the stillness, before the storm. Whilst the others moved around us checking weapons, securing gear, whispering last-second plans like prayers. When he finally spoke, his voice was quiet, barely a breath, and meant for me alone. When this is over, he said, I want to see what the hell we are, without all this chaos. It hit me harder than I expected. Not just the words, but the hope behind them. The idea that we still had a future. That he saw me in it. Saw us in it. When everything around us was still ash and ruin. My throat tightened, I nodded, because it was the only thing I could do without completely falling apart. Then we better survive it, I whispered back, pulse hammering in my ears like a warning bell. He smiled at me then, not the cocky smirk he wore when he was teasing Blade, or the tight grimace he pulled when leadership settled too hard on his shoulders. This smile was different. Lopsided. Tired. But real. Deal, he said. But if I get bitten, I expect a dramatic, sobbing monologue, before you shoot me. A laugh burst out of me before I could stop it, like a release valve on all the tension. Only if you promise to haunt me. Steele chuckled, and bumped his shoulder into mine again, a little firmer this time. Alex, I will always haunt you. You won't be able to get rid of me, ever. I looked at him, at the faint smudge of ash on his jawline, the little scar by his eyebrow, the weariness in his eyes that never dulled the fire behind them. And for a second, there was just one heartbeat of calm in the chaos. I let myself believe we'd get that chance. That there was a world on the other side of this. Where I could figure out who the hell I was. Without the blood, the fear, the death. And maybe I would figure it all out with him by my side. Behind us, I heard the metallic click-thunk of gears settling and I turned just in time to catch Tank adjusting the straps on his makeshift armor. It was a riot vest that had seen better decades, patched together with duct tape, scavenged plating, and pure stubborn will. He caught my eye and gave a small, awkward shrug, like, yeah, I know I look ridiculous, but I'm not dying today. But his eyes weren't on me. They were dead set on Amanda, who was still clinging to Buffy. Buffy was murmuring away to herself. Probably stats or facts or something technical. It was her version of comfort, whilst Amanda was soothing her daughter. As if stopping would cause everything around her to collapse. Tank's expression shifted. That protective shield in his spine, the way his fists curled at his sides. He didn't say it, but you could feel it. He'd throw himself in front of a bullet or a giant horde of zombies for Amanda. That big, quiet guy had fallen for her, hard. You could see it in every glance, every careful movement. He was guarding her, protecting his new family. His new home. I felt it too. That pull. That weight in your chest when you know what you're fighting for isn't just survival anymore. It's people. It's moments. It's the way Steele says my name like a promise. The way Amanda looks at Buffy like she's her whole world. The way Tank always keeps them in his periphery, like he's daring the universe to try something. This fight we were walking into, it wasn't just another battle. It was the line in the sand. Between whom we'd been and who we were becoming. Between fear and fury. Between being hunted and hunting back. A fight where, good versus evil. And me? I was walking into that fire for all of them. For Steele, for Amanda, for Buffy and Tank, Diesel, Blade, Sloane, Mia, Marcus, Emma and the kids. For my new family, for everyone within the walls of the penitentiary. I was walking into it with my heart in my throat, blood on my hands, and a fire in my heart. I didn't need vows or declarations. I just needed this. Family, and the chance at something better, something more. Dare I say it, the chance at love. She's strong, he muttered, more to himself than anyone. Steele raised an eyebrow. Are we talking about Amanda or Buffy? Tank's expression softened. Both. Buffy caught the tail end of the conversation and shot Tank a knowing smirk. Careful, big guy. Fall too hard and you might start writing poetry. Already did, he said, deadpan. Roses are red. Walkers are gross. Mess with Amanda, I turn you to toast. Amanda chuckled, wiping a tear from her cheek. That's, actually kind of sweet. Tank shrugged. Not a lot, rhymes with decapitate. We all exploded with hysterical laughter, borderline hysteria. Check. But it was still food for the soul. Because no matter how dark things got, humor and family would see us through. We weren't just going into war. We were going to burn Adder's army to the ground. Adder thought he could control the dead, he thought he could manipulate grief and pain. Turn sound into shackles. He thought he could take what was ours. Our family. But we had a plan. We had each other, and that made us more dangerous. We had something to lose. Something to fight for. Steele stood in the center of the room, arms crossed over his ribcage, eyes of a stone-cold killer. He was in the zone now. Hardened and ready for war. The tension in his frown lines said more than any speech ever could. This wasn't a man about to make a request. It was a declaration. I swore I wouldn't do it again. His voice was steady, but laced with something dangerous beneath. I told you I wouldn't go rogue. I promised you that I wouldn't run off like some damned martyr. I gave you my word, Val. K. His sisters stood across from him, arms folded in mirror image, wearing near-identical scowls that flickered between frustration and worry. Val's lips sealed shut, her eyes flashing with fury, while Kay looked like she was doing mental math with every breath. Then what the hell do you call this? Val snapped, taking a step forward. You think this is teamwork? Charging into Adder's nest like you're invincible? I call it necessary, Steele shot back, his voice hardening. I call it justice. I call it the only option left to us. I stepped forward before the whole thing could spiral. The air between them was electric, volatile. Val's fingers twitched near the hilt of her blade, not because she was going to use it, but because that's where her comfort was. Kay didn't blink, didn't breathe. She watched her brother with a gaze sharp enough to draw blood. Steele went on, and he didn't falter. If anything, the fire inside him burned brighter. This isn't about ego. Or glory. This is personal. He jabbed a finger into his chest. Adder's been trafficking women and girls. Torturing them. Using them like they're nothing. You think I can just sit on my hands while that continues? While some sick bastard plays God? His voice cracked, barely perceptible. But I heard it. I'll do whatever it takes to kill Adder. Him and every last one of his men. I don't care what lines I have to cross. I don't care if I have to let the madman out. The one I've tried to bury since we were kids. That son of a bitch is still in me. If that's what it takes to burn this evil out of the world, then I'll drag him out by the short and curlies, kicking and screaming. Because that is what it's going to take to win this war. To save those girls, those women. I can't do this if I am your brother. I can only do this if I allow my nutcase out. He's the fighter, he's the one that gets the job done. You have to understand. It's the only way. Val looked like she wanted to scream. Kay looked like she already had, silently, somewhere inside. And yeah, I got it. They had every right to be pissed. To be scared. He was their brother. Their family. And they'd already watched him go down that path once. Bare-knuckled and wild-eyed. Broken. He barely came back from it. But he did come back. And I'd never seen anyone so sure of something in my life. He's right, I said, stepping in. My voice was steady, but my insides were spiraling like a washing machine. I stood next to Steele, shoulder to shoulder, daring them to argue with me. We've been chasing shadows while these girls have been screaming in the dark, begging for someone to rescue them. We don't get to play safe anymore. Not when people are suffering like that. Not when we have a chance to end it. I saved a group of girls once before. I am not backing out of this now. Val shot me a look. Sizing me up. You really backing this, Alex? Damn right I am, I said. Because if it were me in that place, I'd want your brother to save me. I'd want someone who won't stop until justice is served. Someone who's willing to go dark, if it means dragging the monsters into the light. Kay exhaled, long and quiet. Like a tire deflating. You don't know him, like I do. What he's like when he gets like that. When the rage takes over. I know what he's like when he cares, I shot back. And I refuse to let him go it, alone. We're a team. A family, remember? Steele glanced at me then, and in his eyes was that same fire. Relief, gratitude. Not the kind you say out loud, but the kind you feel deep enough, that it aches. A long, tense pause followed. Val let out a guttural sound that might have been a growl or a groan. For fuck's sake, she hissed. Fine. But you go dark on me again, Steele, and I will drag your sorry ass back into the light myself. Noted, he said, smirking. It wouldn't be the first time. Kay rolled her eyes, but a faint smile tugged at the corner of her mouth. Just don't make us bury you. We've had enough funerals. Steele nodded, once. I'm not planning on dying. Not until that bastard's dead first. The tension fractured, just slightly, ice thawing. And that was what mattered. All right, I said, raising my voice. We've wasted enough breath. Too much talk, not enough action. We need to get packed up. We need to get to the asylum before dark. Steele stepped beside me again, that familiar heat rolling off him like a promise. We looked at each other, and I saw it, as his eyes glazed over. The warrior. The fighter. The nutcase had come out to play. There were lines we were about to cross. No turning back. No hesitation. We would have to kill the living and pray that God would see it in his wisdom to forgive us. Steele raised a hand, his voice cutting through the rising chatter like a steam train, through fog. We'll decide who goes at the council. But right now, we prep the evac. That shut us up real quick. Kay let out a breath and rubbed her temples. As though she was trying to hold her brain in. Trans-Allegheny Lunatic Asylum. It's about 118 miles south. Plenty of space. Thick walls. Isolated, but defensible. It's solid, Val agreed, arms crossed, but her eyes darted to the map laid out on the table. But we'll need to take all the vehicles. We're not moving without cover. We're not moving without half the camp losing their minds, either, I muttered. Diesel walked in, silent and deep in thought. His broad shoulders filled the doorway, and the metallic click of his claw echoed louder than any footsteps. He flexed it once, the motion smooth and practiced. It was still weird to look at, though. The zombie bite had taken his arm, but if anything, it just made him look meaner. I'll take point on the convoy, his voice sounded like the rumble of distant thunder. No one gets past me. Tank gave a grunt of approval from where he stood, checking his equipment by the window. We'll get them there. One way or another. I glanced at Diesel. There was something different in his eyes. I wondered if the phantom limb pain that usually hung over him had finally stopped tormenting him. He didn't look like a man recovering anymore. He looked like a man ready for a fight. Before I could speak, the door creaked again and Blade stepped through, his limp pronounced but confident. The prosthetic leg didn't slow him down one bit, if anything. He used it like a weapon, a silent threat that dared anyone to underestimate him. Trans-Allegheny, huh? Blade gave a grim smile and folded his arms. Creepiest damn place in the state. Perfect. Diesel cracked a grin. You're just pissed it wasn't your idea. Please, Blade snorted, I've had that asylum marked on my map since day one. If I had it my way, I'd turn the whole thing into a fortress/biker bar. If you had your way, we'd all be dead and drunk, Diesel fired back. I smiled, despite myself. The banter didn't last long, but it was something. Steele stepped forward, laying both hands flat on the table. His expression hardened. We move out in the next hour or two, we can't waste the daylight. Blade, get the vehicles covered in our secret weapon. We need weapons loaded, fuel stashed. No more talking. We act. We have got to get this done and get on the road as smoothly and quickly as possible. Once at the asylum we can get everyone settled and get some rest. Because tomorrow, we ride into hell. We all nodded, silently syncing up like gears in a war machine. No one said it, but we all felt it. This was it. No more hiding. No more surviving. We were taking the fight to the monsters. There was a knock at the door. I flinched, even though I'd been expecting it. The camp felt like it was breathing too fast, like the walls themselves were bracing for impact. Everything was tense, held together by duct tape and nerves. Sloane stood there when I opened it. Calm, collected, but her eyes were like an eagle's, scanning the room. Everyone's gathered in the mess hall, she said. Her voice cool, but I could feel the tension underneath it, like a taut wire stretched to its limit. They're waiting. Steele gave a nod. He didn't say anything fancy. Then let's tell them what's coming. We stepped out into the courtyard, daylight bleeding across the horizon. The razor wire above the wall glinted like teeth. The world looked like it was on fire, and maybe, in a way, it already was. Voices drifted on the wind, menacing and eerie. Whispering. Calling. The voices of the dead. Or what was left of them. They didn't scream or groan like you'd expect. They called out our names. I heard them beyond the walls, threading through the noise of the camp. The crash of crates. The roar of engines, the panic of survival. Elise, one of them hissed. It felt like they were right next to me, in my ears, even though no one was there. I jerked my head, my heart racing. No one. Just the whispers. I knew they were outside of the walls, but even so. They had a way of crawling into your head and squatting, without paying rent or asking for permission. People were everywhere. Rushing. Shouting. Shoving gear into trucks, loading weapons, throwing fuel cans into the back of battered pickups. Kids clung to their mothers. The dogs were full of nervous energy. A generator sputtered and died, and someone cursed loud enough to bounce off the penitentiary walls. Tank and Diesel moved like giants, organizing supplies with grim determination. Diesel's mechanical claw clinked as he tightened down a tarp over crates of ammo. Tank barked orders and herded the civilians toward the vehicles, his massive frame making sure no one lingered too long. Screams echoed faintly from outside the walls. Not human. Not entirely, anyway. Inside the mess hall, the air was thick. Bodies packed shoulder to shoulder. Some sat on the floor with kids on their laps. Others leaned against the walls, hands on their weapons. Buffy stood near the center. Amanda next to her. Val and Kay flanked the entrance, tense but ready. Steele stepped forward. He didn't raise his voice, but it didn't matter. Everyone listened. We went out to scout Wheeling Island, he said, the words cutting through the noise like a blade. What we found was a horror show. A zombie farm. Controlled. Guarding a house where women are being kept as slaves. Gasps. Whispers. Rage. The leader adder, he continued, he's the biggest threat we have faced so far. He's a warlord. And we're a target on his shit list. Buffy's voice shook, but she stood tall. His men tried to take me. If I hadn't run, if I hadn't fought, Amanda's hand found her shoulder, offering some comfort to her. Steele's eyes swept the room. We don't run as a rule. But we do protect our own. We must evacuate. Women, kids, elders. You're all going to Trans-Allegheny. It's secure. Reinforced. There's a group of survivors already holed up there. The boss lady is an old friend. She is an old eccentric, but I trust her. A woman in the back stood up, voice thin with fear. What about you? Steele didn't flinch. We will take you there and spend the night. But I'm not staying. I'm going to war. Those women need us to rescue them. Men like Adder and his crew must be stopped at all costs. Something ignited in me. I stepped forward. I'm with him. Sloane, calm as ever, nodded. So am I. Buffy raised her hand. Me too. Val's voice cracked. We all are. The room fell quiet. The kind of quiet that happens right before a storm breaks. Steele looked around. His voice lowered, but adamant. Adder thinks he can play God. That he can use the dead like puppets and treat the living like cattle. He thinks no one will stand in his way. The murmurs turned to growls. But he doesn't know who the hell we are. Someone in the back shouted, "Let's burn his world down." Cheers roared up like a wave. We split up, all going our separate ways to prepare for the road ahead. Steele turned to me. Rally the troops. We need the vehicles loaded and ready to go. By the time the meeting broke up, the sun was just a smear of red across the horizon. No one needed telling twice. Everyone scattered, heading off to pack up what little possessions they had. All rallying together, for the long day ahead. I headed to the back courtyard, where the vehicles were parked under sheets of canvas and rust. The old school bus we'd scavenged months ago still wore faded yellow paint, though the letters for Montgomery County were now mostly scratched out. The other was a heavy-duty flatbed truck we'd come across during a salvage run, up in Bridgeport. It was one of those military-grade beasts, made for transporting gear and people in rough terrain. Back then it had been a miracle. Now, it was our lifeline. Freya paced near the back tires of the truck, tail stiff, ears alert. Odin stood statue-still by the fence, his massive head tilting every so often like he could hear something none of us could. Hera and Hades were side by side, eyes trained on the gate. Ghost, our lone border collie, slinked to the ground, circling the lot, nose twitching. They knew. Not the details, of course, but dogs always had a sixth sense. You feel it too, huh? I questioned, kneeling to scratch behind Ghost's ears. He leaned into my hand but didn't stop scanning the shadows. We've got a long road ahead, boy. Gonna need you to be on your best behavior. Behind me, the metallic clatter of tools echoed from under the truck. Sloane was already halfway underneath the beast, feet sticking out in grease-streaked jeans and boots that looked like they'd survived the apocalypse twice already. She's all yours? I asked. There was a grunt, then her voice floated out. She is now. Shocks are screwed, transmission sticky, and the drive shaft was holding on by 3 bolts and a prayer. She paused, but I've seen worse. We'll get her running. I glanced at the bus. Do you really think that one's gonna hold up? Sloane slid out from under the truck, face smudged with oil and sweat, eyes focused. With some love? Yeah. We'll weld iron bars on the windows, reinforce the doors, and I've got an old cattle pusher I can modify into a bull bar. If we run into a horde, we'll plow through it like a snowstorm. Hell yeah, I grinned. That's what I like to hear. Steele was nearby, talking to Tank about fuel reserves and loading protocols. Diesel had a map stretched over the hood of the bus, going over routes with Buffy and Val. Kay stood guard at the far edge of the lot, shotgun in hand, scanning the tree line. Everyone was moving. Fast. Focused. The fear didn't freeze us, if anything, it lit a fire under our asses. Blade showed up half an hour later with a burlap sack slung over one shoulder and a grin that made my skin crawl just a little. You're gonna love this, he said, eyes wide. Oh no, I muttered. What did you do? He opened the sack and dumped the contents onto the ground. Rotted flesh. Zombie parts. Arms. A face. A half skull, still leaking something. Ghost let out a bark and backed up fast. Even the Corsos bristled, ears twitching and lips curling. Jesus Christ, Blade. I recoiled. What the hell? This is our insurance, sweetheart, he said in a proud manner, holding up a glistening, decaying hand like it was a trophy. We smear these bad boys all over the vehicles, the walkers won't even smell us coming. Think about it as instant camouflage. Diesel looked up from the map, squinted at the pile, and made a face like he'd tasted sour milk. You are one deranged little weasel, you know that? Blade shrugged. It works. Sure, Diesel snorted. Right up until one of those fingers slips into my protein bar or lodges itself in the AC vent. There is no AC. Exactly, Diesel grinned. Just my luck. I'd end up swallowing a zombie eyelid while chewing jerky. Laughter rippled through the group. But Buffy, she was gripping the truck bed. She was still in shock. Killing zombies came easy to the group, but killing humans, that was something that you never got used to. And to be honest, I think that's what kept our humanity. As long as we got PTSD from that, we hadn't allowed this unforgiving world to take our souls. Humor helped, but the trauma of what we had done, what we still had to do, would never leave us. Still, the laughter broke some of the tension. Sloane walked by, gave the pile of gore a wide berth, and tossed Blade a pair of gloves. You can smear all that crap yourself, she said. I'm not touching it. And if you so much as leave one maggot in the bus, I will weld your ass to the roof. Blade gave her a mock salute. Yes, ma'am. As the day wore on, everyone fell into rhythm. I helped with logging the supply crates, herding the kids' bags and emergency kits into groups. Diesel reinforced the fuel lines, muttering to himself the entire time about Blade's rot sauce. Kay checked weapons. Val inventoried food, water, and meds. Steele was like a fully fledged tornado, checking every detail. After lunch, the bars were welded to the bus windows, the bull bar was secured, and the truck was humming with life. We were down to minutes now. I found Steele near the back gate, overlooking the dark hills beyond. He had one hand on the chain link, the other resting on the hilt of his blade. Hey, I said, stepping beside him. He glanced at me, eyes tired but focused. Hey, sunshine. I just wanted to say. I've got your back. In this war. In all of it. Whatever it takes. He studied me for a second. No doubt in his eyes, no hesitation. It was like he was seeing me for the first time. Like I was a warrior. A fighter, not just a 17-year-old girl. But someone he could count on. You've come a long way, Alex. I shrugged. We all have. He nodded once. But you've got that thing. That fire. And you're not afraid to walk into the dark. Don't romanticize it, I said, smiling bitterly. I'm scared shitless most of the time. He let out a gruff chuckle. That's how I know you're ready. If you weren't scared, I'd be worried. I reached out, placed a hand on his arm. We'll rescue them. The women. The girls. We'll go back, and we'll burn the cat house to the ground. Steele didn't say anything for a moment. Then he looked up, his eyes shining like tempered steel in the sunlight. Damn right we will. The dog started whining. Freya circled the bus twice, then barked once, a deep guttural warning. Ghost stood rigid near the trees, tail low, body trembling. The others grouped together, hackles up. They could feel the shift in the wind. The atmosphere was raw, electrified. We could all feel it, not just our four-legged friends. Buffy broke into my thoughts. They're back, hack. I nodded, because sure, nodding fixes everything. As if being surrounded by supernatural whispering nightmares wasn't already giving my anxiety a personality of its own. The whispers were still haunting us. Still clinging to my ears like some obsessive ex that couldn't take a hint. They slithered in, right under the noise and motion, subtle but insistent. Like they were watching. Listening. Knowing. Elise, Come join us, Alex, they hissed. I swear to whatever god still existed, if one more ghostly voice said my name like they were trying to seduce me into the grave, I was going to scream back just for the fun of it. Every time I passed a shadow, I flinched. Could have been a twitch. Could have been a lunge. Could have been death. Who knows anymore? The rule book had been thrown out long ago, and all we had was instinct, caffeine, and whatever sarcasm we could weaponize. No time to stop. No time to think. No time to scream into a void, unless you did it while carrying 50 rounds of ammunition. Elise, we need you. Alex, God, I hate those bloody voices. We were loading everything we could steal, scrape together, or unearth from the ruins of whatever warehouse hadn't caved in on itself. Boxes of ammo. Canned food. Rifles that had definitely seen better, less haunted days. Blade strode past me, moving like a machine, not because of the prosthetic leg, but because he had the discipline of someone who'd been trained to ignore the chaos, to get the job done. His steps were deliberate. Efficient. That metal limb didn't slow him down in the slightest. Hell, it probably made him faster than half of us. Come to us. Blah odd. He hauled a crate of smoke grenades up, grunting. So, is this where I pretend to be helpful? If you drop another crate of grenades, I said without missing a beat, I'm duct taping you to the hood and driving you through the gates. No seatbelt. No helmet. Just zombie bait. Diesel, I need you, help me, he smirked. You say that like I wouldn't love it. Diesel barked out orders from the front truck like a half-drunk war general. The sun glinted off the sharp metal claw that had replaced his arm mere months ago. He was shouting at the top of his lungs, as if sheer volume could hold back death itself, as if yelling loud enough might somehow keep us all alive. Tie down the ammo crates. We don't want to hit a pothole and turn this whole ride into a fireworks display. Too late, Blade called. Already did that last week. Remember? Big boom. Lost my eyebrows. Diesel growled. That was you? Technically the ground was also involved. Val stormed up beside me, face stone cold, clipboard clenched like it owed her money. She shoved it into my chest hard enough to knock the air out of me. Keep track of inventory. People. Crates. Heads. Whatever counts. Is this a trick to make me do math? I asked, because if it was, I was out. I'd rather wrestle a banshee. She didn't even blink. You've got fingers. Count with those, and your toes. Whatever you haven't lost yet. I glared at the clipboard. So, we're just pretending I'm qualified for this? Val looked at me flatly. It's either you or Blade. I'm deeply offended. Vale, join us, you should be, she said, then she walked off like she hadn't just handed me a death sentence and called it a checklist. I looked up at the sky, muttering under my breath. Birds were circling the compound, like final warnings. Vultures circling for leftover meat. Of course, there was no dead bodies here for them to pick apart. But still, the sight of them was unnerving, they were like harbingers of doom. Everything about the air felt heavier. Like the entire place knew what was coming. The whispers curled around my head again, silky, soft voices that cut into your heart. Elise, we need you, join us. Come to us, Alex. One said. We see you, another rasped, breath like ice on my neck. Bleed for us, a third crooned, voice honeyed and horrible. The whispers were getting worse. Taunting us. Haunting us. Messing with our hearts and minds. I paused near the gate for exactly 3 seconds, enough for my nerves to scream, run, run now, in every language my brain could think of. I clicked the pen and marked the last name off Val's clipboard, doing a quick double check. Everyone was accounted for. Just barely. A couple of stragglers were still dragging their heels. I let out a breath, shoved the clipboard into my pack, and turned back toward the group. No time to think. No time to freeze. My heart was pounding like it was trying to outrun me, and my pulse thudded in my throat as I picked up speed, feet hammering the cracked pavement. We had to move. Now. Not later, not in 10 minutes, not when someone was finally ready. Because daylight was bleeding away fast, and once the sun dipped below the horizon, we weren't just running from the dead anymore. The dead were more lethal after dark. And they didn't care about head counts. The sky was wrong. It was still daylight, but it looked like the world had been set on fire. The sun wasn't comforting. It was a gaping wound in the clouds, leaking red across the sky like something alive. Everything shimmered with heat and fear. It felt like the penitentiary was glowing, like the old brick walls were radiating death before they blew apart. This wasn't supposed to happen during the day. The whispers. Nighttime, sure. They had always been more active after dark. But now the light was sharp and merciless, and it lit up everything. So why were the whispers of the hunters starting now in the cold light of day? It was weird, it was creepy. They were evolving. We were screwed. Move it, people. If it's not in the truck in 20, it's not coming. Dr. Lil's voice cracked through the yard like lightning. She was standing on top of a rusted oil drum, that clipboard of hers smacked against her thigh like a war drum. Her white hair was whipping around in the wind, her lab coat, once white, was streaked with motor oil, and who knows what else. She looked like a war general. I ran up, my boots slapping the concrete. My lungs were tight, but not from running. Where do you need me? She barely looked at me. North Corridor. Meds and canned goods from the infirmary. You're running that line. Got it. I didn't waste time. Didn't ask questions. I just peeled off in the direction she pointed, weaving between people, some calm, some trembling. Steele was barking orders at two kids trying to jam an ammo crate that clearly didn't fit through a too narrow doorframe. One of the boys looked like he was about to cry. Turn it sideways, genius. Steele shouted, then caught my eye. You running the North Corridor? Yeah. Tell Amanda we're behind schedule. Will do. I bolted through the passage toward the infirmary, ducking under wires and stepping over bags hastily packed with everything from batteries to shoes. It was organized chaos. It was like we were all trying to fix a sinking ship, with only duct tape and good intentions. Beneath all that movement, beneath the shouted orders and dragging feet, was that haunting sound. The voices. They started that morning. Faint, like wind through cracks in the wall. But now? Now they were stronger. Clearer. Meaner. Elise, I froze in my tracks. That voice. That voice. My heart ripped open. I knew that voice. Familiar, haunting, heartbreaking. Elise, sweetheart, it was my dad. My dad, who died, who had sacrificed himself to save us, to save me. He was gone. The dead had claimed him into their ranks. But there it was. His voice, drifting like poison words from beyond the outer wall. Too close. Too real. Don't leave me, baby girl, I pressed my hands against my ears. Hard. Shoved the sound out like I was trying to crush it between my palms. But the voices didn't care. They didn't need permission. Now it was someone else. Danny, please, don't shut the door this time, a woman's voice. Frightened. Sobbing. All around the yard, people were stopping. Just for a second. Heads turning, eyes wide. Some dropped things, bags, weapons, crates. Some worked faster. The hunters were close. Too close. They knew our names. They always knew our names. Someone or something screamed near the gate. But that only enforced our resolve. We were back in motion. Faster. More desperate. Everyone wanted to get away from here, away from the whispers, away from the dead ones calling to us. They were creepy as hell, and they had a way of messing with your sanity. Children cried at hearing the voices of their parents. Moms worked with tears at hearing the voices of their dead children. None of us were immune from the taunts, from the haunting chorus of the dead. The north corridor reeked of antiseptic and mildew, and the floor tiles were slick with something that might have been blood or really old soup. The infirmary was already half-packed. Amanda was snapping orders like a conductor of a panicked orchestra. Alex. Thank God. Grab that bin, fill it with bandages, antibiotics and start the relay. We're getting it to truck 3. I nodded, my head still echoing with the sound of my dad's voice as I scooped up the bin. My arms shook with the weight, plastic creaked beneath my fingers. Someone passed me on the way out, eyes darting around, like a cornered animal. We all looked like that now. We were all in a state of utter confusion and turmoil. The whispering followed us. Slid under doorframes. Crawled through vents. Outside, they were circling. We couldn't see them yet. But you could feel it. You could sense them. Like static under your skin. Julia, that was someone's sister's name. I saw the girl it belonged to drop a med pack and run. She just bolted. Gone. Don't listen to them. I shouted after her. They're not real. But my voice felt small. Stupid. Like yelling at a hurricane. I passed the bin off to a runner and turned back for another. The whole place was trembling with motion. People moving like bees in a damaged hive, clinging to the belief that if they just moved fast enough, they could outrun the voices. But I knew better. I'd seen enough endings. Outside, the walls moaned. Not from the wind. From the chorus of the dead. Sinister and patient. Those haunting voices kept going. Please, baby. I'm cold, I'm waiting, you said you'd never leave me. They used love as a weapon. They knew what hurt. What tempted the weak. I saw a blade pass by with a rifle slung over one shoulder and a machete on the other. His face was blank. He'd stopped reacting to the voices hours ago. I wasn't so lucky. Elise, Dad again. This time it was closer. Softer. Like he was whispering right behind my ear. I dropped a box. Snapped back to the now. Move. Amanda yelled, yanking it out of my frozen hands. Don't let them win, girl. I nodded, blinking my tears away. My throat burned. My hands were shaking. But I kept going. One trip after another to the trucks. Outside, the vehicles were roaring to life. Fumes coughing into the poison sky. Bags thrown in. People shouting names. Kids were crying. Babies wailing. We were leaving. Again. Because safety was an illusion, in this land of the dead. Heads up. I called, catching a box of bandages from Mia, the medic in training. Behind her, a steady stream of people passed supplies hand to hand. Rice bags, antibiotics, even jars of pickles. Sweat rolled down faces. Everyone worked with a ferocious focus. Some with grim determination. Others trying not to let the fear bleed out through their eyes. Next. I called again, and the box was replaced by another. Then another. Behind me, the truck growled to life as Sloane fiddled with the battery rig. I glanced toward the south yard where Marcus sat on the bumper of an old SUV, elbows on his knees, head bowed. Emma was curled up beside him, small, silent. A ragged teddy bear clutched in one arm like a life vest. They weren't helping. Emma was too upset by the voices. I motioned to the next runner and stepped out of the line, making my way toward them. My boots crunched over gravel. The sun painted long shadows across Marcus's face, his dark eyes hollow. Are you two, okay? He looked up, too tired to shrug. It's just another place, Emma whimpered. Another bed I won't get used to. Yeah, we were just starting to feel at home here. It sucks, I said. But this next place, it might be better. Mama Ray's people are fortified, and she's got supplies. You'll be safe. Emma nodded, but didn't say anything. She squeezed the life out of that poor Teddy. Marcus stared at the truck. I wish we could stop moving. Be somewhere long enough to breathe. Me too, but as the great Brad Pitt once said, movement is life. Alex, someone called. Need you back on the line. I turned. Be right there. I looked back at the siblings, crouched so I could meet Emma's gaze. Do me a favor? Help load up the little red tote with blankets. It's light. But it's important. Emma gave me a faint smile and got up. Marcus followed, his eyes a little less cloudy. They were small steps. But in the here and now, that's all we had. I had to get them moving, it was all hands on deck. There was no time for sorrow. No time for fear. We all had to get this done by the numbers, no matter how sad, hurt or scared we were. It was literally a matter of life and death. Stack the canned goods behind the med packs, not on top of them. Sloane barked as I returned. We don't need another crushed antibiotic disaster. You're still mad about that soup incident, someone shouted. I am. She snapped, but there was a smirk buried somewhere in her words. Hey, we've got movement. One of the lookouts yelled from the tower. It's not infected. A few folks tensed, hands drifting toward weapons. I pulled my blade instinctively. And then the voice called again, lighter this time. Wait, it's Buffy. Heads turned. And yeah, there she was. Strolling down the overgrown path like she was late to a garden party, instead of a full-scale exodus. Combat boots, bomber jacket, mirrored glasses tilted back on her head like a crown. Big grin on her face. Did someone forget to invite me to the end of the world truck party? She called, twirling a wrench like a baton. Buffy. Someone shouted. A few people clapped. Someone whistled. Emma's face lit up. Buffy stopped by me, nudging my shoulder. You weren't gonna leave without your Lucky Charm grenade, were you? Would have sent a search team in your honor, I deadpanned. Damn right you would've. Listen, there's a horde about 8 miles out. We need to get a shifty on. Now. We can't wait any longer. Adder's on his way with his soldiers. The Rads are on trucks guiding the Zeds in our direction. Although it sounds like you've got your own dead army here. The hunters are spread out around the tree lines, but they are not moving. They are stood still. Watching us and calling to us. It's creepy as hell, like they are waiting for the right moment to pounce. She said, cracking her knuckles. Then she turned toward the people, raised both hands. All right, nerds and warriors, what's the holdup? Let's make this look like a coordinated escape, instead of a garage sale gone rogue. That got laughs. Real ones. Even Mia smiled as she passed by with a crate of 4 fluids. Buffy had that effect. She didn't ignore the danger. She laughed at it. Mocked it. Gave people permission to breathe again. The sky was still that bruised red, but the sun had shifted just enough to make everything look dipped in rust. Dust swirled up from the ground as we moved, coating our hands, sticking to our skin. I caught sight of Steele at the edge of one of the trucks, crouched next to one of the younger kids. His name was Javi, he was maybe 13, or younger, it was hard to tell these days. He was showing him how to strap a seatbelt around a pair of crates filled with solar panels. They were probably worth more than the truck itself. Thread it through, cinch it tight, Steele instructed, his voice steady. Javi nodded, tongue peeking out between his lips as he worked the strap through the buckle with fumbling fingers. At the back of the truck, Blade leaned against the frame, sharpening his machete with long, slow strokes. His movements were deliberate, surgical. He hadn't spoken much all day. Blade always watched everything. Calculating. Waiting. I was looping a bungee cord over a bin of 4 fluid when Buffy appeared beside me, moving with that frantic energy she always carried. I'm pretty sure the world would speed up for her if she asked nicely. She held out a battered thermos. Drink. It's just tea. Sort of. I took it with both hands. The warmth soaked into my fingers instantly. Thanks. You nervous? She asked, leaning against the truck bed with a sigh. I shrugged, sipping the bitter liquid. It tasted like dried herbs and desperation. No more than usual. Same, she said. But, my gut is telling me this is a good idea. I feel good about this move. That made me pause. I glanced at her sideways. Why? Buffy smiled, but it wasn't casual confidence, it was tired and real. Because we're not just running this time. We've got a plan. A direction. Mama Ray might be nuts, but she's our kind of nuts. Buffy, are you okay now? You know, with what happened? She looked at me then, in earnest. Yeah, you and Mom sorted my head out. Sometimes, bad people have to die. And it's the good people, who have to kill them. I didn't answer right away. My eyes found Marcus across the yard. He was helping Emma hoist a pillow onto the supply pile, treating it like it was a bag of gold. She grinned as she climbed up, fingertips brushing the canvas roof of the truck like it was something sacred. Moments like these mattered. Watching my family, my friends, work towards a common goal. I'm glad you've made peace with it, Buffy. Because tomorrow when we take down Wheeling Island, it's going to be a bad people kill fest. I said softly whilst watching Emma laugh at something Marcus whispered. Then, somewhere near the edge of the yard, the voices started again. Elise, come to us. I stiffened. My heart stuttered. Buffy noticed. You hear that? I nodded, slowly. Yeah. Those bastards never give up. This time, the voice wasn't just faint whine through the trees. It was clear. Close. Alex, where are you? We need you. I need you. It was my dad again. Or rather, the thing pretending to be him. The whisperers were getting bolder. Closer. Louder. People paused. I wasn't the only one. Heads lifted. Shoulders tensed. Hands hovered over weapons. Lillian. Another voice moaned, an older man's voice. Lillian, please. Come home. A woman dropped a pack near the gate and screamed. Just one word. One syllable. No. Buffy swallowed hard, backing closer to me. We need to go. They are getting too close. They are up to something. We need to go, now. We weren't the only ones thinking it. Dr. Lil appeared at the side of the truck, waving her clipboard like it could part the crowd. Load the last 3 crates. Now. We roll out in 5. Everyone kicked into high gear. The rhythm became frantic. The voices didn't stop. You promised, Emma, that one hit hard. I saw Emma flinch, as if someone had slapped her. Don't leave me here, Marcus. His face went pale. His fingers twitched toward his rifle. Buffy went rigid. They're playing games. They don't know us. They copy the voices of our loved ones. But I didn't believe it. Not fully. And neither did she. Please, don't go, Alex. That one came too close, as if they were here, breathing down my neck. I turned, scanning the yard. Nothing. No movement past the walls. Just wind, dirt and dread. We're done. Steele shouted. Everything's in. Blade slammed the truck's rear gate shut and yanked the lock into place. Let's move. We gathered in the yard, one last time. The engines all hummed behind us, a low mechanical growl. Dr. Lil climbed back onto the rusted drum she'd claimed earlier. But she wasn't shouting orders now. Her clipboard was gone. She looked tired. But solid. "We've moved before," she said, loud enough to be heard over the wind and the whispering. "We've lost homes. We've lost a lot. But we haven't lost each other. That's what matters. That's what we carry forward." People nodded. Some clung to each other. Others were holding on to their bags. Others their weapons. "We're not just surviving anymore," Mia went on. "Today, we take the next step toward building something stronger. I know everybody is scared, but we have moved before. The new place is a stronghold. We will be safe there." Steel clapped, one hard sound that echoed. Blade gave a grunt that might have meant approval. Buffy slung an arm around my shoulders, squeezing just tight enough to remind me we weren't alone. "You hear that, warrior girl? The next step." I looked around at all of them. The ragtag group we'd become. Broken pieces welded together by too much loss and not enough time. "Yeah," I said. "Let's grab it by the balls and get going." Inside the truck, it was chaos. Scented with unwashed bodies, gun oil, and adrenaline. We started loading people. Quietly, quickly. Kids first, mothers next. Elderly folks were helped up the bus steps with gentle hands and whispered encouragement. Kay handed out blankets. Sloane double-checked every wheel. Diesel took the front truck with tank-riding shotgun. Val and Kay took the bus. Blade, of course, was grinning in the rear cab, covered in zombie slime and high on adrenaline. We were packed in, like doomed sardines. Steel kissed Val on the forehead. "Keep them safe, sis. You can always count on me, brother. You can count on us all." Kay interrupted. She slapped his chest lightly and stepped into the bus. I took my place with Steel, Sloane, Buffy, and Amanda. We were all full of nervous energy for the long road ahead. But tomorrow, that's when the real work started. That's when we would head straight into the jaws of death. We all knew it was a suicide mission. We all knew some of us wouldn't make it back. But no one dared to say the words out loud. The radios crackled between the vehicles, linking us all together. A lifeline of static and shared voices. Diesel sat in the driver's seat of the first truck, his fist clenched around the wheel as if he could strangle the road into obedience. He glared at the dashboard as if it had personally offended him. "If you don't start," he grimaced to the engine, "I will sacrifice one of these kids to get your attention. Don't test me." The truck sputtered. Coughed. Then roared to life. "See? Threats work. Remember that." Diesel grunted. "Come back. Join us. We want you. We need you." From the back, Blade was stuffing rounds into a backpack with all the care of a drunk raccoon. "Hey, anybody pack gum?" he asked. Val chimed in. "Gum? Yeah. You know, for morale." Val quipped. "We're driving into a literal hellstorm, and you want fresh breath? Hey, I might die screaming. I don't want to do it with coffee breath." I groaned. "I swear, if I die because of a gum debate, then you'll die minty fresh," Blade offered. With everyone in, the four vehicles growled forward, groaning under the weight of weapons, rations, and tension so thick it could have choked the gods. I stared out the back window, watching the gates close behind us. And still, the whispers followed. "We will get you, you can't escape us," one said, practically singing. "You'll break. You'll beg. Can you all just shut the hell up for 5 minutes?" I muttered under my breath. "Some of us are trying to pretend this isn't happening." "You talking to us or them?" Blade asked. "Yes," I said. Val tapped the side of the bus with her mace. "Eyes up. 2 miles to the checkpoint. If we hit it, we regroup and we fight back. Define, fight back, I said. She answered me in a heartbeat, dead serious. No more hiding. No more running. And if we die? I questioned. Then we die in pain and glory. Outside, the sun beamed through the clouds. Shadows surged. The wind howled like a warning. Our truck sped up. The road crackled beneath us. Still the whispers came, louder now, clawing at the edges of our sanity. Bleed, for us. One whispered. Break, for us. Burn, for us. I grinned, a little feral. A little unhinged. Not today, Satan. The last thing I heard as the gates slammed shut was my dad's voice, sweet and desperate. I'm so proud of you, sweetheart. We miss you. Come be with us. I closed my eyes and prayed. I knew it couldn't be him. The vehicles jolted forward. The penitentiary fell behind us, shrinking fast. Just another place. Just another scar. But this time felt different. We were no longer survivors. We were warriors. We were moving forward. And I was ready. Even as the voices followed. Elise. We need you, Alex, join us, Buffy, come to us, come back, we need you, they whispered from the trees. Singing in the wind. So many names. Too many lies. I didn't look back. None of us did. The road to Trans-Allegheny no longer resembled anything built by human hands. It looked like it had clawed its way out of a grave, twisted and broken, as if the earth itself had tried to swallow it and failed. Jagged ribbons of asphalt curled like burnt skin, fractured and sun-bleached, splintered in every direction. The skeletons of old military vehicles, war relics from long-forgotten battles, lay rusting in place, half-consumed by time and overgrowth. Weeds erupted through the cracks in the pavement like veins throbbing from the soil, thick and wild, spreading in tangled webs. Moss coated the edges where sidewalks once stood, and small trees had begun to push through where traffic once flowed. It wasn't a road anymore. It was scar tissue. A ghost of civilization's path, now reclaimed by nature's quiet vengeance. A place where memory lingered, but purpose had long since vanished. We were 40 miles out from the penitentiary, moving in a loose convoy. A battered pickup led the way, followed by another truck rumbling close behind. The middle held a beat-up yellow school bus, its windows long since blown out and crudely sealed with bolted sheet metal. At the back, Blade's black Humvee growled along like a predator watching over the herd, its engine a low, constant threat. Every vehicle was camouflaged in zombie blood and gore. Coated in thick streaks that dried in crusty macabre art, under the sun. The smell was vile and cloying, but it kept the zombies disoriented. The blood, the gore, the entrails, all gave us a fighting chance. Just enough of an edge to keep going unnoticed. I was in the second truck, seated between ammo crates and a backpack that still smelled faintly like bleach. Buffy sat cross-legged across from me, her butterfly knife flicking through her fingers with surgical grace. It clicked open, spun, snapped shut. Over and over. As if it was connected directly to her pulse. Steel manned the wheel with the kind of focused calm that came from years of making the impossible look routine. Emma was curled up beside Marcus on a pile of bundled jackets, snoring softly. Mia was behind them, scribbling in her worn leather journal, the one she kept locked to her side like it held the world's last secret. Our radios crackled. Convoy check, Diesel's voice drawled. You all still breathing back there? Steele clicked his radio. Truck 2's good. Bus good, came Val's reply. My sister's twitchy, but we're solid. Blade snorted. Tell her to twitch quieter. Buffy grinned. Somebody's grumpy. I leaned my head against the window. Blade shifted. The radio crackled to life. Up ahead, he said into the radio. Something's off. Steele didn't ask for clarification. He slowed the truck. Buffy jumped out and ran for cover. What is it? Mia asked, looking up from her journal. Blade leaned forward, nostrils flaring. Smoke. Synthetic. Engine, maybe. Oil. It's not a campfire. I sat up too. And then we saw it. A minivan, glinting silver but caked in soot, crumpled against a tree. Its hood bent in like a kicked rib cage. One wheel spun lazily, disconnected from the rest of reality. Supplies were scattered across the gravel beans, formula, a pack of diapers fluttering in the breeze like a torn flag. And there were people. 4 of them. 2 women, bloody but conscious, kneeling. A toddler clinging to one. Another child, around the age of 5. All bound. All terrified. Men with rifles circled them like jackals. 4 of them. 1 pacing. 1 with a bat. 2 with semi-autos and twitchy trigger fingers. The younger woman locked her defiant eyes onto mine. She had a busted lip. She didn't blink. Their bait, I insisted. The trucks idled. Trap, Blade agreed. It's too presentational. Buffy's voice came in over the radio. I've got visual from the ridge. 4 hostiles. They're expecting someone to stop. Steele's jaw clenched. We don't leave people behind. We also don't rush a setup and get everyone shot. I said. He looked at me, then keyed his radio. Val, circle with the bus to block them off. Diesel, you're fast, loop west, cover their rear. Blade, we're flanking. Mia, prep trauma. Buffy's got overwatch. Copy, came the replies, one after another. Steele looked at me again. You ready? Always. 5 minutes later, Steele and I slipped through the tree line, crouched low, weapons sheathed. We moved without a word. The only sounds the hush of rustling leaves and the quiet press of our boots sinking into damp soil. Buffy crackled over the air waves. Target pacing again. Right side. Jumpy as hell. 2 with guns near the captives, I murmured. Other one with the bat is focused on scaring the kids. Steele growled, barely audible. They've done this before. We reached the edge of the clearing. I could see the kids clearer now. Crying, quietly. Mouths clenched shut. The older woman was whispering to them. Her voice was steady. Calming. The one with the goggles and the patchy beard grabbed the smaller kid. You scream again, and I'll put her down, he snarled, nodding at the younger woman. Steele gave a single, sharp whistle. Signal. I moved. Fast. Quiet. One clean slash tore across his neck. Fast, deep, final. The bat slipped from his fingers before his body hit the dirt. From the other side, Steele exploded into view, slamming full force into the next guy like a human battering ram. Bone cracked sickeningly against a tree trunk. The third spun to react, too slow. I dropped low, slammed a fist into his gut hard enough to knock the air from his lungs, then drove my blade up into his ribs, felt it catch, twist, finish it. Twice. He collapsed, gurgling. Then I shoved the knife into his ear canal. Can't have him reanimating on us. The last one bolted. Steele raised his rifle. 2 pops. He dropped. Just like that. Except one of the bullets had strayed hitting the younger woman. Her leg buckled. She crumpled, bleeding. Mia. I shouted. On my way. Buffy crackled over the radio. All clear. Perimeter's quiet. I knelt beside the woman. You're safe, I told her. We're here now. What's your name? Keisha, she panted. My wife's Tanya. Kids are Jordan and Sam. We. We were going north. They ambushed us. They've been taking people. Selling them. Worse. Mia skidded into the clearing, already snapping gloves on. In and out. No artery, she muttered, assessing. Good bleeding. She'll keep the leg. Tanya had the kids wrapped up in her arms now, rocking them. We thought we were going to die, she whimpered. No one ever stops. I glanced at Steele, who was collecting up the scavengers' rifles. We stop, I said. We always stop. The bus rumbled up, belching smoke. Tank's bike pulled in seconds later, engine purring. Val climbed out, shotgun in hand. Well, she said. Somebody got themselves dead. Deserved it, Steele hissed. We got Keisha onto the truck's bench seat, moving carefully as Mia worked to stabilize her leg. Jordan and Sam squeezed in between Tanya and Emma, who had just woken up and wordlessly split a granola bar between the two of them. Buffy dropped down the ridge with her rifle slung across her back, eyes scanning the tree line. Whole area's dead quiet. No dead incoming, that I can see. But after the shots, they won't be far behind us. Good, I said. We will be long gone, before they turn up. We pulled out, wheels crunching gravel, back onto the fractured road. I sat by the window again. The minivan vanished into the distance. We took the dead bodies with us to bury them later. There's a thin line between mercy and mess. Leaving them to rot in the dirt would be ringing the dinner bell. Besides, corpses don't have the decency to stay quiet. You leave them out, they scream, stink, and call every walker in a 10-mile radius like they're hosting a cookout. So, we drove some distance and then we stopped, so we could dig. The ground was solid, thick with roots, it resisted like it resented our presence. When it was over, we stood over the mound victorious and exhausted. They didn't earn it. Not the dirt. Not the effort. Not the dignity. If it were up to me, I'd have left them face down in the mud with their guts hanging out, gift-wrapped for the worms. Let the dead pick at their bones. Let the walkers chew their way through what little soul they had left. Hell, they should have thanked us for our efforts. A burial was too kind for scum like that. But we did it anyway. I wasn't about to let their stink lead a herd back to the kids we just saved. So yeah, we buried the bastards. Keisha was stable. Sort of. She looked like hell. White-knuckled, sweating, but she was breathing, and that counted for something. We put her and her family in the second truck. Tanya stayed curled around the kids like she was trying to physically absorb the danger. Emma handed her ragged stuffed bear to Jordan, the younger of the two, and the kid clung to it like it had a heartbeat. They didn't say a word. They stared ahead like they were waiting for someone to tell them it was okay to speak again. We drove in silence after that. Not the peaceful kind. The kind that slinks down your spine and whispers, "This isn't over." Steele took point as usual, and I sat near the back, picking over my gear. The convoy moved, slow and cautious, like even the engines were trying not to draw attention. 4 vehicles and a bike, all armored with scrap metal and coated in walker guts. It worked. Mostly. But it didn't stop the tension from crawling up your insides and seeping into your pores. 2 hours out, we stopped to mask the vehicles again. Guts time, Blade said, cracking his first smile in days. He pulled on a pair of elbow-length gloves like he was prepping for surgery. The kind where the patient doesn't make it. I'm in, Amanda said, hopping down from her truck and unsheathing her machete with a flourish. Let's paint the town red. Someone's got to keep you two psychos from kissing in the entrails, Tank muttered. He slung his shotgun over his back and followed them down into the ravine. We'd seen a herd earlier, trapped in a collapsed culvert. Easy pickings. Dead meat, dead quiet. Buffy climbed onto the hood of our truck. She wrinkled her nose as the first hint of rot carried on the wind. Nothing like zombie guts to clear the sinuses. Reminds me of prom night. The sky was bruising. Sunset or storm, it was hard to tell. In this world, both could kill you just as easy. I looked back at the family huddled in the truck. Tanya was curled around the kids again, her eyes distant but alert. She was in mama lion mode, even with Keisha out cold beside her, her injured leg wrapped in gauze and pressure packs. Mia had dosed her with painkillers, but the good stuff ran out last winter. Steele walked over, bottle of water in one hand, half an eye still on the tree line. "You, okay?" he asked. I laughed, short and sharp. "Yeah. No. You know. Apocalypse normal." He nodded like that made sense. With Steele, it probably did. "You did well back there." No hesitation. They were hurting kids. They deserved to die. What kind of evil does that? I'm used to killing bad people now. God, that sounds bad, don't it? Never thought in a million years I would say that line out loud. "Still," he said, handing me the bottle. "You did good. I want you to know that. Don't feel bad about it. It's the way of the world now. Kill or be killed." We both said simultaneously. Totally in sync. It felt different, coming from him. Steele wasn't the warm fuzzy type. Compliments from him were like solar eclipses. Rare, a little eerie, and usually followed by someone getting shot. From the trees, we heard the telltale squelch of walker disassembly. That was Blade doing his art. Every stroke of his machete sounded like a wet towel smacking tiles. He liked it. Said it calmed him down. In any other timeline, that would have been creepy as hell, sadistic even. But in this world, it was par for the course. I leaned back and stared at the sky. 78 miles to Trans-Allegheny. If Mama Ray refuses to help us, we would be the dumbest survivors on the East Coast. But for now, we had food in the crates. Gas in the tanks. Blood on our boots and a pulse in our veins. By mid-afternoon, Blade and Amanda were back, soaked in gore and smiling like kids at a paintball party. "Culvert's clear," Amanda reported. "We've got enough intestines to decorate a small wedding." "Classy," Mia muttered. She was kneeling beside Keisha, rechecking her vitals. The woman was running a fever now. Infection was knocking. We'd have to find antibiotics soon or start prepping for an amputation. Neither option was fun. Blade tossed a bloody duffel into the back of his truck. "You want the honor, Tank?" "Hell, no. I will leave that down to you and Amanda." "Aw, what's the matter, scared of getting your hands dirty?" Amanda kidded. They set to work smearing the vehicles in walker paste, cracking jokes about which parts made the best coverage. "Eyeballs are underrated," Blade said, holding one up between gloved fingers. "Still better than ears." "Ears are more aerodynamic," Amanda countered. Buffy gagged. "You people are why I drink." "You don't drink, but I think as it's the apocalypse now might be a good time to start," I said. She laughed. "Fair." I climbed up onto the roof of Blade's Humvee, scanning the tree line with binoculars. Nothing moving yet, but the stillness felt loaded. Silence and stillness always followed by death and disaster. Steele stood nearby, watching the others work. "Do you think Mama Ray will take us in?" I asked him. He didn't answer for a long moment. Finally, "Yeah, she owes me. Plus, more people means survival rates improve." "That's not hope." "No," he said. "It's logistics. We're running out of places that aren't on fire." The convoy was ready within the hour. Tank and Amanda were still flicking bits of intestine at each other like kids with spitballs. "Mount up," Steele called. "We need to make the time up. We've got to get to the asylum before the stars are out." Because once they were, so were the real monsters. The Zeds could see way better in the dark than we could. The trucks roared to life again, the convoy snaking down the cracked road like a steel caterpillar in a dying world. I watched the trees until they disappeared behind us. Tanya kissed the top of her kid's head like she was trying to seal in whatever hope they had left. Steele settled into his seat, eyes forward, jaw tight. We weren't heroes. But we didn't leave people behind. Not even when it was easier. 77 miles to go. And a whole lot of walking dead in between. The stench hit me before I even saw the smoke. Thick, burnt oil. The kind of stench that coils in your lungs and sits there like a curse. It was late afternoon, and the sun was a blazing eye in a bleached sky. No shade. No wind. Just heat and the crawling, ever-present stink of decay. We were rolling down some forgotten country road, half swallowed by vines and the bones of long-dead trees. Nature was winning the war out here. Then the truck choked. Cut the engine. Steele's voice snapped through the comms like a whip. Too late. The supply truck let out a death rattle. A thick belch of black smoke, followed by a shudder of a dying animal. It ground to a halt. We were out and armed before the wheels stopped spinning. Sloane yanked the hood open. Steam gushed out like a ghost, curling around her arms. Radiators shot. Got a leak the size of my fist. If I don't patch it now, we lose everything. Everything meant food, water, meds. No second chances. Steele didn't hesitate. Perimeter. 10 minutes. Buffy cursed and rolled her neck. 10 minutes is a goddamn lifetime out here. Kay and Val jogged over, boots crunching gravel. Kay tossed the keys to the bus to Val. We're swapping. I need a break before I crash this beast. Kay nodded and took up her post on the roof with her rifle. Call out, if you see anything bigger than a rat. Then it started. Subtle, at first. Branches snapped. Then again. Then faster. Like a whisper turning into a scream. Blade emerged from the tree line, machete dripping red and a smear of something unholy across his chest. They're coming. And they are fast. How many? I asked. He shook his head. Too many. Buffy was already beside me, sword in hand. Fresh ones. I can smell them. I sniffed the air. Blood. Sweat. Smoke. And rot. The gut smear had faded. We'd gone too long without reapplying. The vehicles stank of life. Weapons ready, Steele ordered. No gunfire unless absolutely necessary. I nodded. Close quarters it is. Tank joined me, cracking his knuckles. Built like a wrecking ball and twice as stubborn, he grinned. Let's dance. The first wave hit like a nightmare breaking through the trees. Half-rotted, limbs twitching, mouths open in silent screams. Screeching in hungry growls. I moved fast, slicing low and tight, taking one's legs out from under it. It fell face first into the dirt, jaw shattering on a rock. Buffy spun next to me, a blur of motion. Her blade buried in another's eye socket with a wet crunch. She ripped it free and pirouetted into another. Tank's body slammed into a crawler, he crushed its skull with the butt of his axe. Gore splattered his boots. He didn't flinch. More poured out. A dozen. Then 20. Then more. I hacked one across the neck, its head hanging by sinew. Blood gushed like a geyser, hot and thick. My boots slipped. I caught myself, gutted another, and shoved a third back with a grunt. Blade screamed from the side. Not in pain and triumph. He was painting the forest red, laughing like a lunatic. Come get it, you walking meat sacks. But this was no random pack. This was a swarm. A feast in motion. Fall back to the trucks. I shouted, swinging my blade into a bloated gut. The corpse screamed, howled and sprayed black ichor across my clothes. Buffy gagged. Oh God, it got in my mouth. Protein, I muttered, dragging her back with me. Marcus and Amanda were covering the kids. Emma was shielding Jordan, knife shaking in her hand. Val took the driver's seat, revving the bus engine. Steele appeared beside me, blade dripping. Sloane? 2 minutes. She yelled from under the truck. Duct tape and rage, that's all I got. Blade and Tank were now back to back, swarmed. A walker latched onto Tank's arm. He didn't even blink, just bit his own lip, growled, and crushed its skull with his elbow. Fresh guts. Buffy shouted. We need to mask the smell or we're dead the minute we move. I didn't hesitate. I grabbed a twitching body, stabbed into its stomach, and ripped out a fistful of organs. The stench hit like a sledgehammer. Bile, rot, something worse. My stomach turned. Got them all. Steele barked. We went to work. Gore flew. Entrails slapped against steel. I smeared the windshield in intestine juice. Tank threw a liver onto the hood. Buffy used a ribcage like a paintbrush. It was sick, brutal, and absolutely necessary. Left flank. Blade shouted. I turned in time to see a sprinter. A thin, broken woman with wild hair and bloodied claws, charging straight for Kay. She fired her arrow. The walker's skull popped like a melon. Nice, Buffy muttered. Sloane popped up. Let's go. Move your asses. Everyone scrambled to the vehicles. Amanda slapped the side of the truck. We're good. Steele waved us forward. We piled in. I took one last look at the field. There were dozens of corpses. Some twitching, others still leaking fluids. The trees were painted in arterial red. Guts were hanging from branches, like streamers. The ground was slick with blood. Val floored the bus. Blade revved the Humvee. We tore out of there, tires kicking up entrails and dust. The dead chased us for a while. Meanwhile, we all watched in silent horror. But the stink did its job. We disappeared into the road, just another foul scent on the wind. Inside the vehicles, no one spoke. We checked each other's bruises, cuts. None of us had bites. We'd survived. I caught Buffy's eye. We both looked like hell. She grinned, blood smeared across her high cheekbones. Next time, she said, let's break down somewhere I can hunt for snacks. I'm starving after that. I laughed. Short. Sharp. Almost painful. Yeah, because most people want to eat after going on a rampage with blood and entrails flying around. I'm pretty sure food is the last thing everyone else wants. You're just jealous. Mom says I've got a good appetite. But I'm even hungrier, after a good kill fest. Tank wiped a smear of brain off his axe and leaned back. If this keeps up, I'm switching to flamethrowers. Steele snorted. Stop moaning, you lot. We got to stretch our legs, what more do you want? The sun still hung low in the sky, heavy and golden, spilling its last dying rays across the trees like blood through a gauze bandage. It wasn't night yet, but it might as well have been. The forest had that kind of unnatural silence. We pulled the trucks up, off the dirt road, right near the riverbank. It was a little after 5, maybe a quarter after 6. Too early for the real darkness, but late enough for the shadows to grow teeth. As soon as the engines cut off, the silence unnerved me. It was sinister. Not calming, not peaceful. It was as if the world was pretending to be asleep. That kind of stillness doesn't come without a price. No birds. No crickets. No frogs. Just deadly, unnatural, silence, just the river, crashing against its banks. And something else. Something whispering behind the noise. The supply truck was already smeared in gore, crusted now with the black-red remains of the earlier kills. It stank, but not enough. Sloane didn't blink when she spoke. She just stared through the trees. Could she see the dead coming? The stink's wearing thin. Once it fades, they stop buying the lie. And when they figure out, you're pretending. They don't just kill you. They tear the truth out of your throat, one scream at a time. Thanks for putting those lovely visions in my head, Sloane. I exhaled. Hey, just telling it how it is. She huffed. Steele climbed out of the truck, sweat cutting tracks through the grime on his face. He adjusted the harness of his rifle, his eyes scanning the tree line. Let's make it quick, he said. Blade, Alex, Tank, you're with me. Val and Kay, guard the river. Eyes and ears alert. Nobody goes alone. Be quiet. The last thing we need is to alert the dead ones. Val scoffed, slinging her rifle up onto her shoulder. Oh, cool. River duty. Because I love babysitting water. Steele didn't rise to it. He just nodded. I appreciate it. We moved like we were part of the woods, we stayed low, quiet and fast. Guns were slung, but we didn't need them for this. This was gut work. Blade found a small huddle of roamers tangled up near the trees, caught in an old, barbed wire fence. Still twitching. Fresh enough to be useful. Their skin peeled off in sheets. Bones showed through in places. One of them looked like it had been a teenage girl, once. The smell came first. Rancid. Ripe meat well past its sell-by date. Blade went in without a word. He drove that machete of his through a walker's ribs and twisted hard. The body buckled, then slumped like a puppet with its strings cut. Chest cavity first, he ordered, sawing into the torso. The lungs really stink. Heart's good too. Tank made a face. Jesus, man. How do you know that? Blade didn't look up. Trial and error. I dropped to my knees beside one of the dead. A guy. Young. His uniform read, Pizza World, pools of dark crusted blood covered his apron. His eyes were fogged over, his jawbone broken and hanging off-center like he was trying to scream forever. I hated the ones that still looked like people. My blade bit deep. Crack. Bone gave way, then it split with a wet pop. The stench hit me in the face like a wall. Sour, bloody, rot crawling up the back of my throat. I reached in with both hands. Flesh squelched. Organs shifted under my fingers like wet rope. I pulled free a handful of intestines and handed them off to Blade. He started painting the truck's hood with them like it was art. We worked fast as we could. Blood soaked our gloves, sticky and dark. It clung to our sleeves, pooled in our boots. The river kept murmuring behind us, but it sounded different now. Less like water. More like whispering voices rising from the depths. This is the worst spa day, ever, Tank muttered, slathering raw liver over a side mirror. I couldn't help but let out a grim laugh. If I catch a disease from this, I'm blaming you personally. From the river came Kay's voice. There's no movement. 100 yards clear in all directions. Good, Steele replied. Alex and Kay, you're first in. Get clean, fast. Swap out when you're done. Thank God, I hissed, chucking the last scrap of stomach lining into Blade's bucket. Kay and I stripped down just enough to keep our modesty alive. As if that even mattered anymore, we stepped into the water. The current was slow, but the coldness was brittle. Fuck, I gasped, holding back a full-body shudder. You, okay? Kay asked. I've been worse. This is fine. It's hypothermia. Probably. We scrubbed in silence, fast and rough, biodegradable soap foaming briefly before the river stole it away. My hands shook. Not from the cold. Kay glanced over her shoulder. Do you ever think about walking into the woods and not coming back? I used to all the time. I said, too fast. Yeah. Same. Still here though. I wouldn't dream of it now. You're all like family to me. We climbed out, dripping, and pulled our gear back on. Tank and Val moved in next, splashing into the water without hesitation. Steele stood on the shore, silent as always. Watching. Blade didn't wash. He stayed at the edge, machete still wet. Eyes on the trees. Listening. He didn't trust the forest. Neither did I. That's when I heard it. Alex, I froze. It was soft. Female. Familiar. Alex, it's me, it's Mom, no. It's not her. I reminded myself. But that voice. No, I whispered, my fingers closing around my blade. No. You're not her. Come on, sweetheart, you left me. Steele's voice cut across the river like thunder. Hunters. Everyone moved. Weapons out. Kay tossed me my saber curved, wicked, gleaming silver even in the dimming light. It used to hang in a museum. Now it killed the dead. The hunters that whispered weren't zombies. Not technically. They were worse. They still tore into your flesh, but they played tricks on your mind, on your sanity. They were worse than the shamblers. They were infected, they had died and reanimated, but they were smarter. Crueler. Faster. They wore the skins of the dead. But they became the voices of the ones we'd lost. Val raised her rifle, but Blade snapped his fingers once no guns. Too loud. We fell into a loose arc around the trucks. The hunters came out of the trees, wearing skins of flesh. They didn't walk like people. They didn't shamble like the shamblers. They drifted. Until they caught the scent of the living, that's when their speed picked up. Think, Usain Bolt with a rocket launcher up his arse. Steele, they're flanking. Form a line. Alex, on me. The first scream tore through the air as one of them charged. He had a cleaver, and a burlap sack pulled over his head, stitched with crude eyes. I dodged, slashed my saber across his ribs, then I turned and caught him again across the larynx. Blood sprayed black and congealed in lumps. Kay drove a blade through the gut of a hunter who had crept up behind her. She staggered but kept fighting. Tank picked one up by the neck and slammed him down, over and over, until there was nothing left but pulp. Val carved a path through the ones trying to circle, her twin daggers flashing red in the light. Blade was a ghost. Fast. Silent. Efficient. Every cut was fatal. Then. Zombies. From across the river they came, drawn by the blood, by the screams. 20. 30. Maybe more. Back to the trucks. Steele roared. We didn't do the tires. Blade snapped. I dragged Kay toward the truck. She was limping, bleeding from her arm, but still breathing. Blade dropped to a knee, beside a fallen hunter, tore into the chest like a butcher, and started smearing the gore over the tires. I joined him, blood warm and sticky on my skin. Hold them off. Steele shouted. We held. The first walker reached the truck. Blade turned and buried his machete in its face. Another came, so I sliced its neck. It was still twitching as it hit the ground. Go. We scrambled into the cabs. Engines screeched to life. Steele's truck led this time. The undead surged behind us like a tidal wave, vanishing into the dust as the sun finally dropped below the tree line. That, Tank panted, was a bloodbath. I laughed a high, hysterical sound at his words out the back window. The river faded behind us. Dark now. Dead quiet. The hunters were gone. But they'd be back. They always came back. As for the shamblers, they were left in the wind. From the moment the engine sputtered back to life, the world turned predatory. It wanted us dead, torn apart, devoured. Survival no longer felt uncertain. It felt impossible, a fragile thread fraying with every mile. Blood coated the grills of our vehicles, thick and blackened, a crust of rot baked into steel. It wasn't splatter. It was a stain, permanent and pulsing, as though the trucks had become living things, bleeding with us, dragging us deeper into something unspeakable. The windows were smeared with gore, each pane a frame of some grotesque story etched in flesh and ruin. You could barely see through the glass. What waited beyond didn't need to be witnessed. And the stench. It crawled into your throat, turned your stomach, clung to your skin no matter how hard you scrubbed. It gnawed at your brain. Raw meat left to rot in the sun, fermenting until the smell seeps deep into your skin and your lungs. It felt like we were choking on decay. My boots were slick with it as I climbed up beside Steele, who smelled no better, though I'd never say that to his face. Some things are just better left unsaid. Besides, when you've spent this long running from the end of the world, personal hygiene takes a serious backseat to staying alive. Behind us, the bus groaned along like some dying beast dragging its broken body through the wreckage of the road. In the dying light of day, the line of vehicles looked like a procession of wounded animals limping toward nowhere. Toward some vague hope that might as well have been a mirage. A chorus of sobs from the rear transport played on loop in my mind, the sounds etched there, like a nightmare you can't wake up from. Kids crying because they were too young to understand what was happening, yet too smart to not be terrified. I've learned that one sound from a child hits harder than a dozen screams from the infected. Maybe because it reminds you of what it is you're fighting for, or what you've already lost. Emma hadn't spoken since we left the river. She'd curled up like a question mark against Marcus, clutching his belt loop like it was a lifeline. Marcus glanced at me once with a look that said, "Don't ask." So, I didn't. Because sometimes the best thing you can do is stay quiet and hope the silence keeps you all breathing just a little longer. How much longer? I asked Steele, needing to put some kind of timeline on this madness. He grunted. That was his thing. Grunt, grunt, grunt. It's amazing how much communication can be packed into a single grunt when you've worked with someone long enough. 30 miles. Maybe more, if the road's a bastard. Spoiler alert, the road's always a bastard. The radio crackled to life, static buzzing through the speakers. Kay's voice came through, scratchy but alive. We're clear back here. Val says there's a fork up ahead. 10 miles. Right or left? Right, Steele ordered, like he'd been waiting for this exact moment. Hug the ridge. Stay off open ground. We're not playing duck hunt tonight. From the roof, Tank's voice boomed, "You guys hear that?" We all went quiet. Then came the pop, pop, pop. Firecrackers? Nope. Not our kind of holiday. Then the scream. High-pitched. Real. Someone's still breathing. Hold up. Blade snapped through the radio. Figures ahead. Near the crossroad. Might be a setup. Steele slammed the brakes. The truck groaned, the whole rig shuddering like a beast that didn't want to stop. I was out of the cab before the tires even stopped rolling, axe in hand, heart hammering like a runaway train. Kay and Val flanked me in the trees, shadows in boots and Kevlar, moving like ghosts with lethal intent. Ahead, 4 figures. Masks, plague Dr. Beaks, gas masks, one with a crown of bones like some post-apocalyptic royalty. They stood around a busted pickup, where a man and a woman were kneeling, shielding 2 kids. The scavengers yelled, guns out, wild eyes darting behind their masks. Supplies. Now. Or we start cutting you. The woman shrieked. The man caught a boot to the ribs for trying to speak. Steele leaned in, whispering in my ear like a deadly secret. You take left. I've got right. Val, K cover. Blade, flank. We did as we were ordered. Blade went first. His name's not a metaphor. The knife found the one with the crossbow, right in the gut. Down he went like a sack of rotten potatoes. I lunged at the gas mask freak, slashing his leg then his arm. He howled, dropped the gun, and I hit him like a freight train. Down he went. Gunfire lit up the sky, Val and Kay laying down hellfire. Steele slammed the bone mask bastard into the pickup and crushed his windpipe with his rifle. Brutal, effective, and messy. One tried to run. Shit! I shouted and chased. He fired. The bullet grazed my side. Hurt like hell, but did I stop? Nope. I tackled him to the ground. Blade up, down, up again. It was over fast. Too fast. I was back at the truck before the pain even registered. The family was rattled but breathing. The woman had a wound to the shoulder, a clean shot that missed the bone by a hair. We need to move. Kay shouted. Then we heard it. Growling. Dozens of them. Not human. The infected. Shambling? No. Running. Get to the trucks. Steele roared. Tank grabbed the woman. Blade hoisted one of the kids. Buffy, our lookout, yelled from above. They're running. Not shambling, running. We formed a circle around the family and moved as one. Every second counted. I turned and slashed a snarling corpse that got too close. Another came at me. Buffy dropped it with a knife through its bloodshot, milky white eye. We reached the vehicles. Drive. I screamed. Steele didn't need the order. He slammed his foot on the gas. The convoy roared forward like a beast breaking its chains. Behind us, the night came alive with shrieks. Shadows darted in the trees. Monsters charging from all angles. Like cockroaches on a caffeine binge, swarming the woods en masse. They set that up. The family. The attack. They wanted us to stop. Steele didn't even look at me. Means there's more coming. How are the kids? I called to Tank, who cradled the little boy like a football. Terrified. But alive. And the mom? Not bleeding out, Val said. Which is good. I'm out of gauze. The road carried us forward. The sun dipped behind the trees, and nobody said a damn word for miles. Even the sobs had stopped. Just the wheels on the road. The wind in the branches. And the quiet promise of more hell ahead. I looked at Steele. He didn't look back. He kept driving. The only thing that mattered now was getting to our destination alive. The sky was torn open, bleeding pink and gold across the horizon, like a fresh wound trying to heal. The sunset clawed its way through the night as our convoy dragged along the abandoned, corpse-strewn road, tires chewing over gravel and bone. The engines whined, battered like the rest of us. Every breath I took tasted like copper and rot. Blood caked my hands, stiffened my sleeves. I stopped trying to wipe it away hours ago. The dead didn't care how clean you were, and neither did the living. I sat shotgun in the lead truck, one hand on the stock of my rifle, the other clenching the doorframe hard enough that my knuckles ached. Every jolt of the road rattled through my bones. My legs burned. My shoulders screamed in agony. The silence inside the cab was suffocating, with old fear and new rage. It was less than a mile now to the Trans-Allegheny Asylum. It was supposedly safe. But my gut twisted itself into knots. Safety was a fairy tale we kept telling ourselves to stay sane. Behind me, Buffy sat cross-legged in the back seat, dragging her blade over a whetstone, slow and methodical. Scrape, scrape, scrape. The sound gnawed at my nerves, like rats in the walls. She hummed under her breath, some strange lullaby that had lost its sweetness long ago. It didn't help. Nothing helped anymore. Ahead, the road dipped into a shallow gully and curved sharply left, swallowed by mist. And that's when I saw them. Figures. Blocking the road. Dark silhouettes standing shoulder to shoulder, weapons drawn and ready. motionless as tombstones. Roadblock, Blade's voice snapped through the radio. Steele swore and slammed the brakes. The truck lurched violently. My head almost smashed into the dash. I was already moving, rifle in hand, boots hitting the cracked asphalt. The air was razor wire tight. At least 10 figures, maybe more, materializing from the mist. Not infected. Worse, maybe. Organized and still breathing. Alive. They held their weapons low but ready. A show of force. One wrong move, and this road would turn into rivers of blood. Shit. Steele muttered, yanking his rifle off the dashboard. He glanced at me, grim and hard. Stay focused. Tank and Blade were already out of their vehicles, fanning left. I dropped down and slid right, using the lead truck for cover. Buffy moved with me, crouched and silent, her blade gleaming. They ain't dead, Tank growled. But they sure as hell don't seem friendly. A woman's voice cut through the mist. Identify yourselves. Loud. Stern. No fear in it. Steele took a slow step forward. His rifle was up but pointed to the side. A compromise between threat and survival. We're survivors, he called. Looking for shelter. We heard that the asylum's still standing. Got women, kids. Fighters. We don't want trouble, but we won't back down either. Silence pressed down like a heavy hand. The figures didn't move. They didn't flinch. Their stillness was unnatural. They were predators sizing up prey that hadn't quite collapsed yet. One, a tall man with a bandana masking the lower half of his face, finally dipped his weapon half an inch. You got proof? His voice was flat, empty. Blade barked a harsh laugh, dead and hollow. Proof? Look at us, asshole. You think we chose to smell like rot and blood from half our pores? It's not like we carry our passports with us. Still no answer. Steele stiffened. His knuckles whitened around his rifle. We've got a contact inside, he said. Mama Ray. She knows us. The woman leading them shifted. Her fingers twitched on her rifle's grip. Mama Ray? She repeated, tone colder than before. You know her? Tank asked, a raw thread of hope breaking through his gritted teeth. Another figure stepped out of the mist. She was shorter, stockier, carrying a heavy shotgun like it was an extension of her arm. Gray braids down her back. Eyes like chipped stone. Even from here, I could feel the weight of her gaze drilling into us. Sizing us up. Calculating the threat. Deciding if we were worth the bullets. Steele? That one word cracked through the air like a gunshot. Steele straightened. Ray? For a beat, none of us breathed. Then the shotgun dipped. A bark of rough laughter split the tension as Mama Ray strode forward. You son of a bitch, she said, clapping Steele hard on the back. I thought you would be feeding the worms by now. Steele beamed, as he embraced her. But I didn't lower my rifle. Not yet. The others hadn't either. Mama Ray barked something over her shoulder, and the members of the roadblock slowly, reluctantly lowered their weapons. They reminded me of wolves pulling back from a fresh kill. Been through the grinder, Ray. Steele said when they finally broke apart. His voice was raw. We got families. Fighters. We need a place. She eyed him hard. You know the rules. You bring trouble, I bring your death. Tank chuckled bitterly. Sounds like she missed you. Buffy straightened up and strolled forward, casual as hell. Ray, huh? Nice spread you got here. Guns out, no smiles, trigger fingers itchy. Real warm welcome. Mama Ray gave her a look that could have curdled milk. And you are? Buffy. She winked. I kill dead things. And I make a mean cup of coffee. Mama Ray actually snorted. You'll fit right in. Engines rumbled back to life behind us. Blades signaled the rest of the convoy cautious, slow. The trucks began to roll forward, battered steel beasts groaning under the weight of survivors and supplies. From one of the transport trucks, Emma's pale face peeked out a splintered window. Eyes too wide, too hollow. Beside her, Marcus held onto her, for dear life. I caught Marcus's eye. Gave him the smallest nod. We weren't safe. Not even close. But we were closer than we'd been in a long, long time. Mama Ray turned to me as I came forward, rifle loose at my side but ready. And you are? She asked. Alex. Her eyes raked over me. My blood-crusted clothes, scarred knuckles, the blade sheathed at my hip. You look like a storm in a teacup. She said. Don't go brewing any trouble, here. I smiled. I've been called worse. She barked out a short laugh. Good. You'll need that spine. The asylum's not just walls and beds, girl. It's blood and sweat. You want to live here, you fight for it. Every infernal day. Always have. I said simply, resting my hand lightly on my blade. Steele turned to the convoy, voice booming. All right. Move it. 1 mile out. Eyes open, guns ready. The guards parted slowly, weapons still in hand. We rolled past them like ghosts through a graveyard. Blade kept sweeping the woods, eyes like daggers. Tank hung back, eyes twitching toward every shadow. Buffy and I flanked the rear. The sun was clawing down over the hills now, casting long, bloody shadows across the road. It should have been beautiful. It wasn't. It looked like the world was on fire. I breathed in rot, blood, diesel, and let it burn my lungs. Almost there. But almost meant nothing out here. In this world, safety was just the briefest pause between one nightmare and the next. The gates of the Trans-Allegheny Asylum creaked open like the world itself was being ripped apart. I tightened my grip on the battered bat slung across my back. Grime coated my forehead and arms, the residue of too many miles, too many bodies, too many near misses. Beyond the line of Mama Ray's guards, past the cracked asphalt and crumbling statues, the asylum loomed a colossal beast of stone and iron, bathed in blood-pink sunset light. It should have been dead. It should have been abandoned. But it wasn't. It was alive. Alive with people, survivors of the apocalypse, just like us. A fortress stitched together with madness and brilliance, the bones of old horror reforged into something else. The trucks rumbled in behind me, tires crunching gravel, engines coughing smoke. Our people were silent. Soaking it all in. The courtyard strung with makeshift gardens, the watchtowers pieced together from rusted scaffolding, the bullet casing wind chimes tinkling in the breeze. And then she appeared. Mama Ray. I squinted against the sunset. She stood at the top of the wide marble steps like a war goddess dragged from the ruins. Early 50s, lean and wiry, skin weathered like old leather, dreadlocks wild and tangled with beads, bones, and bright feathers. She wore a patchwork cloak, it fluttered around her legs, painted with words I couldn't quite read. Her aviators gleamed in the rising sun. And on either side of her, 2 giant fucking alligators. They lounged like sleeping dragons, leathery hides rippling in the wind, tails curled lazily. They were huge. Their eyes gleamed gold, and their mouths, lined with teeth like jagged glass, gaped open lazily. Above her head, 2 black crows circled, shrieking at the newcomers. Holy shit. Val breathed beside me, her fingers twitching near her knife. Tell me we're not expected to wrestle those things to get a meal. Kay quipped. Mama Ray laughed a wild, open, gut-deep sound that echoed across the courtyard. She threw her arms wide like she was welcoming us into the gates of hell itself. Well, slap my ass and call me a prophet. She crowed. Steele, you miserable old warhorse, you actually made it. Steele lowered his rifle and trudged forward like a man facing a firing squad. Still feeding the reptiles raw meat, Ray? Only the best cuts, sugar. She called back, cackling. Zombies make damn fine, gator snacks. Lean protein, no preservatives. You want Whiskey to get his figure back, don't you? She clicked her tongue and Whiskey thumped his tail, sending a spray of gravel across the courtyard. A smile tugged at the corner of my mouth despite myself. Beside me, Diesel shifted, the metal claw on his right arm gleaming in the morning light. Mama Ray spotted him instantly. Diesel, honey. She hollered, striding down the steps. You're rocking that crab claw. You gonna catch me some dinner with that thing or what? Maybe scratch my back while you're at it? Diesel snorted. Better than your damn gator scratching it. One of the crows dive-bombed close to his head, and he swatted at it with a laugh. Behind me, the others started filing out of the trucks. Kids clinging to adults. Fighters half carrying the wounded. Eyes wide with hope or terror. Mama Ray's face softened when she saw the children. She slowed, letting the grin fade a little. You brought babies. She said, almost reverently. Then, louder, to the whole courtyard. Bring them in. Ain't no child gonna starve under Mama Ray's roof. No sir. She clapped her hands twice, and suddenly people were moving. Guards emerged from hidden doors, hauling stretchers, handing out battered water bottles, guiding the sick toward the main building. A couple of teenagers in scavenged SWAT gear, probably Ray's kids, or people she'd raised, started unloading supplies. Dr. Lil pushed through the crowd with a medical kit, her white coat flapping around her like a flag of truce. Mia stuck close to her, dragging a bag half her size. Mama Ray caught sight of Dr. Lil and threw her arms wide again. Well, paint me blue and call me a Smurfette. She bellowed. Is that a real, living, breathing doctor? See? Have you got your papers, honey, or do you just play one, on TV? Lil gave her a tired smile. Pediatric surgeon. Harvard Med. Oh, fancy. Ray hollered, spinning, on one boot heel. See, Tango? We got ourselves a Harvard bitch. We gonna get cultured up in here. The gator grunted. As Ray swept toward us, her alligators lumbering behind like lazy shadows, the crows settled on the asylum's dilapidated facade, watching us with glittering black eyes. Steele crossed his arms. We're not here to crash your party, Ray. We need refuge. Maybe more. Of course you do, sugar pie, she drawled, blowing him a kiss. You wouldn't drag half a damn army across this god's forsaken backyard, unless the devil was sniffing round your arse. Come on in. Therapy wings open. Gym's dry. Hot showers if you don't mind talking a number. Kay elbowed Val. Did she say showers? I think she said showers, Val said, almost in disbelief. Mama Ray threw a finger over her shoulder as she led us up the steps. Water tank on the roof, solar panels rigged to the heaters. Ain't rocket science. Then she grinned a wicked, toothy grin. Well. Maybe a little rocket science. She leaned closer to me suddenly, her voice dropping, confidential, conspiratorial. I got a secret weapon, girly. A real smart cookie. MIT born, sharp as a razor and twice as mean. My baby girl, Vanessa. She's cooking up something special in the old isolation ward. Something to put those dead fuckers and the living assholes who run with them on their knees. I stared at her. Genetic modifications, she said, eyes glinting. Nature, weaponized. Ain't just zombies we're fightin' no more. Before I could answer, Whiskey snapped his jaws close to Blade's boots, making him yelp and stumble. Ray laughed until she wheezed. Don't mind Whiskey, she said. He's just sayin' hi. Inside, the asylum was a world unto itself. Wild, artistic and full of life. What was left of the marble floors had been patched together with scavenged wood, mismatched tiles, and sheets of scrap metal that groaned. The grand entrance had once been something magnificent, a relic of wealth and opulence. Now it was strung with flickering fairy lights and old Christmas decorations scavenged from God knows where. Mismatched tinsel hung from crumbling banisters. Hand-painted murals covered every visible wall, eerie and mesmerizing. Wolves under blood-red moons. Burning cities, rivers of flame and blood. With one particularly unsettling painting of a child, holding hands with a zombie, beneath the word, unity. Bed sheets were strung up as partitions, giving the illusion of privacy in a space where privacy had long since died. Through a cracked door, I glimpsed a chapel-turned-mess hall. Another door revealed a makeshift classroom where some teenagers were actively teaching kids how to load handguns. Because obviously, that's what elementary school looks like now. Home sweet home, I muttered. Diesel bumped my shoulder with his crab-like claw, the metal clicking faintly. He jerked his head toward a set of stairs marked, Lab authorized only. A cartoon skull grinned beneath the warning, complete with googly eyes. But that's where the fun stuff's happening, he said with a lopsided grin. Mama Ray whirled around, arms spread wide like she was presenting an opera house. This whole glorious kingdom, she announced theatrically, was built by me, my gators, and a few dozen crazy bastards, who refused to lay down and die. Oh, and Vanessa. Bless her heart, decided Mama Ray wasn't quite crazy enough, so she genetically engineered half the goddamn greenhouse. Steele gave her a look. The kind of look that stripped paint. You're growing weapons? Ha. No, sugar. I'm growing salvation. She led us down a wide hall and into what had once been the therapy wing. Leather couches now served as planters. Overturned chairs were repurposed as trellises. The space had been transformed into a hydroponic jungle. Plants grew in scaffold racks from floor to ceiling. Bright green vines, tomatoes the size of my head, strange pod-like fruits that buzzed softly as we walked by. Well, this is subtle, Val muttered. Mia wandered closer to one of the racks, her fingers brushing the leaves. Her eyes went wide. Some of this isn't normal. Quick one, ain't ya? Mama Ray said, winking. Normal is dead, darling. My Vanessa's got her thumbs so deep in Mother Nature's pie, we're serving up something real special. Kay crouched beside a spiked pod, eyeing it warily. Is it safe? As safe as anything else in this shithole world, Ray said with a shrug. Which is to say, none of us have grown a second head, or a tail. Yet. So, I'd say the food's safe. Mostly. Whiskey, Mama Ray's pet alligator, complete with glowing eyes and half a cybernetic tail, thudded past. His tail knocked over a stool. Diesel snorted. Better teach that thing some manners before it crushes your science experiments. Ray turned toward him with mock severity. Don't you worry about Whiskey or Tango. They're a hell of a lot smarter than they look. Unlike some folks. Diesel opened his mouth, probably to say something gloriously inappropriate, but stopped when a woman appeared at the far end of the room. She looked maybe my age, maybe older. Pale skin, cheeks flushed from effort or annoyance. Her hair was braided against her scalp. Her frame was wiry, her posture exact. She wore a patched-up MIT hoodie over tactical gear, carrying a clipboard brimming with scrawled notes and diagrams. Strapped to her hip was not a gun, but a sleek, hand-built dart launcher. Mama Ray clapped her hands. Speak of the devil. Y'all, meet my daughter. Vanessa Ray. Dr. Ray, if you're feeling fancy. But her friends call her Van. Vanessa gave us a nod, assessing us like she was trying to determine if we were worth the oxygen we consumed. You brought new variables into the compound, she said matter of fact, flipping through the clipboard. Good. We needed genetic diversity. Val snorted. Great. We're walking petri dishes. Vanessa actually smiled. Just a little. Something like that. Vanessa's been working on modifying nature. Ray gestured to the garden with pride. We got pesticide plants, zombie-repellent moss, a swarm of bees that can infect the living, and another swarm that might be the cure. Mia's jaw dropped. Wait. You made killer bees? By accident, Vanessa said, cool as a cucumber. I'm now working on inserting a cured genome into the sting of the second swarm. We adapt, or we die. The calm in her voice made the hairs on my neck stand up. Steele stepped closer to Ray. You have bees that can infect humans? Calm down, Ray said, waving him off. They're pheromone sensitive. They won't sting just anyone. We added a little nanotech. You're not gonna be breathing acid or sprouting tentacles. Yet. Yet, I echoed. Awesome. That's reassuring. The group began to scatter, drifting towards supply stations, makeshift kitchens, and hammocks strung over old medical exam tables. I stayed behind. Vanessa and Ray were whispering. Their energy shifted, no more performative madness. Just worry. And maybe fear. Steele stiffened beside me. What is it? Vanessa turned, clipboard now clutched to her chest. There's a pack nearby. Not zombies. Worse. I frowned. Worse than zombies? Smart ones. They are organized. They're evolving. Diesel gave a low whistle. The hunters. I fucking knew it. Those bastards are everywhere. Language, sugar, Ray scolded as if on autopilot, but her eyes were cold now. Where? Steele demanded. 20 miles north, Vanessa replied. Last week they wiped out a full settlement. Rumor has it they call to the living in dead loved ones' voices. They toy with you. Tug at your heartstrings, and then bang. Before you know it you're zombie chow. Ray added, and word is, they got themselves a leader. My stomach churned. Zombies didn't have leaders. That was the point. That was the horror. Mindless, relentless. You couldn't reason with them. Couldn't plan against them. If they weren't mindless anymore, we were in serious trouble. We'll need every edge we've got, Ray said. Every bee, every hybrid seed, every fong in every gator. And us, I said, stepping forward. The words came out sharper than I meant. You'll need us. Mama Ray grinned. Wild. Wolfish. A little unhinged. That's the spirit, Sugar Puff. Welcome to Mama Ray's wild kingdom. Hope you enjoy the ride. The line was moving slow. Steele leaned against the cracked wall next to me, arms crossed tight. His face set in that permanent grimace he wore, when he didn't like something and didn't know how to punch it into submission. Up front, Dr. Van sat on a battered metal stool, pulling on a fresh pair of gloves. Her little mobile lab was set up fast and dirty, a table piled with vials, syringes, alcohol wipes, and a portable centrifuge. Bright industrial lamps buzzed above her, turning the whole scene into something out of a wartime field hospital. You're sure about this? Kay questioned. Val, standing just ahead of her in line, glanced back, her jaw tight. We don't have a choice, do we? I didn't mean it like that. Kay said. I just said, maybe we should think, before handing our blood over to the mad scientist. Diesel, sitting cross-legged on the floor and tossing a chewed-up tennis ball to Whiskey, chuckled. Hey, she's not mad. Just, highly motivated. You weren't listening, Kay said, a rare bite in her tone. She said she's missing something for her bee project. And now she needs our blood? Val's mouth twisted. Yeah. That doesn't sit right with me either. Diesel shrugged. So, you'd rather have bees that don't sting the cure into people? 'Cause, I prefer them fully loaded, when we're facing a horde of Zeds. Whiskey, intrigued, lunged at the ball and accidentally knocked over Diesel, who went down in a laughing heap. On the second throw, Diesel's eyes went wide for a second as the massive gator barreled into him, sending him tumbling to the ground with a surprised yelp. He hit the marble tiles hard, but the laughter came quickly, bubbling up from deep in his chest as Whiskey, all enthusiasm and power, stood over him with the rubber ball, still clutched in his jaws. God damn it, Whiskey. What is your deal? Diesel chuckled, pushing himself up, wiping off his shirt with one hand, while trying to avoid getting smacked by Whiskey's tail. Tango, ever the more laid back of the two, strolled over to inspect the situation. His massive mouth hung open in what could only be described as a toothy grin, as he watched his companion wreak havoc. The gator's head tilted slightly, as though amused by the chaos, before he shuffled closer, his giant body moving with an effortless grace. Diesel, shaking his head in mock frustration, glanced up at Tank, who was standing nearby, chuckling at the scene. I swear, these two are like a wrecking crew on 4 legs. Tank let out a loud laugh. They're just excited to see you, Diesel. You should feel honored. Not many folk can say they've played fetch with gators and lived to tell the tale. Whiskey, still holding the ball, slid down with a satisfied grunt, tail swishing lazily behind him, while Tango finally decided to join the fray, circling around Diesel as though waiting for the next round of chaos. Diesel laughed again, finally pushing himself to his feet. All right, enough of that, he said, shaking his head. You two need a leash, or something. Tank stepped forward, ruffling Diesel's hair with a smirk. Better watch out, Diesel, they might think you're their new chew toy. The gators, seemingly content with their shenanigans, trotted over to Tank, Whiskey letting the ball fall at his feet, while Tango followed closely behind, staying at a more relaxed pace. Diesel looked at the two gators, shaking his head with a grin. You're not gonna get me to play fetch with you, Whiskey, he insisted, but his voice was still filled with amusement. I'm too old for that shit. But Whiskey, not one to be dissuaded, nudged the ball closer to Tank's feet with his snout, as Tango sat down next to him, watching with those intelligent eyes. Tank sighed, a smile creeping up on his face. All right, one throw. But don't expect me to run after it. Mama Ray cackled from across the room, where she was organizing jars of honey. Look at M. She called. Ain't nothin' better than boys and beasts finding their groove. Focus, Kay snapped. This isn't a joke. I rubbed the back of my neck, the tension brewing. Steele spoke up, voice slow and deliberate. We let a lot of things slide because we have to. But screwing around with genetics, that's a dangerous path. Val nodded, stepping forward toward the table but hesitating just before the stool. Vanessa looked up, expression clinical. Next. Val didn't move. You said you're missing something, Val said. What exactly are you trying to find? Vanessa's pen scratched over a clipboard. A genetic marker. Something unique. Something natural in humans. I need it to stabilize the vector, in the bees. Kay crossed her arms. And if you can't find it? Then the cure won't stick. It'll wash out of the system in under an hour. And if you do find it? Val pressed. Vanessa finally looked up, her brown eyes sparkling with excitement. Then the bees will deliver an engineered antiserum into the bloodstream of anything they sting. Clean, fast, scalable, instant. Kay frowned harder. And what's the risk? Mutation? You're extrapolating from unknowns. Vanessa said briskly. The risk is minimal. Minimal? Val repeated, voice rising. You're stitching nature into Frankenstein and calling it medicine. Isn't that unethical? Steele grunted. She's right to worry. We've seen what bad science can do. Hell, most of the world ended because someone decided to play God. The line had mostly gone silent now. Even Diesel, picking himself off the floor, stopped joking. Whiskey and Tango bumped against his legs, content to lounge in the dusty warmth. Vanessa stood, her clipboard dropping to the table with a loud clack. Fear won't save you. We are living in unethical times. She said, her voice crisp. You're afraid of what might happen if we push too far. I'm afraid of what'll happen if we don't push far enough. We are outnumbered by the thousands, no millions. Humanity is doomed. Unless I can find a way to make this work. She pointed toward the north windows, where the gray line of the horizon trembled with distant storm clouds or maybe something worse. They're changing, she said. The monsters. They're not the mindless hordes anymore. They're learning. They're adapting. If we don't evolve faster than they do, we're done. Kay's jaw set stubbornly. That doesn't mean we should hand over everything, that makes us human. It's just a little blood, Vanessa snapped. Not your soul. There was a beat of silence. Diesel muttered, depends who you ask. Some religions and cultures believe it's all connected. Mama Ray drifted closer, still smiling, still radiating that weird chaotic warmth. She looped an arm around Kay's shoulder and another around Val's. My beautiful, smart girls, she said. You ain't wrong to be scared. You ain't wrong to question. But trust is the real currency here. We don't got that, we got nothing but corpses. Kay looked like she wanted to argue, but Mama Ray just squeezed her, shuffling her forward. Now, go on. Let Van stick you. It'll be over quicker than a tequila hangover. Reluctantly, Val slid onto the stool. Vanessa was quick sterilizing her arm, drawing a vial of blood, slapping a rough cloth bandage over the puncture. That wasn't so bad, was it? She said without an ounce of apology. Kay muttered something under her breath I didn't quite catch, but it didn't sound polite. Next, she said without looking up. Kay shot me a grim look, but I sat down anyway. The tension in the air tightened, as each of us inched forward. Nobody liked it. But nobody stepped out of line either. My turn. I dropped into the seat, resting my arm on the table. You gonna turn me into a zombie plant, if you find something interesting? I kidded, keeping my tone light. Vanessa's lips twitched. Zombie plants aren't on the agenda. Yet. I'm trying to find a cure, not create more zombies. Good to know. I quipped, as the needle slid in. Behind me, Diesel was still on the floor, now fully wrestling with whiskey while Tank barked encouragement. Tango waddled in, tail swiping a stack of crates sideways. You're losing to a lizard, mate. I called back at Diesel. Not losing, Diesel grunted, trying to free his arm from Whiskey's jaws. Just, strategic retreat. You're strategic, all right, Mia said dryly from the end of the line. Mama Ray was laughing so hard she nearly dropped a tray of homemade moonshine bottles she was hauling toward the mess hall. As my blood filled the vial, I caught Vanessa studying me, not just my arm, but my face, my posture, the way I sat. Today, something interesting? I asked. She shook her head, sealing the sample. Just trying to figure out if you're a fighter or a survivor. Both, I said. I've had to be. Her eyes gleamed. Thought so, you look like you can handle yourself. Steele's blood was next. He didn't flinch, didn't even blink. By the time Diesel's turn came, Tango was half sitting on him and Whiskey had stolen his knife. Mama Ray clicked her tongue. You let a gator steal your weapon, boy? You're lucky these ones like ya. Diesel just grinned up at her lazily. Bonding experience. The scent of antiseptic hung thick in the air, curling in my nose as I stayed close beside Buffy. She wrung her hands, her small shoulders tense under her jacket. The line had thinned out now. Most of the others had already given their blood samples to Dr. Van. It was just us, left. Buffy shot me a pleading look, wide blue eyes shimmering with unshed tears. You're staying, she whispered in a fierce determination, grabbing my wrist with surprising strength. I'm not going anywhere, Buffy. I swear, I said. I squeezed her hand gently, grounding her. She nodded, swallowing hard. Dr. Van stood behind a portable metal tray loaded with vials, needles, alcohol wipes, and what looked like a handheld scanner. Her lab coat was smeared with dust and the faintest hint of honey from the experimental bees she worked with. She adjusted her glasses on the bridge of her nose and smiled sweetly at Buffy, trying to put her at ease. "All right, ladies," Van said, her voice brisk but warm. "You're the last two. Then we'll be finished. I appreciate your cooperation. I know none of you signed up for this." Amanda sat in the chair first without hesitation, her platinum hair tied back in a tight braid. She looked calm, cool, as if nothing could rattle her. Buffy, however, still clung to me. I perched on the edge of the table next to her, keeping our legs touching so she'd know I was there. I could practically feel her heartbeat pounding through her skin. Van slid a fresh needle into place with an expert snap, wiping Amanda's arm down with alcohol. "You're good with needles, huh?" Van questioned. Amanda gave a wry chuckle. "Compared to fighting zombies? Needles are a walk in the park." Van laughed under her breath and found Amanda's vein easily, sliding the needle in with the smoothness of someone who had done this 1,000 times before. Blood filled the vial rapidly. Van labeled it neatly, but before she swapped out the tube, she paused, frowning a little. She picked up the scanner from the tray and ran it lightly over Amanda's arm. The device beeped twice and displayed a string of data I couldn't make heads or tails of. Van's brows shot up. Well, that's interesting." Amanda raised an eyebrow. "Problem?" "Not at all. It's just, your genetic profile is fascinating." Van's voice dropped slightly, curiosity sharpening her tone. "You wouldn't happen to have any known genetic mutations or anomalies, would you?" Amanda smirked faintly, like she was used to being called weird in one way or another. "Actually, yeah. Buffy and I both have XXX syndrome." Van straightened up so fast, I thought she might snap her own spine. Her eyes widened with an almost hungry gleam. "XXX?" She breathed. "Are you sure?" Buffy, sensing the shift in energy, looked up nervously. "Yeah. I have full trisomy. And my mom, she has mosaic." Van's face lit up with a smile so wide it was almost scary. This is extraordinary," she exclaimed, rushing to a whiteboard she'd dragged into the corner earlier. She started scribbling wildly, numbers, gene sequences and symbols in a mad scrawl. I squeezed Buffy's hand, feeling her trembling less now that the attention was off the needle, drawn fully on Van's manic excitement. "Would someone please explain why this is suddenly a big deal?" Amanda asked, crossing her arms. Van turned, gesturing with her marker like a magician unveiling a trick. "XXX syndrome is incredibly rare," she said. "Most women don't even know they have it because it often doesn't cause major physical differences. But the extra X chromosome, that's where the magic is." She pointed at Buffy and Amanda, her eyes sparkling. "You both have more feminine genetic material than the average human female. XXX literally means you're genetically more female than normal." Buffy tilted her head, biting her lip. "Mother Nature is female," she said in slow motion, like she was thinking it through, aloud. "Maybe, it would make sense that the cure would come from something more female." Amanda looked intrigued despite herself. "Buffy's right. Evolution favors survival, and if nature created a backup system like the extra X, maybe it's there for a reason." Van nodded so vigorously her glasses slipped down her nose again. "Exactly. And considering what we're facing, the Z virus mutates too fast. We need genetic material that's resilient, flexible, with more robust repair mechanisms. Some sexual differentiation specifies cellular responses to DNA damage. If I can modify the XXX chromosome, I might be able to enhance cellular repair. Maybe mutate it, with the bee's genetics." She turned back to the blood vials reverently, like she was holding the Holy Grail. "If I can isolate the traits in your DNA, amplify them into the bees, we might just give humanity a fighting chance." Van murmured. Buffy shifted uncomfortably under the praise, still eyeing the needle like it might leap up and attack her. She tugged at my sleeve. Can you, hold my hand, tighter? She whispered. I laced our fingers together, squeezing until she gave me a grateful nod. Van approached her with the alcohol wipe, moving slowly now, her earlier wildness tempered by the need to not spook Buffy more than she already was. You're very brave, Van said softly. I know this is scary. Buffy screwed her eyes shut, but she didn't pull away. Her knuckles turned white around my hand. A moment later, the needle slid into her arm. She flinched, a tiny whimper escaping her lips, but she didn't yank it away. You're doing amazing, I said, leaning close enough for her to hear me. The vial filled up with Buffy's blood. It was bright red, the color of life and hope. Van swapped it for another, wanting a second sample just to be sure. When she finally withdrew the needle and pressed gauze over Buffy's arm, Buffy sagged in pure relief. All done, Buffy, I said, helping her sit up straighter. Van was already typing furiously on her tablet, muttering under her breath about gene editing, CRISPR splicing, exon activation escapees, and other science jargon that I didn't understand. What about mosaic? Amanda asked with caution. I'm not full XXX. Does that matter? Van looked up, beaming. Mosaicism might actually be better. It means some of your cells are standard XX and some are XXX. That could give us more flexibility when editing the bees. It's like having 2 decks of cards to pull from instead of one. Amanda gave a rare, genuine smile at that. She nudged Buffy's shoulder gently. See, Buffy? Maybe it's a good thing that we are unique. We are gonna save the world. Buffy laughed shakily, tears sparkling in her eyes, half from stress, half from pride. I always said being different is better than being normal, she said hoarsely. Van straightened, her posture almost regal now. You two may have just given humanity its best shot. Van said solemnly. You should be proud. I hugged Buffy as she relaxed against me. She hated needles, and she hated being the center of attention. Even more. But as far as I was concerned, she was the bravest person in this whole darn camp. Thanks, Alex. I will always be here for you, Buffy. I whispered back. Van carefully packed the blood samples into a cooled bio case, then tucked the scanner under her arm. We have work to do, she said, almost to herself. Real work. As she swept away to her lab tent, her boots kicking up little puffs of dust, Amanda helped Buffy and me to our feet. The 3 of us stood still for a moment, trying to process what we just learned. Buffy wiped her face with her sleeve. So, we might save the world? Amanda clapped her gently on the back. Yeah, kiddo. Looks like we might. I smiled, feeling something warm blossom in my chest. Hope. It was a fragile thing, but it didn't feel so impossible. Come on, I said. Let's go tell the others. We've got a lot of work ahead. Mama Ray clapped her hands. All right, my darlings. It's supper time. Come on, you survived the science, now you have earned yourselves a seat at the table. Diesel staggered up, one arm slung around Tank, the other still batting whiskey's snout away from his belt. If dinner's anything like the blood draw, I'm gonna need a stiff drink first, he said. Already poured, sugar plum, Mama Ray said with a wink. We trailed after her down the cracked halls, toward the mess hall where the real planning, the real war was about to begin. But for now, it was food, firelight, and the strange, fragile thing called hope. The dinner was a mix of chaos and comfort. A large, rustic table had been set up in what used to be the asylum's old mess hall. The room, with its high ceilings and cracked windows, had been transformed into a makeshift dining room. Wooden planks, old chairs, and a few mismatched tables made it feel like home. It was a far cry from the sterile walls it used to have. The air was filled with a strange blend of smells, the hearty stew bubbling in large pots, the bread freshly baked, and the faint scent of wood smoke from the fire pit outside. There was laughter, chatter, and the sound of clinking glasses. In this world, survival didn't come with comfort, but for this brief moment, it was as close as we'd get. Buffy and I were seated together at one end of the table, mostly to keep her calm. She hated large crowds and loud noises, but tonight, she was trying her best to ignore it. Her fingers were wrapped tightly around her glass of water, her eyes darting nervously between the unfamiliar faces. We no longer had the privilege of being selective about the company we kept. Mama Ray had invited everyone to the hall, and though the atmosphere was welcoming, I could feel the tension bubbling beneath it. Mama Ray, of course, was in her element. Making her rounds, with the ease of someone who'd mastered the art of survival and the power of presence. She stood tall at the head of the table, her dreadlocks swaying with every step. She poured moonshine from a jug that looked as if it had been passed down through the ages. Her laughter was a constant presence, her voice booming as she cracked jokes with anyone who dared make eye contact. There was something magnetic about her. She made no attempts to hide her eccentricities. All right, she called out, raising her glass high. Gather round, folks. Tonight, we raise a glass to those who've made it this far. To the survivors, the fighters, and the ones who still have some fight left in them. The room quieted for a moment as everyone turned to face her, raising their own glasses in a mix of camaraderie and reverence. The firelight from the nearby hearth cast flickering shadows across the worn faces of the people who had made it here. Their eyes filled with a guarded hope. Steele, who was sitting the other side of me, leaned in with a small grin. Only Mama Ray could make a room full of strangers feel like family. I glanced at him, noting the weariness etched into his features, the exhaustion of the road finally catching up to him. She's got a way about her. Mama Ray's eyes caught mine, and she winked before turning back to the group. And now, we've got something special. A toast for two very important ladies. I tensed slightly, knowing what was coming. Buffy stiffened beside me, her grip tightening around her glass. Buffy, Mama Ray called out, her voice dripping with affection, and Amanda. The room seemed to hold its breath for a second as everyone turned to look at us. I saw the flush creeping up Buffy's neck, but she tried to smile and offered a small wave. I could feel her embarrassment, it was coming of her in waves. Mama Ray raised her glass higher. These two ladies might just hold the key to humanity's future. The murmurs spread like wildfire through the crowd, and I heard the whispers, "What's this about? Are they really that important?" There was a certain air of gravity in Mama Ray's tone, one that said this wasn't a joke. Steele leaned back in his chair, a slight frown on his face. "What's going on, Ray?" Mama Ray grinned, but this time, there was a flash of something darker in her eyes. I sat beside Buffy, my best friend, my constant in all this madness. She fidgeted with her hands, her fingers twitching in the way they always did when she was nervous. Buffy hated needles. Always had. Not just because of the sting, but because of what came with them. The silence. The scrutiny. The cold clinical way they used to treat her when she was small. The prodding and poking by men in white coats. Doctors who didn't understand her condition. Her rare genetic syndrome made her a case, not a kid. That kind of thing doesn't just fade. After Dr. Van had finished drawing our blood for analysis, I caught the way Buffy's jaw clenched, how she stared at the floor like it might swallow her whole. Yeah, she still hated it. Every second of it. But it wasn't just that. Dr. Van had told us something huge earlier. It was a bombshell. Something that would change the world and win this war. She had said it with such certainty, and yet there was something in her voice that made me wonder if, even she understood the magnitude of what she was implying. Amanda and Buffy, the two of them, were the key. The key to saving the world. I could hardly believe it. Their blood, their genetics, was special. Unique, Dr. Van had said. It was a rare combination of traits, and the more she explained, the more my head spun. Buffy and Amanda both had triple X syndrome. A rare chromosomal condition that affected women, but what made it even more significant was the way Dr. Van explained it. The X chromosome imbalance could be a crucial factor in modifying the Z virus, in a way that might stop its devastating effects on the human race. That was the theory. Dr. Van, daughter of Mama Ray, Vanessa, the MIT scientist with her own terrifyingly brilliant mind, was the one actually working on it. Changing the genetic makeup of various species to try and create a cure. She had made bee DNA, compatible with human DNA, to produce venom that might neutralize the infection. They'd tried all kinds of things, but the bee's venom needed something more, something that Amanda and Buffy had. Dr. Van said that they might have just what she needed, and that sent a chill down my spine. Buffy wasn't really processing it as much as I thought she should be. Her eyes were glazed over, lost in her own thoughts. Amanda was quietly holding her hand, trying to comfort her, even though I knew she was just as unsettled by the whole thing. "Just relax, Buffy," I whispered, reaching over to squeeze her hand. "This is bigger than us. You know that, right?" She blinked, snapping out of her daze. "Yeah. I know." Her voice was hoarse, almost as if she were choking on the weight of it. "But does that mean we're the freaks, who hold the future of the world, on our shoulders? Because I don't think I'm ready for that." I wanted to reassure her, but how could I? We weren't ready. None of us were. We were being pushed into a fight we didn't know how to win. The world was falling apart, and yet here we were, sitting down to dinner like it was any other night. Mama Ray's voice boomed across the table, a clear, loud reminder of the eccentric chaos that defined this place. She was standing at the front of the room, her arms raised in a mock-serious fashion. "I want to make a special toast," she declared, her grin stretching wide across her face. "A toast to Amanda and Buffy. For those of you who don't know, these two wonderful women," she gestured toward them with a flourish, "are going to save us all. They don't even realize it yet, but they're the key to wiping out the Z virus." A murmur spread through the room. Everyone seemed to take it differently. Some faces lit up with hope, others wore that cautious skepticism people always had when faced with something they didn't fully understand. Even Steele's stoic face betrayed a flash of uncertainty, though he didn't say a word. Buffy stiffened beside me, the tension radiating off her. But there was no denying it. Dr. Van's excitement was contagious, almost manic. Mama Ray continued, beaming. "My daughter, Van, thinks their blood might hold the cure. They've got what no one else has, something unique. Maybe it's to do with genetics. Maybe it's written in the stars. But we're all hoping it's something we can work with." "Cheers to you, Amanda and Buffy," said Steele, raising his glass in a small salute. "May your genetics be the answer, and may the world finally stop going to shit." The room echoed with clinking glasses. It felt wrong somehow. Like everything was too much to handle. How had we ended up here? Not long ago, we were fighting to survive. Trying to keep going, just living another day. Now, we were part of some genetic experiment that could change everything. And the pressure of it was unbearable. I looked at Amanda, her face unreadable, and then at Buffy, who was twisting a napkin in her hands. I knew what she was thinking. She was afraid. Afraid that she and Amanda were no longer just survivors of the apocalypse, but were now the world's last hope, its last chance. "So, what exactly happens now?" Buffy asked, her voice barely audible. "You're not gonna start putting our blood in bees or something, are you?" Dr. Van, who had been standing nearby, seemed almost giddy at the question. No. Nothing that dramatic, yet. But your blood is special, Buffy, Amanda. The X chromosome, the triple X syndrome, it's a unique variation. We need more blood samples to see if this is the breakthrough we've been waiting for." Buffy paled. "Blood samples? Are you seriously gonna keep poking us with needles?" "I swear to God, if I see another needle." Dr. Van smiled, leaning in a little. "Look, I understand. But if we don't take samples, how will we know for sure? Your blood might hold the key to fixing everything. And without it, we're just fumbling around in the dark. Isn't that what we're all doing? Amanda interrupted, a little too loudly. Fumbling in the dark? Every step we take, it feels like we're just guessing. You want us to be your guinea pigs? You think our blood will save the world, but I've seen plenty of people put their faith in things that don't pan out. I'm not so sure I want to put my trust in something that might lead to another dodgy mutation. She's right, Buffy added, looking up at Dr. Van with wary eyes. I'm not ready to be the answer to some damn riddle. I don't want to be part of an experiment. But Dr. Van didn't flinch. I understand your hesitation. But we need this. We don't have time to waste. The Z virus is killing everyone. We don't get another chance. I reached out to squeeze Buffy's hand again. Buffy, you know we can't just sit here and do nothing. If your blood can save people, if we can be part of something bigger than ourselves, maybe that's worth it. She didn't respond right away, but I could see the struggle in her eyes. Buffy was never one to back down from a fight, but this was different. This wasn't just surviving another night in the wasteland. This was about saving the whole damn world, and it terrified her. A loud cheer erupted from the room, and the knot in my stomach loosened. It wasn't relief, not really. It was more like the moment your head breaks the surface after you've been underwater too long. You're gasping, lungs screaming for air, but your legs are still kicking, still struggling to stay afloat. That's what this whole situation felt like. Temporary relief in a sea of dread. Mama Ray let the silence stretch out just long enough to settle over everyone like a warm, deceptive blanket. Then her voice cut through it again, calm but commanding. Since we're all here to survive, let's drink to that. To science, to survival, to hope. To Amanda and Buffy, for being the ones to carry us forward. She raised her glass like it was a sacred offering, and one by one, the others followed. I hesitated. Just for a second. I didn't want to, but I did. Because the moment she said their names. Buffy's name. It scared me. Because I knew full well that it scared Buffy too. Despite it all, I lifted my glass and took a sip. The moonshine scorched its way down my throat like liquid fire, and I coughed, hard. My chest burned, my eyes watered, but no one noticed. The room erupted into loud conversation, laughter, clinking glasses. All of them basking in the hope that had been so neatly packaged and handed to them. Amanda and Buffy. Our future. Our salvation. But my mind refused to join in the celebration. Mama Ray's words were still echoing in my ears. To Amanda and Buffy, for being the ones to carry us forward. It was a sentence that should have been inspiring, uplifting even. But all I felt was dread. Carry us forward to what, exactly? No one knew. And that's what terrified me the most. Could Buffy and Amanda really be the ones to save everyone? The question spiraled through my thoughts like a storm that wouldn't let up. What did it all even mean, in a world like this? Would the sting, the so-called cure, actually turn the infected back into humans? And if it did, what kind of humans would they be? Would they survive the transition, physically, mentally? Or would they be walking reminders of everything we'd lost, everything they'd done? Because they had done things. Things none of us could unsee. Things they might never forget. The idea that Buffy might have to live with that kind of horror, it made my chest ache in a way I couldn't describe. I glanced at her. She was still staring into her glass like it held all the answers, her fingers twitching restlessly against the rim. She looked pale, unsure, like a deer caught in a spotlight. I knew that look. I'd seen it before, back when this nightmare had first started, and we were all just trying to figure out how to stay alive for just one more night. She looked lost. Buffy knew I was watching. She turned her head slightly. Not all the way. Just enough for me to see the worry lines carving a path into her features. This wasn't excitement. It wasn't hope. It was confusion. Fear. I knew then that we were both lost and scared. So, what does this mean for us? She asked, her voice quiet, but not small. There was still fight in her. There always had been. Dr. Van leaned forward, her eyes gleaming. It means you're more important than you realize. Your genetics could be our salvation, our future. You're the key to the next step in evolution. Evolution. The word hit me like a punch to the plexus. It sounded so sterile, so scientific, so detached. Like Buffy and Amanda weren't real people anymore, just data points in some grand, theoretical future. She was already turning them into projects. Specimens. Buffy blinked, slowly. I could practically see the war going on behind her eyes. The cynicism was there, clinging to her pores. But so was something else. Something even more dangerous. Hope. That small, flickering light we all carried inside us, even when we swore we didn't. It was peeking out now, like it had heard its name and couldn't resist answering the call. But I didn't trust it. Not in this room. Not with these people. Because the truth was, we didn't know them. They were strangers. We'd been forced into this alliance out of necessity, not trust. We didn't have the luxury of choice. Just because we were stuck with them, it didn't mean we had to believe in them. And I sure as hell wasn't ready to hand Buffy over to them like some willing participant in a lab experiment. They kept using words like hope and future, but all I could hear was pet science project. That's what we were to them. What she was to them. Something to poke and prod and test until they got the answers they wanted. They didn't know her. They didn't know Amanda. And yet here they were, already staking claims. Already deciding what their bodies, their DNA, their lives, meant. And Buffy, God, Buffy. She was trying so hard to be brave. I could see it in the way she straightened her shoulders, the way she tightened her jaw. But I also saw the way her hands trembled when she thought no one was looking. I couldn't let her go through this alone. I leaned closer, brushing my fingers lightly against hers, grounding her, grounding myself. Whatever happens, I will be with you through it all. Best friends for life, remember? Her smile was faint, barely there. But it was real. Yeah, BFF, she whispered. I swallowed hard, trying to keep the tears from coming. Because the truth was, I didn't know if I could protect her from what was coming. I didn't know if any of us would survive this. And I hated that. I hated how helpless I felt. I hated how quickly these strangers had swooped in and made her feel important, like she owed them something in return. Because she didn't. She didn't owe them anything. She owed herself safety. Peace. Time to think. But I could already see the path forming in front of her, paved with pressure and expectations. They were going to ask too much of her. They were going to expect her to risk everything, for them. And I didn't trust them not to push her over the edge if she hesitated. That was the worst part. The not knowing. The uncertainty pressing down like a weight on my chest, stealing my breath. We didn't know these people. Not really. Trust wasn't something you gave away, just because someone handed you a drink and said the right words. Trust had to be earned. There was too much at stake. Too many cracks forming in foundations that hadn't even had time to set. And yet, they were already building on top of it. Building futures, dreams, salvation. Using Buffy and Amanda as their cornerstones. I couldn't stop thinking about it. What if this cure wasn't a cure at all? What if it broke them instead of saving them? What if it turned the zombies into something worse than before, something they couldn't come back from? I reached for Buffy's hand again and squeezed it gently. I was scared. Terrified, even. But more than anything, I was angry. Angry that the world had crumbled so completely that we were now clinging to strangers and science experiments, like they were the only thing standing between us and extinction. Beneath all of that, buried under layers of fear, rage and desperation, was love. My love for Buffy. That kind of love makes you fight harder, even when there's nothing left to fight with. So yeah. Best friends for life. No matter what, I was gonna be there for her. Because she was my sister from another mother. The girl that fought by my side. The girl that danced in the rain with me. The bonfire was guttering low, coughing out smoke like a dying beast. We yanked chairs into a circle, the scrape of metal legs loud against the cracked concrete. Then Mama Ray's people started to arrive. Her real crew. The ones built for war and survival. They moved like wolves. Lean, scarred, dangerous. Some wore torn leather patched with old battle scars. Others were wrapped in shredded military gear that looked like it had seen 100 firefights. Weapons hung from them like extensions of their own bodies. Knives, axes. Heavy old rifles that had been repaired, more times than I could count. But their eyes were the worst part. Dead calm. Like they'd stared into the end of the world and smiled back at it. These weren't soldiers. They weren't survivors. They were the ones who fought the apocalypse, and won. I shifted in my chair, feeling the weight of what was about to happen. Across from me, Buffy sat close, picking at her nails. Amanda perched beside her, arms crossed, fierce but calm. Diesel leaned against a post, Tank stood at his side. The two of them looking more like brothers than friends, even though they were from different ethnicities. Mama Ray clapped her hands once, sharp enough to make us all jump. All right, young bloods. Old bloods. Everybody with a heartbeat still beaten. Listen up. She raised a battered mason jar full of amber moonshine, grinning so wide her gold tooth caught the firelight. This here's family now. You hear me? Ain't no them and us. From now on, it's all of us. We're about to pull off a rescue that'll make the history books, if there's anyone left to write M. Cheers and a few whoops went up. Mama Ray pointed with her jar. First, let me introduce you to the maddest bunch of hellraisers this side of the Mississippi. Some are still on duty, but they will be here in a while. She turned, motioning to her crew one by one. That's Cooper Farm Boy, crop duster pilot, and meaner than a snake with a toothache when he's in the air. Cooper tipped his cap at us, a quiet, rangy guy with a sun-creased face and wiry strength. Next to him, that's Jaden. Used to be Black Ops, now she's mine. Best shot with a long rifle you'll ever see. Jaden gave a curt nod, afro braids tucked under her cap, eyes like dark golden storm clouds. That's Jackson and Cairo. Demolition experts. Brothers, troublemakers, and absolute madmen with C4. Jackson elbowed Cairo, who grinned wide enough to show a missing molar. Gabby's our medic. She'll stitch you up or put you down, depending on what you need. Gabby, dark-skinned with a halo of tight curls, gave a mock salute. That brood is Roach. He is our heavy weapons expert. Ex-bouncer, bad attitude, but he has a big heart under there somewhere. Roach scowled like he wanted to disagree but couldn't be bothered. Then we got Ming. He's our tech wizard. Drone pilot. Brainiac who likes to blow stuff up remotely. Ming, slight and sharp-eyed, tapped away at a tiny keyboard even as Ray spoke. Finally, there's Dante. Tracker, hunter, all-around ghost in the woods. If he don't want you to find him, you won't. Dante stood silently behind her, arms crossed. Navajo native tattoos winding up his forearms like vines. His eyes, black as wet stone, flicked over us, then dismissed us. He wasn't being unkind, I think he was just assessing us. And of course, Mama Ray finished with a wink, you already know my genius baby girl, Dr. Van. The mad scientist who's gonna fix this world, of the dead. Vanessa, or Dr. Van as everyone called her, barely looked up from her tablet, scowling as she scribbled furious notes. Mama Ray took a breath, her smile fading into something grim. Now for the hard part. We all leaned forward instinctively. Vanessa stood, pushing her glasses up her nose. Our bees, her voice was clear and clinical. The engineered hives are ready. We took standard European honeybees, genetically modified them, with the dormant strain of the Z virus. A low murmur ran through the circle. They're not infectious by themselves, Van continued. But when they sting, they inject a targeted viral payload. It's designed to infect the Z virus in hosts, and, she paused, looking around. But it will also sterilize the infected carriers that they sting. Adder's men, when they turn into Zeds, they won't have the ability to spread the virus. So, bites and scratches from the infected soldiers won't turn you. It's not a cure as of yet, but at least they won't be able to infect any of you, should you have the misfortune of being attacked by one of them. Like a vaccine? Kay questioned, her brows furrowed. More like a targeted bioweapon. Van said without blinking. Buffy stiffened next to me. But there's a catch, Van said, adjusting her glasses. The bees are neurologically linked to the queen at the asylum. Without her, they won't come home. The last thing we need is these bees out there alone and isolated from their queen bee. The pheromone spray should centralize the stingers. So, anything in spray radius will attract the bees, make them aggressive. Val whistled low. So, if anything happens to your queen bee, we're screwed? Correct. We need to make darn sure the queen is healthy and safe. The last thing we need is mutant bees going rogue. Ming spoke up, tapping something on a tablet. Each bee has a microscopic chip implanted. We can track the swarm via satellite, and if needed, recall them to the asylum using low-frequency pulses. With the queen bee being at the asylum, they'll come home naturally. Jay added. Think homing pigeons, but for bees. But how do we get them to sting Adder's men? And only Adder's men? Amanda asked, arms still folded tight. Van tapped the tablet. A diagram of a chemical compound popped up. This. She smiled. A synthetic pheromone. We spray it on the targets. To the bees, it'll smell like an invader. They'll attack en masse. You got the spray? Mama Ray asked. Enough to mark the whole camp. Van smirked. But obviously anyone behind closed doors and windows won't get infected. Jackson cracked his knuckles. So, we take them out fast and by the numbers. We'll need aerial dispersion. Cooper chimed in, speaking for the first time. His voice was rough, country deep. I can rig my crop duster to spread the spray. First flyover, spray the bastards. Second flyover, release the bees. You have bees ready for flight? Kay queried, raising her brow. 3 hives, Van said. About 60,000 bees in total. Gabby let out a low whistle. That's a whole lotta angry in the air. How do you plan to release them? Val jumped in. Cooper shrugged. Old fertilizer canisters, modified to open midair. Gravity will do the rest. And they'll follow the plane back to the asylum? I questioned, feeling like I was barely keeping up. They're linked to the Queen, Van said. The plane will carry traces of its synthetic scent compounds we collected. Buffy nudged me. Bees with GPS and mind control. That's kind of badass. I laughed, because it was badass, and because if I didn't laugh, I'd probably start freaking out. Mama Ray stood tall, radiating command. So, here's the dance. Cooper sprays M. Then lets the bees loose. Meanwhile, the rescue team, that's you lot. Plus a few of my lot, join you in the fray. Go in and get the girls out of the cat house. She glared at Steele and then the rest of us. We were all bristling with energy, ready for a fight. Adder's not gonna sit still while bees are chewing up his boys. He'll pull back to regroup. That's our window. Ming pulled up a satellite map, the grainy layout of the cat house compound. Main building here. Guard posts here and here. Holding pens with the Zeds here and here. The cat house is at the back wing. How many guards? Diesel asked, frowning. At least 80, Jaden quipped. Heavily armed. Minus whoever the bees take out. Ming added. Mama Ray pointed. Dante leads you in. Roach and Cairo clear the doors. Gabby rides cleanup, in case of injuries. And you? Kay asked. Mama Ray grinned, wild and wolfish. I'll be in the second truck with the girls. Keepin' the engine hot. Buffy raised her hand hesitantly. What if the bees, don't work? The firelight caught Van's face, and for a moment, she looked way younger, way more scared. Then we go to Plan B. Mama Ray said firmly. And what's Plan B? Amanda asked. Mama Ray winked. Shoot, stab, and punch our way out. Just like the good old days. Laughter rippled around the circle, brittle and nervous. I swallowed hard, feeling the adrenaline starting to surge. It was happening. We were really doing this. Saving those girls. Saving the world, maybe. And doing it with mad scientists, gator wranglers, bee swarms, crop dusters, and a bunch of badass warriors who were somehow my family now. Mama Ray lifted her jar again. For humanity. She said. For humanity. We echoed. And somewhere deep inside me, a spark caught fire. About 20 minutes later, the rest of Mama Ray's team arrived. 3 men came with a tall, muscular black woman whose braids were pulled back tight. I swear her eyes missed nothing. She wore a half-buttoned flak jacket and had a blade strapped to her thigh. When she introduced herself, her name was Thandi. Ex-Special Forces. South African. Got stranded here when everything went sideways. Never went back, she said, her voice thick and slow like molasses sliding over stone. Her gaze lingered on Sloane for a moment, and Sloane definitely noticed. You handle engineering and fieldwork? Thandi asked, her head tilted. Yeah, Sloane blinked. Mostly repair, some weapon modifications. Good. I like smart women. Sloane's ears went red as beetroot. Val gave me a sideways grin and I smirked. Then came the twins Brock and Caleb. Towering men with shoulders like trucks and matching sheriff star tattoos on their arms. We used to keep the peace down in Fayette County. Brock's voice was like gravel. Didn't expect to be doing it after the world fell apart, but here we are. Caleb grunted in agreement, arms crossed. We've got your back. Last was Quinn. Short, stocky, and built like a bear, he had a thick Boston accent and a grin that never quite reached his eyes. Navy SEAL, he said, nodding to Blade. Demolitions, security, infiltration, you name it. Been doing recon runs, for Mama Ray for months now. Quinn's the one who rigged the backfield with explosives, Mama Ray added with pride. Keeps the hordes from getting too curious. Buffy whistled. You guys are like a paramilitary circus. I love it. We'll need every bit of their firepower and brains for what's coming. Blade muttered. He hadn't put down his rifle yet. Mama Ray moved the meeting to what had once been the asylum's cafeteria. The tables were pushed together, maps laid out in layers, weapons resting in makeshift racks. A low lantern burned in the middle. All right, she said, slapping a palm on the table. Tell me everything. Steel and Blade laid it out, Adder, the cat house, the Lrads, the girls and women being held hostage, the need for inversion shields and standard headphones. Thandi's jaw clenched. Even Quinn's cocky stance tightened. We'll need 3 teams, Steel said. 1 to infiltrate, disable the Lrads, turn them on Adder's people. The second team is the rescue and strike team. The third team to stand on perimeter defense ready with getaway vehicles. You're taking me. Thandi said, eyes on Sloane. If we're breaking and building, I want to be by the woman who makes things work. Sloane looked half terrified, half flattered. Okay. Sure. Quinn grunted. I'll handle the rads. I can disassemble, jam, or flip them, whatever we need. Ming's with me. He's quieter than a fart in a blizzard. We'll need scouts up front. Blade added. Buffy, Tank, you're my eyes. Copy that, Tank said. Buffy gave a mock salute. Val glanced at me, her face serious. Alex and I can hold flank with the sheriff boys. If this goes south, we make sure people get out. Can Kay go with you guys? Only I would rather go in with Steel and Diesel. In the thick of things, you know. Val smirked. Is that really the reason? The heat crept up my neck. Luckily Buffy interrupted, my embarrassment. If Alex is going into the camp to fight, then so am I. Mum, you will go with Tank instead of me? Amanda nodded in agreement. Yeah, I'll go with Tank. Then Jackson and Roach stepped in. Well, hell y'all, you guys aren't having all the fun. We are going in with Steele's crew. I speak for myself and Jax when I say, we just love getting our hands dirty. Caleb and Brock interrupt. Us too. We want some fun. That settles it then, the rest of you can stay here and guard the asylum whilst we are gone. Mama Ray leaned back in her creaky chair. We all good? Mama Ray continued. Now we get some rest. We will have everything ready before we move out in the early hours. We go to war, come morning. As we filed out, she tossed me a wink. And you, little warrior, you've got fire in you. Let it burn the bastards. I didn't say a word, I just nodded. I pulled my jacket tighter around me as the night air settled heavy and cold. Around the circle, the energy had shifted. It was less rowdy, more focused. We weren't just talking anymore. We were committing. Mama Ray nodded at Ming, who flicked through more drone footage on his tablet, giving us a better look at the cat house compound. Blocky, ugly buildings surrounded by chain-link fences topped with razor wire. Spotlights crisscrossed the yard like prison searchlights. Guards rotate every 6 hours. Ming said. Next shift change is just before dawn. If we move fast and time it right, we can catch them tired, half asleep. Plus, Jaden added, her voice low and serious, Adder's been shipping girls in and out every 3 days. If we wait too long, some of them will be gone. Forever. Buffy sucked in a sharp breath beside me. Amanda reached over and squeezed her hand. We couldn't let that happen. We wouldn't. Mama Ray tilted her head back, scanning the ceiling, as if it had the answers. Timing's critical. She said. Cooper needs to be airborne 15 minutes before we hit the fences. Bees gotta be swarming by the time we reach the first checkpoint. Cooper leaned forward, elbows on knees. Wind's gonna be an issue. If it's gusty, the spray might not land where we want it. Forecast says dead calm. Ming said, without looking up. We get lucky for once. Roach snorted. 'Bout damn time. I glanced over at Van. She was tapping furiously on her tablet, checking the swarm control protocols. Her hands were trembling. I wondered if anyone else noticed. I did. And it made me feel weirdly protective. Vanessa looked up and caught me staring. Her lips quirked in a ghost of a smile. I smiled back. God, we were all so broken. But somehow, here in the dark, we were fitting together like the jagged pieces of a shattered mirror. Mama Ray broke the silence. All right, assignments. She pointed. Steele and Roach's team, you're taking out any stragglers. Clear a path to get those doors open and those girls out. The 4 of them exchanged grim nods. Amanda, tank your extraction team. You stay with the girls, keep them moving, carry them if you have to. Copy that, Tank nodded, and Amanda swallowed hard but squared her shoulders. Cairo and Dante flank guards. Watch for anyone trying to circle around and cut us off. Silent and deadly, Cairo said, grinning wickedly. Damn right, Dante said, his voice like gravel. And my babies, Mama Ray turned to the rest of us. Kay, Val, you ride with me. Quick reaction force. Kay smirked. Guess we're the cavalry. You bet your sweet ass, Mama Ray said, laughing. And me? Jaden asked, a faint edge to her voice. Mama Ray smiled grimly. You'll be our overwatch, sugar. Find yourself a nice rooftop and rain down hellfire on anyone who tries to box us in. Jaden gave a satisfied nod and patted the sniper rifle strapped across her back. And what about Adder? Diesel asked. What if the bees don't get him? Mama Ray's eyes gleamed. Either way, you leave that scumbag to me. There was something final in her voice that sent a shiver down my spine. This wasn't just a mission. It was personal. Real personal. After the meeting broke up, people scattered into smaller clusters. No one raised their voices. No laughter, no music. Just low murmurs, the click of magazines sliding into rifles, and the hiss of propane stoves heating hot water. Everyone was busy with something, tightening straps, sharpening knives, rechecking comms. The eerie calm, before the inevitable death rattle. I wandered off toward the edge of the field, where Cooper was hunched over a battered old crop duster. It looked more like a graveyard of aeroplane parts, than something airworthy. Its once white paint was sun-bleached and flaking. Its wings patched up with what looked suspiciously like duct tape and tin roofing. One wheel was propped up, on bricks. Still, Cooper worked like he was prepping a fighter jet for war. You really think this'll work? I asked, stuffing my hands in my pockets. The wind tugging at my sleeves. Cooper didn't look up right away. He was tightening the last of the bolts on a tank slung under the wing. His brow furrowed like he was doing heart surgery. Eventually, he turned to me, his face shadowed, under the bill of his sweat-stained cap. It'll work, he insisted, wiping his hands on a rag that might once have been white. This baby ain't let me down yet. He patted the fuselage like it was a living thing. The metal groaned under his touch, and I raised an eyebrow. She sounds like she's been through a few wars. She has, Cooper said, cracking a smile. Me and this old bird? We go way back. Used to dust cotton fields down in Georgia before everything went to hell. Hell, we even outran a sandstorm in Nevada once. She's ugly, but she's got that fighting spirit. I watched as he began filling the chemical tanks with the pheromone solution. The stuff glowed green in the low light, like something radioactive. He handled it carefully, like it might bite. You know what you're doing with that? I asked, nodding to the tanks. He chuckled dryly. I used to dump herbicide over acres of farmland. This ain't much different. Except, instead of weeds, we're targeting human trafficking scumbags. His movements were efficient, almost tender, like this wasn't just equipment, but a ritual. Put back together with muscle memory and hope. He paused then, not looking at me, and said, "Those girls." I stayed still, listening. The wind kicked up some dust between us. They could be my nieces, Cooper continued, his voice raw. My little cousins. Hell, they could be anyone's family. Doesn't matter. They're somebody's daughter, sister, mother. He finally looked at me, and for a second, I saw the sadness and anger behind his eyes. The fury barely held back. I ain't lettin' those bastards win. I swallowed hard, my throat suddenly tight. Yeah. Me neither. We stood in silence, just the two of us, the wind rustling the tall grass. Somewhere in the distance, someone dropped a toolbox, and the clang rang out like a warning bell. Funny, isn't it? I said. We used to think monsters were hiding under our beds. Turns out they were walking around with guns and smiles the whole time. Cooper didn't laugh, but his mouth twitched. Monsters don't hide no more. They organize. He turned back to the plane, double-checking the release valve on the dispersal tank. The scent trail had to be even, or the bees wouldn't follow it. Vanessa had explained it 3 times back in the mess hall. Pheromone deployment, trigger distance, swarm orientation. It had sounded like science fiction. Now, it was the whole damn plan. You nervous? I asked. He stopped fiddling and leaned against the wing, arms crossed. Course I'm nervous, he said. I've flown through wind, hail, and once got shot at by some tweaked-out militia in Arkansas. But this is different. How? He looked past me, toward the horizon. Because this time, it ain't just about getting out alive. It's about who we leave behind if we don't. I followed his gaze. Somewhere in that fortress of rot and neon lights were the girls. Prisoners. Victims. Survivors. Maybe scared. Maybe angry. Maybe already fighting back. They just needed us to open the door for them. They were out there. Alone, terrified, hurt. And we were the only ones who could make things right. The only ones who could save them. You got family? I asked him, not sure why. He didn't answer at first. Had a wife. She died early, before things really went to shit. Breast cancer. Real slow. Real ugly. But I'm glad she didn't live to see this. I looked down, unsure what to say. She was a teacher, he went on. 2nd grade. Used to keep juice boxes in the fridge for her students who didn't have breakfast. Even after the schools closed, she kept trying to teach. Until the pain got too bad. I'm so sorry. He shrugged, but his voice cracked just a bit. She'd have been down there with you all, kicking indoors, yelling at men twice her size. She wouldn't have hesitated. I nodded, swallowing hard. She sounds like my kind of woman. She's here, he said, tapping his chest. She's in every goddamn thing I do. Another beat passed. Then Cooper straightened up, stretching his back. We're gonna bring em home, he said with a steely demeanor. All of em. I nodded, a slow, deliberate motion. Damn right we are. As I turned to go, he called after me. Hey. I paused and looked back. Whatever happens, just remember, Cooper said, you're not just fighting for them. You're fighting for you. The you that came out the other side. I held his gaze a moment. Then I nodded again, more adamant, this time. No words. Just the weight of understanding. As I made my way back toward the main camp, the buzz of quiet activity still humming around me, the crop duster's engine grumbled as it kicked in once, then it spluttered into a low growl. Cooper was doing a test run. The night air was heavy, thick with smoke from the dying bonfire, but somehow it didn't matter. I barely noticed anything except steel. We were sitting just outside the circle, away from the others. I could still hear Mama Ray laughing, the low rumble of Tank's voice, the occasional clatter of weapons being cleaned. But it all blurred into background noise. Steele was cleaning his sidearm again, even though it was already spotless. I figured it was just something to keep his hands busy. To keep him from looking at me too long. I watched him work, the firelight throwing shadows across his face, highlighting his strong features. But under his eyes you could see the dark circles. A reminder of all the fights he'd survived. All the fights he had won and lost. It all haunted him. I felt it again. That electric pull between us. Stronger than ever. Finally, I couldn't stand it anymore. You know, I said, breaking the heavy silence, you're going to wear that thing out. Steele gave a soft grunt, setting the gun down on a faded cloth. He glanced at me, those intense, deep, blue ocean eyes, unreadable. Better to be ready. Always. I shifted, pulling my knees up to my chest, resting my chin on them. Are you always ready, Steele? He smiled a little, but it didn't reach his eyes. Not for everything. The words hung there between us. I swallowed, feeling my heart thud harder in my chest. The fire cast a warm glow over us, but there was a different kind of heat building in the air now. Something dangerous, something we both felt but didn't dare name out loud. I leaned closer, my voice barely above a whisper. "Are you ready for me?" Steele's whole body stiffened. His jaw clenched so tight I could see the muscles jump. "Alex," his voice was rough, warning. But I wasn't scared. Not of him. Not of this. I reached out, my fingers brushing lightly over his jaw. His skin was warm, alive, real. My best friend. My anchor. My impossible something more. I moved closer, heart hammering. Tilted my head up. Steele didn't move for 1 second, he stayed frozen, staring at me like he was fighting the war of his life inside. And then, just when my lips were about to touch his, he pulled away. "Don't," he stammered, standing up so fast his chair scraped against the ground. I blinked, stunned, my face burning with the shame, the anger and hurt, all twisted together. "Why?" I demanded, my voice cracking. "Why the hell not, Steele? We're not in the old world anymore. There are no rules. No cops. No courts. Just us, surviving." Steele shook his head, pacing a few steps away, dragging a hand through his hair. He looked wrecked. Like I'd just punched him in the gut. "It's not about rules," he said, his voice tight. "It's about what's right." I scrambled to my feet, fists clenched at my sides. "Right? You think this, you think it's wrong?" Steele turned then, fast, closing the distance between us in 2 steps. His hands gripped my shoulders, but he didn't hurt me. His face was so close to mine, I could feel his breath. I could smell the faint scent of leather and gun oil clinging to him. "You have no idea how much I want you," his voice was low, rough and shaking, with the effort off holding himself back. "But I'm not gonna be that guy, Alex. I'm not gonna take advantage of you. I'm not gonna kiss you, or touch you, until you're 18. I stared at him, my throat tight, my vision blurring. "That's months away," I whispered. "We could die tomorrow. Don't you get it? We don't have time for the old world bullshit anymore." He smiled then, sad, beautiful and fierce all at once. He reached up and brushed a strand of hair from my face, tucking it behind my ear with a gentleness that made my heart ache. "We have to believe we'll have time," he said. "Otherwise, we're already dead inside." I swallowed hard, feeling the fight drain out of me. Tears stung my eyes, hot and furious. I hated him a little in that moment. Hated how much I loved him. Hated how much I needed him. Without thinking, I sagged against him, pressing my forehead against his chest. Steele wrapped his arms around me, pulling me in tight, resting his chin lightly on top of my head. He was so warm, so solid. I could feel the steady thump of his heart against my cheek. His hand moved slowly, stroking through my hair, calming me like you'd calm a frightened animal. We stood in silence, for a long time, breathing together. No words. Just the messy, complicated truth between us. Finally, I whispered, "I'm still going tomorrow." Steele's hand paused for half a second, before he resumed stroking my hair. "I know," he admitted. "You can't stop me. I wouldn't even try." I pulled back enough to look up at him. His face was set, unreadable, but there was pride in his eyes too. "But you're still scared for me," I said. Steele exhaled a rough laugh. "Terrified, Alex. Absolutely terrified." "Good," I said, giving him a shaky smile. "Means you'll have my back. Always." I pressed my head back against his chest, closing my eyes. Tomorrow we were walking into hell. We all knew it. But right now, just for a few stolen minutes, I could pretend the world hadn't ended. That somewhere, somehow, we still had something worth fighting for. We still had each other. The fire had burned almost to ash by the time Steele shifted, pulling away just enough to look down at me. "Come on," he said. "You need some sleep." I opened my mouth to argue because honestly, the last thing I wanted was to leave his arms, but the exhaustion was catching up with me fast. Everything about today had been too much. The dinner. The planning. The dread of what was to come. I nodded silently. Steele kept one arm around my shoulders as he steered me back toward the main building, keeping me tucked tight against his side, like he thought I might disappear if he let go. We didn't talk. We didn't have to. The halls of the asylum were dark, the emergency lights casting eerie pools of yellow on the concrete floors. Other people were awake, prepping, watching. But now, in this moment, we were the only two people left in the world. When we reached my room, Steele hesitated. I turned to face him, heart thudding in my chest again. "Will you stay? Just until I fall asleep?" Steele's jaw tightened, but he nodded once. "Yeah. Just until you're sleeping." I pushed the door open and stepped inside, the small space feeling impossibly empty without him already. He hadn't even left my side yet, but I was already missing him. I dropped onto the cot, boots still on, and watched as Steele leaned his back against the doorframe, arms crossed over his chest. "So, tell me something good." Steele raised an eyebrow. "Something good?" "Yeah. About the world. About us." He was silent for a long moment, studying me. Then he pushed off the door and crossed the room, crouching down in front of me so we were eye level. "Something good," he growled. "You're the best thing I've seen come out of the ashes, Alex. You're brave, you're stubborn, and you're amazing. You remind me why we fight. You are worth fighting for. Even with all this, you have given me something to live for. I want the world to be a better place, Alex. For you. For our future." I blinked hard, my throat tight again. I hadn't expected something so raw. So real. "And you," he continued, reaching out to brush a strand of hair from my face again, his fingers barely grazing my skin, "you're gonna change everything." I smiled, a small broken smile. "You're biased." "Damn straight, I am," Steele said fiercely. "And I wouldn't change it for all the riches in Saudi Arabia." I couldn't help myself, I leaned forward, resting my forehead against his. For a second, he stayed still. Breathing me in. Letting me be close. Then, very gently, he pulled back, just a fraction. "You gotta sleep. You're gonna need all your strength tomorrow." I let out a breath that was almost a sob. "I'm scared, Steele. I don't want to lose you." "I know, little warrior." He stroked my hair again, slow and soothing. "We all are. I couldn't bear to lose you either. But we will be together. That's what matters." I curled up on the cot, facing him, one hand reaching out to brush the back of his hand. He let me, his fingers closing lightly around mine. "Don't let anything happen to you," I begged in hushed tones. "Not planning on it," he said with a soft chuckle. But there was a deep, serious promise beneath his words. An oath he didn't need to say out loud. Neither of us moved for a long time. Eventually, sleep pulled at me, heavy and relentless. Steele's hand was the last thing I felt, warm, solid, safe. When I woke up a few hours later, he was gone. The blanket that was tucked around me still had his scent. Leather, gunpowder, and man sweat. It was a smell unique to Steele. It made me feel brave enough to swing my legs out of bed. To start getting ready. Today was the day. The day everything changed. Our D-Day. The sun hadn't even risen yet when I found Steele outside, loading weapons into the truck. His hair was messy, sticking up in every direction, and he had that serious, focused look on his face that made my stomach flip. As I approached, he gave a small nod. "You ready?" As I'll ever be. He tossed a rifle into my hands. Good. You're riding with me. I smirked. I was hoping you'd say that. He gave me a long, heavy look. Alex, you sure about this? I squared my shoulders. I'm sure. I'm just as good a fighter as any of you. Steele nodded once, but I could see the worry in his eyes. He didn't want me there, in this fight. But I would never be the stay-at-home and look after the kids type. Not after everything I had been through. Not now. I knew how to fight the Zeds. I knew how to fight bad people. These days it was in my blood. There was no way on earth I was going to sit back and let the people I love fight this battle without me. Mama Ray's crew gathered nearby, fierce and ready. Cairo, Roach, Thandi, and the others. We were walking straight into hell, we all knew it. But we were also going to save lives. I wasn't about to sit on the sidelines, with my thumb up my arse, while other people risked everything. The plan spun around in my head like a cyclone, each moving piece whipping past faster than I could catch hold of it. Adder. His crew. Thousands of infected. The sheer scale of what we were about to attempt clawed at my nerves. We weren't just going in guns blazing. We were balancing explosives on a tightrope, and one misstep meant certain death. I tightened the straps on my tactical vest, the weight of the gear settling against my chest. Focus. Breathe. I stared down at the map that was spread out across the hood of the Humvee. Tracing the plan again with my eyes, even though I'd memorized it. First flyover. Cooper would fly the C-130 low over Wheeling Island. The drone of the engines would sound like a war drum. From the belly of the plane, they'd release the first payload. The pheromones. Specially engineered. A cocktail made to attract the bees. To infect Adder's men. The rads, those damn sound cannons, would keep the Zeds penned in place, writhing in their cages, snarling for blood but unable to act without a signal. I clenched my fists, jaw tight. It had to work. We had no backup. No second chances. As for Cooper. Sweet, reliable Cooper, he had to fly that monster bird low enough, slow enough, without catching a stray shot from Adder's people. One mistake and we could lose our secret weapon, before the real show even started. Second flyover. The bees. Christ, the bees. I still got chills thinking about it. Genetically engineered, infected with a modified Z-virus strain, programmed to seek out warm-blooded targets. Their job wasn't to kill. They'd sting Adder's people, injecting the virus into their systems, turning them from within. But the mutation was specific. No transmission through bites or scratches. They could claw, tear, gnash all they wanted, but they wouldn't be contagious. That was the razor's edge we were dancing on. Because once Adder's crew turned, the island would become a madhouse. I muttered a silent prayer under my breath, eyes locked on the target's site on the map. Please, let them be outside when the bees hit. If they stayed holed up inside the casino or the cat house, if they had shelter, if the bees couldn't reach them, this entire operation would collapse before it even started. We'd be walking into a fortified stronghold full of armed men, who wouldn't hesitate to gut us. After the bees did their work, after Adder's crew turned. Then we would move in. Our boots would hit the ground fast, silent, surgical. Our first priority. The LRADs. Those weapons were keeping thousands of infected penned in like cattle. Turn off the sound, and they'd spill out like a flood. And we needed them to spill out not because we were suicidal, but because chaos was our best weapon. We weren't just fighting Adder's psychopaths. We were fighting time. Fighting numbers. Fighting fear. Then the girls. God, the girls. Adder's cat house, a sickening euphemism if there ever was one. Girls stolen from survivor camps, travelers, even neighboring towns. Forced into unspeakable things. Every second we wasted, they suffered. Every beat of my heart hammered that reality into my skull. We would breach the cat house. We would tear those bastards apart. And we would get the girls out alive. Last step. The pens. The zombie farm. A festering, seething nightmare. Thousands upon thousands of infected. Some of them fresh, some rotting down to the bone. Penned in, like livestock across Wheeling Island. Managed, contained, controlled by Adder's sick regime. The pens had to be destroyed. Every last one of them. We'd lay the charges, set the timers. And when we crossed back over the bridge with the girls, we'd blow the bridges behind us. Cut the island off forever. Seal that hellhole tight. It all seemed so simple when you said it out loud. But there were 1,000 ways it could go wrong. And only one way it could go right. Closing my eyes, feeling the cool morning air on my face, I listened to the team around me. They were all doing their final checks. I knew each one of them. Their stories. Their strengths. Their weaknesses. I knew what they were willing to sacrifice. If this plan failed. If even one step faltered, it would cost us lives. I knelt down beside the Humvee, resting my hands against my knees, breathing slow and steady. God, I murmured, voice barely more than a whisper, I don't ask for much. Just let me bring my people home. Just let them live. Please. I thought about Diesel, cocky and wild, always the first through the door. I thought about Tank, steady and fierce, the best shot I'd ever seen. About Kay, who still carried a photo of her husband and child tucked into her armor. About my best friend Buffy, with a soul made of fire. I thought about the girls we were about to save. The ones we hadn't even met yet. Faces without names. Lives hanging by a thread. And I thought about Adder. That smug bastard, sitting at his throne in his kingdom of rot, thinking he was untouchable. Today, we would end his special brand of terror. The team gathered around, faces lit by the dim red glow of the Humvee's dash lights. I met each pair of eyes in turn. I needed them to see it, the calm. The certainty. Even if inside, I was praying with everything I had. We've been over the plan, I pretended to be as cool as a cucumber. No mistakes. No second chances. We hit them hard, we hit them fast, and we don't stop moving. There were nods all around. Tight jaws. Steady hands. Fear simmering beneath the surface but held in check by something stronger. Family. Hope. We do this for the girls. For every life Adder's ever destroyed. For every family he's torn apart. I paused, letting that sink in. And we do it for each other. We get in, we get out, and we go home. Another round of nods. Silent promises. Unspoken prayers. I pulled my helmet down tight, feeling the familiar snug fit, the reassuring click of the strap. One flyover for pheromones. One flyover for bees. Then it was our turn. And God help anyone who got in our way. The drive to the launch point was dead quiet. Not a word said, just the engine rumbling like something buried alive. Outside, the world was a corpse. Trees charred to bone, fields scorched to dust, roads torn and rotting like old wounds. No color left, just rust and ruin. Inside the vehicles the air was stale, thick with fear and the stink of old sweat. Every breath shallow. Every mile dragged us closer to a war we didn't choose to be in. I mean, okay, we did choose to fight, but only because it was the right thing to do. This was the way of the world now. You fight or you die. It was that simple. The plan was straightforward in theory, but only in theory. The execution? That was going to get really ugly. The crop dusting plane, rigged together from parts older than most of us, would fly low and spray the synthetic pheromone, Vanessa's handiwork, right over the cat house perimeter. Anyone in the open air, anyone loyal to Adder, would be marked. And then the bees would be released. But they are not just bees. Not regular honeybees from someone's garden. These were genetically engineered trackers, designed to follow the scent back to the source. Back to whoever was tagged. They wouldn't stop. That was the plan. Create confusion, unleash the chaos. While Adder's people were swatting and screaming, we'd storm in like a wrecking ball in combat boots. Risky? Absolutely. Brutal? No doubt. But this was our shot. Our only shot. Steele drove, his hands glued to the wheel. As if he could hold the whole damn mission together by sheer brute strength. His knuckles were white. He hadn't spoken for miles. He stared at the road like it had personally offended him. Every so often, his eyes would flick sideways to me. Quick glances, full of something too heavy to name, worry, fear, something else. I tried not to look back. I focused on the window. On the road. On breathing. Then, his voice, low and quiet, like he was afraid to break something fragile. You don't have to prove anything, you know. He didn't look at me when he said it. He just kept staring straight ahead. But the words hung there. I didn't answer at first. My hand curled tighter on my thigh. I kept my eyes on the world outside, gray, decaying, hollow. I'm not trying to prove anything. Steele exhaled through his nose. A dry sound. Not quite a laugh, not quite a sigh. Yeah, he said. You are. You just don't see it yet. I turned toward him, my heart beating louder than it had a right to. Steele, if I don't fight for them, for those girls, then what the hell was the point of surviving this long? Hiding? Running? Watching people die, watching the world rot, and doing nothing about it. That's not who I am. Still, he didn't answer right away. The wheels bumped over a pothole. Dust kicked up behind us like smoke from an old fire. Then, slowly, the corner of his mouth lifted. A tiny smile. Sad, almost fond. You sound like me, he said. There was a beat of silence before he added, and that's what scares the hell out of me. That hit harder than I expected. I didn't know what to say to it at first. So, I did the only thing that felt right. I reached over, grabbed his hand on the gear shift, and squeezed. Comforting. Steady. Real. Good, I said. It means we're fighting the right war. We're on the same page. He squeezed back, and for a second, just a second, the pressure of the mission faded. The fear. The uncertainty of it all. In that moment, it was just us. Two survivors. Two fighters. Not alone. And that was enough. Behind us, the other trucks followed close. Kay was coordinating from the second vehicle, radio crackling now and then with updates. Diesel and Val rode with her, checking gear, loading weapons. Vanessa was already at the launch point, prepping the bees. Apparently, she'd been up all night recalibrating their targeting sequence. That didn't make me feel better, but it was something. I glanced at the sky. Clouds were gathering. Thick, low. The kind that promised either rain or blood. Maybe both. 10 minutes out, Steele said, breaking the silence again. I nodded, then looked forward again, trying to still the storm in my chest. The closer we got, the more real it felt. The cat house wasn't just a stronghold. It was a symbol of Adder's twisted little empire. Where people were treated worse than animals and sold over and over again. He thought he was untouchable. We were about to prove otherwise. Steele slowed as the road curved. Old fence posts jutted out like bones along the edge. There used to be a farm here, maybe. Maybe people. Now, it was all ash and weeds. You sure you're ready for this? He asked. I didn't hesitate. Are you? That earned me a half smile. Touché. We pulled up at the ridge. The old airstrip stretched ahead like a scar through the earth. There was the plane, squat and ugly but functional. Vanessa stood nearby, a swarm cage at her feet, adjusting the harness. Some sort of tech setup beside her, blinked green. Probably the tracker interface she'd mentioned. She looked up as we parked. Right on time, she called out, her voice clipped. She didn't wait for small talk. Pheromone tanks are loaded. Swarms responding to signal. If this works, they'll follow the trail right to whoever's tagged. We have to hope the wind holds. Steele climbed out, walking straight to her. What's the fail rate? Vanessa didn't blink. Depends how many variables you introduce. Human error. Atmospheric interference. Panic. But on paper? Less than 10%. Steele nodded. I'll take it. I followed them both, boots crunching dry gravel. Kay met us halfway, rifle slung over her shoulder. Convoy set. We are all ready. Tanks rigging the charges. You just need to say the word. She looked at me, her eyes steady. Are you sure about this? I nodded. Let's do it. Vanessa activated the sequence. The swarm cage began to hum. Cooper had nerves of steel. He climbed into the cockpit. He gave a thumbs up through the dusty window. Clear the strip. Vanessa shouted. We stepped back. The engine coughed, then roared to life. The plane trembled, wheels spinning. Then it took off, barely scraping over the tree line. Spraying now, Vanessa said, watching her screen. Markers deploying. We stood in silence as the plane disappeared into the sky, the drone fading behind the hills. It was done. No turning back now. Kay adjusted her radio. Green light. Time to move. I looked at Steele. He looked at me. Then we both turned, weapons ready, hearts already running ahead of us. Whatever came next, we were in it together. And we weren't backing down. Cooper the battered crop duster screamed like a dying animal as I shoved the throttle forward. Every bolt and rivet shook like it wanted to jump free. We hit a pocket of warm air over Wheeling Island, and the whole damn plane bucked like it was trying to throw me out. Sweat soaked my shirt, ran down my spine. It pooled under the straps of the harness digging into my shoulder. My fingers were slick on the stick. I wiped one hand across my forehead, smearing grit and sweat into my eyes. The horizon glowed a bruised orange, dawn bleeding in. Fast. So was hell. The radio crackled. Cooper, you good up there? Amanda's voice. Good as I'm gonna get. My throat felt like sandpaper. Coming up on the first drop. You all ready? Standing by. One by one, the rest chimed in. Dante, ready. Sloane's good. Steele here. Waiting on the green light, co-op. I flexed my fingers around the stick, cracked my neck. The crop duster jolted in another gust, but I kept her level. Below, Wheeling Island sprawled like a corpse. Twisting shadows, flickering halogen, razor wire gleaming in the early light. Even from this high, I could see them. The undead. Thousands. Packed shoulder to rotting shoulder inside the electric fences. Shuffling. Moaning. Their faces slack, twitching when the rads pulsed that low, pulsing frequency. To them, it was a leash. Adder's people were everywhere. Maybe 100. Moving like insects across the compound. Stacking crates, laying tripwire, hauling weapons. Most had rifles. Some had flommers. All of them wore body armor and dead eyes. It would all go to shit soon. I leaned forward to pop the first switch cover. The modified tank slung under the plane was full of chemical sin. A pheromone cocktail, whipped up by our very own lunatic, with a PhD and a mean streak. Marked targets only. In theory. I had one shot. Here we go, I muttered. I hit the release. The tank hissed like a snake. A thin cloud sprayed into the air, caught the wind, and drifted down like ghost rain. Harmless looking. But that mist was death waiting to happen. I banked left slightly, keeping it centered over the compound. My heart thudded like a war drum. What if it didn't work? What if the bees ignored the scent and stung everyone? What if we ended up being the monsters instead of the solution? Too late for doubts. First drop away, I said into the mic static, then scattered cheers. I allowed myself a grim smile. Just for a second. Timon, 4-second pass? Quinn asked. His Boston drawl cut through the chatter like a dull knife. 10 minutes, I said. Full saturation first. Then I released the bees. Bees. Jesus. Even saying it made my skin crawl. These weren't honeybees. They weren't even close. Lab-born nightmares. Big as quarters, bodies bloated and pulsing. Sluggish now, but they'd wake up angry. Inside the second tank was a hive box humming with hate. Every one of them carried the new Z strain. Engineered to infect fast, kill slow, and leave no survivors. U-turn sterile, violent, but not contagious. Clean, targeted horror. The ultimate scalpel. I banked out over the river. The engine whined like it hated me. I slapped the dashboard. Come on, girl. Don't fall apart now. Below, shadows moved. Soldiers noticed the mist. Some pointed. Others shouted. A couple raised rifles and squeezed off rounds into the sky. Idiots. The bullets went nowhere. The infected near the fences stirred, heads twitching. One even threw itself against the fence, hissing smoke and burnt flesh. The radio clicked. Coop, it's Jaden. 2 hostiles with Sams. North side rooftop. You copy? My stomach nodded. Copy. Give me 10. I held course, counting under my breath. At 10, 2 dry pops snapped through the channel. Then silence. Roof's clear, Jaden said, calm as the grave. Drinks on me after, I said. You better believe it, farm boy. I brought the bird around for the second pass. The hive box vibrated under the floor. They felt it. The pressure drop. The shift in air. The promise of release. I flipped open the second cover. My hand shook. Couldn't stop it. All teams, I said. Bees incoming. Confirm green light. Dante, confirmed. Amanda, it's a go from me. Steel team, ready. Sloan squad, good to go. Jaden, ready. Mama Ray's trucks are ready, someone said. It might have been Kay or Val. Didn't matter. Copy all. God help us. I hit the release. The tank burst with a sound like tearing flesh. The hive spilled out into the sky. A seething, churning cloud of black. The bees didn't drift. They dived. They knew the scent. They knew their targets. And they were angry. From the cockpit, I could barely see anything past the dark clouds they made. The instruments blinked red from sudden drag. The swarm was that thick. I banked left, low and hard, almost scraping the rusting tops of trailers as I punched out. Below, chaos detonated. Screams. Gunfire. Shouting. I didn't need the radio to hear it. The soldiers were being swarmed. Some fell immediately, their bodies swarmed and stung into silence. Others ran, flailing, swatting, stumbling over each other. Black specks coated them, biting, injecting the strain over and over until their systems drowned in it. The undead at the fences went berserk. They could smell it. Blood, panic, heat. They threw themselves at the wire, bodies piling up, burning into the mesh. The lads faltered, skipped. One of them blew out in a burst of sparks. Release complete. It looks like they are having a party down there. Understood, Amanda replied, all business. Cold. Focused. Good hunting, I told her. I pulled the plane wide, climbing fast. Just high enough to stay out of range. The stick trembled in my hands. My palms ached from the grip. I risked one glance back down. The compound was on fire. Not literal flames, not yet. But the movement, the chaos, the swarming bodies. It looked like the island itself was burning. I saw soldiers collapse, seizing. I saw them rise again. The Z-virus was fast. Faster than it had any right to be. And then they joined the ranks of the undead. No one would be walking away from this. There would be no escaping this. I turned my eyes forward. The sun was cresting the horizon now. Bloody red. It painted the glass with the color of everything we'd unleashed. Whatever came next, it wasn't up to me anymore. Cooper out, I said, and killed the comms. The sky was on fire. And from below, the screams rose like hell itself had opened up. Dante, the air tasted wrong. Too still. Too thick. Like a warning hanging just out of sight. I could feel it in my bones. In the marrow passed down from my ancestors, back when men listened to the earth, instead of tearing it apart. We crouched just beyond the crumbling ruins of what used to be a diner. Asphalt kicked up beneath my boots. Overhead, the sun hung heavy and red, bleeding into the sky like a bad omen. Roach and Chiaro flanked me, both of them tense, itching for the signal to move. Cooper's done it, a voice crackled over the radio, static spitting around the words. Bees are out. Targets marked. I closed my eyes for half a breath, letting the words settle. I prayed for the spirits to protect us. To have our backs in our time of need. Either way, it was time. Move in, I muttered low, my voice steady, like a river cutting through stone. We advanced, quick and quiet. My fingers brushed the steel of the blade at my hips. The sacred knife passed down from my grandfather, heavy against my thigh. I wasn't just carrying a battle cry tonight. I was carrying the spirits of every warrior who came before me. Roach was a storm at my side, heavy boots smashing and pounding the concrete, his rifle ready to spit death. Chiaro moved smoother, younger, eager to please, but he listened well. Good men, both of them. I prayed they'd walk back out of this, with me. Ahead, the cat house loomed, neon flickering like the last dying fireflies. We were taking it first. Saving the women and girls locked up inside. Adder was filth. I tightened my jaw. My grandmother used to tell me evil wore many faces, but it always stank the same. Doors are rigged, Chiaro whispered, tapping my shoulder. 3 guards. Maybe more inside. I nodded. I could hear them, even before my eyes picked them out, the wet shuffle of infected soldiers nearby, the harsh barking laughter of the unturned. The newly infected ones were slower, sluggish. The turned always start of slow, then gather speed. Bees must have done their work. I whispered a thank you, to my ancestors. Chiaro left flank. Roach, right. I'll go center. Chiaro flashed a grin, young and reckless, but he knew better than to mouth off. Roach grunted, checking the heavy magazines on his grenade launcher. Then we moved. I followed low and quick across the uneven ground, ghosting up the center. My Navajo spirit animal guiding me. The first guard didn't even see me before my blade kissed his throat. Silent. Clean. Deadly. He dropped like a sack of old bones. Roach opened up next, a brutal, suppressed shot to the gut of another man. Chiaro darted in, his smaller frame a blur as he cut down the third. We were inside before the rest even realized something was wrong. The cat house stank of sex, sweat, blood, and fear. I saw girls chained to walls, huddled in corners, eyes wide with terror. Something inside me ignited. But rage was a weapon best sheathed until the right moment. I forced myself to breathe. Clear the side halls, I ordered. Find the keys. Chiaro and Roach split off, weapons up. I prowled deeper, boots silent against the filthy floor. Every sense was lit up like a fire on the mountain, tracking heartbeats, smells, the soft scrape of footsteps. 2 more guards came stumbling from a side room, rifles half raised. I didn't hesitate. A shot to the kneecap for the first, a blade across the throat for the second. Swift, brutal. When you fought with the spirits at your back, there was no room for mercy. Got the keys. Cairo's voice snapped over the calm sobs broke out behind me. The women were clinging to each other, clutching the rusty chains falling from their wrists. I gave a short nod. Stay low. Move fast. Get outside. Find the trucks. There's good people waitin' for you. They moved, a herd of terrified women and girls, slipping toward freedom. Roach rejoined me, blood spattered across his knuckles, a dark gleam in his eye. We've cleared the rear of the cat house. The casino's next, he growled. Adder's men are dug in deep. We dig 'em out. I muttered. The wind was shifting, I could smell smoke now. Steele's team must have lit up part of the farm already. I signaled, and we stormed across the alley toward the main casino entrance. The doors blew inward in a hail of splintered wood and screams. Roach's launcher barked the sweet song of death, grenades exploding in showers of concrete dust and shrapnel. Chiaro rolled in behind him, sweeping with his rifle, picking off any soldier stupid enough to lift his head. I followed, blade in one hand, sidearm in the other. The casino was chaos. Bees still drifted through the air, lazy and deadly, crawling over the wounded. Some soldiers dropped mid-stride, jerking and spasming as the mutated virus took hold. Others screamed and clawed at their own faces, trying to rip the insects away. Adder's men were scattering. Some fighting, some running, but none would leave here alive. We were death in the darkness. We were the reckoning. A tall one rushed me with a battered chair leg, eyes wild, froth on his lips. I sidestepped and planted my blade deep in the side of his head, then I kept moving. Chiaro cursed loudly as a round nicked his shoulder. I heard the rip of fabric, but no cry of pain. He was a good kid. Tough. Roach mowed down a line of charging soldiers with controlled, precise bursts. His heavy weapon was a thunder drum against the chaos. The deeper we pushed, the more resistance we got. Adder's loyal ones. The worst of them. The ones who liked what they were doing. They made their stand in the center. Overturned poker tables as barricades, automatic weapons trained on the choke points. Smoke 'em out? Roach grunted, slapping another mag into his launcher. I thought of the girls we'd pulled from the cat house. Thought of the innocence these bastards had stolen from them. Burn 'em all. I said, with a lethality. Roach grinned, like a wolf, and fired. Smoke grenades tumbled through the air, hissing. Seconds later, the room was a swirling black fog. The screams came soon after. We moved like wraiths through the smoke, picking them off one by one. Blades flashing. Guns barking. Blood painting the walls. When it was done, we stood alone in the ruin. Breathing hard. Alive. Chiaro leaned against a shattered pillar, grinning through the blood splashed across his face. We did it, boss, he said. I nodded. But the night wasn't over yet. Far from it. Fall back to the trucks, I ordered. Regroup with the others. We still got to blow the farm and get the hell out of here. As we slipped back into the shadows, the fires burning around Wheeling Island lit the sky an angry red. Smoke curled like spirits rising from the earth. Adder was still out there somewhere. Mama Ray wanted him for herself. But I prayed I would get to him first. That scumbag deserved everything he had coming to him. Sloan, I adjusted the strap on my riot shield, the cool bite of the early morning air against my neck. The inverted polycarbonate shield gleamed under the low light, already battered from practice runs but still solid. Test your radios one more time, I barked, my voice tight with tension. Quinn grunted acknowledgement, the thick Boston accent rolling out of him even in one word. Thandi just gave me that mesmerizing half-smile, she wore it like armor. Clicking her mic twice in confirmation. I flexed my fingers around the grip of the shield. Ear defenders were tight over my head, pressing my hair flat. Without them, the rads would shred us in seconds. Liquefy our balance, make our brains crawl inside our skulls. I'd seen what they did to a man, once. I didn't plan to end up like that. Cooper, confirm B dispersal complete? My eyes were scanning the open expanse of the bridge and the island beyond it. A crackle, then Cooper's voice, tense but steady. Bees deployed. Targets are getting stung. You're clear to start your approach. Repeat, bees in play. The bees. I shivered despite myself. Infected little monsters. Carrying the mutated Z virus, designed to infect Adder's men, without giving them the gift of spreading it. Smart. Nasty. Just like the world we lived in now. Move out. I ordered. Thandi took point, her shield up and her body moving like a goddamn machine. And God, what a body. Quinn was to her left, his movements heavier but efficient. I brought up the rear, watching their six, heart hammering against my ribs. The first sound of the rads was almost subliminal. A vibration through the bones rather than the ears. Our shields caught it, deflected most of it, but you could still feel it, insects crawling under the skin. 2 towers, Thandi called back, her voice clipped. One at the casino entrance, one on the rooftop. I squinted through the visor of my helmet. She was right. Big dish-mounted speakers spinning on tripods, manned by some of Adder's tech guys. Quinn, you've got the rooftop. Thandi, with me. We take the entrance. Quinn peeled off without hesitation. That's what I love about SEALs. You pointed, they killed. Simple. Effective. Thandi moved beside me, the two of us advancing at speed. The sound ramping up, like standing next to a jet engine. My stomach twisted but I pushed through it. First tower was just ahead. A soldier stood guard, his head swiveling back and forth like he knew death was on its way. Poor bastard never even heard us coming over the LRAD hum. Thandi slammed her shield into his gut, knocking him back, and I followed with a hard crack of my baton across his throat. He dropped without a sound. We hit the tower. Up close, the rad's dish was almost beautiful. A sleek, silver curve, like something out of a lost future. I wanted to admire it, but now wasn't the time. Maybe in another life. Cover me. I shouted. Thandi nodded, turning outward, scanning for threats. I dropped to one knee and pulled the EMP spike from my belt. It was my design, a short-range burst tuned to fry specific electronics, without cooking our radios. Delicate work. I shoved it into the access port and twisted. A sharp pop, a flash of sparks, and the LRAD stuttered. The sound died like someone cutting the throat of the world. One down. I yelled. Gunfire barked nearby. Quinn's location. I didn't have time to check. I trusted him. I had to. We sprinted to the next tower, weaving between the overturned slot machines and rotting bodies. They all littered the casino's outdoor lot. I caught a glimpse of infected soldiers staggering, bees still clinging to their faces. Stingers pumping their magic poison into the soldiers' veins. Effective. Nasty but necessary. Some of them were starting to turn. You could see the twitching, the way their skins sagged like wax. Adder's men weren't human anymore. Soon they'd be monsters who couldn't infect, but they would still be strong enough to rip you in half if you got sloppy. Move your ass, Sloane. I muttered. We breached the building. Inside, chaos erupted. Alarms wailing, emergency lights flashing red. Bodies everywhere, some twitching, some very, very still. The stink of blood and burnt plastic filled the air. Thandie led the way up a maintenance stairwell. We burst onto the rooftop just as Quinn slammed his EMP spike into the second LRAD. The big dish sputtered and died. The silence rolled out like a blessing. I took a deep breath, the drama lifting from my skull. "LRAD's down," I said into the comm. Repeat, "LRAD's down. Zombie farm unsecured. Ready for demolition." Jaden's voice crackled through. "Copy that. I've got eyes on you. Moving to next phase." The airwaves went quiet. In that heartbeat of silence, something shifted. The building shuddered. Then the moaning started. Thousands of them. It rose from Wheeling Island like a goddamn funeral dirge. A sound that said death was coming and it was hungry. Thandie met my eyes. Her expression said what we were all thinking. There was no going back, not now. We moved to the edge of the roof, shields braced, rifles up. Below us, the pens were breaking apart. Zombies pouring out like flood waters. Slamming against the fences, climbing over each other in a frenzy. Quinn was already rigging the charges. I saw him sprinting between cover points, planting explosives at critical joints in the fencing and building supports. I keyed my mic. "Alex, Steel, LRAD's neutralized. Zombie farm breach in progress. Quinn setting charges. Expect heavy hostiles." There was a deadly silence for just a beat. Then Alex's voice came through, steady but tight. "Copy. We're moving in. Hold until we breach." "Hold. Jesus." We took defensive positions, aiming down into the surging tide of bodies. The infected soldiers, the ones the bees had stung, were starting to change fully now. Collapsing mid-sprint, twitching violently. Some got back up, faces slack and rotted, but still carrying guns. They were still moving like men with a purpose, even though the virus had stripped their souls away. "You ever seen anything this fucked?" Thandie asked, breathless beside me. "No," I said in all honesty. "And I hope I never do again." Gunfire erupted to our right, distant but closing in fast. Dante's team, probably. Clearing a path toward the cat house where the women were being held. My stomach twisted again, but this time it wasn't the LRADs or fear. It was Thandie, standing there beside me, fearless, beautiful even with blood on her face. In another life, maybe we'd have been normal. I'd have asked her out, for a beer. But normal was a fairy tale now. A shape burst from the crowd below. A soldier, his mouth open in a silent scream. Half his face was missing, his eyes bloodshot and milky white with the virus. I dropped him with a 3-round burst. Another one scrambled over the wreckage. Thandie gutted him, with her bow and arrow. We fought like machines. No time to think. Just kill or be killed. Breathe. Kill. Shot after shot. The countdown in my mind was ticking. Quinn was almost done setting the charges, but he needed a clear window to blow them, or we'd get caught in the blast radius. I watched him sprint toward us down below, the last detonator clutched in his fist. "Charges set," he yelled, in his earpiece. We got to move. We fell back across the rooftop, down the stairwell in a mad scramble. Behind us, I heard the pens collapse. The moan of thousands became a roar. As we landed on the bottom floor, I keyed my mic again, gasping. "Quinn's ready. Clear the bridges." Alex's voice, almost there. "Hold a little longer. Mother of God." We barricaded the casino entrance, stacking overturned tables and machines, anything we could get our hands on. I knew it was temporary. A band-aid on a bullet wound. But sometimes a band-aid buys you 5 minutes. Sometimes 5 minutes is all it takes to save the world. I looked at Thandi. See you on the other side. She smiled that delicious little half-smile again. Damn straight, you will. We raised our shields as the first of the undead slammed into the barricade with the force of a runaway train. The world exploded into blood and screams. Thandi, when the barricade buckled under the first wave, 5 minutes seemed like an impossible dream. We'd be lucky to get 2. I rammed my shoulder against the slot machines, feeling the tremor run through my bones, as the corpses slammed into them. A low, feral growl rattled on the other side. I gritted my teeth, braced harder. Sloane was next to me, her jaw clenched, her arms locked against a toppled craps table. We were using it to wedge the door. Quinn crouched to the left, fumbling a thermite charge from his satchel. Our backup plan. Burn the entrance if we had to. Trap the horde inside. We can't hold this. Quinn barked. No shit, Sherlock. I muttered. Another impact. Wood splintered. Metal groaned. I spared a glance at Sloane. She caught it, her blue eyes sharp behind the visor. No words needed. If it came down to it, we'd run like hell. Or we'd die trying. It was that simple. There was something comforting about that clarity. About the certainty of it. I'd grown up in chaos. A Zimbabwean mother, Congolese father, both of them rebels, both of them dead by the time I was 12. Clarity was a luxury I hadn't tasted since I was a girl. Another slam. A bloody hand clawed through a crack in the barricade. Nails black and splintered. Skin peeling off in rotted strips. I drove my boot into it. Felt the crunch of bones. Heard the thing shriek, it sounded like a dying animal. Now. Quinn roared, yanking the thermite cord and tossing the charge onto the barricade. A searing white bloom of fire erupted, licking across the old gambling machines, catching dry wood and old cloth like it had been waiting for it. The zombies howled on the other side, enraged but blocked, for now. Move. Sloane snapped. We ran. Full sprint through the smoky casino floor, weaving between overturned tables and fallen corpses. My shield was heavy, dragging at my arm, but I refused to drop it. I wasn't about to give some infected bastard a free shot at my face. We hit the service corridor at the back. A tight concrete tunnel leading toward the outer perimeter. Our extraction point was supposed to be 2 blocks east. Jaden was covering our retreat. Whilst Alex's team punched through from the other side. If they made it. If. Keep left, I shouted. Loading dock. I knew casinos like I knew the back of my hand. Grew up working in ones a lot like this, running scams for food, hustling tourists out of their winnings. Places like this always had a back door even in the apocalypse. We burst through a set of rusted double doors into the loading bay. The stench made me retch. Sweet, rotting meat mixed with diesel fuel and something vile. Like copper pennies soaking in vinegar. Dead bodies everywhere. Not just infected. Soldiers, too. Maybe some of Adder's. Maybe not. Hard to tell anymore. A shadow moved in the far corner. I dropped to one knee, shield up, rifle ready. Friendlies? I questioned. Negative. The creature charged at us at speed. Sloane fired first. 2 tight shots to the chest. Didn't even slow it down. I took the headshot. Always the headshot. The creature spun backward, hit the ground twitching. Black ichor leaked from the hole in its forehead. Keep moving, Sloane growled. We sprinted across the dock. Ahead, the yard opened up and with it, hell. Zombies everywhere. Pouring out of the casino like ants from a dying nest. Some of them were fully turned. Twisted and inhuman, shrieking at the sky. Others were halfway there. Still carrying guns, still using them. Bullets whizzed past us, wild and erratic. I dropped behind an overturned truck, panting hard. We're not gonna make the loading zones like this, Quinn hissed with a grim certainty. We don't have a choice, Sloane quipped. Jaden's counting on us to blow those tunnels. Right. The tunnels. The real goal tonight wasn't just about surviving, we were cutting off Adder's supply lines. Destroy the breeding pens, bury the zombie farm under concrete and ash. Failure was not an option. Not for me. Not for the girls we were here to rescue. Not for Sloane. I wiped blood from my mouth, adjusted my shield, and pushed up to crouch beside her. We need a distraction. Sloane nodded once. If you've got any ideas, I'm all ears. Quinn was already moving. That truck's got to be full of fuel. Give me 30 seconds. He scurried toward the wrecked semi, rigging a charge. I covered him, firing in short bursts, keeping the worst of the infected at bay. My arms were burning. My legs were like jelly. It didn't matter. Pain was temporary. Death was permanent. The truck exploded with a roar that shook the ground. Fireball blooming into the sky, lighting the whole damn island like it was the 4th of July. The zombies shrieked, staggered, turned toward the blast like moths to a flame. Go. Sloane barked. We ran. No plan now. Just instinct. Survival. We barreled down the side streets, cutting through alleys slick with entrails and blood. A figure darted out of a doorway not infected. One of ours. Mama Ray. Come on, she shouted, waving us forward. The teams have breached the cat house. We've got the girls. Extraction's a go. Relief punched through me so hard I almost stumbled. Alive. They were alive. We sprinted after Ray, rounding the last corner. There, the convoy. Armored trucks, engines revving, lights cutting through the smoke. Val was standing on the back bumper of the lead truck, waving like a crazy woman. Move your asses. We dove into the back, scrambling over crates and equipment. I hauled Sloane up after me, then Mama Ray. The truck peeled out, tires screaming on the wet asphalt. Behind us, the casino burned. The pens collapsed. The island disappeared into a wall of fire and screaming bodies. I slumped against the cold metal wall, shaking. But I was alive. Against all odds, against every voice in my head that said we'd never make it. We were alive. Sloane slid down beside me, breathing hard. She peeled off her helmet, shook out her sweat-drenched hair. Our eyes met. I wanted to say something. Anything. But I didn't. Instead, I leaned my head against her shoulder. Jaden and I used to be good at saving people. That's what I'd tell myself, sitting up here on the roof, rifle across my knees, the island burning under a sick yellow sky. I was shit hot, once. Maybe even the best. Now I'm the last woman standing. I adjust the scope and squeeze the trigger. Crack. Another one drops. A runner, fast, almost too fast. I track the next one, adjust for wind, fire again. Crack. I breathe through it. Calm. Focused. Efficient. Every bullet counts now. Every shot matters. Down below, Sloane, Fandy, and the others are making their break for it, across the street. Darting between abandoned cars, slipping into windows, doors. I watched them go, my heart clenched tight in my chest. I told them I'd cover them. I promised to buy them time. And I meant it. The radio crackles at my side. Jaden, come on. It's Sloane. You can make it. There's a fire escape on the east side. I press the button. No time. There's too many of them. Get moving. I'll catch up. I'm lying through my back teeth. They need me to lie. They deserve the hope. The rifle's bolt action is smooth against my fingers. I know this gun better than I know my own heartbeat. Every scratch, every dent. Earned through sheer stubbornness and battles we have fought together. This gun's a war hero. Just like me. Another one's getting too close, for comfort. I steady the shot. Breathe, aim, fire. Crack. The rooftop shakes under me. They're coming. Scrambling up the stairs of the building, clawing at the walls, climbing over each other. I've seen it before. Once they get a scent, they don't stop. I check my pockets. 3 rifle rounds. 5 pistol rounds. And my lucky bullet. The bullet I keep in a small leather pouch around my neck. Etched with a name only I know. For a promise I never thought I'd have to keep. I smile grimly. Guess today's the day. I move back from the ledge, finding higher ground near an old HVAC unit. Better cover. Better sight lines. My side throbs. A deep, ugly pain, from where one of the infected clawed at me earlier, when we fell back to this spot. The bandage is soaked through, sticky and hot. Infection's already setting in. I can feel the darkness rising in me. The emptiness growing. It won't matter soon. A screech cuts the air. I glance up, a crow, blacker than sin, circles above the rooftop. Even the birds know death's coming. I line up another shot. Breathe, aim, fire. Crack. Then another. Breathe, aim, fire. Crack. Breathe, aim, fire. Crack. Bolt clicks empty. 3 rounds gone, just like that. I ditch the rifle, slinging it over my back for all the good it'll do. Draw the pistol instead. 5 bullets left. 5 chances to kill. The first ghoul crests the edge of the roof, snarling, contorted fingers scrabbling for purchase. I put a bullet through its mouth. Pop. It falls backward, taking another with it. But they just keep coming. A sea of rotting faces, desperate hands, gaping mouths. They want me. Not today, Satan. Not today. I reload. Breathe. Shoot. One after another. Every shot perfect. Until there's just a hollow click. Empty. I laugh under my breath. No panic. No fear. Just tired. Bone deep, soul weary tired. They swarm over the rooftop now, dozens, maybe hundreds. No end in sight. I pull the knife from my belt, old, worn, stained with 1,000 battles. I run into them. The first swipe catches one across the throat. It collapses, twitching. Another lurches at me, I sidestep, drive the knife into its gut, wrench upward. The stink of them. Rotten blood and something fouler. It chokes me. Clawing hands tear at my jacket. I lash out, blade flashing. Again. And again. But it's not enough. One grabs my wrist, wrenches hard. I hear the bone pop. Another sinks its teeth into my shoulder. Pain blooms white hot, but I don't scream. Not for them. I stagger backward, slipping in blood, theirs, mine, hard to tell. My vision tunnels. The edges of the world blur. It's happening. The darkness is consuming me. The change. The infection spreading through my veins like fire and ice. Soon, I'll be one of them. Mindless, feral, hungry. A creature full of hatred for the human race. One that only craves flesh. I can't allow it. I won't allow it. I made a promise. A promise to. Never mind that, I will join him soon. I will not become one of these monsters. No. No fucking way. I shove free, backing toward the very edge of the roof. The drop behind me is a straight shot down 5 stories onto cracked asphalt. I could jump. End it quick. But that's not the way I want to go. I reach into the pouch around my neck. My fingers find my lucky bullet. I load it into the pistol. 1 bullet. 1 choice. 1 promise to keep. I raise the barrel to my temple. The horde surges closer. Screeching, howling, desperate. I close my eyes. And I think, not about the death. Not about the fear. Not about the pain. I think about the life I lived. The missions. The victories. The losses. I think about all my friends. I think about Thandy's loud laugh. About nights spent under the stars, gun oil on my hands, firelight dancing on steel. I think about the old man who taught me to shoot sitting cross-legged in the dirt, the sun on my back, his voice steady and patient. 1 shot, he said. 1 soul at a time, little hawk. 1 soul at a time. I whisper the words under my breath now. A prayer. A promise. A farewell. The lucky bullet shines in the chamber. I pull the trigger. Diesel, I was supposed to be with Steele's team. That was the plan. Stick together. Smash Adder's operation. Simple. Simple never lasts long. We were getting into position when Ming's voice barked into my earpiece, sharp enough to slice bone. New intel. Tunnels under the island. Adder's men might use them. Zombies too. Someone's got to blow them. Then, silence. Before anyone else could say a goddamn word, I volunteered. I'll do it. Steele's voice came back, hard and fast. Diesel, wait. But Ming overrode him. Diesel, you sure? I clenched the claw on my right arm, felt the whine of the hydraulics. Sure, as hell. I'm going, I said, turning away from the team. It was stupid. It was suicide. It was necessary. The hatch to the tunnels was half buried behind some crumbling storage sheds. Rusty, old, forgotten. I ripped it open with my claw and dropped into the darkness. The tunnel swallowed me. No light. No sound but my own breathing and the soft drip of water somewhere in the blackness. The stench was unbearable. Sweat, rot, and something worse, something vile. I flicked my headlamp on, drew my sidearm, and moved. I didn't get 20 feet before the first 2 men showed up. Adder's boys, armed and mean. One of them lifted his rifle. I shot him square between the eyes. The second tried to run. Big mistake. The claw caught him across the back, shredded him open, like a sack of meat. I left them bleeding in the dirt and kept moving. The first charge went up easy. Quick. Precise. I was unsure about how much time I had. How long would it be before Adder's men figured out I was here? Not enough. I was halfway to the second junction when I heard the pens go. The zombie pens. At first, just a ripple of sound, like rats scratching inside the walls. Then a roar. A wall of noise and hunger. They were coming. I ran, boots pounding the dirt, my heart hammering inside my chest. The first wave hit me like a flood. Half-rotted faces, deformed hands clawing at me, teeth snapping inches from my throat. I fired until the gun clicked empty. Then it was just the claw, and rage. The claw punched through skulls, tearing out throats. I sent rotting bodies crashing into the walls. But they kept coming. For every one I dropped, 3 more shoved into the space. They knocked me off my feet. Buried me. Hands grabbing at me, faces pressed close, their breath like death itself. I screamed, more rage than fear. I drove the claw straight up, impaling the thing on top of me through the jaw. I shoved my way out of the pile, gasping, coughing blood that wasn't all mine. I fought like a cornered wolf, snarling, biting. not caring if I lived or died. I don't know how long I fought. Could have been minutes. Could have been a lifetime. By the time I stumbled away, I was soaked in black blood, every muscle shaking, claw arm sparking. But I was still breathing. I set the second charge. Then the third. Each one slower than the last. Hand fumbling, vision blurring. The blood loss was catching up to me, dragging me down by the spine. I bit the inside of my cheek until I tasted iron and forced myself to move. The main shaft was ahead, the biggest tunnel. If I didn't get that one closed, everything we had done would be for nothing. I staggered toward it, and that's when he stepped out of the shadows. A massive hulk of a man, he must have been at least 7 foot tall. The other fake soldiers were dead, their reign of terror burning to the ground. But this bastard still stood, covered in blood, wild-eyed. "You think you've won?" he rasped, spit flying from his mouth. I didn't answer. Words were a waste. I lunged. He was faster than I expected. He ducked, swung a knife at me, catching me across the ribs. Pain flared white-hot. I grabbed him with the claw, lifting him off his feet like a rag doll. His knife clattered in the dirt. "You've lost," I growled. Then I drove the claw through his torso. He gurgled, blood pouring from his mouth, his body spasming against the metal. I ripped the claw free and threw him backward into the oncoming dead. The zombies swarmed him, pulling him down. I didn't watch. I had seen enough blood and guts to last me a lifetime. I finished setting the final charge with shaking hands. Timer blinking, 90 seconds. Plenty of time, if I could run. I turned, but my body wasn't listening. Every step was torture. Every breath a dagger to my lungs. Gunfire erupted behind me. Survivors trying to shoot their way clear. Zombies shrieking. I ran, half falling, clutching my bleeding side. 30 seconds. I reached the ladder. Clawed my way up. 20 seconds. I slammed the hatch shut, twisting the broken lock with my good hand. 10. I hit the ground just as the explosion hit. The earth bucked and screamed, fire and smoke blasting skyward, the air ripped out of my lungs. I curled into a ball, dirt raining down in hot chunks. Then there was the silence. Deep. Final. The tunnels were gone. I lay there, staring up at the shattered sky, the sensations in every inch of my battered body, every drop of blood leaking from me. But I was still alive. "Tunnels are down," I rasped into the earpiece. "Mission complete." Steele's voice came back through the static, heavy with emotion. "Good work, Diesel. Rendezvous. We've got you." I laughed, a raw, manic sound. Pushed myself onto my knees. It felt like my body was made of rust and shattered glass. But I forced myself to start walking. Every step hurt. Every breath was a battle. But I kept moving. Because my people were waiting for me. Because I wasn't ready to lie down and die, just yet. Because some things are worth bleeding for. I'd bleed for them 1,000 times more, if that's what it took. Blade, the stench of the zombie farm wafted its way to me even through my shield. Wheeling Island had been turned into a horror show. Row after row of penned-up undead, moaning and clawing at the high metal fences. And those damn rads were still humming, the high-pitched frequency holding the zombies in check. But for how long? I shifted in the shadows beside Amanda and Tank. We had a job to do. "Blade, your point," Amanda rasped, her voice raw. "Move." I tapped my earpiece. "Copy." Sloane, Quinn, and Thandie were moving into position to take down the rads. Dante's team was already clearing the path to the cat house, guns barking in the distance. Overhead, Cooper's voice crackled through the radio. "Bees are dispersed. Adder's men are exposed. You've got maybe 10 minutes before all hell breaks loose. Move. Make it quick." Roger that, I muttered. I signaled to Amanda, Tank, the boys Roach and Chiaro, as we moved up the slope, keeping low behind the concrete barriers. I have eyes like an eagle, years of scouting sharpening my instincts. The soldiers infected by the bees were starting to stagger, confused, grabbing at their heads. Some dropped their rifles. Others began turning on their own men. It was working. But it was about to get messy. We hit the first perimeter fence. I pulled out my bolt cutters and snapped the chain in 2 quick squeezes. Inside the nearby pen, 100 zombies jerked their heads toward us, mouths stretching wide. Stay quiet, I hissed. Follow my lead. We skirted the fence line, moving at speed, every step closer to the cat house where the women and girls were trapped. Faint, terrified screams traveled through the air. God darn it, we had to get to them. A soldier rounded the corner ahead of us. His eyes bloodshot, foam bubbling at his mouth. Be infected. He raised his rifle, but his hand spasmed violently, and he dropped it. Don't shoot. I barked. Noise will draw the ZS. Chiaro moved like a ghost, whipping out his blade and slicing the man's throat before he could recover. Blood sprayed across the ground. Go, Amanda urged, shoving me forward. I led the way to the open courtyard in front of the cat house. We had about 30 yards of pure exposed ground to cross, with sniper fire cracking from the casino tower. Jaden was supposed to be up there. We sprinted. Bullets kicked up dust around our boots. Roach bellowed, covering us with suppressing fire from his M249 saw. I slammed into the side door of the cat house hard, shoulder first. Locked. Move. Amanda ordered. I stepped back and Tank smashed the chain. We ducked as another door exploded inward with a flashbang of smoke and splinters. Inside was chaos. Terrified women, terrified girls clutching each other. We could see 3 of Adder's guards, 2 already convulsing from the bee infection, the 3rd drawing a sidearm. Amanda dropped him with a clean shot to the head. Blade. Sweep left. Roach, Chiaro, clear the upper floors. Amanda's voice was calm, collected. I moved like lightning, checking rooms, finding more captives, shooing them toward Amanda, who was herding them to the courtyard. Suddenly there was a roar of engines. Through the shattered windows, the ZS had been released. One of the lads had gone silent. Sloane must have succeeded. But without the sound barrier, the undead were pouring across the island like a tidal wave of teeth and decay. Move your asses. I barked over comms. We've got incoming. From the south, Dante's team was fighting their way toward us. Roach and Chiaro rejoined, bloodied but alive, dragging 2 teenage girls with them. Clear. Roach yelled. We bolted from the cat house, leading the captives behind us. The trucks were revving at the bridge entrance, Mama Ray at the wheel, Val and Kay beside her, shouting and waving us forward. Amanda sprinted ahead, covering the women with bursts from her rifle. I kept pace, watching the left flank. The infected soldiers were attacking their own now, tearing into uninfected comrades with manic strength. Brilliant. Let them kill each other. Blade. Right side. Chiaro shouted. A knot of uninfected soldiers broke through, spotting the fleeing captives. They opened fire. I dove, rolled, came up shooting. My rifle barked in short, deadly bursts. Roach hurled a grenade, the explosion hurling bodies into the air. But it wasn't enough. One huge armored soldier barreled through the smoke and tackled Amanda. No. I sprinted, slamming into him. He turned on me, fists like cinder blocks. I ducked a punch and drove my knife into his gut, twisting. Amanda staggered up, blood dripping from her mouth, her eyes blazing. She yanked her sidearm, unloading 3 rounds into the soldier's face. Thanks. She gasped. Later. I yelled, grabbing her arm and hauling her toward the bridge. The last of the women were loaded onto the vehicles. Mama Ray was screaming into the radio, "Move! Move!" Then. "Wait! Where's Caleb and Brock?" Amanda cried. I whirled. They were fighting on the rear flank, trying to hold off a surge of Z's and soldiers. Brock went down under a pile of the infected. Caleb screamed, firing until his mag ran dry, then swinging his rifle like a club. "No!" Amanda sobbed. I grabbed her. "They're gone. We have to go." Tears streaked her dirty face, but she nodded. We jumped onto the trucks as they peeled away, engines roaring, tires screaming. The bridges were rigged. Quinn hit the detonator. Wham! The first bridge blew, a fountain of smoke and fire. ZS and soldiers tumbled into the river below. Then the second bridge. Wheeling Island was cut off, the zombie farm isolated. We were safe. Amanda sat in the truck bed, covered in blood, holding a terrified little girl in her lap. Her eyes were empty. Hollow. She was in a world of grief. I slumped beside her, breathing hard. We had survived. Barely. But the cost. The cost was too damn high. Amanda, as Cooper's voice crackled through the radio, my chest snaps tight. Bees dispersed. Good hunting. It's time. I crouched behind the rusted-out frame of a flipped pickup, with Tank beside me. Blade was a few meters ahead, scouting, every muscle taut and ready. The stench of the penned and zombies rolls across the field like days-old roadkill. Decaying and rancid. Their moans rising with the sudden chaos, Adder's men screaming. The heavy thudding of bodies hitting the ground. Rifles clattering from twitching hands. The bees had done their job. Now it was our turn. Tank shifts beside me, his hand brushing my arm, comforting me. I glance at him. My Tank, my rock. His puppy dog eyes are sharp under the battered helmet, jaw set. He is ready to tear through hell to protect me. I don't want to move. I want to freeze time. But Blade's quick hand signal cuts through the fear. Move up. I grit my teeth, give Tank a nod, and we sprint forward together. The chaos is beautiful in a way only war can be. Adder's men, the ones who were outside when the bees hit, are already convulsing, faces warping in agony. Some try to aim their weapons, but the virus is eating them from the inside out. Their hands jerk unpredictably, shots going wild into the air or slamming harmlessly into concrete. Blade moves like a ghost, his machete flashing in the golden light, silent and efficient. Tank and I are less subtle. We slam into the first uninfected guard near the cat house with brutal force. Tank grabs the man's head and twists it with one quick, brutal snap. I hear the instant ping of his spine. No time to hesitate. I lunge at the next, my knife punching into his ear canal, blood spraying hot across my face. Over the radio, Dante's voice cuts through. Team 2 breaching south doors. Good. Chiaro and Roach will be making noise. That'll pull attention away from us. Move. I bark at Blade and Tank, leading the way to the cat house entrance. No mistakes. A bullet smashes into the brick inches from my head. I duck, roll, and come up behind a column. Blade hurls a throwing knife with surgical precision, catching the shooter in the eye. He drops like a stone. Nice aim, I mutter, heart hammering. Tank gives a quick hand signal, to move left. Cover me. I nod, adrenaline singing through my veins. We have to move fast. Another explosion booms in the distance. Sloane's team hitting the rads maybe? No way to know. Everything is swarms and screams. We make it to the side entrance of the cat house. It's chained from the outside. Tank steps forward without hesitation, wrapping the heavy chain in his massive hand, bolt cutters in the other. I help him, both of us yanking hard, metal creaking and groaning. Another yank and the chain snaps. We're in. Inside, the air is heavy with fear. I catch small movements, in the corners of my vision. Women, huddled in cages like animals. Some of them barely teenagers. Rage roars in my gut, pure and white-hot. Blade starts working the locks with nimble fingers. Tank covers the hallway, gun ready. I move down the line of cages, checking each girl, whispering to them, trying to keep them calm. You're safe now. We're here to get you out. One girl clutches my hand like a lifeline. She's maybe 13, her eyes hollow. I swallow the lump rising in my throat. No time for emotion. Save them first. Mourn later. Over the radio, Dante's voice again. Heavy contact. Roaches down but breathing. Chiaro clearing north wing. Shit. The team's taking hits. Tank, I hiss. We need to move faster. He nods. Blade opens more cages. Then the shooting starts, manic, close. Adder's men, the ones who were inside when the bees hit. Still strong. Still organized. Still breathing. Go. I scream, shoving the first group of girls toward the back exit. Blade cleared. Tank opens up with his rifle, mowing down the first wave. I take the second, 2 shots. 2 dead. Blade throws another knife, his face calm as ever. We're almost clear. 20 girls out, then 30. Then the grenade rolls into the hallway. Time slows. I see Tank's face, that stubborn, beautiful face. He launches. Throwing himself between the grenade and us. No. I scream. The blast tears through the corridor. I'm thrown back against the wall, ears ringing. Blade slams into the opposite side, blood streaming down his forehead. I scramble to my feet, the world tilting. Tank. I scream. He's lying there, what's left of him. Motionless. Blood pouring from his gut, his chest heaving in shallow, rattling breaths. His legs are blown off. No, 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 stay with me, I beg, dropping to my knees beside him. He smiles, a small, heartbreaking smile. Love you, he whispers, blood bubbling out of his lips. I love you too, I sob, clutching his hand, feeling his fingers tighten once, then go still. Tank is gone. For a moment, everything else fades. The gunfire. The screams, the mission. It's just me and the dead body, of the man I love. Then something inside me snaps. Rage maybe. I stand slowly, picking up Tank's rifle. Blade looks at me, blood in his eyes. He nods, understanding. We move like demons. I don't think. I don't feel. I just kill. Adder's men pour into the hallway, shouting, but I'm faster. I'm ruthless. I'm the Grim Reaper. Blade slices through them with brutal efficiency, and I hammer bullets into every face I see. Blood splatters everywhere. Screams bounce off the walls. Amanda. Blade yells, grabbing my arm. We have to get the girls out. I blink, blood dripping from my chin. Right. The mission. I slam the door open, ushering the terrified girls into the cool morning air. More shooting from the far side. Dante's team clearing the casino. Over the radio, Sloan. Rads are down. Some sick fucker has opened the pens. The Zeds are free. The pens have burst open. Thousands of undead are spilling into the streets, screaming their deathly chorus. Ravenous. We have minutes. I shove the girls toward Mama Ray's trucks where Val and Kay are already revving the engines. Caleb and Brock are covering the rear, firing into the onslaught. Then without reason or rhyme they go running into the horde head-on. Weapons ready and lunacy imprinted on their faces. Move. I scream. Move now. The last girl stumbles and falls. A soldier bearing down on her, mouth foaming, infected, fast. Blade reaches her first, hauling her up and tossing her into the truck bed. Go! I bellow at Val. The engine roars to life. One of the trucks peel away, fishtailing through mud and blood. Blade and I cover the retreat, backing toward the bridge where the others are regrouping. The farm is chaos. Zombies everywhere, Adder's few remaining men are trying to fight them off. They are losing. Another loud boom goes off in the distance. Quinn's charges blowing the pens. We reach the bridge. Jackson waves us in, face grim. Steele grabs my arm, hauling me up. Where's Tank? He asks. I just shake my head. Steele's jaw tightens. He doesn't ask again. Mama Ray's voice crackles through the radio. Everyone clear? Clear, Steele growls. Blow it, she orders. Explosions rip through the bridge supports. Concrete crumbles, the structure falling into the river in a thunder of sound. No going back now. I slump in the seat, bloodied and battered, staring back at the burning island. Tank's gone. He saved me. But how the hell do I go on without him? The man I love has gone. How can I ever get over this? I'm still shell-shocked, tears slip down my face and my heart feels like someone is twisting a knife through it. I sit in the back of the truck, surrounded by bodies, by breathing, sobbing, shaking girls. But I can't think about them right now. I'm in shock, empty. The engine roars beneath us, the wind tears at my hair, but it's like I'm somewhere else. I'm still kneeling in the blood, the guts, the entrails. I'm still holding him. Love you, he said, blood bubbling at the corner of his mouth. His eyes locked onto mine like I was the only thing he could see. I love you. I told him, over and over again. My voice breaking, my heart breaking. Everything breaking, and then he was just, still. 1 minute, he was Tank, my Tank. Stubborn, brave, full of life. The next, he was just a lifeless corpse cooling in my arms. The truck jolts over a rut and someone grabs my arm to steady themselves. I don't even flinch. I sit in silence, staring at nothing. They keep whispering around me, prayers, names, cries. But none of it touches me. None of it matters. He should be here. He should be here. He died saving me. He tore the world apart and threw himself on a grenade without thinking. Like it was easy, like choosing me over himself, was the most natural thing in the world. I love him. I never loved anyone like I loved him. Now I am sitting in the middle of all these girls, my hands still stained with his blood, pretending to be alive. When the only thing I want is to curl up in that dirt, go to sleep and never wake up. Tank is dead. I am breathing. It should have been me. I should be dead. Not Tank. The engines grumbled under the dark sky, like caged beasts desperate to outrun the apocalypse. I stood at the front of the first truck, my fingers tapping a restless beat against the warm metal. My boots felt too tight, my jacket clinging to me like a second skin soaked in fear. I couldn't see the others anymore. Just shadows in the distance, gunfire flashing like a cruel strobe light. Every pop and crackle snapped through my chest. Val sat on the running board, arms folded, chewing a toothpick like it was the only thing keeping her from exploding. The trucks were lined up, a fragile lifeline to home. Full of injured women, girls, whimpering. We were the thin shield between them and the hellstorm unfolding on Wheeling Island. I clenched my fists. We should be out there. I hissed, pacing back and forth. They need us, Val. You know they do. Val didn't even flinch. She spat the toothpick into the dirt and stuck a new one between her teeth. She'd been expecting this meltdown, she knew me all too well. So, we leave them? She jerked her thumb back toward the truck beds, toward the wounded, the scared. Do you really want to run off and let them get eaten? Just because your pride's bruised? It's not pride. I snapped, louder than I meant to. A couple of the injured stirred in the back, soft whimpers floating in the air. I lowered my voice fast, guilt biting at me. It's survival. The more of us that are out there, fighting, the faster this ends. Val shook her head, her expression stony. We're the last line of defense, Kay. Without us, there's no one to get these people out. Do you think Mama Ray picked us for our good looks? She trusts us. She stabbed a finger toward the trucks. Our job is here. I pressed my hands to my face, dragging them down, trying to scrape off my irritation. But what if they die? I whispered. What if Steele, Alex, Buffy? What if they don't come back? Val's face softened, a little. She stood and walked over to me. They'll come back. Her voice was steady, anchored. They have to. I wanted to believe her. God, I did. But every instinct inside me screamed at me to run. To grab some weapons, to join the fight. Instead, I stared out at the island, hearing the buzz of the zombie horde. Those awful, inhuman moans. The bark of rifles and shotguns. Boom. Another explosion lit up the horizon in a bloody frenzy. Someone screamed. Someone human. I turned back to Val, desperate. Maybe just one of us goes? Just me? I'll stay low, I'll cover them. You stay here, and... No. Val's voice cracked like a whip. I'm not losing you too. Not for nothing. She grabbed my wrist, hard enough to make me stop breathing for a second. We don't leave the vehicles. Not unless we're dead. I stared at her. She was scared too. I could see it now. I could see past the tough act. We were both terrified. Terrified of losing people. Terrified of losing our brother. The wind shifted, carrying with it the stench of death. I gagged, turning my head. Movement flickered on the edge of my vision, not zombies, not soldiers, something closer. I squinted. Mama Ray. I exhaled in relief. Mama Ray's over there, come on, we should go ask her what she thinks. Val nodded, finally letting go of my wrist. We jogged across the lot, past the trucks with their battered metal hides, their patchwork repairs. She was right here, Val growled, turning a slow circle, gun half raised. Icicles crept down my spine. She wouldn't leave without telling us, but she had. I broke off, squeezing my eyes shut. No point in yelling now. Val grabbed my shoulder, squeezing hard. We hold the line. That's all we can do. I nodded, choking on the frustration, the helplessness. We trudged back toward the trucks, rifles slung over our shoulders, eyes sweeping the island. No sign of zombies, yet. No sign of Adder's men, yet. But they were coming. I could feel it, deep in my bones. This day, this battle was far from over. Minutes passed like hours. Every pop of gunfire was a knife twist, in my already shattered heart. Every scream made my stomach churn. I sat on the hood of the lead truck, fingers drumming again, twitchy, restless. Val was checking her rifle for the 10th time, mechanical and precise. The injured lay huddled under tarps and blankets, some muttering deliriously, some silent and pale. How many would we lose? I stared up at the clouds. They were the only things that hadn't changed. Even though the thick plumes of smoke were reaching for them. Another explosion shook the ground, this one closer. The pens. It had to be the pens. I bit my lip hard enough to draw blood. The others were fighting for their lives, meanwhile, we were sat here, doing nothing. No. Not nothing. Guarding the trucks. It wasn't glamorous. It wasn't bloody. It wasn't glorious. But it mattered. If the others survived, if they made it back, they would need these trucks. They would need us. I clenched my fists, steeling myself. This was my fight too. Just a different kind. A low growl rolled across the lot, not an engine, not a zombie, something deeper, more primal. Fear. I scanned the smoke and the fires, seeing nothing yet. But something was coming. I could feel it building, like a thundercloud ready to break. Val caught my eye and nodded once. We were ready. As ready as we'd ever be. I dropped to the ground, rifle at the ready, crouching behind the hood. Val mirrored me at the next truck. We waited. And waited. The seconds stretched, taut and aching. A scuffling sound. A whisper. A moan. Shadows moved. Not zombies. Not yet. Just our own minds playing tricks on us. I breathed out slow, forcing my hands to steady. The radio crackled to life. A short, desperate burst of static. Pens. Open. Buffy's voice. My stomach twisted into a knot. The pens were open. The zombies were loose. We were about to be overrun. Val met my gaze across the lot. No words. We both knew. We dug in, deeper, rifles aimed outward. Waiting for the undead onslaught. Mama Ray, I slipped away from the truck when no one was looking. Val and Kay were too busy arguing over whether they should leave the engines running or jump into the fight. Their voices, worried, faded behind me as I crept into the chaos alone. I knew they'd freak out when they realized I was gone, but I didn't care. I had a mission. A reckoning. A score to settle. Adder. I mouthed his name like a curse. My boots crunched on shattered glass as I moved through the wreckage. Fires burned low in oil drums, casting dark shadows on the ruined buildings around me. Screams echoed from the direction of the pens. The sound of the living mixing with the shrieks of the dead. I kept low, my knife in one hand, my sawn-off shotgun in the other. Adder had to be here somewhere. I knew it. I could feel it. Like a bloodhound on a scent. I could almost hear my girl's voice in my ear, soft and scared. The day she finally told me what that bastard did to her all those years ago. The bruises she hid. The tears she swallowed. I gritted my teeth and kept moving. A zombie lurched out of the alleyway to my left. A soldier, his fatigues hanging in strips from his rotting frame. His eyes, milky and unseeing, locked onto me with mindless hunger. I didn't hesitate. I buried my knife deep into the side of his skull. His body shuddered once, then collapsed. I yanked my blade free, wiped it on my jeans, and kept going. Every step that took me closer to Adder, peeling back layers of rage I'd buried deep inside of me. I hadn't even realized how much it still burned, until now. Until I heard his name again. 2 more of the dead stumbled into my path. I dodged the first, slashing his Achilles to drop him, then blasted the second with my shotgun. His head vaporized in a red mist. The smell of gunpowder and blood clogged the air. I wasn't scared. I wasn't deterred from my mission. Let the dead come. Let them all come. Nothing was stopping me from getting to him. I skirted around the back of the cat house. The tattered sign creaked overhead, half hanging from rusted chains. This place used to be filled with music, laughter, life. Now it was a tomb. I ducked inside through a side door. Inside, the air was heavy, stale. Dim emergency lights flickered overhead. Bodies littered the floor. Adder's men, some shot, some torn apart. I stepped over a corpse, boots slipping in slick blood. Voices ahead, raised, panicked. Adder's voice among them. I'd recognize that smug, drawling tone anywhere. It made my gut twist with fury. I crept closer, using the overturned furniture for cover. Get the hell out of here. Adder barked. fall back to the loading docks. Move. His men, what was left of them, scrambled around him, dragging weapons and shouting. He was trying to retreat. Coward. I'd corner him like the rat he was. I saw him, a tall man in black tactical gear, the white scar down his cheek unmistakable even in the dim light. His assault rifle was slung across his back. He was barking orders as if he still had an army to command. He didn't. The dead were closing in. I moved quickly, silent, a shadow among ruins. A half-rotted soldier lurched toward Adder. He gunned it down without even looking, but it bought me the few precious seconds I needed. I rose from my hiding place, took aim with my shotgun and squeezed the trigger. The blast caught Adder in the side, spinning him to the floor with a scream. Panic broke out. His men fired wildly into the darkness. I ducked low and ran, weaving between the corpses. A bullet grazed my shoulder, burning hot, but I ignored it. Adder scrambled backward, blood gushing from his side. The recognition flared in his eyes. You, he croaked. Yeah, I growled. Me. I kicked the rifle out of his hands before he could grab it. He grunted in pain, clutching his side. You got a lot to answer for, you son of a bitch. He laughed, a wet, hatred-filled sound. Bitch, this isn't the time. I punched him. Hard. My knuckles snapped against his jaw, knocking his head back against the floor. Blood spilled from his mouth. Vanessa, I snarled, driving my knee into his ribs. Do you remember her? He tried to speak, maybe to lie, maybe to beg, but I didn't give him the chance. I punched him again. And again. Years of rage, years of guilt. All pouring out through my fists. The bones in his face fractured under the blows. The dead were coming. I could hear them, dozens of them, shuffling, snarling, drawn by the noise. Adder was barely conscious when I grabbed him by the collar and hauled him upright. You're gonna die slow, I promised. Like you made her die, inside. You ruined her life, you piece of shit. Broke my baby girl's trust in people. Because of you, she vowed never to have another relationship. You're gonna pay for that. You hear me? I dragged him to the open window, smashed the glass with my boot, and shoved him halfway out. The dead swarmed below like ants. He whimpered. No, no, please. Beg harder, I spat. I slammed his face against the windowpane. Blood poured from a dozen cuts. You think you can hurt people and just walk away? I hissed. You think you can break someone like Vanessa and still sleep at night? Tears blurred my vision, but I didn't stop. I grabbed him by the hair, forced him to look down at the horde gathering beneath us. You see them? I hissed. That's your future. He struggled. Please. You don't deserve mercy, I hissed. And then I let him go. Adder's scream was cut short when he hit the ground, then the dead tore him apart. I stood fascinated, until there was nothing left but sinew, entrails and ragged bone. Only then did I wipe my blade clean and turn away. The building shook with the roars of the infected. I reloaded my shotgun, squared my shoulders, and headed back toward the trucks. Toward my people. Toward whatever was left of this fight. But I walked a little taller. Because some debts had finally been paid in blood. The streets outside were worse than when I'd left. The pens must have broken. Zombies were pouring through the alleyways like a living tide, gnashing and screaming, fighting over scraps of flesh. God, they stank. Rotting meat and burning rubber. I gagged, forcing myself to move faster. I didn't have time to think about it. I couldn't freeze up. Not now. Every face in the crowd seemed to blur into one. They were all dead, twisted, hungry. But all I could see was Vanessa's sweet, beautiful face. The night she opened up to me. My poor shattered girl who still flinched when a door slammed too hard. I shook the memory away and fired at the nearest zombie. The blast threw it back into two more, tangling them in a heap. I leapt over them and kept moving. Vanessa deserved peace. Adder had stolen that from her. And tonight, I'd returned the favor. Something slammed into me from the side. Another one of Adder's men, half-mauled, bleeding from a dozen wounds. Not a full zombie yet, but close. His eyes were wild, his mouth frothing. He grabbed at me with disjointed fingers. I jammed my knife up under his jaw, the blade punctured soft tissue and brain. He collapsed against me, heavy and dead. I shoved him off with a grunt. Around me, chaos reigned. People fought tooth and nail. Infected against uninfected, friend against friend. It was hard to tell who was infected and who was still living. The infection spread fast. One scratch. One bite. That was all it took. I saw a man, not one of ours, go down under a pack of the infected. His screams were swallowed by the snarls and snapping teeth. There was no one coming to save him. There was no time for mercy. Only survival. I reloaded again, my fingers moving on autopilot. Somewhere in the distance, I thought I heard Kay yelling. Val too. Probably realizing by now that I was missing. That I wasn't at the trucks like I should have been. Sorry, girls. This was something I had to do. I kept to the shadows as much as I could, moving fast between the wreckage and broken down barriers. Every time I turned a corner, another wave of zombies lurched toward me, drawn by the sound, the scent of living blood. I fought like a woman possessed. I wasn't fast like Buffy, or brutal like Steel, or tactical like Blade. But I am relentless and stubborn. Fueled by a lifetime of pain and loss. I slammed the butt of my shotgun into a zombie's temple, crushing it. Pivoted. Slashed another across the throat, not to kill but to slow. I shot a third in the mouth before it could sink its teeth into my arm. Every second was a gamble. Every breath was a battle. But I was alive. That was more than I could say for a lot of folks tonight. I ducked through a shattered storefront, kicking aside mannequins and shattered glass. For a brief moment, the world outside was muffled, like I was underwater. I leaned against the counter, gasping for air. Adder was dead. He was finally dead. It should have been a victory. Instead, I just felt hollow. I wiped the blood, mine and others, off my face and straightened up. No time for feelings. No time for second-guessing. The others needed me. My people were out there. They were all out there, somewhere, fighting to survive. And I wasn't about to let them die without me. I pushed back into the street, right into a swarm of the dead. They were thicker here, clawing over each other in a mindless frenzy. At first, I thought I was screwed. There was no way through without getting torn apart. But then, through the swarm I saw a gap. Small. Barely wide enough for a person to squeeze through. If I was fast enough. I gritted my teeth and sprinted. Hands grabbed at me, nails ripping at my jacket. Teeth snapped inches from my skin. I dodged, ducked, shoved. I felt a tug as something tore the hem of my shirt, but I didn't stop. One goal. One thought. Get back to the trucks. Get back to my people. I broke free of the horde with a ragged gasp, stumbling into the open lot where we'd parked earlier. The trucks were still there, battered, blood-smeared, but standing. Val was on top of one, firing into the crowd with her rifle, barking orders at the others. Gabby was running triage by the side of the flatbed, dragging wounded fighters behind the barricades. When they saw me, their faces lit up with relief and fury. Mama Ray. Kay screamed, waving frantically. What the hell? Where did you go? I couldn't answer right away. I was too busy shoving another zombie off me and blowing its brains out all over the pavement. When the immediate danger passed, I jogged toward them, heart hammering. Val slid down from the truck roof to meet me halfway. You stupid, crazy woman, she snapped. You could have been killed. Had unfinished business, I panted. Kay gaped at me, blood splattered across her cheek. What kind of unfinished business? I just gave them a grim smile. Old debts. Paid in full. Adder's dead. They didn't need to know the details. Not now. Maybe not ever. Val grabbed my arm, checking me over for bites and scratches. When she found none, she blew out a shaky breath and nodded. You're clear, she said. Thank God, 'cause we need every hand we can get. She jerked her chin toward the pens. They're pouring out faster now. We need to be ready. I nodded. Together, we turned to face the battlefield. This battle was far from over. The dead weren't done yet. And neither were we. Buffy, I don't like the noise. It's too loud. Gunfire, screaming, metal banging on metal, rads wailing like dying animals. It's all wrong, too fast, too messy. I need the world to slow down so I can think properly. But it won't. Steele's voice cuts through the noise. Buffy. Left flank. I pivot instantly, one butterfly sword flashing upward, the other slicing low. It's automatic now, like breathing. The infected soldier lunges, but I step past him and the swords sing. I feel the sticky warmth of the blood splatter on my arms, but I don't care. He crumples before he even finishes his snarl. Alex is right behind me. I can feel her, even when I can't see her. She has a strong, steady heartbeat even in the chaos. She shoots 2 more men. Clean, precise shots, before slipping in beside me, pressing her back to mine. Don't let them surround us. She shouts. I nod once. I don't need the words. I already know. Surround equals death. We move together, spinning and slicing, a machine of 3. Steele in front, Alex and me guarding the sides. Adder's men, some coughing, some bleeding black slime from the bees. They are everywhere. Some shoot wildly. Some are already foaming, turning, growling with the early stages of the virus. None of it matters. If they're standing, breathing, and armed, they're the enemy. Steele shouts, blasting one guy's chest wide open with a shotgun slug. I duck under the spray and flick my right sword in a fast arc across a second man's throat. Blood fountains. He drops his rifle and falls to his knees, gurgling. I kick him in the ribcage to make sure he's out of the way. Move. Breathe. Slice. Turn. Repeat. Everything shrinks down to the space in front of me. No noise anymore, not really. Just my heartbeat, my swords, the music of survival. Another infected soldier barrels at us from the side. He's faster than the others. He's one of the early mutations, half crazy, his eyes yellow and wide. He's almost on me. Steele steps between us. He grabs the guy's head in his gloved hands and snaps it sideways with a sickening crack. No hesitation. No mercy. I stare at Steele for a half-second too long. He never hesitates. That's why Alex loves him. That's why I trust him. Focus, Buffy. Alex yells, squeezing my shoulder. I snap out of it and nod. We push forward, carving a path toward the cat house. The women inside, the girls, they need us. I can't mess this up. I can't let them die. I throw myself into the fight harder. I can feel it when the blade bites into muscle and bone. That perfect, gruesome resistance, before it gives. Adder's men fall back. Some scream. Some turn and run. I don't chase them. Wasting energy is stupid. Another wave crashes out of the casino doors. These ones are heavily armed. Steele swears under his breath. Alex reloads lightning fast. I crouch low, both swords dripping with the blood of my vengeance. Take them out. Steele orders. We move. They shoot. We dodge their bullets. Then they die. I slice through a tall guy with my swords. Steel shoots a large man carrying a machete. Alex puts 3 clean rounds into a heavy-set man's chest, right between the ribs. We're a storm, a whirling red hurricane. A blade slices across my shoulder. I barely feel it. Pain is just noise. I whirl and stab backward without looking. The man drops, blood pumping from his ruined thigh. We're close now, close enough to see the pens. The zombie farm. Thousands of them. I can smell them. The rot. The shit. The blood. Something's wrong. My head snaps up. The fences. The pens. They're open. The broken gates, the torn up barriers. They're free. Steel. I scream. The pens. They're open. He turns, following my gaze. His face goes hard. Alex freezes too, her eyes wide. The world feels like it slows for a heartbeat and then the screaming starts. Not human screams. Something worse. Something ancient. Thousands of mouths growling in hunger. I don't wait. I run. Butterfly swords flashing, my feet slamming the ground straight toward the pens, toward the oncoming tsunami of dead flesh. No time to think. No time to be scared. Only the fight. Only the kill. This is what I was made for. The first of the zombies are already spilling out, climbing over each other in a rabid flood. Old, new, freshly infected. It doesn't matter. They move like a living river, black and stinking, surging toward us. I meet them head on. The first one is a woman, or at least she was once. Her skin is shredded, her jaw hanging by threads. She lunges. I step inside her reach and drive both swords into her eye sockets, feeling the crunch of bone. She goes limp. I yank the blades free and spin to face the next. Steel and Alex are beside me instantly. Steel's shotgun booms again and again, blowing heads apart. Alex switches to her machete, hacking through arms and faces. We fight like animals. No time to reload. No time to breathe. They just keep coming. A zombie grabs my wrist. Its fingers are ice cold, crushing. I slam my sword hilt into its temple once, twice until the skull caves in and it drops. Another leaps at Alex. Steel shoots it in midair. Blood and brains shower down like thick rain. The ground is slippery with gore. The air is full of shrieking and the wet, awful sound of teeth snapping. My heart pounds so hard I can feel it in my head. I'm grinning. I don't know why. It feels good. It feels right to be faster, better than the monsters. I lose myself in it. One dead thing after another falls at my feet. One breath, one kill. Breathe. Kill. The tide of reanimated corpses presses us back toward the burned-out trucks. I stumble. But Alex catches my arm and hauls me up. Don't you dare fall now, Buffy. She yells, her face blood-smeared but fierce. I nod. No falling. Noted. The dead are everywhere. Flooding into the parking lot, scaling the ruined fences. I see Adder's last few men get dragged down, screaming as the zombies tear them apart. As the British say, it couldn't happen to nicer chaps. Steel yells something, I don't hear it, I'm too focused. A huge brute of a zombie, 6'7", maybe more, charges me. I don't dodge. I drop to one knee and slice both his legs out from under him. He slams into the pavement hard enough to crack it. I stab both swords into his skull before he can twitch. The horde is getting bigger now. They're coming from everywhere, gaps in the walls, holes in the streets, even out of storm drains. I scream wordlessly, slashing and spinning, the world a blur of red, black, and noise. Steel grabs my shoulder, shoving me back. We have to fall back. He roars. I shake my head wildly. I don't want to. I don't want to run. I can kill them all. I know I can. Alex fires her last bullet. The click of an empty gun echoes like a death knell. We're out. Out of time. Out of luck. I feel it, the shift, the horrible, helpless realization. We can't win here. They're free. I scream again, my voice ragged. They're all free. Steel grabs Alex's hand and shouts at me. Buffy. Move. But I don't move. The horde is coming, endless, mindless, hungry, and I run straight at them, butterfly swords gleaming, blood dripping from my elbows. I run toward the fight. Toward the kill. Toward the only thing that makes sense anymore. Because if we don't stop them now, we are all going to die. Buffy bolted into the chaos, her blonde hair a flash of gold against the gloom, butterfly swords gleaming. I saw her, small but deadly, weaving between the staggering infected, cutting down anything in her path. Steel and I locked eyes for a heartbeat. No words. We didn't need them. We nodded once and ran. The world narrowed to the pounding of my boots, the ragged breath in my lungs, the roar of the horde ahead. My machete was already slick in my hands, the handle was worn and familiar, comforting, even as fear twisted in my gut. Buffy was fast, but even she couldn't take on a horde of this size. There were hundreds. Maybe thousands. The closer I got, the worse the air smelled, rot and copper choked with smoke. It was the kind of stink that stuck to your skin no matter how hard you scrubbed. Steel surged ahead of me, roaring a battle cry, the heavy axes he favored flashing in both of his hands. I screamed too, the sound ripped from my throat, high and raw, and then we were on them. The first infected lunged for me, a man in a shredded casino uniform, eyes milky and wide. I ducked his reaching hands and drove my blade up under his chin, hard enough that it burst through the top of his skull. He dropped, twitching. Another one grabbed at my jacket. Steel hacked its arms off with 2 clean strikes, and I finished it with a slash across the throat. Buffy. I screamed, trying to catch sight of her. Steel grabbed my shoulder, pointing. There. She was maybe 30 feet ahead, a whirlwind of motion, swords flashing in a beautiful, deadly rhythm. She looked like a dancer, every move instinctive and perfect, cutting a bloody path through the infected. But she was getting surrounded. Move. Steel barked, and we plowed forward, cutting down anything in our way. It was madness. The infected weren't smart, but there were so many. They stumbled over each other, clawing and snapping. Adder's remaining soldiers, the ones who hadn't already been torn apart, tried to fight back, guns rattling uselessly before they were overwhelmed. I slammed my shoulder into a bloated woman in a shredded waitress outfit, knocking her off balance before finishing her. Steel covered my side, one of his axes slicing through the air. For everyone we killed, 3 more seemed to take their place. Buffy was screaming too, but it wasn't fear. It was pure fury, the noise a wild animal makes when cornered. I caught up to her just as she backflipped over a fallen corpse, landing in a crouch and getting 2 infected at once. Buffy. You can't. I started. I have to. She shrieked back, eyes wild. They're out. The pens are open. They're out. I didn't understand what she meant at first, and then I saw. Beyond the mass of infected we were fighting, across the blood-soaked field where the makeshift pens had been, there was nothing. Once caged, the thousands of dead now tore across the island, a ravenous, unstoppable flood, devouring everything in their path. Steel swore viciously beside me. Buffy slashed down another infected, blood spraying her face. I told you. She screamed, and without waiting, she ran straight toward the oncoming mass. Buffy. I yelled, but she didn't stop. Steel and I hesitated for half a second. We looked at each other again, a silent, grim understanding between us, then we chased her. There was no plan. No strategy. Just fight or die. The ground beneath my boots was slippery with blood and gore. My arms burned from swinging the machete. Every time I took down one of them, two more took its place. The first wave of the new horde hit us like a wrecking ball. An infected soldier, one arm dangling by a thread, rushed me with a bayonet still attached to his rifle. I twisted aside, narrowly avoiding being skewered, and drove my blade into his eye socket. Steel was a whirlwind next to me, his axe cleaving heads from shoulders. Buffy, tiny, deadly Buffy, spun and danced between them, a blur of blades and golden hair. Her autistic focus had kicked in fully now. She wasn't even human anymore, she was pure survival. I fought like hell to reach her. One grabbed my backpack, trying to haul me down. I dropped low, slamming the hilt of my machete into its knee, hearing the sickening pop as it collapsed. Another one grabbed my ponytail, yanking my head back. I screamed, twisting wildly, as Steel's axe took its head off in one quick clean motion. "Keep moving," he shouted. I could barely hear him over the noise, the gunfire, the screaming, the growls of the undead. But I pushed forward, heart hammering so hard it felt like it would explode. The dead were everywhere. Bodies piled 2 and 3 high in some places, writhing, clawing at each other in a frenzy. The air was so thick with the stench of death I gagged. Buffy disappeared into the mass ahead of us. "No!" I gasped, surging forward. Steel grabbed my arm, pulling me back just as an infected leapt where I'd been standing. It hit the ground instead, snarling and snapping. Steel crushed its skull with a solitary stomp. "We stay together," he growled. I nodded, trembling. We cut our way through, fighting for every inch. My machete was dulling, sticking in the tougher bone. I switched to my backup knife without thinking, moving on instinct now. I lost track of how many I killed. It didn't matter. It would never be enough. Somewhere ahead, Buffy was still fighting. I could hear her, small, furious cries as she slashed and stabbed. Steel and I pushed through a wall of infected, and for a brief moment, we broke into a clear patch. There she was. Buffy stood atop a pile of corpses, blood dripping from her blades, panting heavily. She looked over her shoulder at us and smiled. It broke my heart. There was something so young about that smile. So proud. So, Buffy. I stumbled toward her, but the ground shifted under my boots. Bodies still twitching, clawing, grabbing at my ankles. "Buffy!" I screamed. Her smile faded. She looked past me and her eyes went wide. The horde had shifted. They weren't mindless. They could smell fresh blood. Hundreds more were surging toward us now, faster, more desperate. Buffy lifted her swords. Steel planted himself in front of me, shield raised, ready to protect us both. I tightened my grip on my knife, heart hammering. No going back now. We braced ourselves and charged. The next few minutes were a blur of violence and blood. I fought like I had never fought before. Screaming, slashing, kicking, punching. Buffy was beside me, a whirlwind of blades. Steel was a solid wall of death, holding the line with brutal, efficient strikes. I lost track of everything else. Just kill. Move. Kill again. My muscles screamed. My lungs burned. The world narrowed to the next infected face, the next reaching hand, the next mouth full of jagged rotten teeth. Somewhere, in the back of my mind, I knew we couldn't win. There were too many of them. But that didn't matter. All that mattered was Buffy and Steel. The three of us, together, holding on. Fighting to the bitter end. Steel roared, swinging his axe in a wide arc, clearing a path. "Go!" he bellowed. "Get her out." I didn't hesitate. I grabbed Buffy's arm, tugging her down the far side of the corpse pile. She stumbled but kept moving, covered in blood that wasn't hers. We have to fall back, I gasped. Buffy shook her head stubbornly, trying to pull away. I can fight, no. I screamed right in her face. You'll die. Steel crashed down behind us, slamming an infected so hard into the ground the earth shook. We had seconds, maybe less. I yanked Buffy toward a break in the fence line to the west, half carrying her when she faltered. She wasn't hurt, just exhausted. All that fury had burned her out. Steel fought like a demon behind us, covering our retreat. Every time I looked back, I expected to see him go down. But he didn't. He was still standing, still swinging. We reached the fence, a twisted mess of barbed wire and broken wood. No good for holding anything in anymore, but it made a bottleneck we could use. Here, I shouted. Buffy nodded, setting her back to the fence, swords up. I stood beside her, blades ready. Steel slammed into the gap, panting, his armor slick with gore. He flashed us a bloody grin. Miss me? I almost sobbed with relief. Then the horde came at us again, and there was no more time for talking. We fought in a tight triangle, backs to each other, weapons flashing. Steel's axes rose and fell like a metronome. Buffy moved low and fast, cutting at knees and ankles. I fought high, slashing faces, stabbing through eye sockets. We moved as one. Every step, every strike, instinct. It wasn't enough. More infected poured through the fence, climbing over the bodies of the fallen. Our little bottleneck slowed them, but not enough. A big one, a former security guard by the look of the shredded uniform, barreled straight for me. I stabbed him 3 times in the heart, and he didn't even slow down. Down! Steel shouted. I dropped instinctively. Steel's axe flashed over my head, burying itself in the big balding man's skull. He dropped to the floor like a sack of spuds. Buffy shrieked a warning, and I spun just in time to dodge a grasping hand. Steel, we can't hold this. I yelled. He grunted. I know. He glanced around, his eyes scanning the area, despite the blood running down his face. There. He pointed to an abandoned military jeep, maybe 20 feet away, half buried in debris. If we could make it, we could regroup. Maybe even use it for cover. Move. He barked. We fought our way toward it, hacking and slashing every step. The infected were frenzied now, whipped into a killing frenzy by the blood and the noise. Steel reached the jeep first, clearing the immediate area with savage strikes. Buffy and I scrambled in after him. The vehicle was trashed, the engine block blown, the windshield shattered, but it made a rough little fortress. We slammed the doors shut, barricading them with bodies and broken metal. For a moment, just a moment, we could breathe. I leaned back against the seat, gasping, knife still clenched in my shaking hand. Buffy crouched beside me, eyes huge, still trembling. Steel stood watch at the smashed window, axe ready. That won't hold them long, I panted. He nodded grimly. No. But it'll give us a minute. I wiped blood from my face, my hands trembling so bad I could barely think. Buffy, I said, my voice breaking. You can't run off like that. You scared the living shit out of us. She stared at me blankly for a second, then suddenly she was crying. Big, silent sobs that shook her whole body. I pulled her into a hug, holding her tight. It's okay, I whispered. We're okay. We're together. Steel crouched beside us, resting a big, bloody hand on Buffy's shoulder. We protect each other, his gruff tone rolled of his tongue. Buffy nodded into my chest, still sobbing. I wanted to cry too, but there wasn't time. The jeep rocked violently. I shoved Buffy behind me as the infected began piling against the sides, clawing and biting, trying to get in. We have to move, Steel said. Where? I asked. He glanced at the far side of the jeep. The road beyond, leading back toward the trucks. If we could reach them. Ready? He asked. I nodded. Buffy wiped her face with the back of her hand and nodded too. Steele kicked the passenger door open so hard it knocked 3 infected sprawling. We charged. Steele in front, Buffy and me close behind. The horde swarmed after us, shrieking. I didn't think. I just ran, slashing anything that got too close. Steele cleared a path, brutal and efficient. Buffy darted and dodged, her small size finally an advantage in the crush. The road was slick with blood, bodies everywhere. I almost slipped twice but caught myself, adrenaline driving me forward. The trucks were still there, thank God. A ragged line of survivors held the perimeter, firing wildly into the horde. Steele bellowed our approach, waving his axe. Somebody, maybe Kay, saw us and started shouting. A group broke off from the line, pushing forward to cover us. Gunfire ripped the air around us, cutting down infected in our path. We stumbled into the first barricade, the surviving fighters grabbing us, hauling us through. Buffy collapsed to her knees, sobbing again. I dropped beside her, coughing and shaking. Steele slumped to the ground, bleeding from a dozen shallow wounds, but grinning. We'd made it. Somehow, against all odds, we'd made it. The infected slammed against the trucks and the barricades, but they couldn't reach us now. Not yet. I pulled Buffy into another hug, rocking her gently. Steele sat down hard beside us, his weapons across his lap. We sat there for a long moment, breathing, bleeding, shaking. Alive. Together. And even with the dead all around us, even with everything we'd lost, it felt like a victory. Then the monsters broke through. Steele, my boots hit the ground like hammers, every muscle in my body burning with fury and desperation. Alex was already swinging her hatchet beside me, carving out a bloody path through the grotesque forms of the dead. Buffy was up ahead, her blonde hair flashing like a beacon in the madness, butterfly swords a blur as she danced among the rotting monsters. We had no plan. We had no hope of winning. But it didn't matter. We weren't leaving her alone. The first rotter lunged at me, a massive thing, all teeth and shredded skin. I didn't slow down. I drove my shoulder into it, knocking it flat, then brought my blade down so hard into its skull that the tip punched into the concrete beneath. The air stank of metallic copper, bile, and smoke. The roars of the horde were deafening. A tsunami of hunger and death crashing toward us. Alex caught my eye for half a second. A silent agreement passing between us. We fight. We bleed. We don't back down. Another infected, a woman, half her face missing, clawed at Alex. I was moving before she even saw it, grabbing the corpse by the neck and snapping it like a dry twig. Alex gave me a nod, then swung her hatchet and split another infected from ear to chin. Buffy screamed not in fear, but in pure, wild rage as she threw herself headlong into a knot of them. That goddamn kid had bigger balls than most men. I barreled after her, swinging wide and carving a brutal path. My axe as extensions of my arms now, hacking, stabbing, smashing. Blood sprayed hot and thick across my face. My knuckles were already split open from punching too many skulls. One of Adder's men, still alive, still human, came sprinting at me with a crowbar. His eyes were wild with fear. He wasn't aiming at me, he was just trying to escape the dead. Bad luck, buddy. I caught him mid-run, clotheslined him so hard his feet left the ground, then shoved him into the grasping arms of the horde. Just deserts you fucker, I growled under my breath. No mercy. The horde swarmed over the poor bastard, tearing into him with wet, ripping sounds that turned my stomach. Somewhere behind me, Alex shouted, "Steele, right flank." I spun just in time to catch a snarling rotter that had been about to take a chunk out of my shoulder. I smashed the butt of my axe into its nose, caving in its face, then hacked at it, clean through the eye. Buffy was ahead of us, moving too fast, too reckless. "Buffy! Fall back!" I bellowed. She didn't even hear me. Or maybe she just ignored me. Either way, she was in too deep now. I roared and charged, Alex right beside me. That's when Mama Ray showed up. All fury and swinging like a woman scorned. She waded into the horde like a demon out of hell, machete flashing, blood spraying in great arcs. Kay was right behind her, smaller and faster, slicing and stabbing with brutal precision. They were both covered in gore, faces grim, eyes hard. Mama Ray caught sight of me, and for a second, there was something almost savage in her smile. "Thought you could party without me?" She shouted over the chaos. "Better late than never." I barked back, grinning like a lunatic. "We got to move." Kay screamed. "The charges are set. Timer's running." My heart stuttered. Shit. The explosives. I'd forgotten all about them in all the action. If we didn't get the hell out of here, we'd be nothing but a memory and a red smear. "Buffy!" I roared again, my throat raw from shouting. Buffy turned just enough to glance back, and, in that moment, 3 rotters tackled her. She went down under the pile. "No!" Alex screamed. We were moving before we even thought about it. Me, Alex, Mama Ray, and Kay, a brutal wall of fury. We smashed the horde like something out of a Warcraft game, slashing, stabbing, stomping. Only this was no game. It was life or death. The dead grabbed at my arms, my gear, my clothes. I felt fingers digging into my skin, nails ripping at my jacket. I bellowed and smashed heads, crushed faces under my boots, drove my weapons into anything that moved. By the time we reached Buffy, she was already clawing her way up, covered in blood that wasn't hers, swords flashing like silver lightning. The kid was shaking, pale as death, but still fighting. I grabbed her under the arm and yanked her to her feet. "We're leaving." I barked in her face. She nodded, gasping for air, and together we turned and fought our way toward the trucks. The explosions started, small pops at first, like firecrackers, then the deeper, heavier booms that shook the ground under our boots. Dust and debris rained down around us. The air turned black with smoke. "We have to move." Mama Ray yelled, coughing hard. "They're gonna blow the whole place sky high." The earth shuddered again as another series of charges went off. I could see the pens collapsing, the fences breaking, the bodies burning. The horde didn't care. They just kept coming. Rotters on fire staggered toward us, shrieking, their flesh melting, still trying to grab and bite. Adder's men, the ones still breathing, ran screaming into the smoke, only to be dragged down by the relentless tide of the undead. We fought shoulder to shoulder, step by brutal step, forcing our way through. My arms burned. My heart felt like it was about to explode. Blood stung my eyes. I lost count of how many I killed. Hundreds? More? It didn't matter. I just kept swinging. Kay stumbled, a rotter grabbing her hair. I spun and buried my knife in its throat, kicking it off her before it could drag her down. "Thanks." She gasped, eyes wide with terror. "Move." I barked. No time. More rotters poured out from the pens, shrieking, snapping jaws, eyes empty of anything but hunger. It was a hellish nightmare. An endless, howling river of death. We ran. We fought. We bled. I caught a glimpse of the trucks through the smoke, a fleeting, desperate hope. "Almost there." Mama Ray shouted. But the dead were faster now, frenzied, driven by the explosions and the coppery scent of blood. They closed in from all sides, snapping and clawing. We formed a rough circle, me, Alex, Mama Ray, Kay, Buffy. Fighting back to back, trying to hold them off long enough to break through. I stabbed a rotter in the throat, yanked my blade free, swung it into another's skull. Blood coated the ground, making it slippery. My foot skidded and for a second, I almost went down. Alex grabbed the back of my jacket and hauled me upright without missing a beat. "Don't you dare fall, steal," she snarled, swinging her hatchet with deadly fury. "Wasn't planning to," I grunted, breathing hard. Buffy screamed, a high, wild sound, and launched herself at a pack of rotters trying to cut us off. Her swords danced in the firelight, slicing heads from shoulders, splitting skulls. The kid fought like she was possessed. She fought like she had something to prove. She fought like she didn't give a damn if she lived or died. And somehow, we broke through. The trucks loomed ahead, battered, blood-spattered, but blessedly real. I shoved Buffy into the back of one, then turned to cover the others. Alex stumbled, a rotter grabbing her. Mama Ray kicked it off her, stabbing it in the eye, dragging Alex forward. Kay vaulted into the truck, panting, blood running down her face from a gash above her eye. I jumped in last, grabbing the door and slamming it shut just as the nearest rotter smashed against it with a bloody hand. "Go!" I bellowed. The engine roared to life. The wheels spun, spraying dirt and blood, and the truck lurched forward, plowing through the edge of the horde. In the rearview mirror, I saw the pens disintegrate in a final massive explosion. Fire and smoke rising into the sky, silhouetting the endless sea of the dead. We had escaped. Barely. But the cost. God, the cost. Buffy sat against the wall of the truck, shaking, her face hidden in her bloody hands. Alex leaned back, her eyes closed, her chest heaving. Mama Ray cleaned her machete methodically, her face unreadable. Kay sobbed quietly, rocking back and forth, hugging her knees. And me? I just sat there, staring at the smoldering wreckage, my hands shaking so bad I could barely keep them in my lap. Exhaustion. Rage. Relief. It all tangled up inside me until I couldn't tell one from the other. But we survived. Somehow, we fucking survived. And I still had her. Alex. My girl, my ride or die. The woman I swear to God I'm gonna marry if the world gives me half a chance. She was just as reckless, just as savage, just as beautifully insane as me. Maybe worse. And Christ, I loved her for it. Today, watching her fight, watching her bleed and never back down. It wrecked me in ways I don't have words for. It made me love her so much, it physically hurt. The island burned behind us. Bodies, fire, smoke, it was all a motherfucking nightmare. But I didn't care about any of it. Not while she was sitting here next to me, alive, breathing. She's mine. She will always be mine. Caleb, the sky was bleeding fire and smoke. The trucks roared to life behind us, engines screaming, the last of the survivors scrambling aboard. Brock and I stood shoulder to shoulder on the hill, shotguns booming, mowing down the dead that clawed their way toward the convoy. Hundreds of them. Maybe thousands. We weren't gonna let them touch our people. I caught Brock's eye. He had that crazy grin. The one that he always wore when shit was going sideways. The same one he had when we faced down a meth house full of junkies with nothing but our sidearms and our balls. We grinned at each other, mad bastards that we were. Go. Brock bellowed at the trucks, voice raw. Drive, god damn it. I added, blasting another runner off its feet. The convoy peeled out, wheels spinning, kicking up dust. They needed time to blow the bridges behind them. And we were gonna buy it. Brock let out a laugh, deep and wild, and I joined him. We didn't have a plan. We were just gonna wing it. We just loaded up, cocked our weapons, and charged into the teeth of the horde. The first ones fell easy, heads bursting under the weight of our fire. Zombies screeched and stumbled, their hands grabbing, their mouths snapping. We moved like we always did. Back to back, covering each other's blind spots, no words needed. I reloaded, loading shell after shell, into the magazine of the shotgun. cycling the action to load the round into the chamber. My arms aching, my heart hammering. Blood sprayed. Bodies dropped. Still, they came. And for a while it felt like maybe we could beat them. Brock roared beside me, swinging his axe in wide, vicious arcs, splitting skulls open like rotten melons. I emptied the last shells, tossed the shotgun, drew my pistol, firing into the crowd until it clicked dry. We were down to blades now, steel on rotten flesh. They swarmed us, climbing over their own dead to get at us. A bite grazed my jacket, so I tore the fucker off me and rammed a knife into its eye socket. Brock howled, part rage, part laughter, and somewhere inside, I knew this was it. The last stand. The way we were always gonna go. The moment came too fast. A screamer lunged out of the pack, fast as hell, latching onto Brock's side, sinking rotten teeth deep into him. I screamed his name, tried to reach him, but it was already too late. More dead piled onto him, dragging him down. Caleb. He roared, his voice breaking. I fought like a fiend, cutting and stabbing, but there were too many. My brother's hand clawed its way up from the pile, reaching for me, and then it went still. Brock was gone. Something inside me cracked. Snapped clean in two. I could have run. Could have tried to make it back to the trucks. But what was the point? Without Brock, I wasn't me anymore. I dropped my weapons into the mud. Opened my arms. The horde surged forward, Brock leading them now, eyes clouded, mouth dripping blood. I smiled through the tears. Let's hope Vanessa finds the cure to save us soon, brother, I whispered. And then his teeth found my throat, and the world went black. Brock, there was blood and fire everywhere. The trucks screamed away from the island, engines redlining. Caleb and I stood between them and the end of the world. Every shot we fired, a middle finger to death. The dead kept coming, a real-life nightmare. Full of snapping jaws and rotting yellow bloodied teeth. But I had never felt so alive. More alive than I had in years. We used to be sheriffs once. Upholders of law and order. Now we were just two crazy bastards trying to hold back the apocalypse with shotguns and a bad attitude. Caleb caught my eye, as he grinned that lopsided grin, and I laughed, deep and wild. Go! I shouted at the trucks, waving them on. We didn't need saving. We were already dead. We just hadn't laid down yet. I jacked a fresh shell into my shotgun, felt the satisfying clunk of readiness, and threw myself into the horde. It was beautiful, in a savage way. Every pull of the trigger blasted a piece of the nightmare into oblivion. Heads popped. Bones shattered. The air reeked of gunpowder, blood, and burning oil. Caleb moved like a war machine, every shot perfect, every slash deliberate. We fought like brothers. Brothers in arms. But the sea of death didn't care how good we were. They just kept coming. I swung my axe in wide arcs, the blades singing through the air, carving a path for us. We were a storm, a hurricane of death. But storms burn out. A growler tackled me from the side, a wiry son of a bitch with too many teeth. It latched onto my side, tearing into me. Pain exploded through my body. I roared and drove my axe down into its skull, but more were already on me. I heard Caleb shouting. He tried to fight his way to me. But it was too late. They dragged me down, biting, clawing, tearing. I fought, oh God, I fought, but my body was betraying me. Blood pouring out too fast. Vision blurring. The change started, even before my heart stopped. Caleb. My brother. He was still standing, covered in blood, eyes wild. I tried to reach for him. I tried to tell him to run, but my mouth was full of blood and rot. And then, nothing. Darkness. When I opened my eyes again, the world was different. Colder. Hungrier. I was dead. No worse. I was one of them. My body moved on its own, shambling toward Caleb. And Caleb. God bless him. He didn't raise his weapon. He didn't even flinch. He dropped his guns and opened his arms wide. Tears ran down his dirt-streaked face, but he was smiling. Let's hope Vanessa finds the cure to save us soon, brother, he whispered. And I, or what was left of me, tore into him. Brothers. To the end. And beyond. The rain came down in greasy sheets, slickened the skies, like the island itself was sweatin' out a fever. Wheeling Island. A fucking pit of death. I told Sloane, Fandy, and Ming to get to the rads and light M up when I gave the signal. That part was done. But now it was all on me. Detonation charges strapped to my vest, M4 in hand, and SIG sour, in my thigh holster. I had 20 minutes to turn this place into a graveyard, and I wasn't leaving till I made sure every last bastard breather or biter burned. You're out of your mind, Quinn, Sloane had said. Damn right I was. I sprinted through the crumbling remains of what used to be a sports bar, my boots slap-in, in puddles of blood and shards of broken glass. My breath fogged in the cool air, and I could smell it, everywhere. Death. It clung to everything here like mildew. Behind me, the rads started their low-frequency rumble. Any Z within a mile would be getting a migraine from hell. Didn't stop the bastards. They came anyway. I hit the first detonation point under the old casino, planting a satchel charge by the main support columns. The red LED on the timer blinked back at me. 10 minutes. I keyed in the sequence. 1 beep. Solid. I moved. Out of the dark, a shape lunged. Adrenaline spiked, like a freight train. I spun, M4 barkin'. 3-round burst to the head. The creature's skull exploded on impact, gray slop hittin' the wall behind it. Fuckin' adders, or what was left of M. Not quite Z, not quite human. Experiments gone sideways. Their eyes were still in there twitchin', cryin', screamin'. I didn't care. They chose their side. Second detonation point was the parking garage. I tore through the skeletal structure, echoes of my footsteps bouncing back at me. 2 more of Adder's men charged. I dropped one with a headshot, then the second got too close. We tangled, its breath hot and rancid. I drove my combat knife up under its chin, twisted. Bone cracked. Blood, a thick, black syrup, splashed my neck. It gurgled out something like a word before I kicked it off and planted the next charge. 7 minutes. More were comin'. I sprinted out the back exit, past twisted rebar and burned out cars. The city across the water looked like a memory. Safe. Warm. Unreal. But I had a job. Third point. The old motel. I kicked in the door. Inside, the smell hit me harder than a punch. Rot, blood, mildew. And something worse. I cleared the first floor, check-in, the rooms, fast and brutal. Room 107 had a surprise. For biters chained to the wall, maybe part of some sick lab test, that Adder's crew had left behind. I didn't hesitate. I walked in, aimed, and gave M mercy. Each one dropped with a thud. Their moans stopped. I planted the charge by the basement stairwell, where the structure would fold in on itself, nice and clean. 5 minutes. Gunfire echoed above me. Fuck. Upstairs, Adder's men. 5 of M. I dropped to a knee, M4 up, and started punch-in holes. First 2 went down easy, but the third had armor. Took 3 to the chest and kept comin'. I shifted aim, shot his fucking knee out, then popped his head like a zit. The other 2 flanked me. I ducked behind a doorframe as bullets chewed the wall. Dust and splinters filled the air. I tossed a frag. Boom. Screams. Silence. Blood smeared the walls. Limbs twitched on the floor. I checked the timer. 3 minutes. Gotta move, got to move. I hit the last point. Wheeling Down's grandstand. Big bastard of a building. Half collapsed already, but it had to come down clean or it'd leave cover for anyone followin'. The hallway was a kill box. I saw, a squad of Adder's men, in black tactical gear, red visors glowin' with eyes of the fucking devil. No words. Just guns. I went prone, sprayed under their cover. One caught it in the foot, screamed, dropped. The others lit the place up. Rounds pinged off the concrete around me. Come on, you fucking mutts. I rolled into a side room, kicked a table over, and switched to the SIG, controlled bursts. Headshots only. 2 down. Another tried flanking. I caught him with a snapshot to the dome. His visor shattered, his face peeled like an onion. I felt heat on my leg. Blood. Mine. Bullet grazed me. Just a kiss, but it burned. I slapped a tourniquet on, grit into my teeth. No time. I reached the main support beam, strapped the last charge. 1 minute timer. Manual trigger override in my vest. Now for the bridge. I tore out of there, heart jackhammerin'. The whole island was wakin' up now. I could hear the lads screamin', ZS howlin', gunfire from the far side. Probably Sloan cleanin' up whatever followed us. The road to the bridge was a fucking gauntlet. ZS poured from alleys, stairwells, sewer grates. Mouths open, teeth clickin', eyes like stale old milk. I fired in bursts, countin' rounds. Click. Reload. Click. Jam. Shit. I smashed a skull in with the butt of the M4. It cracked like wood. Another grabbed my vest. I kneed it in the gut, drew my SIG, put 2 in its chin. 50 meters from the bridge. I could see her. My bike. Matte black Ducati. Beautiful bitch waitin' for me. More adders. These ones were fast. I sprinted, hearin' the timer beep in my ear. 30 seconds. They opened fire. I felt rounds zip past, one tagged my shoulder. Hot pain, like a branding iron. I stumbled, dove behind a busted newsstand. Quinn, came a voice in my earpiece. Ming. Tell Sloan to hit the fucking switch if I don't make it. No. That's an order. I grunted, pushed up, and ran like hell. Bullets flew, teeth snapped, and the bike got closer. 10 seconds. I vaulted over a barricade, one last Z leapt at me. I caught it mid-air with a headshot, landed in a roll. I hit the ignition. The Ducati roared like a lion. 5 seconds. I tore down the bridge, rear wheel fishtailin'. My finger hovered over the detonator. Boom. The island behind me lit up like the 4th of July. Flames chased me like the fucking devil himself was reachin' for my soul. Structures collapsed, fireballs punched into the sky. I didn't look back. I cleared the bridge as the last explosion went off, heat wash slammin' at me like a wave. I skidded to a stop on the far bank, heart poundin', lungs burnin'. Silence. Then the radio crackled. Quinn. Sloan. Still breathin', sweetheart. Jesus Christ. Yeah. He ain't here. Just me. I looked back at the island. A black cloud hung over it, flames dancin' like ghosts. I lit a cigarette with shaky hands, the blood dryin' on my gear. One-way trip, I muttered. But I made it back. But it wasn't over. Not by a long shot. I heard the moan before I saw it. One of them had made it across. Maybe more. A crawler, half a torso, arms raw down to bone. Still grinnin' like it had a shot. You don't fucking quit, do ya? I stepped off the bike, walked up, and curb stomped the bastard. Skull gave way like wet clay. And that's when I saw the shape in the fog. Bigger. Faster. An adder juggernaut. Armor-plated. Injected with God knows what. Movin' like a freight train on two legs. Must have been a backup unit stationed off-island. Fuck me. I raised my M4. Emptied the mag. It kept comin'. I fired the SIG till the slide locked back. Still not enough. I bolted back to the Ducati, yanked a flare from my vest, lit it, and shoved it into a spare fuel can. Tossed it at the bastard's feet. Humph. Fireball. It staggered, burnin' like hell, but still walkin'. You just don't learn. I hit the last charge. A backup remote. Buried near the bridge. A seismic punch. It detonated the remaining fuel I left for insurance. This time, the bastard stopped movin'. I climbed on the Ducati, breathin' like a locomotive, heart still jackin' in my chest. Wheeling Island is off the map. For good. I took off into the long empty road, engine screamin', blood dryin', pain settlin'. I am Quinn. Ex-Navy SEAL. The last one out. And I'd do it all again tomorrow. Because someone fucking has to. The US government trained us to be mad bastards for a reason. We get the fucking job done. Alex the truck was rolling, wheels pounding the winding desolate roads, engines howling like wounded animals. Inside, it was worse. Blood smeared every surface, some of it ours, some not. The stench of gunpowder, sweat, and death filled the cramped, rattling box. The rescued women and girls huddled near the back, wide-eyed and shivering, their faces ghost-white in the dim light. Some clutched each other. Some just stared, too numb to cry. We were all wrecked. Steele sat slumped against the wall, his face half covered in dried blood, clutching a pistol. Ming was near him, tearing strips from a shirt to bandage a jagged tear in his side. Diesel, with his metal claw glinting, sat silent and stone-faced, blood pooling around his boots. I could hear the others breathing. Ragged, uneven. We were all just barely hanging on. My own hands were shaking so badly I had to tuck them under my thighs to hide it. My whole body hurt. Bruises, cuts, a burn along my ribs where a Molotov had gone off too close. But none of it mattered. None of it compared to the ache in my chest. The earpieces crackled. Mama Ray's voice broke through, strained but still carrying that iron core she never lost. Sound off. Survivors, sound off. Who's still breathing? There was a long pause. I looked around. Nobody wanted to answer first. Nobody wanted to say it. Steele cleared his throat, the sound rough like gravel, and keyed his mic. Steele, here. Got Ming, Diesel, Alex, Buffy, and some of the rescued. He trailed off. The silence was thick enough to choke on. Copy. Mama's voice was tight. Too tight. Where's Tank? Where's Caleb and Brock? And Jaden? No one answered. Steele hesitated. They didn't make it. The words hit harder than any blow. The truck felt colder all of a sudden, like the heat had bled out through the bullet holes. Some of the girls at the back started crying soft, wailing sounds that twisted in my gut. Buffy swore under her breath, turning her face away. Diesel slammed his fist into the wall, the metal ringing under the impact, but he didn't say anything. I pressed my forehead against my knees, closing my eyes. Tank. Big, stupid, brave Tank. The guy who once carried 3 kids on his back across a river during a flood. Gone. Caleb and Brock, the brothers, the crazy bastards who ran into the horde to buy us time. Gone. Jaden, beautiful Jaden, our sniper. Gone. Anyone wounded? Mama asked next, her voice harsher now. Steele answered again, his words like bricks falling one by one. Ming's hit, maybe fractured ribs. Diesel's claws got some damage, but he's up. Diesel took a bite on his vest, says it didn't break the skin. Alex, he glanced at me, she's got a burn, minor. Buffy, cuts and bruises. I think it's the same for everyone. We will all need to be checked out. He hesitated. Gonna need to check everyone properly when we get back. We are all covered in so much blood it's hard to tell. Mama was silent for a beat. I could picture her sitting at the wheel of the head truck, her hands clenched so tight the knuckles went white, fighting to keep herself together. All right. Check each other. Strip to the skin if you have to. Fever check every hour. We can't afford another breach. The truck jolted hard as we hit a pothole. Someone gasped in pain. Diesel stood, towering over everyone, his metal claw catching the overhead light as he started moving down the line, checking wounds. He didn't speak. He just peeled back shirts, inspected torn sleeves, pressed fingers against pulses. When he got to me, he crouched low, his brown eyes serious. Lift your shirt, Alex. I obeyed, arms shaking. The burn was ugly, red and blistered, but it wasn't a bite. Diesel grunted approval and moved on. I pulled my jacket tight again, my skin was burning and hot to touch. But I felt cold from the shock of it all. The truck rumbled forward, and the hours stretched. Every mile closer to the asylum felt heavier. The rescued girls clung to each other, whispering prayers I didn't know the words to. Some had blood crusted down their legs. Some had bruises shaped like hands around their throats. Adder's men had done this to them. To all of us. I wanted to kill him again, and again, and again. Ming sat near the door, head lolling against the wall, blood soaking through his makeshift bandages. Steele kept glancing at him, his jaw locked tight. He'd never say it out loud, but if any of us spiked a fever, he'd be the one to pull the trigger. It was the way we did things. It was mercy. The earpiece crackled again. Mama Ray's voice, soft this time. You did good. You brought them home. Tell Buffy Amanda's okay, she's just in shock. And everyone else is in the trucks. We didn't lose anyone else. A sob broke out from one of the girls in the back, a tiny heart-wrenching sound. Steele leaned his head back, staring at the metal ceiling. Ming murmured something in his sleep. Diesel muttered curses under his breath, rocking slightly. Buffy sat at the edge of the truck, her gaze lost in the distance, letting the sun and the wind thread through her hair to soothe her frayed nerves. I hugged my knees tighter to my chest, the cold seeping into my bones. Home. We were going home. If we made it back without anyone turning. If the wounded didn't start sweating and twitching. If. It was always if. The truck rattled over an old, dilapidated bridge. It was the last one standing between us and the asylum. I heard a low thump behind us. Maybe it was a tire going over a corpse. No one even flinched. We were beyond fear now. Beyond pain. Just broken lost people moving through the dead wastelands. I pressed a hand to the locket around my neck. The one that Steele had given me for my birthday. And I whispered a prayer. Dear God, I've never asked you for anything before. But I beg of you, hear me now. Please save us. Please save humanity. Please save our planet. I did the sign of the cross, as I whispered Amen. The headlights picked out the battered gates of the asylum in the distance. Tall, welded metal sheets patched together with scavenged scrap. We were finally home. The guards on the wall must have seen us coming, because the gate started to grind open, the old motors whining. Steele keyed his mic, this is Steele. Coming in heavy. Multiple wounded. Survivors from Adders. Prep the infirmary. A crackle of static, then someone answered. Copy that. Welcome home. I sagged against the wall of the truck, every ounce of strength bleeding out of me, now that we were finally safe. The truck rolled through the gates. Men and women swarmed around us, weapons ready, grim faces peering in, counting heads, looking for signs of fever. The door slid open. The first thing I felt was the night air, cold and damp, smelling of wet earth and old blood. I stumbled out, nearly falling, and a pair of strong arms caught me, one of the medics. I tried to wave him off, but my legs weren't listening anymore. Around me, the others climbed out. Diesel helping Ming, Steel half-dragging Buffy. The rescued girls blinked in the harsh floodlights, shielding their eyes, some crying, some silent. Mama Ray was first to get out of the lead truck. Her tough exterior, worn, her hair pulled back tight, her face lined with exhaustion and grief. She hugged Steel first. Fierce and hard, then Diesel, then me. And then Buffy. No words. I looked around for the others. Looked for Tank's wide grin. Looked for Brock and Caleb's swagger. Looked for Jaden's cocky wave. But there were only ghosts. And the hollow space they left behind. We'd made it back. We were alive. But nothing would ever be the same. Amanda, the hot water pounded against my skin. Trying to wash away the memories, but it wasn't strong enough. Nothing would ever wipe away the hurt, the pain. My palms are braced against the cracked tiles of the shower wall, my head bowed. As I let the streams of water cleanse me of the bloodshed I had seen today. But inside, I was empty. I could still feel the weight of him. Tank's lifeless body in my arms. I can still hear his last words, raw and broken through bloody lips. Love you. And me, screaming back, I love you, Tank, as the world tore itself apart around us. The blast had thrown me clear. His body had shielded mine. His sacrifice had burned itself into my mind. The images white-hot and screaming. My legs shook under me. I didn't even realize I was sobbing until I tasted the salt mixing with the water running down my face. I slammed a fist into the wall, the impact jarring up my arm and rattling my bones. I did it again. And again. Trying to feel something else, anything else. The shower curtain snapped aside, and there she was, Buffy. She didn't say anything. She just stepped in, fully clothed, the water soaking her through instantly. She grabbed my wrist before I could hit the wall again, pulled me into her arms. I collapsed against her, both of us sinking to the floor under the waterfall of the shower. Clinging to each other like wreckage in a drowning sea. I couldn't save him, I choked. Buffy. I couldn't. She rocked us gently, her hands stroking my hair, her forehead pressed against mine. I could feel her own grief, shaking her frame. Tell me what happened, Mom, she whispered. Please, tell me. I buried my face in her shoulder, struggling to breathe, struggling to force the words past the pieces of cut glass that felt as if they were lodged in my throat. He saw the grenade, I rasped. It was rolling toward me, right in the middle of everything. I didn't even see it. I didn't know. And God, Buffy, he didn't even hesitate. He threw himself on it. Covered it with his body. Buffy let out an awful sound, somewhere between a sob and a scream, muffled against my hair. I squeezed my eyes shut, squeezing out more useless tears. He looked at me, my voice trembling. Right before it went off. He looked at me like I was the only thing that mattered. He smiled, and he said, "Love you." I could feel Buffy shaking harder now. My own heart coming apart in my chest. I said it back to him, I whispered. I told him I loved him too. And then, I broke off, fists twisting in the soaked fabric of her shirt. And then he was gone. He saved me, Buffy. He saved me and the girls we rescued. He is a hero. We stayed there, holding on to each other under the scalding spray, the world falling away until it was just us, two grief-stricken souls clinging to what little we had left. I can still smell him, I can hear him laughing. I can still feel his arms around me. Buffy nodded, her eyes red and raw. I miss him too, she whispered. God, Mom, I miss him so much. After a while, the water ran cold, and our teeth started chattering. We crawled out of the stall together like wounded animals, leaving a trail of water behind us. Buffy grabbed 2 towels, threw one around my shoulders. I dried off mechanically, not really feeling my hands or my skin. I was just going through the motions of being human. We dressed in silence. Battered jeans, threadbare t-shirts, anything that didn't reek of blood and death. I caught a glimpse of myself in the cracked mirror and flinched. I looked horrendous. Hollow-eyed. Pale. There was blood on my face. I hadn't even noticed. I scrubbed at it viciously with a rag, but I could still feel it, feel the ghost of Tank's lifeless body in my arms as he died. Buffy came up behind me and met my eyes in the mirror. We have to do something, her voice low and fierce. I nodded slowly. We have to fight. Somehow. For him. For all of them. Her hand found mine, squeezing hard. Dr. Van, she said. We can give more blood. Maybe she can find a way. Maybe she can save the others. Caleb, Brock, her voice stuttered. We need to make Tank's death mean something. Make him proud. Even though. A fire sparked deep inside my heart, guttering and weak, but still alive. Tank had died to save me. I couldn't let that be the end of it. I had to make it mean something. Let's go, my voice croaked. We walked side by side down the battered halls of the asylum, past the wounded laid out on cots and mattresses. Past the women and girls we had saved from Adder. Now huddled together in shock, gratitude, and terror. Everywhere we looked, there were bruised faces, bloodied hands, haunted eyes. Everywhere we looked, we saw the cost. The cost of Adder's brutality. The cost of doing the right thing. The cost of the mission. Mama Ray gave us a tight nod as we passed. Her face was lined with grief. But she looked proud too, like a general who had lost half her army but won the war. We found Dr. Van in her makeshift lab, sleeves rolled up, face pale under the fluorescent lights. She looked up as we entered, her mouth opening in surprise. You two should be resting, she said. No, I said, stepping forward. We want to help. Buffy moved to stand beside me, her chin lifting stubbornly. Take our blood. Take whatever you need. Just save whoever you can. Just try and save the world. We've already lost so much. Too many good people have died. We want to make it right. We want the world back to how it was. We want to help you save humanity. Dr. Van's eyes softened, and in that moment, you could see her youth, her beauty. She nodded once and started prepping the equipment. As I sat down and felt the sting of the needle sliding into my vein, I closed my eyes. I pictured Tank's face. That cocky grin. Those warm eyes. The way he could make me laugh even when the world was ending. I love you, he had said. I love you too, I had answered. And I would keep loving him. Every drop of blood, every breath I had left, would be for him now. For all of them. Even as the world burned around us, we would not stop fighting. We would not stop loving. Not ever. Buffy, the minute Mom's blood started to fill the bag, something in my chest cracked wide open. I sat next to her, my arm outstretched, the needle taped to my skin, the blood flowing out slow and steady. I didn't look away from her. She looked so small right now. So hollowed out. I felt the same way. When we finally finished, Dr. Van bustled off to store the blood and run her tests. We just sat there, side by side in the metal chairs, staring at the floor. Neither of us said anything for a long time. There were no words big enough for what we'd lost. When Mom finally spoke, her voice was a rasp. "Oh, Buffy, how am I gonna do this without him?" My throat tightened painfully. I turned and pulled her into me again, her body trembled in my arms. "You don't have to do it without him," I said into her hair. "He's still here. In you. In all of us. In your heart, in your soul, your memories." I wasn't sure if I was lying or not. It certainly felt like a lie. But I never lie, so it couldn't be a lie, could it? The only thing I knew for sure was that he was gone, blown to pieces in that torture chamber, the cat house. But maybe if we said it enough times, it would help us heal. Mom buried her face in my neck. I could feel her hot tears seeping into my shirt. "I watched him die," she whispered. "I watched the best man I've ever known die. And I couldn't save him." I closed my eyes, feeling my own tears pressing hot against the backs of my lids. I remembered Tank's laugh. Loud and booming and so stupid sometimes it made me snort even when I didn't want to. I remembered him handing me that stupid flower he'd picked once on a supply run. Crumpled and half dead, but he had looked so proud, like he was giving me an uncut diamond. I remembered the way he'd treated all of us like family from the start. No judgment. No questions. Just loyalty. Just love. He was like the dad I never had. "I miss him too," I cried. The shower hadn't washed away the grief. Nothing could. It sat in my chest like a boulder, making it hard to breathe. Mom pulled back, her eyes bloodshot, her cheeks raw. "What if we can't save the others?" she asked, her voice breaking. "What if this is it?" I shook my head, with a fierce determination. "Then we keep fighting. We keep bleeding. We crawl if we have to. We do whatever it takes. For Tank. For Caleb. For Brock. For Jaden. We keep fighting to keep their memory alive." I squeezed her hand hard enough that my own bones ached. For all of them. Mom wiped her face with the sleeve of her shirt and gave me a weak, shaky smile. "I don't want to lose anyone else," she said. "I can't. You won't ever lose me," I promised. Not if I have anything to say about it. It was a stupid promise. In this world, loss was a certainty. But she needed to hear it. And maybe I needed to say it too. We stood together, supporting each other like busted-up crutches. Dr. Van was busy hunched over a microscope, her face drawn and tense. We didn't interrupt. We knew she was doing everything she could. Instead, Mom and I wandered back into the main room of the asylum, where the rest of the survivors were settling in. The rescued women and girls were being fed, given blankets, tended to with gentle hands by Mama Ray's people. The wounded were being triaged. Everyone wore the same hollow look. The stunned aftermath of surviving, when so many others had lost their lives. I caught sight of Val curled up on a mattress in the corner, her arms slung protectively over two tiny girls. They clung to her, like they'd never let go. Seeing them alive made my heart feel a little less fragmented. We'd saved them. Tank had died for them too. Maybe there was still good left in this world. Maybe we were making a difference. Mom and I sank down onto a battered old couch against the far wall, still holding onto each other like we might drift apart if we let go. "You know what I loved most about Tank?" Mom said after a long moment, her voice trembling. I shook my head. "What?" She smiled through her tears. "He always believed we could win. No matter how bad it got. He made me believe it too." I smiled, broken and small. "Yeah. He had that way about him." I remembered the night Tank stayed up late patching holes in the fence, even when everyone else gave up. I remembered him dragging us all out of our beds one night just to point at the stars, saying, "See that? As long as those are up there, we've still got a chance." I remembered how he always called me a kid, but he still sparred with me, trained me. How he made me feel safe. Protected. Like no matter how dark the world got, he would always stand between me and the monsters. And now he was gone. He had thrown himself on a grenade like a war hero. He had saved my mom's life. He had saved all of ours, in ways he probably never even realized. I wish I could have said goodbye, Mom whispered. You did, I said. He knew you loved him. He died knowing it. Amanda let out a shaky breath. We leaned our heads together, breathing each other in. Two broken hearts trying to knit themselves back together. We have to be stronger now, Mom said. For him. For all of them. I nodded. We will be. Silence stretched between us, thick and heavy but not uncomfortable. Just real. Just raw. I thought about the blood we had given Dr. Van. About the lives that might be saved because of it. About the slim, impossible hope that maybe, something good could still come from all this death. I want to be there, when she works on the cure. I want to see it happen. Mom turned to look at me, her eyes rimmed with red but burning bright. Me too, she said. We owe it to them to see it through. We sat there together, staring out over the battered survivors, the rescued women, the wounded soldiers. Tank would have been proud of us. He would have been proud of every single one of them. I miss you, big guy, I whispered under my breath. Mom squeezed my hand tighter. And for the first time since the battle, I felt a flicker of something warm in my chest. Not happiness. Not even hope yet. But something close. Something stubborn. Survival. We had lost so much. But we were still here. Still fighting. Still bleeding and crying. Still standing even when everything wanted to tear us down. We were still us. And that had to mean something. Rest easy, Tank, I whispered, my voice shaking. We've got it from here. Dr. Van, they brought me blood. 2 pints of freshly drawn blood, from the 2 women whose physiology contained the solution. I'd spent the past year unsuccessfully trying to isolate the Z virus to find the cure. Amanda and Buffy. They walked in battered, bruised, and hollowed out from grief, and I did what I always do. I took what they gave me and shut the world out. I owed it to them. I owed it to the dead. Placing the vials in the centrifuge, I watched it spin. As the hum began to build, my heartbeat matched its rhythm. Clinical. Controlled. Scientific. There was no room left for anything else. No mourning. No crying. No moment of silence for the ones we lost. Tank. Caleb. Brock. Jaden. There was only the data. Only the blood. Only the cure. When the centrifuge slowed to a stop, I moved like a machine. Slide the tray. Extract the plasma. Log every detail. Under the microscope, the cells flickered to life. And there it was. The extra X. My hands began to shake. A genetic anomaly. A double-binding mutation in the X chromosome. I'd seen it before in the bees. The modified queens had survived the infected pollen, adapted, even thrived. When I rebuilt the first hive, I infused them with trace recombinant DNA, based on an early model of the viral agent. But during the initial trial, something went critically wrong. The bees carried the Z virus in their stingers. An outcome that was never part of the design. They weren't meant to transmit the pathogen to living hosts. They were intended to be the delivery mechanism for a cure. I had overlooked a crucial variable. The virus had been dampened, yes, but it was a far cry from the cure I'd been pursuing, but they returned home. My bees. Hive 1 had succeeded. Against everything the old world believed possible, they came home to their queen. And now, so had the girls. Amanda and Buffy were my human equivalent. Engineered by evolution itself, unknowingly. Their blood was the missing link. That extra X wasn't just a mutation. It was one of nature's miracles. In life, in the old medical world, triple X syndrome was a mutation. A rare mutation that could make life difficult for the women and girls that were born with it. But here, now, triple X syndrome was the answer. The miracle we had all been praying for. The answer to infection. Our last hope for a cure. The original cure attempt lacked a stabilizer. Every iteration failed in the same way. Rapid reanimation, violent reaction, cellular rejection. Until now. Buffy's and Amanda's antibodies didn't attack the modified viral load. They embraced it. Encased it. Controlled it. This was it. The old world would have shut me down for even suggesting human testing without full FDA approval. For modifying bDNA. For altering viral strains without a government license. Hell, they would have thrown me in a dark hole for half of my experiments in this lab. But this isn't the old world. This is the brink. Humanity is circling extinction. Every safe zone is failing. Every settlement is crumbling. And the infected? They're adapting. They are faster. Stronger. Hungrier. The ones we call smartzeds have learned to herd the others. To talk in the voices of our dead loved ones. To stalk their prey. To wait. It's a war and we are losing. Yes, I will test. I will modify. I will play both God and devil if that's what it takes. Because if I don't, there won't be anyone left to judge me. I inject the serum into the first subject. No one knows I've got one of the infected locked in the bottom lab. I know what it would do to people if they found out. I know my mother would never allow it. An infected. He had been bitten for a few hours, when he volunteered. I take him just as the necrosis begins. Not fully turned. Not yet. I think I've already found the cure. But it only stretches out the agony. He's still vocal. Still screaming for his wife. His voice is raw and breaking, full of grief and terror. I tell myself this is to save lives. That if it works, he'll thank me. If it fails, he's already lost. I watch the serum spread through his veins. And I wait. At first, there's nothing. Just silence, just the hope. Then the spasms start. He convulsed. Cursed. Blood poured from his eyes, then stopped. His breath came in gasps. And then, stillness. Measured stillness. Heart rate steady. Pupils responsive. He looked at me. Where am I? He asked. I dropped to my knees. He remembered his name. I recorded every second. Logged every metric. Documented every miracle. And when he cried for his wife, I cried with him. The cure works. But not for all. I tried it on one of the captured Zeds. Too far gone. Half her face missing. Chest cavity torn open. No lungs left to breathe. She turned human then died. She couldn't survive her wounds. The cure only repairs what is broken. It cannot rebuild what is destroyed. I don't want the cure limited to the clean cases. But the truth is brutal. If the wounds are too severe, the body fails. The cure pulls them back, only to let them die as humans. No second chances for the ones with shredded organs or half a ribcage missing. No miracles for the ones dragging their guts behind them. That's the line. The body must be intact. No massive trauma. No rot. No filth in the bloodstream. The cure demands a near whole host, or it gives up. I recorded it. Faced it. And kept testing. 3 more trials. 2 ended in silence. 1 lived. And the ones who survive, they remember. Every snap of bone. Every scream. The blood on their hands. The faces of the people they tore into. They come back human, yes. But whole? No. Because the body might heal. But the mind never forgets. How do you live with that? Will the cure be a salvation, or a punishment? I don't know. But I can't think about that now. Humanity cannot afford my sentimentality. We are at war with extinction. Every minute wasted is another heartbeat we don't get back. Another child lost. Another life cut short. The bees survived. The girls survived. Now the data survives. I will replicate it. Amplify it. Mass produce it if I have to, even if that means turning this asylum into a living lab. The human race depends on it. We stand on the razor's edge. This cure is not perfect. But it's a start. The blood of warriors runs through our future. Amanda and Buffy will go down in history. Tank, even in death, gave us this chance. Caleb and Brock held the line so we could have this breath. Jaden's sacrifice bought us the time. I will not waste it. I pull another vial from the refrigerator. Label it. Process it. One after another. Systematic. Precise. Controlled. The cure may not save everyone. But it will save some. And right now, some is enough. I'm excited and terrified. Terrified of what the future will hold. Terrified of what we are walking into. Walking away from. Have I really found the cure? I need to speak with Mom. I need more people to experiment on. I need more evidence. Who would have thought that 2 XXX women from West Virginia would save the world? Alex, blood on my hands. Blood on the floor. Blood in my mouth, someone else's, not mine. I couldn't remember whose. I just knew we were all bleeding. The truck bounced and rocked as we pulled into the asylum gates. Steele held the wheel steady, but his knuckles were white. The worry lines on his face looked harsh in the dim light. Beside him, Kay sat slumped, eyes half-lidded, whispering something under her breath over and over like a prayer or a curse. Thandi was coughing. Ming leaned his head against the window, silent. Kiaro hadn't spoken since we lost Jaden. And Diesel. Diesel looked like death. But he wasn't dead. Not yet. Mama Ray's people helped the rescued women and girls out first. Some walked on their own. Most limped. A few had to be carried. One girl wouldn't let go of my hand. Her face was so small. So scared. You're safe now, I told her. But that was a lie. We were all still zombie bait. Then came the others. Our fighters. What was left of us? Ming limped past me, blood soaking his shirt. Kiaro dragged one leg behind him. Steele stumbled once. Just once. It was then that I saw it. A bite. Right above the boot. Deep. Ragged. Black veins already crawling up his calf like rot. His eyes met mine, but he didn't say a word. Inside, the asylum was already prepping the med bay. Mia and Clara had laid out tarps and gloves and tubs of disinfectant. Triage protocol, same as always. We lined up like broken soldiers after a war. Diesel sat down hard on a metal gurney, his mechanical claw twitching. He peeled back his shirt. 3 scratches across his ribs. Deep. Infected. It was when the pen exploded, he muttered. I didn't even feel it till after. There'll be no chopping this out, not this time. Kay was next. Her collarbone was exposed, teeth marks unmistakable. Steele tried to get him off me, she whispered. But it was too late. Steele stood behind her. It was my fault. I should have been faster. I should have. No, she snapped. We saved lives. That's what matters. Thandi had a gouge on her thigh. Cairo's arm looked like someone had tried to chew through it. Ming had a scratch on his neck and a bite on his torso. They were all too calm. Too quiet. And suddenly, I realized why. They knew. They had already talked about it. They had already decided. If you're bitten, you die. That was the rule. That was always the rule. I sat down. My legs couldn't hold me anymore. No. No, we can't. We have just got home. You can't ask me to watch you all die. Diesel reached out with his claw and gently touched my shoulder. You don't have to watch. Just give us the guns. Kay was crying. Quiet, ugly sobs that shook her whole body. Steele put his arm around her and kissed the side of her head. We made it this far, Kay. At least we died in battle. No, I said again. No. There has to be another way. Steele sat on the edge of the cot, his back to me, blood soaking through the torn fabric around his calf. He hadn't even flinched when they cleaned it. He just stared ahead, like the pain was miles away. Like he'd already left this mortal coil. I sat by the doorway, unable to move. My throat felt like someone had reached in and ripped it out. I wanted to run to him, fall at his feet. Hold on to him so tight, the world couldn't take him. But my legs wouldn't obey. My body had turned to glass, brittle and hollow and ready to shatter. He turned his head slightly, catching me there in his periphery. He didn't smile. He didn't need to. Those eyes, dark ocean blue like storms, met mine, and I almost let out a tortured scream. I loved him. God, I loved him so much. Alex, he said softly, and that broke me. I stumbled forward, fists clenched at my sides to keep them from trembling. I knelt in front of him, grabbed his hands, both of them, and clutched them like a lifeline. I'm okay, he lied, it's not deep. It doesn't hurt much. Don't lie to me, I whispered. Don't you dare. His jaw twitched. I could see it. How hard he was fighting to keep it together. For me. For everyone. I pressed my forehead to his chest. You can't go. Not you. Anyone but you. I have to be strong, Alex. I don't need strong. I need you. Here. Breathing. With me. My voice cracked on the last word, and I bit it back, hard, swallowing the scream clawing its way up from inside. He held me tighter, and I knew he could feel me shaking. I didn't care. I'm breaking, Steele, I said into his shirt. And if you go, there won't be anything left, here, for me to fight for. He didn't say a word. He just ran his hand through my hair, holding me, while I tried not to fall apart. But I already was. Inside, I was crumbling. Drowning in the thought of a world without him in it. And still, I held on. Because letting go would mean accepting the end. And I wasn't ready to say goodbye. Not to him. Not ever. Val's scream tore through the hallway like a gunshot. I turned the corner just in time to see her shove Kay backward, not hard enough to hurt her, but hard enough to shake the room. You should have stayed with the fucking trucks. Val shouted, her voice cracked and ragged, trembling with rage. I told you. God, I begged you. Kay didn't answer. She just leaned against the wall, pale, lips bloodless, trying to hold herself upright. The bite on her shoulder was already angry, purple around the edges. Steele stood behind her, silent, his arms crossed defensively, jaw clenched. Val spun on him next. And you, her voice broke. You always do this. You always have to be the goddamn hero. Charging in. Getting yourself hurt. Do you ever think for one fucking second about what it does to me? To Kay? Do you think we're proud of you? Do you think we want to keep watching you bleed? Only this time you're not going to bleed, Steele. You've really done it this time. You're all going to die. You're all going to leave me here. Alone. Steele didn't answer. He didn't even meet her eyes. That silence was what did it. Val slammed her fist into the wall, knuckles cracking on stone. Then she turned back to Kay, tears pouring down her face. You're my sister. You promised, Kay. You promised you'd be there. That we'd survive this together. How am I supposed to survive without you? Kay reached for her, her hands shaking, but Val stepped back. No, Val sobbed. Don't touch me. I can't. I can't watch this. I won't bury you both. I took a step forward, unsure if I should say something, do something. But Val collapsed to her knees right there on the floor, hands over her face, body heaving with angry sobs. I hate you, she choked. I hate you for leaving me. Steele walked over and knelt beside her. I'm sorry. Val slammed her fists into his chest. You don't get to be sorry. You don't get to go out like this. That's when I realized, this wasn't just fear. This was heartbreak. Raw, brutal loss, playing out before death had even come. And we were all still pretending there was time. I knelt beside her, put my hand on her back, and said the only thing that came to me. We're not giving up. Not yet. Val didn't look at me. She just kept crying, rocking, fists clenched in her lap. I can't lose them both, she whispered. I didn't know what to say. Because I couldn't promise, she wouldn't. But they were already lining up. Ming took one of the rifles from the wall. He checked the clip. Clicked the safety off. Handed it to Thandie. We do it together, Thandie said. No one gets left behind. Not even in death. I couldn't breathe. Steele turned to me. Alex. Please. Make sure the girls get stronger. Train them. Make them warriors. Kay held out her hand to Val. You have to let us go. I can't, she whispered. The door burst open. It was Dr. Van. Her lab coat bloodied. Her protective goggles still on. Her gloves smeared with something that wasn't paint. Nobody is dying today, she said. We all froze. Not today. She held up a syringe. The liquid inside shimmered gold under the lights. We have a cure. Silence. Then chaos. Diesel stood up so fast the gurney clattered behind him. Ming dropped the gun. Kay collapsed into Steele. Thandie was shaking. Chiaro just whispered, over and over, no way. No way. No way. It's real, Van said. I need samples. I need time. But we have a cure. The extra X. Amanda and Buffy, their blood, it worked. I wasn't sure if I was crying or just hallucinating. Van looked around the room. Nobody dies today. Not one of you. Not if I can help it. Then the power died. The darkness swallowed everything. We all turned at once, drawn to the scream. It tore down the hallway, raw and terrifying, shredding the heavy silence that had settled over the asylum. A second later, the backup lights flickered on, dim, useless. My pulse spiked. Instinct took over. Steele, Kay, Val, and I locked eyes. No one spoke. We just ran. The corridor stretched before us, dimly lit by flickering lights. As we turned the corner, the overhead lights sputtered and died, plunging us into darkness. The emergency lights kicked in, casting eerie red glows that painted the walls like blood. We reached the large common room, the source of the scream. The sight that met us was a nightmare made real. Chaos erupted. People were screaming, scrambling away from a figure convulsing on the floor. His body twisted unnaturally, limbs jerking as if pulled by invisible strings. Then, with a guttural snarl, he lunged at the nearest person, teeth sinking into flesh. Panic erupted. Steele didn't hesitate. He charged in, pulling the attacker off the victim and throwing him aside. Kay was right behind him, helping the injured to their feet, pushing them toward the exit. "Alex!" Steele shouted. "Get them out. Now!" I moved, grabbing arms, guiding the uninfected toward the door. Val assisted, her face pale but determined. More figures convulsed, the infection spreading rapidly. One by one, they turned, eyes glazing over, mouths opening in silent screams before they attacked those nearest to them. "We have to contain this," Kay yelled. Steele nodded. "We can't let it spread." They began herding the infected toward the far end of the room, using furniture to corral them. The uninfected were almost all out, almost. A young girl tripped, falling amidst the chaos. Without hesitation, Kay darted back in, lifting the girl and pushing her toward me. "Go," Kay ordered. The girl stumbled into my arms, and I pulled her out of the room. "Steele, Kay, get out!" I screamed. They were backing toward the door, the infected closing in. "Alex," Steele said, his voice calm amidst the chaos. "You need to lock the door." "No," I whispered, shaking my head. "No, I can't." "You have to," Kay insisted. "It's the only way to stop it." Tears blurred my vision. "Please, don't ask me to do this." Steele shouted at me as he grappled with the infected. "You can. You're strong. Stronger than you know." I looked into his eyes, seeing the resolve there, the acceptance. "I love you," I whispered. He smiled, a sad, gentle curve of his lips. "I know." With trembling hands, I reached for the door controls. "Wait!" Val cried, pushing past me. "You can't leave them in there." Steele turned to her. "Val, we have to. It's the only way." "No," she screamed, tears streaming down her face. "You're my brother. Kay, you're my sister. I can't lose you." Kay stepped forward, embracing Val. "You won't. We'll find a way back." Val clung to her, sobbing. "Alex," Steele said, his voice firm. "Do it. Now." I met his gaze one last time, memorizing every detail of his face. Then, with a heavy heart, I pressed the button. The doors slid shut, sealing them inside. I collapsed to the floor, the weight of my decision crushing me. Inside, through the reinforced glass, I saw them turn to face the oncoming horde, weapons ready. They were fighting. Fighting to protect us. Fighting to survive. And I had locked them in. Oh God, what have I done? Dr. Van, the lab smelled like blood and sterilizing fluid. My fingers shook as I withdrew the last syringe from Diesel's arm. It was done. The XXX cure. Amanda and Buffy's blood restructured, sequenced and merged with the final viral suppressor. It was in him now. Him, Fandy, and Ming. 3 doses, our final hope, our last test subjects. I hadn't slept in 48 hours. My skin crawled with exhaustion, but I couldn't stop watching them. Diesel blinked hard, his body stiff where he sat on the gurney. He'd been pallid minutes ago, sweat running like rain down his face, his breaths ragged and soaked in fever. Now, though, his color was returning. Slowly. His jaw unclenched. His shoulders sagged, not from defeat but from relief. "It's colder in here," he muttered. "Jesus," Fandy gasped, gripping the cot's metal rail. "It's like someone's pouring ice water into my veins." "That's the reactivation," I murmured, mostly to myself. "The immune system waking up. The viral loads being overwritten. Reprogrammed." Ming doubled over, groaning. "It hurts," he rasped. "But it's freezing out the rot." My mom hovered by the door, watching all 3 of them with her arms folded tight against her chest. Her presence grounded me. She didn't flinch at the sight of needles, or shivering flesh, or the scent of antiseptic and blood. She had seen more death than most soldiers. She had helped bring babies into this world, stitched up men with gunshot wounds. She was my anchor. My brave warrior mom. They're changing. I nodded. It's working. So far so good. Thandy's color had returned to its beautiful ebony. Real, vibrant. Not the pale hideous graying of the fever, but the flush of life. I can breathe, she whispered. Diesel laughed a low, almost disbelieving chuckle. My head, it's clearer. I couldn't think before. Everything felt muffled. Do you feel human? I asked him. He looked at me with eyes no longer glassy and dead. I feel like myself again. I backed away, pressing a hand over my mouth. My knees buckled slightly. Not from panic. From the weight of it. The truth. It was working. Ming reached for my wrist. His grip was strong now, no longer trembling. You did it, Van. I swallowed the lump in my throat. I haven't finished yet. We've saved you 3. But 3 is not enough. My mom stepped forward, placing her weathered hand over mine. You'll do it again. You'll save more. You'll save them all. I need more time, I said. And more hands. Then the door creaked open. A shadow stepped in, then another. Buffy, her face streaked with tears, her eyes ringed with sleeplessness. She was young, but the past year had aged her. She had become a warrior and a true survivor. I want to help, I was studying to be a vet. I know it's not the same, but I know blood, tissue, organs. I know how life works. I hesitated. I know what's at stake, Buffy added. Let me help. Mama Ray smiled, tears welling. She's ready, baby. Let her in. I exhaled shakily. Fine. But no mistakes. Every move counts. Every second is life or death. I know, Buffy said, stepping up to the lab's sink, scrubbing her hands furiously. We worked for hours. My hands became numb to the motion. Buffy handled the samples with care, helping me prepare more blood cultures from hers and her mother's unique gene sequences. I had to figure out how to code the XXX marker into the bees' DNA. Not just inject them but rewire them. To turn them into living syringes that could carry the cure through their stings. Buffy helped synthesize proteins. I prepared incubation chambers. We sterilized feeding dishes and calibrated light and temperature exposure. This would have been illegal in the old world, Buffy whispered. Back then, we had time to debate ethics, I said. Now, we have extinction breathing down our necks. The bees buzzed faintly behind the mesh walls of their containment dome. My second hive. I hadn't touched them yet, not until, I was sure. But now? With Thandy standing upright and Diesel cracking jokes again? With Ming offering to help with the others because he felt alive again? Now, I had hope. They came home to the Queen, Mama Ray said, watching the hive. The first swarm, your bees, they came back, baby. Because they knew. Just like these ones will. My voice broke. I need to go into the hive genome and encode the XXX modification directly into their RNA. They have to produce the antibodies in their venom glands. If they sting an infected, they won't just slow it down. They'll deliver a tailored cure. A direct, fast, living medicine. You can do it. I believe in you. You're my daughter and you are gonna save the world. I gritted my teeth, staring into the microscope. Buffy leaned in next to me, her hands steady as she held the slide. I'll stay with you all night, she said. And I'll keep you fed, Mama Ray added. No one's sleeping until this is done. We had no more time. The ones locked in the communal room couldn't wait. But we had a start. A serum. A cure that could bring color back to skin, clarity back to eyes, and laughter. Actual laughter, to the lips of the dying. That was hope. That was science. That was my war. I wasn't going to stop now. Alex, the hallway was too quiet. A false kind of stillness. The kind that came after a big catastrophe, or just before the screams of the victims. The room behind the reinforced door had fallen silent hours ago. But silence didn't mean safety. Silence was a lie. Val was next to me, her back pressed against the cold wall, arms folded so tight across her chest that her fingers were turning white. Her face was a mess of silent tears that had carved lines through the dirt on her cheeks. I didn't have the strength to cry. Not anymore. Steele and Kay were in there. My Steele. I couldn't move. I couldn't leave. I'd promised him I wouldn't. That no matter what happened, I'd be right here. And Val, God, Val. She'd begged them not to go in. She'd screamed, cursed. She even tried to grab Kay's arm as they opened the door to the communal room, that hell of gore, panic and infection. But Steele and Kay had gone in anyway. They couldn't watch from the sidelines. They never could. And I hated them for it. No. I didn't. But the pain was so sharp I almost wished I did. I remember Steele's last words. His voice low through the headset, barely audible over the shrieks and tearing flesh inside that room. Lock it behind us. Don't let them out. No matter what you hear. And I did it. I sealed them in. With shaking hands and a breaking heart, I shut the door on the man I loved more than life itself. I heard them pounding. I heard them scream. But I didn't open it. I couldn't. I will never forgive myself. I pressed my forehead against the reinforced glass. There was blood smeared across it now. Inside, the room had become a nightmare. We had watched them fight. Steele and Kay. They fought like warriors. Like legends. They'd moved like fury itself. Trying to protect everyone from being torn apart. But at what cost? There were still a few people who hadn't turned left, cowering in corners, pleading for help. Steele had used his fists, his knives, the broken leg of a chair, anything he could find. Kay was screaming, slicing through infected with a piece of jagged metal she'd ripped from a shelf. But there was too many of them in such a small space. We watched as one of the survivors, just a girl, maybe 15, turned fast. Her scream ended in a snap as her neck twisted unnaturally and she leapt at Kay. Steele tore her off, throwing her so hard she cracked the wall. But they were bleeding. Exhausted. Trapped. And then it happened. We saw Kay stumble. She'd been bitten again. Deep. Her forearm shredded, bone visible. Val gasped, dropping to her knees beside me. No. No, no, no. Steele didn't flinch. He knew. He kept fighting. Until he didn't. Until he fell to one knee, his breathing erratic. Until the blood pouring from his shoulder turned black around the edges. Until his movements slowed, then he hit the ground. He spasmed violently. Val sobbed beside me. I reached out blindly, grabbing her hand, squeezing it until both of us hurt. We were still holding hands when it began. The change. Steele's eyes, those stormy dark blue eyes that had always steadied me, turned milky. Clouded. He blinked at nothing. His mouth twitched, then opened unnaturally wide. Kay went next. Her scream turned to a gurgle. She clawed at her own skin, her eyes rolling back as her body seized. Blood foamed at her lips. I was shaking. I didn't even realize it until I bit my own lip trying to keep quiet. Steele's face twisted. All recognition vanished. His jaw unhinged, teeth bared, head snapping toward a man crawling along the floor. He lunged. And I watched as the man I loved ripped a chunk of flesh from a screaming throat. I screamed. Finally. A ragged, hollow sound that didn't even sound like me. Val screamed with me. She slammed her fists against the door. Steel. Kay. Please, please stop. But it wasn't them anymore. They were gone. What remained were monsters. Steel moved like a thing possessed. His muscles bulged, blood caked across his chest, eyes unblinking as he tore his way through what was left of the people he had once tried to protect. He used to be careful, deliberate, precise. Now he was frenzied. Rabid. Kay was worse. Her screams never stopped. Even as she tore into flesh, her mouth still made that awful sound, a sound that had once been human. We watched them for hours. Even after it was over. After the entire room became infected. After the room was silent again. They didn't rest. They paced. Clawed at the walls. Slammed into the door. Steele's face, his blood-stained face, pressed to the glass. I could see nothing of him in his eyes. Just that hateful soulless hunger. Val sat crumpled on the floor. He always does this, throwing himself in the fire to save others. I nodded. Kay too. Val looked at me, eyes empty. It's just you and me now. I don't believe that. I won't leave them. They're not them anymore. I know. But I promised. Val stood slowly, her legs shaking. She pressed her hand to the glass. Kay had collapsed in the corner, twitching, snarling at the shadows. Should have stayed with the trucks, Val muttered. I told her. She wouldn't have. No, Val agreed. She was like steel. Stubborn. Brave. Stupid. I sat beside her, staring through the glass. He told me he loved me, I whispered. Val looked at me. Before he went in. He whispered it. Said if this was the end, I had to know. Val's face crumpled. He has loved you since he first met you. But he didn't want to push it because of your age. He wanted to wait. He battled with himself time and time again. Even me and Kay told him that the old rules didn't matter. That you were old enough. That in some states in the USA it would be fine for you two to be together. But he couldn't. He had to be old-fashioned. You know. They were good people, she said. Too good for this world. We sat there, the lights flickering above us, the silence broken only by the occasional thud from inside. Steele and Kay were still in there. Still moving. Still monstrous. But I wouldn't leave. Not ever, if I didn't have to. Because even monsters deserve to be remembered. I loved him so much, I just couldn't leave him now. Dr. Van, the moment we rolled the Queen transport chambers into the staging zone, I felt the weight settle over my chest like a lead blanket. This was it. Either they worked, or we watched our friends, our family die. Buffy and I stood side by side, sterile gloves damp with sweat, faces drawn from exhaustion. I looked at her. We ready? She gave me a solemn nod. As we'll ever be. We rolled the carrier into the chamber just outside the ventilation corridor that led into the communal room. I opened the seal, allowing the Queen's pheromones to begin diffusing. Around us, worker bees began to hum louder, agitated and excited. The hive was responding. Buffy's eyes widened. They know. They sure do. I activated the microaerosolizer, timed to a 40-minute interval. The Nazanov signature would mimic distress and infection, drawing the hive inside. Their instinct to protect the Queen would trigger the offensive. In the hallway beyond the heavy airlock, Alex stood with her hands braced on the glass observation panel, eyes red-rimmed, shaking. She didn't look at me, but she whispered, "They're still in there. I can hear them. Steele, he's still fighting." My throat tightened. It's now or never. Pray with all that is holy that this works. I told her gently. Buffy whispered from beside me. Do you think the cure will work on them? When they are this far gone? I didn't answer. Because I didn't know the first wave of bees entered the vents. They poured in like gold-tipped shadows, thousands strong, the pheromone trail drawing them toward the infected. On the monitor screen, we saw them swarm into the communal space, the infected shrieking and flailing as the stings hit. Kay was slumped against the wall, blood smeared across her jaw, eyes vacant. When the bees hit her, she screamed, an inhuman sound, then gasped. She clutched her chest. Her hands trembled. Her mouth opened wide. And she began to cry. Alex sobbed behind me. Steele, where's Steele? He was in the corner, pacing like a maniac. His eyes were bloodshot and milky white, veins dark. Gray waxy skin. His knuckles shredded from hitting bone. The bees hit him mid-swing. 1 sting. 2. 6. He stumbled, roared. Then fell to his knees. He didn't scream. He just stared. Alex whispered, "Oh my God," his shoulders began to shake. A sound came from his throat, guttural, human. "Alex," he rasped. "Alex, I didn't mean to eat them." I tried to fight it. "Oh God, what have I done?" Alex's scream rattled the entire corridor. I documented everything. Timing, dosage per bee, recovery speed. Buffy was pale, trembling, but she kept up. Kay is stabilizing. Steele too. Look at the others. The ones too far gone were seizing, thrashing in bloodied puddles. The cure wasn't working. Not fast enough. Or maybe not at all. Buffy covered her mouth. We're killing them. We're saving who we can. Not everybody will come back. Some of their injuries are too serious. They will turn human then die. There is nothing we can do for them. Hours later, the bees began to die. Their stingers used, their work done. I'd never mourned insects before. But these weren't just bees. They were soldiers. Sacrificed to protect our hive. Steele and Kay were alive. Bloodied. Shaking. But alive. And that meant we bought more time. I had to make sure it wasn't wasted. We staggered from the observation deck to the main lab. Alex helped Kay to a stretcher. Steele collapsed onto a gurney and refused morphine. Buffy followed me into the sealed chamber, helping me scrape pollen from the deceased bees' thoraxes. The nanites visible beneath the lenses of our microscopes. This batch will give us the genome template, I muttered, already beginning the slide prep. It'll take a full night to rewrite the sequence and breed another generation. But once I do, they'll be born with the cure in their DNA. We won't have to train or direct them again. They'll know who to heal. Dr. Van, Buffy said softly, do you think, the people they sting, will they remember everything they did? I froze. Yes. Sadly, they will. That's when the healing really starts. Buffy looked down. God help them. I heard my mom, before I saw her. The lab doors burst open with a hiss, and there she was, barreling through like a goddess of war. You want the real shit or the fake prayers, Van? Because I've got the cure right here, and you've got warriors on their deathbeds. I blinked. You, what? I finished the serums. You said you needed one more day to finalize the replication sequence. We don't have a day. We barely have minutes. These doses, enough for the ones who volunteered to try. Diesel. Fandy. Ming. The rest will have to wait until your bees finish evolving. More were bitten, scratched than we had ever realized. But we've segregated them. They can't hurt anyone else. Now we just wait for you to sort out your hives. You understand this could backfire? We're past ethics. We're in hell now. Mom looked at me. And now you run, Van. You go rewrite nature. Give those bees their divine instructions. We'll hold the line. Buffy and I spent the rest of the night in the greenhouse chamber. Heat lamps buzzed above us, bees dancing around our heads like drunken angels. I injected royal jelly samples with the modified serum. Spliced the genome. Fed the larvae. By morning, the second hive would emerge. And they'd only have one mission, one job. To sting the virus out of the world. We had no guarantee. No assurances. Just thousands of brave bees and the desperate hope that they'd be enough. The sun began to rise through the cracked dome of the asylum's lab windows. Light fell on Steele's unconscious form, his sister curled beside him. We weren't just playing at science anymore. We were building a new kind of salvation. One sting at a time. They say the world ended the day the dead stopped dying, but I think the end comes in pieces. Sometimes, it's not a bang or a scream, it's a silence that swallows everything. That's how it felt when I saw Steele and Kay, my brother, my sister, on the other side of that reinforced door. The way their eyes glowed with fever, the way their bodies contorted like broken puppets fighting invisible strings. That wasn't them. That wasn't my family. That was death with my brother's jawline, my sister's trembling hands. I thought I'd lost them. I really did. I stood there with Alex, barely breathing. Her hand clutched mine so tight our knuckles were white, but I welcomed the pain. It kept me from going insane. Inside the locked room, Steele and Kay were chaos and blood, trying to protect those few still fighting the infection, while others fell to the hunger. It wasn't even a fight in the end, just a slow horrific nightmare coming to fruition. Then came the bees. Not just bees. Dr. Van's cure. A final gamble, a last-ditch miracle. They swarmed through vents, silent as dust motes. I remember the scent before I saw them, like wild honey and ozone. And then the screaming changed. It didn't stop. God, no. It just became something different. Less rage. More confusion. The sound of something waking up. I watched it happen, the change. Steele came back to us. Came back to me. His snarl faltered mid-lunge. His body jerked, his limbs stiffening as if suddenly aware of their own wrongness. His eyes, those oceanic dark thunderous blues, glassy, blinked. Blinked. Then blinked again. Slowly, they softened, the color shifting. The bloodshot white misty hue faded, washed away like grime beneath a waterfall. And then I saw it. Recognition. He looked at his hands. He looked around at the blood. At the torn bodies. And he screamed. Not a rage scream. Not hunger. But in horror. Then Kay. She collapsed. Shaking so hard I thought she was seizing. Her fingers scraped the floor like she was trying to dig into reality. Her mouth moved but no sound came. When she finally raised her head, her face was soaked in tears and blood, not hers. Her eyes, wide and human again, found mine through the small square window. Val. My name, barely a whisper. But it gutted me. I slammed my fist against the glass. Kay. I couldn't even hear myself anymore over the pounding in my ears. They were alive. They were back. And all I could feel was guilt. Because some of the others didn't come back. They couldn't. The injuries were too bad. Throats torn open, limbs missing, organs chewed into nothing. They never had a chance. The bees couldn't heal what wasn't there. Couldn't bring back what was already destroyed. I looked at those broken bodies littering the floor, and I felt the world tilt on its axis. Why them? Why did my brother and sister get to live? I sat on the floor hours later, outside the locked room now opened, the stench of blood and sadness hanging thick in the air. My hands were stained. I hadn't even realized I was crying until Alex knelt beside me and wiped my cheek. They made it, Val, she whispered. I couldn't answer. I couldn't say what I was thinking. They made it. But others didn't. I kept seeing their faces. The woman who begged for help just before the infection took her. The teenage boy who held onto a photo of his mom while his eyes turned cloudy. I couldn't save them. None of us could. But Steele and Kay. They were alive. They were now human. They were sitting under emergency blankets now, shivering in the med bay, looking at their own hands like they were foreign. They wouldn't talk. I don't think they could yet. I wanted to go to them, to hold them. To feel their skin, warm, soft and human. But I was scared. Scared they'd look at me and ask why. Why them? Why not the others? Survivor's guilt. Because I would have lied. I would have said it was the cure. That Dr. Van's miracle worked. That it was science and timing and genetics. But I knew the truth. It was luck. Just brutal, random luck. And I hated it. I hated the unfairness of it. I hated that I was grateful. I hated the guilt of being overjoyed at the fact that I still had my family whilst others didn't. I stood over Kay's cot hours later. Her eyes were closed, but I knew she wasn't sleeping. I could see her fists clenching and unclenching beneath the blanket. You should have stayed at the trucks. I whispered. She didn't respond. You should have listened to me. Still nothing. I knelt beside her. You almost died, Kay. Both of you. I watched you. Your eyes, your skin. Your soul just gone. You were monsters. And I didn't know if I'd ever see you again. She finally opened her eyes. I'm so sorry. That broke me. No, I choked. I'm sorry. I was so mad, but God, I'm glad you're back. I'm so darn glad. I don't care about anything else. Just don't ever do this to me again. Don't leave me. She reached for me with trembling hands. Never. Steele was across the room with Alex. She had her head on his shoulder, and even from a distance, I could see the way he was shaking. Like he was afraid to move. Like his own body might betray him again. Later that night, I slipped out into the corridor. The air was still and heavy. I found Mama Ray sitting outside the lab with her head bowed, whispering prayers I didn't understand. She did it, she said when she saw me. Your sister. Your brother. They came back. Yeah. I sat down beside her. They did. But not all of them. No, she put a hand on mine. That's the price. Even miracles demand a toll. I looked down at our hands. One old, one young. Both stained. Is it worth it? I asked. She didn't hesitate. Yes. It sure is. We can't save everybody. But now at least humanity stands a fighting chance. I wasn't sure. Because now, I would live with this guilt forever. With the memory of that room. Of the bodies. Of the moment I saw Kay and Steele lose themselves and come back. Of that terrifying realization that for some, there is no coming back. I should be happy. I should be relieved. But I am wrecked. Because love doesn't protect you from guilt. It amplifies it. And I love them. Fiercely. Desperately. And I am not okay. Maybe I never will be. Alex, the night was too quiet. I sat outside the makeshift med tent with my knees hugged to my chest, watching the fire burn low. Embers sparked and danced in the air like ghosts, weightless but heavy with the memories of those we have lost. Steele was out there somewhere. Avoiding me again. He'd been playing the avoidance game with me since he was allowed to leave the med bay. Ever since we brought him in, cuffed, delirious, snarling and half out of his mind. And cured. One of the few survivors of that communal room. The scar on his neck still looked raw, the mark where the antiserum had gone in, where the virus had started to lose its grip. But he wouldn't look me in the eye. He wouldn't speak more than a grunt or a clipped word. He wouldn't let me near him. He thought I was afraid. Or disgusted. Or maybe both. But I wasn't. God, I wasn't. I saw what the Z virus did to people. It stole their minds, their hearts, turned them into monsters. But I also saw how hard he fought to come back. How he never gave in. How, even in his madness, he fought to protect everyone. Until the Z virus took over. Until he just wasn't him anymore. And now he was trying to push me away like I meant nothing to him. I stood, brushing ash from my jeans, and turned toward the darkness where I knew he'd be. Patrol routes were thin tonight. Half the camp asleep, the other half injured. I followed the fence line, past the broken floodlights, past the dirt-slicked barracks where I knew he would be hiding from me, from the world. Of course he wouldn't take a bunk inside. Too close. Too many people. He was alone by the water tower, leaning against the base as if he could hide away in the shadows. Are you watching for something? Or is this your way of hiding from the rest of us? His head turned just slightly. He didn't answer. His face was half hidden in the dark, but I saw his jaw clench. Steal. Go back to camp, Alex. His words cut into my soul. Blunt but deep. No, he didn't move. He just stared off into the trees, like he wanted to melt into them. I said go. And I said no. Jesus, do you even hear yourself anymore? That got his attention. He looked at me fully for the first time since he had become human. Eyes darker than they used to be. Like some of the virus never really left. You don't get it. Then explain it to me. He shook his head, like the very idea was a burden. I turned, Alex. I fucking turned. You saw what I became. You saw what I did. Yeah. I did. And I stayed. We all did. He laughed, but there was no humor in it. Just gravel and pain. I tore a man apart with my bare hands. I ate that woman's entrails. For God's sake, Alex, I killed that teenage boy. And I liked it. For a minute, I liked it. You understand that? I stepped closer. It wasn't you. Don't feed me that. It's the truth. No, it's what you say to make yourself feel better. But I'm not him anymore. That guy you used to talk to, the one who made you smile after a supply run. The one who gave you that gold locket, he's gone. I was in front of him now, close enough to see the tension in every inch of his body. The way his fingers twitched near the trigger, it was as if his muscle memory didn't know peace yet. Then tell me why you're still fighting for us. If what you're saying is true, you would have ran into the woods and never looked back. But here you are, keeping watch. It looks like you still care to me. His mouth opened, then closed. He looked away. You think you don't deserve this? You think you don't deserve me? I know, I don't. I reached out, my hand pressing against his chest. He flinched like I'd burned him, but still, he didn't back away. You didn't ask to be infected. You didn't ask to hurt anyone. And you sure as hell didn't ask to come back. But you did. That means something. It means you're stronger than the virus ever was. It means God has a plan for you and the rest of us. He looked at me again, and there was something stirring in him. Something breaking. You don't get it, his voice cracking. How do I face them? How are we supposed to live with this? How are all the people we get back going to live with what they have done? I killed my own people. My squad. My family. I tore them apart and left pieces of them hanging from the fucking ceiling. I swallowed hard. I knew what had happened in that room. I stood there and watched him, whilst begging him not to. But he'd never said it out loud before. They put those bees in the vents, you know. That was the plan. Some brilliant bastard thought up genetically modified bees, carried the cure in their stingers. But nobody warned us. Nobody told us we would remember. The darkness, the evil. All of it. He stared out across the dark field. I was already halfway gone. But I went in anyway. Because there were kids in there. Kids screaming. I don't know if I went to protect them or tear through them. But I went. And the bees stung me. Over and over. I felt every one of them, like fire under my skin. Then the pain shifted. It started ripping me back from the pits of hell. Like my brain was fighting itself. And then I woke up. Bloody. Alone. Screaming. I moved my hand to his cheek. He didn't stop me. You went in to save them. That's the part that matters. That's what defines you. Not the virus. Not the horror. You chose to go in there. That was you. His jaw twitched. It doesn't erase the bloodlust. It didn't stop me from acting like a monster. I ripped people to pieces with my bare hands and then I ate them. I fucking ate people. But it wasn't you. It was the virus. You've seen how it takes over. You know how it works. You didn't ask to be a monster. That choice was taken from you. You never stood a chance. He broke then. Not loudly. Not with sobs or screams. But in his eyes, something shattered. And in its place, vulnerability bled through like light from a cracked wall. You shouldn't love me, he said, in hushed tones. I don't deserve your love. Not now. Not after what I did. What I became. Well, tough shit. You've got it. I stepped in, wrapping my arms around him. He stood frozen for a moment. Rigid. The shock in his eyes said it all. He couldn't believe I was touching him, like I'd crossed a line neither of us could uncross. Then his arms came around me, slow, almost reluctant. But tight. So tight it hurt. If we can make more of this cure, I whispered into his shoulder, my mom, my brother, they might come back. And if they do, I'm not gonna love them any less because of what they did. And I'm sure as hell not gonna stop loving you. He didn't say anything. He just breathed. Deep, ragged, like every breath was a fight. I pulled back to look at him, and this time, he didn't look away. Do you think my love is some prize you need to earn? It's not. It's not clean. It's messy. It shows up when you're bleeding and broken. And I don't care what you did when you weren't you. Because I know who you are. His hand came up, rough fingers brushing my jaw. Trembling. Like he couldn't believe I was real. Alex, I leaned in. And finally, he met me halfway. His lips on mine were hesitant at first. Almost scared. But I kissed him like he was whole. Like he was still the man who I had fought side by side with. The man who made me laugh at the end of a bad day. I kissed him like he was worth everything. Because to me, he was. And then my world went black. Still, her lips were still warm on mine when she dropped. 1 second, she was there. Solid, real, mine, the next her knees buckled, and she crumpled to the ground. I stood frozen for a split second, my brain unable to register what the hell just happened. Then she started convulsing. Alex? I dropped to my knees beside her, hands hovering, not knowing what to do, where to touch, what part of her I could hold without hurting her. Her back arched, fingers twisting into unnatural shapes, spasms rippling through her like waves of pain. No, come on, don't do this to me. Her mouth opened like she was trying to scream, but no sound came out. Just this gargled rasp that clawed up her throat and spilled past bloodied lips. And then I saw her eyes. The green the first knew, soft, steady, fire and earth Alex, was swallowed by black. No iris, no white. Just a pit of endless void. The virus always made the eyes black first. I reeled back like I'd been shot. No. No, no, this can't be happening. I looked up at the sky. Dead stars blinked like they were laughing at me. This wasn't real. This was some horrific nightmare. Was I still stuck in the fever dreams, still lying on a metal floor with bees burrowing through my veins and screams in my ears? But she was right there. Twitching on the dirt like a puppet gone rogue. Skin going pale, then paler. Veins rising like ropes under the flesh. Her breath was gone. Her heartbeat. I couldn't hear it. I pressed my ear to her chest and heard nothing. Alex. Please God no, come back to me baby. I screamed her name. I didn't care who heard. I didn't care if every goddamn infected in a 10-mile radius came running, let them come. Just give her back to me. Please God bring her back to me. And then her back arched one last time, a sick pop echoing from her spine and she went still. Too still. I shook her. Gently at first, then harder. Come on, Alex. Wake up. Wake up. Don't do this to me. You can't. You just can't. I just got you back. Her fingers twitched again. But it was an unnatural twitch. One that the living don't replicate. They clawed at the dirt like talons. Her nails had blackened. Skin under her eyes bruised to a sickly green-gray, and her lips split open like something underneath was trying to crawl its way out. And then she moved. God, she was fast. Too fast. She was up on all fours like an animal, head lolling before snapping toward me. Her jaw hung wrong, slack, then rigid. Her breath came in a snarl. Alex. She looked at me and there was nothing there. Just hunger. Just rage. The virus, full and feral, wearing her face like a deadly Halloween mask. And she lunged. I barely got my arm up. Her teeth scraped across the outside of my sleeve, and she let out this guttural shriek. It sounded like metal tearing in half. I grunted and threw her off, my stomach churning like I'd just watched a loved one jump in front of a train. No. No. I backed away, breath ragged, heart pounding like a hammer in a war drum. You're not, this ain't you. She crawled toward me, jerky, spasming, blood drooling from her mouth. Her fingers dug into the dirt with every pull of her body. I can't do this again. I can't kill you. I won't. I saw the faces of my victims again. Screaming, bleeding, pleading while I tore them apart. I couldn't let her go through it. I had one shot. I gritted my teeth, rushed forward, and grabbed her. She thrashed around like a rabid dog, nails slicing into my neck, shoulder, arms. But I held on tight. I wrapped her in my arms like I'd done 100 times before, except now she was trying to rip out my throat. I slammed her down hard on the ground, knocked the air out of her for a few seconds, just enough to get leverage. I hauled her over my shoulder, both arms tight around her thighs, locking her in place. She screamed. Bit. Twitched. But she didn't weigh much. She'd always been petite. Always been fire, not brute force. I ran. Blood streamed down my arm. Hers. Mine. None of it mattered. I ran like the devil was on my heels, as fast as my legs could carry me. Camp lights were coming up over the ridge. I shouted as I got closer. Open the gate. It's Alex. She's turned. One of the guards froze. Another scrambled for the lock. Dr. Van. I need Van. She is the only one who can help, the cure, the virus. Maybe she could fix her. Maybe this was some kind of reaction. There were so many unknowns. The gate swung open. Barreled through, Alex snarling like a demon on my back. People gasped. One screamed. Someone raised a weapon. No. Don't you dare fucking shoot. I'll break your fucking face. They backed off. Where's Van? Medical tent. I bolted. My legs burned. My lungs were on fire. But I didn't stop. I kicked open the flap, and Dr. Van jumped back from her microscope, startled. Steel, she changed. Right in front of me, help her. I slammed Alex onto the exam table. She twisted, kicked, spat. I pinned her arms with my knees, pressed her chest down with both hands. Strap her down. Van was already moving, grabbing reinforced cuffs. Two medics burst in behind her, wide-eyed. Do it. They locked her down. Arms. Ankles. Torso. Snapping mouth. She shrieked again, veins bulging, teeth gnashing into the leather mouthpiece. Van stared. What the hell happened? Was she bit or scratched? She kissed me, then dropped. 5 seconds later she was convulsing. I watched her die. Then she woke up like that. Dr. Van moved fast. Syringes. Scans. Blood samples. Fluids. She doesn't have the same biomarkers as the infected, she muttered. It's different. She's different. Like something interrupted the virus mid-sequence. Somehow making it more virulent and violent. It's like her immune system fought it and lost. You told me the bees worked. They do. But maybe there's another vector. Maybe it mutated again. It may be her genetics. I don't give a fuck about the maybe. Fix her. She didn't flinch. Just nodded, focused. Her face. God, her face. Her cheekbones had sunken in. Lips cracked. Skin mottled and gray around the edges, like frostbite. Her eyes were two voids. Her teeth were changing. Sharpening. I remembered the mirror. The day I realized mine had done the same. Before the cure kicked in. I watched Alex's body twitch in restraints, writhing, like it was too small to contain whatever was boiling underneath. Van injected her with something. I didn't ask what. I just held her hand, what was left of it, and whispered her name. You don't get to leave me. You don't. She jerked, hard. Let out a rasp that almost sounded like my name. You remember me. I know you do. Come on, Alex. You're stronger than this. You're the strongest person I know. Her mouth opened. Blood poured out. I turned to Van. She's dying. Please, you've got to do something. She's not dying. She's at war with the virus. I need time. And I need you to stay out of my way. I backed off. Hands bloody. Chest heaving. Tears threatening to spill over. People peeked into the tent. Someone said, "Is it true?" Did Alex turn? Shut the fuck up before I break your jaw, I growled. They vanished. I turned back to her. She was still fighting. Even like this, her body was fighting. Muscles tight. Breath ragged. Some part of her still hanging on. I dropped into a chair beside her. Took her limp cold fingers in mine. Pressed my forehead to the back of her hand. You're gonna come back to me, Alex. You are. We got plans, remember? You wanted to build a real greenhouse. Fix up that old camper in the lot. Teach kids to plant carrots again. I don't get that life if you don't come back. I didn't care who heard me cry. I didn't care that my face was streaked with tears and dirt and her blood. I'd already walked through hell once. But watching her walk into it? This was worse. This was worse than anything. Don't leave me, Alex. Please, her eyes flickered. Just for a second. Not black. Not void. A flicker of green. Van didn't see it. She was drawing more blood. Barking orders. But I saw it. And I held on. I held on with everything I had. Buffy, I was stacking canned goods in the supply shed when I heard it. The kind of scream that twists your guts and turns your blood cold. A man's voice. Raw, broken, bellowing Alex's name like it was the last word he'd ever say. Steel. My hands froze midair, a can of peaches slipping from my grasp and thudding against the concrete. I spun around, eyes wide. Did you hear that? I barked at Mom, who was counting rations by the shelves. Her head snapped up. Yeah. That was steel, wasn't it? Something's wrong. Something's really wrong. I didn't wait. I bolted. Mom yelled my name, but I was already sprinting through the compound, weaving through tents, past guards and civilians. My boots slapped the gravel, heart punching my ribs like a caged beast. The camp buzzed with panicked chatter. People were stepping back, pointing, murmuring. I grabbed someone by the shoulder. Where is she? He didn't even ask who. He knew. Steele just brought her into the med tent. She was biting. He said she turned. I shoved him away before he could finish. No. 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 That wasn't possible. We had the bees. We had the cure. Dr. Van fixed it. Alex wasn't exposed. She couldn't have been. I saw the cluster of people up ahead. The living pressed close around the tent. They were whispering, holding each other back, like if they got too close, they could catch what she had. My mom caught up with me, panting. Buffy, I didn't stop. Out of the way. I screamed. They didn't move fast enough. I slammed through the crowd with elbows and fury. Mom tried to pull me back. But I wasn't having it, I tore free. My breath was shallow, my throat tight, my vision tunneling in. I hit the tent doors with both fists, bursting inside like a hurricane. And then, I saw her. Strapped down. Arms tied. Ankles bound. Leather cuffs digging into her pallid skin. Alex. My Alex. The girl who gave me sunflower seeds in the dark. The girl who held my hand while I cried. The girl who danced with me in the rain. My best friend, my world. She looked like a corpse trapped between life and the acceptance of death. Veins spiderwebbed under her skin in dark gray lines. Her eyes remained shut, yet her chest convulsed as if something inside fought to break free. Her jaw trembled. Her lips were cracked. Dried blood pooled at the corners. And Steele sat beside her like a man who just watched the sun die. Blood on his arms. On his hands. In his eyes. I screamed. I didn't mean to. It just ripped out of my throat. A raw, shattering howl that filled every inch of that tent and kept going. Steele flinched. Dr. Van turned. Buffy. I rushed to her side. My mom pulled the flap closed behind her, wide-eyed and trembling. What happened? What the hell happened? Steele couldn't answer. His eyes were transfixed on Alex. He was clutching Alex's hand like it was the last thread holding him together. Van stepped forward, voice low but sharp. She turned. Shortly after, a kiss. Could have been residual exposure. Mutation. We don't know yet. No. She didn't turn. She can't turn. We fixed this. We fixed it. She didn't argue. Alex twitched in the restraints. Her breath hitched. One eye fluttered open, black, soulless. My mom gasped. What can I do? I turned on Van, teeth bared. Tell me what the hell I can do. She blinked. Then shook her head in dismay. We need more serum. The prototype worked on Steele, but she is resisting it. It might be genetic. It might be the viral load. I must have missed something. But this is all new to me, I'm fumbling around in the dark. I only found out about XXX by accident. We don't have time to find out. We need to make more. We need to make it more potent. Now. It's the only thing I can think of at this moment in time. But I will run her markers again. There must be something I have missed. Then let's go. Tell me what you need. Van moved, scribbling notes, yelling to her assistants. Steele was like a statue, frozen in grief. Alex let out an inhumane sound. A rasp. Her fingers jerked unnaturally. I bent down, low beside her. I'm here. I'm not leaving you. Do you hear me? You're gonna be okay. You have to be okay. Her lips parted, like she wanted to say something. But nothing came out. I ran with Van to the lab tent, hands shaking, brain whirling like a blender on high. She rattled off components like a crazy woman. Royal jelly. Synthesized venom. Live agent stabilizers. Everything the bees gave us, replicated by hand. Time blurred. My fingers burned with chemicals, nails cracking as I crushed and mixed and filtered. Mom helped without needing to be told. She was steady and calm. But I was fire. I was fury. I couldn't lose her. I just couldn't. I hated seeing her like this. Dead and soulless. It was horrific. There was no way Alex was dying, not on my watch. The first batch took 40 minutes. Van didn't wait. She loaded a syringe and sprinted back. I followed. Steele hadn't moved. Alex was twitching harder now. Violent, exhausting, seizures. Her restraints creaked. Van plunged the syringe into her arm. Nothing. 10 seconds. 20. A scream tore from Alex's throat. Her back arched. Her eyes opened wide. Still black, still lifeless. But her mouth moved. Forming a word. A name. Buff, F.Y. I collapsed beside her. I'm here. I'm here. I'm right here. You've got to fight this. You're not alone. You got me. Always. Steele finally looked up. Our eyes met. And in that second, we were just two broken people hanging on to the same girl. He nodded. I nodded back. Van turned to me. She's stabilizing. It's working, but it's not enough. We need more doses. Consistent exposure. We need the bees again. Then we release the hive. We take her to the new glass room we built, and we do it all over again. We release the pheromones and then the bees. Alex let out a breath. Softer now. I stroked her hair. Her scalp was damp, sticky with sweat. I didn't care. She twitched. But less now. The edge was dulling. Watching her like this was so traumatizing. We need to do this now, I said. I will take her through and lock the door. Steele stood slowly. I'll go with you. Van interjected. You're barely stable yourself. Try and stop me. He growled. And I knew then that whatever had happened between them, however deep their pain ran, they were tethered. Soul to soul. But so was I. Alex wasn't just my friend. She was my sister from another mother. She was part of me. The part of me that still laughed. That remembered songs. That painted flowers on the side of the mess tent. I couldn't lose her. Not to this. Steele leaned down and kissed her temple. Come back to us, Alex. Come back. I squeezed her hand. Dr. Van, we didn't carry her. We couldn't. Alex was strapped to the gurney like a prisoner being delivered to execution. Her wrists were secured with thick leather cuffs, and her legs bound at the ankles. She jerked against the restraints every few seconds, her body convulsing in short, violent spasms. Her skin was cold and wet with fever sweat, and her mouth hung open just enough for the black veins to be visible at the corners of her lips. We pushed her through the compound as fast as we dared, wheels bouncing over loose gravel, the rattling cart screaming louder than the infected ever had. Steele was behind me, guiding the gurney with white knuckles and a clenched jaw. Buffy was on Alex's left, one hand on the gurney rail, whispering her name over and over like it was a spell that could bring her back. As we turned the corner, the crowd hit us like a wall of ice. Dozens of civilians, men, women, children, all standing outside the med tent. They parted slowly, reluctantly, like the sea resisting Moses. And then they saw her. Gasps. Screams. One person dropped a mop bucket filled with water. Another backed away so fast they fell over. People shrank away from us like Alex was a grenade with the pin pulled. Eyes wide and terrified. Hands covered their mouths. The shock factor was deafening. Everyone wanted to get a look at Alex, yet you could see the instant regret in their eyes. Oh my God. That's Alex. She turned. She bit Steele, he brought her in. He's infected too. No, the bees. Didn't they cure him? She's strapped down. Look at her eyes. Zeds don't look like that, this is something worse. Buffy flinched as a little girl sobbed behind her mother's skirt. Steele didn't even look at them. His focus was locked on Alex, like if he looked away for even a second, he'd lose her forever. I yelled over the crowd. Back the hell up. Clear the path. One of the guards stepped forward, rifle half raised, unsure whether to point it at Alex or at us. I didn't give him time to decide. We're taking her to the sting chamber. She's still in stage 2. That means she can be saved. He hesitated, then nodded. Go. The rest of the walk was a blur. The greenhouse loomed ahead. It had been beautiful once. Glass-paneled walls, a domed ceiling, a place to grow citrus and tomatoes before everything fell apart. Now it was our sting chamber, home to the bees that had saved lives. Buffy punched in the override code, and the outer doors slid open with a hiss. Steele helped me guide the gurney over the threshold. Inside, the room was sterile and dim, bathed in cold blue light from the UV panels overhead. The hive chamber waited in the center, sealed until activation. The bees were asleep inside, engineered saviors, each one carrying synthesized venom encoded with the vaccine. Alex twitched. Vitals are low, I muttered, checking the tablet mounted to the gurney. Pulse thready. BP dropping. She's slipping. Then let's do this, Buffy whispered. We left Alex in the middle and stepped back outside into the cool air. Watching, waiting. Praying. I triggered the pheromone emitters. A soft hiss filled the room as we flooded the air with synthetic signals, chemical cries for help, mimicking the scent of infected tissue. The bees would detect it. They'd sense their target. The hive vibrated. Here they come, Steele said, his voice hollow. The chamber doors slid open, and the bees poured out. Thousands of them. Glinting gold and black under the light, wings whispering through the air like silk on silk. They swarmed toward Alex with a terrifying purpose. They didn't sting out of anger. They stung to save. Sting. 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 Buffy sobbed as the first cluster landed on Alex's chest, her arms, her neck. Tiny barbs pierced her skin. Venom delivered in precise, scientific doses. The cure we had worked so hard to build. And still. Nothing. I stared at the vitals. No change. No cytokine storm. No antibody flood. No immune spike. Just flatlines. She's not responding, I whispered. Steele leaned against the glass, brushing a strand of hair from his sweat-drenched forehead, whispering, pleading, Alex. Please. Come back. She has to respond, Buffy begged. She's strong. She always fights back. No, I said quietly. She's different. I pulled up the old blood work. The anomaly I hadn't thought twice about. It had popped up on her genome scan, an error flag I had ignored, because we were short on time, and everything else had seemed normal. But it wasn't. MTHFR gene mutation, I murmured, zooming in. Buffy blinked at me. What? MTHFR. Methylene tetrahydrofolate reductase. It's a gene involved in methylation pathways, metabolism, detoxification, DNA repair, immune modulation. Alex has a rare double mutation. Homozygous C677T. Steele frowned. What does that mean? It means, I said, feeling the floor slide out from under me, that her body processes toxins and infections differently. Her immune system is erratic, hyperreactive in some areas, completely blind in others. The bee venom, the cure, is metabolized before it can even reach the virus. Her body's cleaning it out like it's poison. She's filtering out the cure. No, Buffy whispered, shaking her head violently. No, no, no. It's why the vaccine didn't hold, I said, pacing now, thinking aloud. Why she turned even after exposure. She never produced enough folate for proper immune signaling. The virus found a safe house in her. It's coexisting with it. The perfect host. She's not a host. Buffy shouted. She is. And if we don't create a new vector, something that bypasses her methylation pathways, it's over. Alex spasmed again. Her eyes snapped open, fully black now, bleeding from the corners. Her mouth opened, teeth gnashing, tongue flicking unnaturally. Jesus, Steele muttered. Override the lock, I said. Seal the room. She's still restrained, but if she breaks free. Buffy collapsed on the floor. You can't give up. She's in there. I know she is. I'm not giving up, I said, already typing new sequences into my tablet. I'm redesigning the serum. We'll have to target her at the RNA level, insert a silencer into the virus's own replication chain. But that takes time. This is all so new. No one could have foreseen this outcome. I need to reconfigure the genetic sequences to her markers. Steele crouched beside Buffy, both of them clinging to each other for dear life. Alex made a sound, a rasping wheeze that turned into a growl. Her chest arched. Restraints creaked. We all rushed back into the greenhouse to be with her, once the bees had retreated back to their hives. Hold her, I said. Just hold her. Buffy whispered into her ear. It's okay. I'm right here. You're not alone. You're not gone. We're gonna fix this. Not unless I can synthesize a protein she won't reject, I muttered. We'll need samples, her hair, her blood, maybe bone marrow if we can stabilize her long enough. MTHFR affects methylation everywhere. We can't use folate-based agents. Maybe something sulfuric. Something she won't break down. Steele looked up. How long will it take? Days. We don't have days. I know, I snapped. But I can't work faster than biology allows. Alex's breath came in rattling bursts now. Her lips moved, barely forming words. I leaned in close. Buffy broke. I'm here, I'm not letting go. Don't you dare let go. Steele pressed his forehead to hers. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have, I didn't know, it's not your fault, I insisted. We didn't know. None of us knew, the Z virus is so unstable, it's all new. If it wasn't for your kiss, we would never have known. It's good that we caught it early on. Could you imagine the mess we'd have made if we had no knowledge of this? People would have been cured and then they would have infected others, and we would be back at square one. Buffy met my eyes. Hers were glassy, red-rimmed, furious. Then fix it. You're the genius. So, fix her. Please. I stood there, watching the last hope bleed out of her friend's body, while two people who loved her more than anything clung to a girl who might already be lost. I will. And I meant it. If it took every hour, every sample, every bee and every drop of blood, would bring her back. Because Alex wasn't just another patient. She was ours. And we do not leave our people behind. Still, the sound of the bees faded, but the ringing in my ears didn't. I couldn't take my eyes off her. Alex. Still strapped down. Still twitching. The girl I loved was vanishing inch by inch, second by second, right in front of me, and I was the goddamn trigger that pulled it all down. My lips had touched hers. My mouth had carried the disease, the death she couldn't fight. One kiss. That's all it took. One bloody kiss. I'm sorry, I whispered, but it sounded so pathetic even to my own ears. Words couldn't undo biology. Buffy sat crumpled at her side, sobbing into the gurney rail. Her fingers kept brushing Alex's hair, even when Alex bucked and hissed and twitched beneath the straps. It was like she didn't know us anymore. Like the virus had taken her soul and left behind this shaking, broken shell. It was sinister and evil. Like she had been possessed by some malevolent force. Van was already halfway to the lab, muttering scientific equations under her breath. I wanted to believe she could fix this. I needed to believe it. But every time I looked at Alex, I saw the truth, and it felt like I was drowning, in my own despair. My girl was lost, and it was all my doing. Just because I had kissed her. How could something so special become something so dark? It hurt. No, it's more than hurt, it's killing me. Steel. Buffy's voice was hoarse. I knelt down beside her. Her eyes were wild, red from crying, her hands shaking. She said my name. Did you hear it? She said my name. I heard. She's still in there. She's fighting. I wanted to say yes. I wanted to nod, grab her hand, say the right things. But all I could think about was the fact that I had caused this. I had kissed her. Buffy didn't blame me. Not with her words. Not yet. But I saw it behind her tears. The blame. The moment she looked at me too long, and her grief boiled up and something else slipped into it. Bordering on hate. And why shouldn't it? Because it was my fault. It was all my darn fault. If I'd waited. If I'd hesitated. If I'd tested again, checked again, asked Van one more time before I let myself feel human again, in a world that wasn't human. She'd still be safe. She would still be my girl. I stood slowly, dragging my eyes back to Alex. Her veins were darker now. Her lips a bruised violet. Every breath sounded like a fight she was losing. And yet, she looked so small. This was the same girl who shoved me out of a collapsing stairwell in Wheeling Island. The girl who raided a grocery store with nothing but a hammer and sarcastic wit. Who stood guard over Buffy for 2 days straight when she got sick from expired rations. Alex wasn't the kind of girl who gave up. She was a fighter. But now she was broken, like some little bird with their wings clipped. And I didn't know how to fix it. I didn't leave the sting chamber. Van sent runners for components, shouted instructions, cursed under her breath when things didn't react fast enough. She wanted silence, so I gave it to her. I sat on the floor next to the gurney, just far enough not to be in the way. Buffy had gone to clean up. Her hands were covered in dried blood. She hadn't said much when she left. She just looked through me and walked out. Alex twitched violently again. I leaned forward, fingers brushing the leather strap over her wrist. You're the strongest person I've ever known. But I need you to hold on longer. Just a little longer. Her mouth moved. But no sound came out, just a tremble, a spasm. It was getting worse. Van glanced over. You shouldn't be here. She won't hurt me. She doesn't even recognize you. I didn't answer. Because Van was right. Night fell. Someone dimmed the lights. We were all so confused and exhausted. The cure hadn't worked its magic on Alex. And we all knew it. Van was at her console, pale as a ghost, typing so fast her fingers were a blur. What happens if she reaches stage 3? I asked. She looked up. You don't want to know. Tell me anyway. She stops recognizing pain. Stops needing food. The virus overrides the brainstem. She'll lose everything that makes her Alex. Everything that makes her human. There's no coming back from that. How long? Van hesitated. A few hours. Maybe. My throat closed. I nodded. And then I turned to Alex. Her eyes were closed again. Her skin had a gray cast, like she'd been underwater too long. I leaned forward and placed my forehead against hers. I love you, I whispered. I never told you that. I thought I had more time. I thought we'd get out of this, find some crappy beach and drink warm soda and laugh about how stupid we were. Her fingers twitched. Hope stabbed me right in the chest. Do you hear me? It wasn't just a kiss. I love you. I would have waited 100 years to say it if it meant keeping you safe. No response. But I kept talking. You saved me 100 times before I ever kissed you. I was nothing until you gave me something to live for. Buffy needs you. Hell, I need you. I still do. So, you don't get to go yet. You don't get to leave us like this. Another spasm. But this time her eyes opened. Just a sliver. And for a second, just a second, they weren't black. They were green. Her emerald green. Then they rolled back. And she screamed. It was guttural. Inhuman. The straps jerked. She writhed so violently I thought her shoulder would dislocate. Van lunged for the sedative, jabbed it into her thigh. Alex still thrashed. Then stilled. I sat back, with my heart in my throat. Stage 2's ending, Van said. We're out of time. Buffy returned just then, soaking wet from washing off the blood. Her face crumpled the moment she saw Alex. No, she whispered. No, no, no. I stood, met her halfway, arms ready to catch her, but she shoved me. Hard. You kissed her, she snapped. You should never have kissed her. I didn't know it would do this. She trusted you. I love her. The silence that followed was deafening. Buffy's shoulders sagged. Her face cracked open in grief. I know, she whispered. I know you do. But she's still dying. I nodded. We both stood beside her. Van's machines beeped quietly. The blue light made Alex look like a ghost. Her eyes were clamped shut, as if trying to block out the inevitable, but her chest convulsed in ragged, unnatural spasms, each one more violent than the last. It was like something was inside of her. Something monstrous and hungry. It was trying to tear its way out through skin and bone. Her ribs bulged against her shirt with every shuddering breath, tendons stretching, veins bulging black and purple beneath her clammy flesh. A sickening crack echoed in the silence as her shoulder jerked at an impossible angle, followed by the grotesque pop of her jaw unhinging slightly, like a snake preparing to swallow its dinner. Her fingers clawed at the air, nails splitting and peeling back from their beds, mixing blood and flesh into a gruesome paste. Beneath her skin, movement slithered. Subtle at first, like a twitching muscle, then more pronounced. Something writhed under the surface, snaking its way up her throat. A wet, choking gurgle spilled from her lips, thick with bile and frothy blood, as her body bucked again, this time lifting several inches off the gurney, before slamming back down. Her breath came in short, ragged snarls now, no longer human. It was the sound of something being reborn in agony, the shriek of transformation. Her skin had taken on a waxy pallor, mottled with sickly green and corpse gray, spreading like a rot from the inside out. Blood vessels burst beneath her eyes in a sudden spray of crimson, staining her cheeks as a final tear slipped free, not of grief, but of the last flicker of the girl she used to be. And then her eyes snapped open. Milky. Hollow. Hungry. She said your name, I said. She said yours too. Buffy nodded slowly. She loved us both. Still does. Van finally stood, holding a vial the size of my thumb. It's a gamble, she said. A recombinant antiviral with a synthetic folate bypass. If her MTHFR gene doesn't reject this, then she lives? Buffy asked. Then we try again. I took the vial. I'll do it. Van handed over the syringe. I knelt by Alex one last time, brushed the sweat from her temple. Come back to us, I whispered. Then I plunged the needle in. And we waited. Buffy, the hum of the bees was still in my ears. Even after we sealed the greenhouse chamber and Dr. Van dragged herself back to the lab, that sound stuck in my skull, like static, like dread made audible. I couldn't get it out of my head. I couldn't get her out. Alex. My Alex. I sat on the concrete floor outside the sting room, knees drawn to my chest, Steele crouched beside me with blood dried on his arms and guilt eating at his face. His lips were moving, murmuring things I couldn't hear. Prayers maybe. Apologies definitely. I didn't ask. I couldn't move. If I moved, it would be real. If I stayed still, maybe the last few hours would reverse themselves. Maybe Alex would wake up and wink at me and say, dramatic much? But she didn't. She lay behind that reinforced glass, twitching under her restraints, veins black with the Z virus, bees swarming her skin, and nothing worked. Dr. Van's cure, it wasn't working. Nothing was working. The door behind us banged open. Buffy. Mom's voice cracked as she ran toward me, boots pounding on gravel. Diesel was right behind her, out of breath, one hand clutching a toolkit like he thought maybe he could fix the situation with screws and tape. Blade and Sloane weren't far behind, silent, serious, eyes scanning the scene like they were expecting a firefight. Val was already yelling. What happened? Where's Dr. Van? Why aren't we? She's in there, I whispered. My voice didn't sound like mine. It sounded like a dying echo in a canyon. Kay showed up last, panting hard, her arms slung in a makeshift brace, dirt on her face. What do you mean in there? With the bees? Yeah. I looked up at them. And it didn't work. Everyone went silent. No, Amanda said, flatly. She turned? Diesel asked, eyes wide. More than turned, Steele said. She's rejecting the cure. Bullshit, Blade snapped. Nobody rejects the cure. Van said, it's genetic, I cut in. Something called MTHFR. Van explained it, but I don't remember all the science. Just that. Alex's body won't accept the venom. Her immune system's filtering it out like it's poison. My mom dropped to her knees next to me. Jesus Christ. Mama Ray pushed through the group, wrapped in her patchwork coat, beads clicking in her braids. She didn't say a word. She just put her hand on my shoulder and squeezed. I think that's what made me finally break. I choked out a sob and pressed my face into my arms. She was still alive in there. But for how much longer? We can't lose her, I whispered. She's my best friend. She makes me laugh when I don't think it's possible. She's my rock, my lifeline to the past. You think we don't know that? Val said, stepping forward. Alex is this whole camp's damn heartbeat. She was, Sloane said gently. Now she's. Don't you dare finish that sentence, I said through clenched teeth. We all fell into silence. I couldn't breathe. I wanted to crawl into the sting chamber and take her place. Diesel pulled out a flask, unscrewed the top with shaking fingers, and passed it to me. I took a sip without asking what was in it. It burned going down, but it didn't help. So, what now? Kay asked. Is Van building a new cure? Trying to, Steele said. She was talking about RNA, silencing genes. We need time. We don't have time, Amanda said. She was barely stable when you wheeled her in there. I know, I snapped. Do you think I don't know that? Silence again. She talked to me, after the bees. Just for a second. She said my name. She looked at me like she knew what was happening to her. Like she was still in there. And then, I couldn't finish. We're not leaving her alone, Mama Ray said. Not even for a minute. We set up camp outside the greenhouse. Cots were dragged over. Someone lit a barrel fire. Amanda kept pacing. Blade took first watch even though there was nothing to shoot at. Sloane organized supplies, barking orders no one wanted to hear. Inside, Alex twitched, moaned and fought, through the restraints. Steele sat against the glass and didn't move. She kissed me, he muttered once, low and hoarse. It happened after that. I think I infected her. No, I said. You didn't. Van said it was already in her. Dormant. Maybe it's already in all of us. Maybe we will all have to turn into one of those things so we can be cured. He didn't look convinced. I didn't blame him. Hours passed. Daylight faded. No change. Dr. Van finally returned around midnight, eyes red, hands trembling. I think I have something, she said. It's not ready. It's barely a prototype. But it might buy her time. What is it? Val asked. Recombinant enzymes with methylation bypass agents. Basically, a shortcut for her immune system. But it'll hurt. And I don't know if it'll hold. Do it, I said. Van nodded. We opened the chamber. I held Alex's hand while Van injected the new serum. Her body seized so hard we nearly lost her. She's fighting it, Van whispered. But it's too early to say. Steele didn't leave her side. Neither did I. And somewhere deep inside, I prayed to a God I wasn't sure I believed in anymore. Please. Please bring her back. Val, I always knew my brother had a soft spot for Alex. He tried to play it cool, acting like she was just another fighter in the unit, just another brave face in the crowd. But I knew. I'm his sister. I see the way his whole world tilts when she walks into a room, how his voice gets quieter when she speaks, like he doesn't want to interrupt whatever magic might be coming out of her mouth. So, when I heard the scream, I recognized Steele's voice breaking through the camp like someone had just torn the world in half. My stomach dropped through the floor. I ran. No questions. No hesitation. By the time I got to the med tent, the crowd had already started gathering. Their faces told the story before I even reached the door. Shock, fear, pity. A kid was crying. Someone else threw up behind the supply shed. I pushed through them, ignoring the muttered warnings, the rumors already spreading like wildfire. Alex turned. Steele brought her in. It was after a kiss. A kiss. Jesus. Inside the tent, it smelled like antiseptic and grief. Dr. Van was shouting orders. Buffy was holding Alex's hand like it was the last thread holding her soul to this plane, and Steele. Steele was a ghost. Sitting in the corner, blood on his hands, shoulders shaking. Not crying. Not even making a sound. just falling apart in silence. I wanted to run to him. I wanted to slap him and hug him all at once. But I knew better. Steele only let people see him when he was strong. That was his thing. Our dad was a drunk who broke more than he fixed, and we both learned to build our armor early. But where mine was loud and sharp-edged, Steele's was quiet and impenetrable. Except for her. Except for Alex. She was the exception to the rules. Now she was strapped to a gurney, eyes black, veins like cracks in porcelain, twitching like something was trying to climb out of her skin. And Steele? Steele looked like the infection had taken him too, only from the inside out. They wheeled her to the sting chamber. The bees came. And it didn't work. And I saw it happen. I saw the light in his eyes dim when the monitors stayed flat, when Alex didn't get better, when she didn't gasp and smile and say his name. I saw the moment his hope died. That was hours ago. Now we're back outside, waiting. Dr. Vans locked herself in the lab, trying to engineer a cure that can bypass Alex's genetic resistance. The others are gathered near the glass. We've taken over the east side of the greenhouse, set up a kind of vigil, though none of us would dare call it that. Buffy hasn't moved from the chamber window. She's been whispering through the glass, even though Alex is unconscious again. Maybe she thinks her voice will reach her somehow. Maybe she's right. Me? I'm sitting on a crate a few feet away, arms folded, watching my brother disintegrate one breath at a time before my own eyes. Amanda and Diesel arrived first, out of breath and pale. Amanda had dirt smeared on her cheeks from the training yard. Diesel still had his toolkit strapped across his chest. Blade and Sloane weren't far behind. Both wearing the same expression. Disbelief. Kay came next, hair disheveled, fists clenched at her sides like she was holding the whole sky up on her shoulders. Then Mama Ray appeared, silent and slow-moving, like she already knew. Like she'd known since the minute it had happened. Nobody said much. We just watched. Waited. Hoped. Feared. Steele hasn't looked at anyone since the bees. I finally sit next to him, because someone has to. Have you eaten, today? I ask. He doesn't answer. You need water. Still nothing. His eyes stay glued to Alex through the glass. His jaw is tight. He's got dried blood on his neck and one sleeve ripped open. I sigh, then shift so my shoulder brushes his. You're blaming yourself. He doesn't flinch, but I know he heard me. You kissed her, I say softly. And you think that makes this your fault. His throat bobs. Swallowing the pain. Swallowing the hurt. Steele, listen to me. If it wasn't the kiss, it would have been a scratch. A cut. A bite. You didn't infect her. The virus found a way. It always finds a way. Not with me, he murmured. His voice like sandpaper. The cure worked on me. I was fine. Because your genetics are different. She has different genetics. That's not on you. He turns to me. His eyes are rimmed with red, but they're dry. Too dry. Like he ran out of tears before the rest of us even caught up. If she dies, he says, voice shaking, I won't survive it. And there it is. The truth, raw and exposed. My tough, hard-hearted brother, admitting to the one thing that could undo him. She won't. We're not going to let that happen. He looks at me like he wants to believe. God, he wants to. But he's already preparing for the worst. Already imagining her gone. He always was a pessimist, my brother. Mama Ray walks over then, her cane clicking softly on the stone tiles. She lowers herself onto a nearby bench with a groan and gives us a look that could calm a riot. I remember when she showed up here. All skin and bones, eyes like a kicked dog. But she had this fire in her, even then. Didn't talk much, but when she did. Who, Lord? That girl, had sarcasm in her veins. Steel cracks a smile. Barely. But it's something. Kay joins us, folding her long legs beneath her like a cat. She saved me, you know. I remember that night on patrol last winter. The moment I froze. I thought I was done for, trapped in a snowdrift with a half circle of Zeds closing in fast. My rifle jammed, breath fogging up my goggles, panic clawing at my spine. Then out of nowhere, she came crashing through the dark like a storm. She didn't hesitate. Hell, I don't think she even blinked. She cut through them, clean, efficient, like she was counting off a list. One shot, one kill, next. Blood sprayed across the snow like ink on parchment. She moved like she'd done it 1,000 times before, and maybe she had. I remember thinking, damn. There's a fire in her. Not just guts, but something rarer, a kind of fierce, unshakable joy. A spark. She was this beautiful, battle-worn hurricane, with the humor of a stand-up comic and the grit of a seasoned warrior. I couldn't take my eyes off her. She covered me during the refinery breach, blade ads. Took down 3 infected with a half-loaded pistol and a garden trowel. I still owe her a new jacket, Amanda mutters. She gave me hers when mine got soaked. I didn't even ask. Diesel, sitting on the edge of the planter wall, just says, she's one of us. Buffy finally turns from the glass, face streaked with silent tears. She's the best of us. And I feel it then. Not just grief. Not just fear. But unity. This isn't just about one girl on a gurney. It's about what she represents. Alex is hope. She's proof that we can still laugh, still love, still fight even after everything we've lost. Steele looks up at me. If she goes, she won't, I say again. And if she does? Then we fight harder. We find a cure that works for the next person. And the next. And the next. But I swear to you, brother, she's not gone yet. The door hisses. Dr. Van steps out, gloves red, eyes wild. I need more time, she says, breathless. But I think I have a lead. And just like that, the fire flares again. We're not done. Steel stands. And so do we all. I stood just outside the greenhouse turnsting chamber, fingers trembling against the rusted railing as I stared through the fogged glass. The blue UV light flickered overhead like lightning trapped in a bottle. Inside, Alex lay unmoving. Steele, Buffy, Val, Dr. Van, they were all huddled around her, faces contorted in fear and grief, like they were watching a star burn out in slow motion. I couldn't go in. I wasn't brave enough to face it. I couldn't watch her like that. Not Alex. Not the girl who once jumped into a sewer to save my dumb ass from a crawler. Not the girl who sang off-key in the mess hall just to make Val laugh. Not the girl who braided my hair in the middle of a blackout and whispered, no matter what, we've got each other. That Alex couldn't be the same girl convulsing on a gurney. Her skin was too pale. Her veins black, spreading out in spider web patterns all over her once beautiful face. Val stood beside me, her arm brushing mine, silent. Sloane, Amanda, Diesel, and Blade had already gone in. Mama Ray too. They'd joined the vigil. Joined the wait. But I stayed back. Because I was afraid. I stood outside the room, paralyzed, hand hovering just inches from the doorframe, heart thundering like it was trying to tear free of my chest. I was afraid. Not of her teeth. Not of the claws she might grow, or the screams she might let loose when she saw me. No. I was afraid that if I stepped inside, if I dared to meet her eyes, I'd see the truth, that Alex, my Alex, was already gone. That whatever spark had once made her human, fierce, hilarious, alive, had rotted away. Drowned beneath the hunger now twisting through her veins. I was terrified that I'd look into those eyes and see nothing but a hollow shell. A puppet, craving human flesh. Her soul chewed up and spat out by the infection. And if I saw that? If I saw her like that, I knew I'd shatter. Not cry. Not scream. But well and truly break. Down to the marrow. The worst part? I didn't know how I'd come back from it. Maybe I wouldn't. Maybe a part of me would stay broken, curled up in that doorway forever, mourning someone who was still breathing, but not really living anymore. Steele hadn't spoken in over an hour. Even Val couldn't pull him away. She tried. He blames himself, she told me. And if she dies, Kay, I don't think he'll make it through. I think he really loved her. Like Scarlett O'Hara and Rhett Butler in Gone with the Wind. True love. That hit me harder than I expected. Because deep down, I think I knew it too. I saw the way he looked at Alex even before they kissed. She was his light in a world full of rot. I leaned forward, pressed my forehead against the cold glass. Inside, Buffy was holding Alex's hand. Talking to her. Murmuring something I couldn't hear. Val turned to me. Her eyes were bloodshot, her jaw clenched so tight I thought her teeth might crack. We should go in. I hesitated. Kay. She needs all of us. If there's even a piece of her in there, we have to show her she's not alone. I nodded slowly, wiping the back of my hand across my eyes. The door hissed open, and the smell hit me first: decay, blood, honey, and ozone. A chemical cocktail that made my stomach turn. The bees had retreated now, nestled back into their chambers. The venom hadn't worked. Again. Dr. Van was in the corner, muttering to herself, typing notes into a tablet, her face a mask of pure concentration. Buffy looked up as we entered. Her cheeks were stained with tears, but her eyes were hard. Steele didn't move. He sat with his elbows on his knees, head bowed low, one hand on Alex's shoulder, the other clenching and unclenching in a slow, painful rhythm. Val went to him first. She knelt, placed her hand on his back. Hey, she whispered. We're here. You're not alone. He didn't look up. I stepped closer, my boots echoing in the quiet. Alex's chest was rising and falling in shallow gasps. Her eyes fluttered. Black scara. Like something was puppeteering her from inside. But her lips. They moved. I leaned in, not breathing. Boo, FFY, Buffy collapsed into sobs. I'm here. I'm right here. I'll never leave you. That did something to me. Snapped a wire that had been wound tight since the outbreak. I grabbed Alex's other hand. It was ice cold. You stubborn, impossible, sunflower-loving idiot, I said, my voice cracking. You better come back, or I'm gonna drag your ass out of the afterlife myself. Steele finally spoke. Voice barely above a breath. I kissed her. I started this. No, Val said firmly. The virus started this. The mutation. Not you. But I let it happen. I crouched beside him. You love her. That's not a crime. He didn't answer. Dr. Van stood suddenly, slamming a vial onto the metal tray. We have to build the cure around her genome. We can't force this anymore. The MTHFR mutation means she's not just resistant. She's actively purging the treatment. I need a retrovirus vector. Something that slips past her methylation filters. Blade stepped forward. What do you need? We'll get it. Whatever it is. Dr. Van looked up. Bone marrow. I need a fresh biopsy. And I need blood samples from all of you. If any of you have the MTHFR gene, it could be the last key to the puzzle. We need to map the entire gene cluster and isolate the vulnerability. Steele shook his head. Can we put a call out for everyone to have samples taken? Someone else in this asylum has the gene, I'm sure of it. We can't build it blind. I felt myself start to pace. What are the chances she makes it through the night? Dr. Van paused. Then answered quietly. Less than 10%. Buffy stood. Her fists were clenched. Then you better work faster. After that, we took turns. Sitting with her. Watching over her like sentinels against the dark. Talking to her, even when she didn't respond, hoping that somewhere inside, Alex was still listening, still fighting to stay tethered to who she was. Sloane would fill the silence with stories, trying to anchor her in memory. Silly ones, mostly. Bad jokes from before the virus turned the world inside out. The time Alex had half a convoy convinced she could train a feral dog to sit, stay, and do recon. We laughed then. We laughed now, bitter and soft. Laughter was the only thing standing between us and despair. Amanda sang softly. Old songs. Ones from before. Diesel sat at her feet, fixing her bootlace. He said she'd hate having it come undone. And me? I told her everything I never got to say. How I admired her. How she made people feel safe. How the world wasn't ending as long as she was laughing. I need you to fight, I whispered into her hair. Because we're not whole without you. At some point, Mama Ray brought us food. Most of us didn't eat. The night dragged. Hours slipped by like sand in a time capsule. At 3:17 a.m., Alex seized again. Her back arched so hard we thought the restraints might break. Dr. Van injected another stabilizer. Steele held her head still. Buffy screamed. I felt myself fall to my knees. And then, nothing. Her body went limp. Too still. Buffy collapsed, sobbing uncontrollably. Val reached for Steele, but he stepped back. His hands were covered in blood. Dr. Van checked Alex's vitals, then shook her head. No heartbeat. I screamed. I don't remember doing it, but I did. Loud enough to shake the glass. She's gone, Van whispered. But before we could move, before the world could fall all the way apart. Alex gasped. One sharp, ragged breath. Steele stumbled forward. Alex? Her fingers twitched. Then again. And again. Dr. Van's eyes lit up. She's fighting it. Her system's rebooting. Holy shit. The viral load just dropped 0.1%. It's not over. We need the marrow sample now. We surged back to our positions. It wasn't over. She wasn't gone. And for the first time in hours, I let myself believe that maybe the girl who danced in the rain was still in there. And maybe we'd get her back. Diesel, I'd seen a lot of death. Too much. I lost Tank. My best mate. We had the kind of brotherhood that came from surviving together, in a world gone to hell. We used to say nothing could break us, not bullets, not bombs, not the dead. But the virus did. Tank went down a hero. He threw himself on a grenade to save the others. Then he was just gone. Now it was happening again. Only this time, it wasn't some roughneck brawler or soldier who got hit. This time, it was Alex. The pain in my phantom limb itched like hell as I paced outside the greenhouse, fingers of my good hand twitching against the cold steel of my prosthetic claw. The others were inside with her. Buffy, Steele, Van, Val, Kay. I could hear murmurs, crying, sometimes screaming. I couldn't go in yet. It didn't mean I didn't want to. I just couldn't. Not yet. She was like a little sister to me. A mouthy, sarcastic, know-it-all gremlin of a sister who never shut up. She always had a comeback and somehow still made me laugh, even on the darkest days. After I lost my arm, she never treated me different. Not once. She called me Claw Daddy. It was an inside joke between us pirates. She'd pretend to be terrified of it, screamed dramatically every time I scratched my head or grabbed a can. It's gonna malfunction and rip your ear off, Diesel. We'll have to call you One Ear Willie next. I'd grumble, threaten to throw her into a zombie pit, and she'd flip me off with both hands. We loved each other, even when we were tearing strips off each other. And when I got bit, when the rot was climbing up my arm and we had seconds to decide what to do, she was the one who held me down whilst the others chopped it off. She screamed with me. Threw up after. Sat beside me all night, whispering dumb stories about movies I'd never seen and songs she swore I needed to hear before I died. I didn't die. Because of her. Now it was her, strapped to a gurney. Now it was her, fighting the black-eyed demon inside. I couldn't do a bloody thing to save her. Are you okay? Amanda. She approached quietly, one hand on her rifle, eyes puffy. Her voice was soft, brittle. No, I said flatly. She nodded like she expected that. She's strong. She's dying. Amanda looked away. I saw Sloane, Blade, and Val near the edge of the clearing, talking in low tones. Mama Ray stood a little apart from them, her rosary wrapped around her fingers like a weapon. Kay sat against a tree, knees pulled up, face in her hands. It was like we were all waiting for the execution bell to toll. The last vigil of a girl we weren't ready to bury. I glanced at the greenhouse. Steeled my nerves and I walked in. She looked bad. Her skin was the color of ash. Black veins webbed across her face. Her eyes were closed now, but the monitor told us her heart was still beating. Just barely. Her chest rose and fell in jerky bursts. Steele sat beside her, hands limp on his knees. Van scribbled in a notebook at the far end. Buffy stood at the head of the gurney, fingers in Alex's hair, whispering a lullaby into her ears. Took you long enough, Buffy said without turning. Had to work on my dramatic entrance, I said. Steele looked up at me. His face was carved from stone. But his eyes. Those were molten grief. I nodded at him. No words. Just respect. Shared pain. Buffy stepped back. Talk to her. She listens to you. I swallowed hard and moved to the side of the bed. My claw clicked against the metal rail. I sat down slowly. All right, Tiny Terror, I said quietly, you've made your point. Everyone's here. You scared the shit out of us. So now you can stop pretending to be dying and wake the hell up. No response. Come on, you know I hate hospitals. I hate this sterile crap. Smells like bleach and sadness. Still nothing. I leaned in, voice dropping. I need you to fight. Okay? For Tank. For me. For Steele, who looks like he's about to disintegrate into emotional goo. For Buffy, who hasn't left your side. For Val, who's pretending she's not pacing up and down like a wolf outside. For Kay, who keeps kicking rocks to prevent her tears from falling. I took her cold, limp hand in my claw. Gentle. And for you. Because if anyone deserves to make it, it's you. Her eyelids twitched. I froze. The others noticed. Was that? Buffy breathed. I held my breath. Alex twitched again. Her mouth opened. A low groan escaped her throat, ragged and broken. Van moved fast. Checking the monitors. She's slipping again. We need more time. Time's running out, Steele hissed in a hollow tone. Buffy sat down on the floor, hugging her knees. Tears slid silently down her cheeks. Van muttered to herself, fingers flying across a tablet. I stared at Alex. You remember when I lost the arm? You told me I was gonna be the next Wolverine. I said claws didn't grow back. You said, yeah, but you'll look way hotter with facial hair. I let out a choked laugh. You said dumb shit like that every day, just to make me laugh. No response. I stood, my chair scraping back. I'm not losing you, I hissed, the words cracking with rage I didn't even know I'd been holding. I didn't claw my way through hell, I didn't lose Tank. I didn't leave half my damn body behind, just to stand here and watch you disappear like some shrinking violet. You don't get to check out. Not you. Not after everything we've been through. You don't get to go. We need you, Alex. We all need you. The greenhouse door opened. Mama Ray entered slowly. Everyone went quiet. Her rosary clicked softly as she crossed the room and put a hand on Buffy's shoulder. Child needs more than science now, she said softly. She needs soul. She needs tethering. Steele looked up. You mean prayer? I mean love, Mama Ray said. Hold her. Talk to her. Sing to her. Don't let her go where your voices can't follow. I looked down at Alex. Then I did something I hadn't done since I was 10 years old. I sang. It was rough. Off-key. Just a few bars of an old song Tank used to hum when things got bad. Hey there, sunshine, don't let the dark in, keep the light on, let your heart spin, Buffy joined me, voice shaking. Steele added a line, broken but clear. And Alex twitched again. Vitals spiking, Van said. It's something. Keep going. We sang. We held her with our voices. And the darkness didn't recede. But it didn't get worse either. I didn't let go of her hand all night. Because she never let go of me when I needed her most. And I'll be damned if I let her face the end alone. Blade, some people say heroes are born. Some say they're made. I think they're forged. In fire, in blood, in darkness. That's what this world does to the ones who survive. It burns them, scars them, tests them until there's nothing left but the truth. Alex was truth. She was a kid. She should have been in high school, worrying about crushes and grades and prom dresses. Instead, she was out there in the ruins, dodging infected, hauling other survivors out of burning safe zones, stitching people up with shaking hands and a broken needle kit. She wasn't just a survivor. She had saved so many people. And not because anyone asked her to, but because it was the right thing to do. During one of our scavenger hunts, I thought she was a hallucination. Tiny thing, half-starved, dragging a grown man twice her size across the street under sniper fire. Blood all down her front. Her eyes were reflecting the fires. I remember the way she looked at me when she called me out. As if I was wasting her damn time. You gonna help or just spectate, G.I. Joe? That's how she was. That is how this world had made her. Mouth like a sailor. Eyes like steel. You would never believe, she was only 17. I helped, obviously. But after we dragged the guy to safety, she didn't stick around. Didn't care about praise. Just handed me a med pack and vanished. Like some warzone angel in combat boots. Later, when we joined Mama Ray's group, I found out she'd been alone out there for months. She had saved so many on the road. Van called her a stray with a scalpel. I called her a damn miracle. Alex had this way of making you feel like you could keep fighting for another day. She didn't believe in giving up. Not on herself. Not on anyone. Especially not on me. I was a mess when she really got to know me. PTSD will do that to a man. My leg had been gone for years, but the pain hadn't. Neither had the guilt. I was drinking too much. Isolating. Angry. The others kept their distance. Even Steele didn't know what to say. Alex didn't ask. She just barged into my bunk one night with this mangy black and white border collie on a homemade leash. He looks like you, she said, dropping the leash in my lap. All grizzled and pissed off at the world. Figured you could be miserable together. I blinked at her. At the dog. At her again. What the hell is this? His name's Ghost. He bites. Then she grinned. You two are made for each other. Ghost did bite. First day, he shredded my only good sock. But he also curled up next to my bunk and howled when I cried in my sleep. Every time I thought about taking the easy way out, there he was. Just like Alex. Pushing me to be a better man. Pushing me to believe in family. In people. In our group. She gave me that dog like she was handing me a reason to keep going. And she never asked for anything in return. I watched her grow during this apocalypse. Watched her get stronger. Sharper. I saw her stitch people together with trembling hands, lead missions without blinking, throw herself between the infected and a crying kid without hesitation. Hell, she even made Van cry once. Made her feel again. That's what Alex did. She made you feel. And now she's strapped to a gurney, convulsing under the sting of our last resort cure, and I swear to God if we lose her, I'm gonna burn this whole damn world to the ground. The room stank of antiseptic, copper and mildew. The air buzzed with the last of the engineered bees returning to their hive. Van was pacing, mumbling about gene mutations. Steele looked like a statue, locked in grief. Buffy was breaking. And me? I stood in the back, watching it all fall apart, my jaw clenched so hard I thought I'd break the few teeth I had left. Ghost whined at my side. He knew. Dogs always do. I stepped forward, slowly, ignoring the sting in my prosthetic. Ghost followed. Buffy glanced at me with red, swollen eyes. You, okay? She whispered. No, I said. None of us are. Alex looked like a ghost. Pale, sweat-slicked, eyes half-rolled back. But even now, she was. Fighting. Still fighting. She doesn't give up, I said, mostly to myself. Buffy looked at her. She's always been a fighter. I nodded. Too stubborn to die. Steele turned then. His voice was hoarse. She's not responding. Van was already working, muttering science I didn't fully follow. Something about methylation, RNA chains, silencing proteins. What I did understand was that we were out of time. I need to see her, I said. Buffy stepped aside. I sat down beside Alex and took her hand. It was cold. Not death cold. Just almost. Hey, brat, I muttered. You don't get to tap out. Not like this. No response. You don't even realize it, but you did. You dragged this broken old bastard back into the light. So now it's my turn. You hear me, Alex? You're coming back. I don't care what it takes. I'll fight God himself if I have to. I brushed her hair back. She twitched. Barely. There she is, I whispered. Ghost barked once, sharp and loud. Alex flinched. Everyone froze. Do that again, I told him. He barked. She twitched harder. She's responding, Van whispered. Ghost, I said. Go to her. He did. Jumped up beside the gurney, licked her hand. Her fingers curled. Steele rushed forward. Her pulse, it's climbing. Buffy sobbed. Van gasped. I just stared in utter shock. She wasn't gone. Not yet. That fire, it was still burning. We weren't out of the woods. Van needed time to finish the new serum. The MTHFR mutation meant we had to build a custom cure from the ground up. But we had something now. A spark. Alex always knew what to do with a spark. Hours passed. The others came. Val. Sloane. Kay. Diesel. Mama Ray. Even Amanda. We all stood vigil. Waiting. hoping. Watching. Praying. Ghost never left her side. I leaned against the wall, arms crossed, with a heavy heart. I thought about all the times she'd made me laugh. All the times she'd flipped me off after a mission, covered in blood and zombie entrails, but grinning. I remembered the night she sat beside me during a storm, just watching the lightning in silence. Scared of thunder? I asked her then. Nah, she said. Just listening. Sometimes storms talk. You just got to listen. She was right. Tonight, the storm in my chest was screaming. But underneath it all, I heard her. Still fighting. Still there. Still Alex. Alex, it's strange, watching yourself die. I was floating, no, not floating. Untethered. Like something had cut the rope that held me to gravity, to skin, to pain. I hovered above the gurney, looking down at the wreckage of my own body. My chest barely moved. My lips were cracked, blood seeping from the corners. My hair was a dark, matted mess. My skin, pale, gray, webbed with blackened veins. I looked like the undead. The room was humming with the sound of medical machines, but they felt so far away now. Echoes in a tunnel. I saw Steele's face first, lined with fear and fury and something deeper, something like grief. He gripped my arm as if he could anchor me there, as if the weight of his will alone would be enough to keep me from slipping away. Buffy knelt beside me, whispering to me through tears, telling me I wasn't allowed to go. That she'd break the universe itself if I left her. Val. Kay. Diesel. Blade. Mama Ray. Sloane. Amanda. They were all there. My family. My pack. Still, I drifted. The tunnel widened. Everything around me dimmed, as if the light of the world was being turned down with a slow, cruel hand. I felt warm, for the first time in days. Safe. Calm. The agony that had gripped my body was gone. My lungs no longer burned. My heart wasn't racing with fear. It should have been peaceful. But it wasn't. Because ahead of me, in the tunnel, there were shapes. Figures. Familiar. I stumbled forward somehow. I had feet here and my breath caught in my throat as I saw them clearly. Mom? She turned toward me. Her face exactly as I remembered it before the world went to hell. Eyes full of warmth and mischief, hair pulled into a messy ponytail that she always said was practical chic. Hello, love, she said in her silky soft voice. Dad? I turned. There he was too. Strong, tall, eyes that mirrored my own. His arm was around Danny. My little brother grinned at me, gap-toothed and wild-haired, clutching the toy sword he'd insisted on carrying, even when the world had started to unravel. Danny? My voice broke. How are you? You're not supposed to be here yet, Mum said gently. I fell to my knees. I think I'm dying. I can't, you're fighting, Dad corrected. You've always been good at that. I looked up at them, my chest aching with love and grief. But I'm so tired. I tried. I really tried. Mum knelt beside me, took my face in her hands. Her touch was warm. Real. I know. We saw. All of it. You were so brave. You saved those kids. You saved people who didn't even believe they were worth saving. You became the hero we always knew you could be, Dad said. But you're not done yet. I don't know how to keep going. Danny crouched beside me. You got to, Alex. You got to help them. Help bring us all back. What? I whispered. You can save the world, Mum said. It's inside you now. You have to keep fighting. For us. For what we lost. For what's left. A presence moved behind me. I turned and nearly collapsed again. Justin, I breathed. He looked just like he had the last time I saw him, before he bled out in my arms. Before he took a bullet to stop himself from becoming one of them. But his face wasn't twisted with pain now. He looked peaceful. Hey, he said. I threw myself into his arms and felt him catch me, strong and safe. The way he always had. I'm so sorry, I sobbed. I should have saved you. I tried so hard, you did. You saved me from becoming a monster. You kept your promise. I clung to him. It wasn't fair. No. It wasn't. But that doesn't mean you get to give up now. I looked up at him. You're happy? He smiled. I'm at peace. But you? You've still got work to do. Another figure stepped forward. Blonde hair, tough eyes, cracked lips curled into a soft grin. Bailey, I whispered. She looked whole. Healthier than she'd ever been in life. Hey, boss, she said. I laughed, a sound that cracked like glass. You're here, too? Yup. I finally got to rest. No more running. No more hunger. Just peace. I nodded, trying to wipe my tears. You gotta go back, Bailey said, stepping forward. There's too much left to do. I don't know if I can, I whispered. You can, Justin and Bailey said together. Because you're Alex. You're made of stars and scars and stubborn fire. Mum kissed my forehead. Go back, love. Remember, we're with you. Always. Dad nodded. The world still needs you. We are so proud of you. Keep fighting. Danny threw his arms around my waist. Promise me you'll keep fighting. I kissed his head. I promise. Light swallowed the tunnel. I was falling. And then. Pain. Sound. Light, blinding and artificial. A sharp jolt to my chest. A groan that might have been mine. Everything was hazy. Blurred shapes loomed over me. Familiar voices argued. Someone shouted my name. My whole body felt like it had been put through a meat grinder and glued back together with fire. I blinked. Once. Twice. Faces sharpened. Buffy. Steel. Diesel. Val. Kay. Blade. Mama Ray. Amanda. Sloane. The whole damn crew. I squinted up at them all, my voice dry, raspy as hell. Geez, I croaked. You all look like crap. Is this the afterlife? 'Cause I was promised better cheekbones. Buffy burst into tears. Steel laughed, choked, broken, but real. Diesel dropped his face into his metal claw and shook with relief. Val whispered, she's back. Alex, everything ached. It was like waking up after falling off a cliff and slamming into every rock on the way down. My lungs burned like they'd been soaked in acid. My veins still felt too tight for my skin, and my head was caught in some kind of foggy, echo chamber. But even through all that, I knew I was alive. I could hear voices. Familiar ones. She's awake. She's actually awake, holy shit, Alex. You scared the crap out of me. Don't cry now, Kay, she's gonna think you like her. Shut up, Diesel. I blinked blearily, the white lights of the med tents stinging like little suns. Shapes moved around me. Too many at first. My brain was slow catching up. Then faces started forming from the blur. Buffy. Val. Diesel. Kay. Blade. Sloane. Amanda. Even Ghost barked softly from behind someone's legs. Steel. Of course, Steel. Hovering like a worried statue, arms crossed over his chest, hugging himself protectively. Holding himself together, so he wouldn't shatter. My throat scraped when I tried to talk, and all that came out was a weak rasp. Someone better tell me we won the lottery or I'm gonna be super pissed I came back. Laughter. Actual laughter. Kay burst into tears. Diesel made a choking noise. Buffy crumpled forward and grabbed my hand so hard it hurt. You little shit, she whispered, eyes shining with unshed tears. You scared me. I squeezed her hand back. Or I tried to. I think I just twitched a finger. You didn't think I was going to let you have all the attention, did you? I croaked. Buffy bent low, tears dripping onto my cheek as she kissed my forehead gently. I told you. I told you. I knew you wouldn't leave me. I smiled, just a little. Well. I can't have you out there curing Zeds without me, can I? I choked back a tear. They were here for me. All of them. These misfits, soldiers, rebels, warriors, survivors. My family. They were all here, for me. Dr. Van's voice cut through the warmth, firm but not unkind. Okay, everyone, that's enough. She needs rest. Her body's been through hell. This was a near-cellular rebuild. It's a miracle she's alive, and if you don't want to push her into cardiac arrest, I suggest we clear the room. There were groans. Complaints. Val gave me a wink and a thumbs up. Diesel saluted me with his metal claw. Amanda mouthed something I couldn't catch, but I think it was, "You're badass." Kay looked like she wanted to climb into the bed with me and never let go. One by one, they all filed out. Buffy was last but one, brushing her fingers across my cheek. I'm not going far. Just shout if you need me. Love you, Buff, I murmured. Love you more, she whispered back. The curtain rustled. Then it was just me and Steele. He stood there, teetering, hesitantly. I could see his mind working overtime, weighing up the situation. He wasn't sure if he should come closer or bolt. I watched him through blurry eyes. You're not gonna say anything? His throat worked as he swallowed. I don't know what to say. How about, welcome back, Alex, I totally didn't have a full-on breakdown while you were doing the samba with the devil. He let out a half laugh. A broken one. Too late for that. You kinda broke me. Good, I whispered. It means you care. I care too much. I lifted a shaky hand. He didn't move. So, I did what I had to. I reached out, grabbed his fingers, and tugged weakly. Steele. Yeah? Kiss me. His eyes widened like I'd just asked him to dance naked in the fire pit. What? Kiss. Me. Alex, you just came back from the dead. We don't even know if your immune system's stable. You could still be fragile. Hell, you could break, if I breathe too hard. Dr. Van said it's safe now. He spun toward the curtain. Is it? Van's voice came from outside. She's immune now. Just like you. But she can't infect others. No risk. But go easy, her body is still recovering. I tugged his hand again. You heard the doc. Steele looked down at me, and for a moment, I barely recognized him. The lines on his face had deepened, carved by grief, fear, and exhaustion. He'd aged a decade in just a few brutal days. Everything we'd endured was crushing him, and now I'd thrown mine onto the pile. But still, he moved. Somehow, through the wreckage of it all, he found the strength to keep going. He came to the side of the bed, leaned down, cupped my face with one calloused, battle-worn hand. You scared the shit out of me, you know that? I told you, I wouldn't leave. I didn't believe you. I'm here now. He brushed his forehead against mine, a breath away, trembling like a kid in a storm. I can't lose you, Alex. You won't. You flatlined. We thought, Buffy was screaming. Diesel tried to punch a wall and broke his claw. Van was ready to declare, but I came back. I blamed myself. Don't. I should have been faster. Should have stopped you from steal. Stop running in circles. I'm here. I'm not going anywhere. Ever. Then I pulled him the rest of the way. His lips were rough, cracked from stress and too much yelling. Mine were probably worse. But it didn't matter. Nothing mattered but the way his breath caught, the way his hands trembled against my cheeks. The soft sound he made that was somewhere between a sob and a laugh. We stayed like that for a long moment. And then I sank back into the pillows, dizzy and buzzing, but finally human. I'm sorry, he whispered. For what? For not saying it sooner. For being scared. For holding back. For infecting you. You think I didn't know? I smiled. You think I didn't feel it every time you looked at me like I was made of glass and lightning? He sat beside the bed and didn't let go of my hand. I love you, Alex. I smiled wider. Took you long enough. He kissed the back of my hand like I was something holy. Rest now. I'll be right here. You better be. Because if you leave me again, I will come back from the dead and haunt your ass. He grinned. Deal. I drifted off to sleep, still clinging to his hand. I knew the truth down in my bones. The world could burn, the dead could rise, the sky could fall, but we had each other. And that was enough. And now, well, now we had a cure for the world. Weird genetics, weird genes. We had a cure that would now save the human race. Mama Rae, y'all quiet down now. That's right. Forks down, mouths shut, eyes up front. She let the silence settle like a held breath. This ain't just another pot of stew or a soggy slice of whatever we managed to scrape together. This is history. This is salvation. And it's happening right here, right now, in this very dinner hall. Now, I know y'all been whisperin', speculatin', making up your own wild stories about what went down a couple of days ago. Yes, I'm talking about that kiss. The one between our very own Alex and Steele. She paused, letting it land. Don't act like you didn't notice. Half the hall gasped. The other half probably fainted. Let me just say this, if we survive the apocalypse, and someone decides to write a book about this mess, that kiss is gonna go down in history. Not for the romance, though I suppose it had its flair. No, sugar, that lip lock will be remembered as the moment humanity almost cured itself. And then promptly realized it still had a lot of damn work to do. See, the first cure, the one we thought was the Holy Grail, the Savior, the Hallelujah, let's all do cartwheels moment, yeah, that one? Turns out it wasn't exactly foolproof. It slowed the virus. Even knocked it out of folks' systems if caught early. But, and it's a big ol' but, it didn't stop transmission through bodily fluids. Meaning, and I say this with all the maternal dignity I can muster, a single, hormone-fueled, emotionally charged kiss could still pass the damn thing on. So, congrats to Alex and Steele. Y'all too managed to make kissing a biological hazard. Honestly. Someone give them a medal. Or at least a breath mint. But listen, don't be too hard on them. Because it's that very moment, that kiss heard around the compound, that led us to realize what we were still missing. It lit the fire under our arses, and thank God it did. Because now, we've got it. The real cure. The final version. The one that doesn't just treat symptoms or make you feel all tingly in your toes. It stops transmission cold. It eliminates the virus entirely. And you know who we have to thank for that? My daughter. Dr. Vanessa Ray. Or as I still like to call her when she's got spinach in her teeth, Van. Now, I know some of y'all only know her as the woman in the lab coat. She's got more brains than any of us combined, but let me tell you something about my girl. She didn't just find a cure. She built it from scratch, piece by agonizing piece. She reached back to the old world, digging through dusty books and hard drives. She brought in the knowledge of a man whose name we all owe a toast to, the original Dr. Eric Van. My husband. God rest his soul. Yes. I said his name with pride. That old coot knew more about viruses than a CDC war room, and now his know-how lives on in my daughter's hands. The result? A complete, holistic, irreversible cure. No loopholes. No surprise infections. No saliva swappin' disasters. Just pure, unfiltered salvation. But y'all know Ray family tradition, we don't just solve problems. We solve 'em with style. So, here's how it's gonna work. First off, the bees. Yes, bees. I know. Some of y'all are allergic, some of y'all think they're just angry little honeymakers. But these ain't your average backyard buzzers. These are genetically modified, microdoscarian miracle bees. And they're gonna carry the cure straight into the bloodstream of every infected soul within a 5-mile radius. They land. They sting. You get cured. Simple as that. Hell, you might not even feel it. Second wave? Amanda and Van and their mad scientist brains have been working night and day on engineering mosquitoes. Yeah, I hear the groans, trust me, I've been bit by those little devils my whole life, but for once, they're on our side. Once we get those bad boys ready, we'll release them out into the wild, and they'll spread the cure farther and faster than we could ever hope to do by hand. America first. That's the plan. We start local. Secure our cities. Cure the infected. Then we move global, bit by bit, swarm by swarm. But before any of y'all start celebrating like it's Mardi Gras, let me be crystal clear, we ain't done. Not by a long shot. We've got work to do. Real, backbreaking, sweat-soaked, tear-stained work. See, curing people with bees and bugs is one thing. But there's still millions of infected out there, scattered across the countryside, roaming around like rabid dogs looking for a bone. We can't just wait for a bee to fly past them and hope for the best. Nope. We've gotta herd them. That's right, just like cattle. We're talking full-on containment. We're gonna round up the infected, guide them, carefully, strategically, into large open spaces. Warehouses. Stadiums. Abandoned shopping malls. Anywhere we can lock the doors and keep them in one place long enough for our bees to get in there and do their magic. We'll keep them alive. Keep them safe. And once the cure's run its course, we'll open those doors and welcome our people back. Changed. Healed. Human again. And after that? We rebuild. We don't just survive. We live. We plant gardens instead of laying traps. We build homes instead of barricades. We raise children who don't have to learn how to hold a shotgun before they can ride a bike. Every single person in this room, you're all part of that mission now. This isn't just the job of scientists, or soldiers, or scrappy moms who refuse to die in a ditch. This is all of us. You will be the carriers of hope. The builders of a new world. And make no mistake, this new world? It's gonna be better. Stronger. Kinder. Because we know what we lost. And we know what it took to get it back. Now, before I let y'all dig back into your beans and biscuits, I want you to look around this room. Really look. These are your people. These are the hands that will hold hammers and plant seeds and carry the cure to those who can't carry it themselves. These are the souls who made it through the fire and came out the other side, burned, but not broken. And if I may take one more moment of your time. Vanessa. Dr. Ray. My girl. You've made your mama proud in ways I can't even put into words. You didn't just give us a cure. You gave us a chance. A future. And I will shout that truth until the heavens themselves echo it back. So, raise a glass. Water, whiskey, whatever's in reach. Because tonight we drink, not just for what we've done, but for what's coming. To the bees. To the bugs. To the brilliant minds that brought us back from the brink. And yes, even to the kiss that nearly redoomed us all. She let her gaze find Alex and steal across the hall. Your lips may be lethal, but hey, at least you brought the drama. Now go on. Eat. We've got a world to cure tomorrow. Alex, West Virginia. 6 months later. If someone had told me 2 years ago that I'd be in West Virginia, knee-deep in mud and surrounded by the walking dead, I probably would have laughed in their face. Not a cute laugh, either. One of those ugly, wheezing snorts I save for absolute absurdity. But here I am, boots worn to hell, face smeared with dirt and sweat, watching a sea of rot shuffle its way into an old football stadium, like we're organizing a halftime show from hell. Steele's voice crackles in my ear. East gates holding. Blades locking the last funnel. You ready at the west? I click my comm twice in response. No words. We don't waste breath these days unless we have to. Val is perched on the bleachers with a sniper rifle slung casually across her lap. She gives me a slow nod. She's watching the herd shuffle through the narrow barricades we set up. Marcus stands by the gate controls, fingers twitching with anticipation. He's the youngest of us, the least scarred, but maybe the most loyal. And me? I'm the bait. Again. 6 months ago, I kissed a man and nearly reset the apocalypse. It's funny, in a twisted kind of way. Steele and I have danced around each other for months, years, if you count the before times. But that kiss, back in the compound, during that so-called moment of victory? It was supposed to be a celebration. A break in the darkness. Instead, it turned out to be a lesson in just how incomplete our cure really was. That mistake nearly cost us everything. It also led to everything that came after. I still get teased about it. Mama Ray called it the kiss that launched 1,000 needle pricks. Steele likes to joke that if we'd waited 5 more minutes, we'd have been saints instead of lab rats. And Blade, well, he just rolls his eyes and calls me Patient 02.0. But it wasn't for nothing. After the scare, Dr. Van and Buffy went back into the labs with Amanda, and they didn't come out until the real cure was born. The one that cures the infected, no matter how long they've been monsters. The one that prevents transmission. The one that doesn't flinch when lips meet, or blood is spilled. The one we've been spreading via bees and bugs across every inch of this broken land. Now, we're here, at one of our containment missions in America. The West Virginia Stadium Project. We call it the Hive. It took 3 months to prep the zone. To scout out the infected, map their roaming paths, study their habits. Blade says they move like schools of fish now. Less aggressive. Less wild. The early waves of the cure softened their brains, dulled the hunger. Most just follow noise and heat. Easy to bait if you know how to whistle and run. We herded over 5,000 into this place. 5,000 infected. Not corpses, not anymore. They will breathe. They will bleed. They will be cured. And once Marcus hits that button, the hatches in the rafters will open. Bees will pour down like rain from heaven. Each carrying a microscopic payload of the cure, engineered by Van and our team. And when that's done, when the stings settle and the infected begin to shift from groaning monsters into blinking, confused survivors, we'll open the gates. Steele walks up beside me, dust on his cheeks and blood on his collar. Not his, thankfully. You ready, little warrior? He still says it like it's a nickname, not a full-blown emotional crisis wrapped in 3 words. Same smirk. Same husky deep tone. Only now there's this heat behind it. Not the usual battlefield banter. Real love, though Steele would rather walk barefoot through a nest of feeders than admit that out loud. And yeah, he's still calling me little warrior, even though he turned me into a zombie with one kiss. That's love for you. Romantic, right? To be fair, I'm not dead anymore. I'm not shambling. I'm not contagious. I'm not a biohazard. I'm just a girl with a pulse, a sword, and a serious grudge about having once been 87% undead for several very long, painful, drawn-out hours. But hey, if he's still into me after that, maybe it's real. Or maybe he just likes girls with baggage. You're asking me if I'm ready to lock 5,000 zombies into a stadium with only a handful of exits, pray to God our bees know what they're doing, and then hope we don't get eaten? Yeah. Well, honey, I was born ready. He smiles. Just a little. That quiet steel smile, barely there. The one that means he's actually proud of me. Blade checks in next. His voice is low, clipped, military clean. North gate sealed. Val, your eyes good? Like a hawk on espresso, Val replies. Any stragglers and I'll make them regret their undeath. Marcus, I call. Do it. Marcus slams the lever forward, and the heavy steel doors to the stadium clang shut with a reverberating boom. It echoes across the hills like thunder. The infected don't react much. Some lurch toward the sound. Others stand, confused. The precursor cure's already dulling them, slowing their rage. From above, the first bee release hatches hiss open. Tiny black and yellow bodies pour from dozens of controlled nozzles, descending like a buzzing curtain. Steel watches them with awe. Never thought bees would be the cavalry. No one did, I say. That's the best part. We wait in silence. The hum grows louder, swelling into a living buzzing cloud. The infected look up. Some swat lazily. Some don't even flinch. It's surreal. A battlefield turned into a greenhouse. Minutes pass. Then, the shift begins. The moaning stops. One by one, infected drop to their knees. Some sob. Some scream. Others simply stare at their hands like they've never seen them before. I think it's working, Marcus whispers. Val lets out a low whistle. Magic bees. Who knew? Blade doesn't relax, but I see his shoulders loosen. Steel just nods. Get the med teams ready. We'll need hydration, scans, triage. I should feel relieved. Triumphant, even. Instead, I feel tired. Not because it's over, but because I know it isn't. This is one stadium. One city. One pocket of hell made slightly less hellish. We've done this a few times now. Each time, it gets a little easier. But the world is still huge, and the damage is still deep. And even after they're cured, they'll need help. Therapy. Food. Hope. I can hear you thinking, Steele says beside me. I glance at him. I'm thinking it's not enough. It never is. But it's a start. We climb up into the stands to watch the aftermath unfold. Marcus has already radioed back to the convoy for medical and psychological response units. Val's lighting a cigarette. Blade's checking supplies. Always prepping for the next fight. Me? I pull out the worn notebook Ray gave me before we left. Write everything, she said. Even the ugly parts. Especially the ugly parts. So, I do. Every night. Today, I write, we locked 5,246 infected in a stadium. We watched them become people again. We heard laughter for the first time in a long time. Steele smiled twice. I pause, pen trembling slightly. I still don't know what the world will look like in a year. Or 10. But if it's built by the hands in this stadium, it might actually be worth living in. Steele sees me writing and nudges me with his elbow. You writing about me again? Only the embarrassing parts. Good. Make sure you include how I saved your ass back in Moundsville. I remember it differently. Selective memory. It's a survival tactic. We sit in silence for a moment. Watching. Below us, people, once monsters, are hugging. Some are just sitting, shell-shocked, but aware. Alive. You know, I say softly, 6 months ago, I thought kissing you was the worst mistake of my life. Steele raises an eyebrow. Thanks for that. You sure know how to make a man feel wanted. Now. I think it was the start of everything. He looks at me then, really looks. Next time, maybe just high-five me. No promises. I smirked. Alex, I thought I'd run out of tears a long time ago. But when the gates to the stadium swung open, and I saw them, my parents, and Danny, I forgot how to breathe. They looked human again. Not the gray-skinned, lifeless husks I had burned into memory. No sunken eyes, no twitching fingers. Just my mom, her hair tied back in that messy ponytail she always swore she hated. My dad, tall and steady, still wearing that same stupid fishing hat from 2 summers ago. And Danny, little Danny with his wild curls and Spider-Man shirt 3 sizes too small. Alex? My mom whispered. I nodded, my legs shaking, my hands clenched at my sides to stop them from trembling. I walked, staggered, really toward them. Alexandria, is it really you? I laughed, choked, broken, barely a sound. No. I'm a hallucination. A very tired, very sarcastic one. Mom didn't wait. She ran. I met her halfway, crashing into her arms with a sound I didn't know I was capable of making. A sob so full of hurt it left me breathless. Danny clung to my waist next, wrapping his tiny arms around me like a life vest. I held him with one arm and reached for my dad with the other. We became a knot of limbs, snot and tears, held together by nothing but sheer will. They said we were cured, Mom whispered. But I didn't believe it. Not until I saw you. How are you even here? I asked. My voice cracked like glass. I thought I'd never see you again. I thought you were gone. My dad placed his hand on my shoulder. I remember the infection, the pain. Then, darkness. But then came the light. Dr. Van, they said. Some miracle. The cure. We were stung, woke up in the stadium. We didn't know if you were still alive. Then we heard the rumors. Medics mentioned your name, and we prayed, we hoped. I never stopped looking for you all, I said. Not once. Danny was sobbing into my shirt, hiccuping with every breath. I missed you so much, Alex. I had dreams about you. You had a sword and everything. I smiled through the mess. Well, you're not wrong. You're all grown up, Mom said, stepping back to study me. You look so strong. Different. So beautiful. That's what killing hundreds of zombies and living in a truck does to you. My dad chuckled, an actual, real laugh. As sarcastic as ever, I see. Still with the ridiculous hat. I see. Don't let the fashion police catch you. He gave a mock-offended look, and we all laughed. It felt unnatural. Beautifully unnatural. Then I turned to face them. Come on, I said softly. There's someone I want you to meet. Behind me stood my family, the family. Not the one bound by blood, but the one forged through fire, through loss, through survival. My blood family had been gone for so long, their absence a constant ache, but in that void, I had found something just as real. These people, wounded, worn, but unbreakable, they were mine now. And they had every right to be seen. I reached out, beckoning them forward. Danny's small fingers wrapped around mine, holding tight. My mom and dad stepped in close, their presence anchoring me. Together, we moved past the rows of medical tents, toward the safe zone, toward the place where the two worlds would finally meet. Buffy saw us first. Her jaw dropped. Holy shit. Is that? Yeah, I said, my throat tightening again. This is them. Buffy broke into a full sprint and collided with me in a hug so intense it jarred my spine. You found them. You actually found them. They were in the stadium. Cured. You told me you would find them, she said. You were right. I turned to my parents. Mom, Dad, Danny, this is Buffy. She's my best friend, and probably the reason I didn't lose my mind. She is also the loudest human being on the planet. Damn right, Buffy said, stepping forward and giving my mom a quick but warm hug. You made a badass, you know that? She's a total legend. We wouldn't be here without Alex. Your daughters saved my life at least 7 times. I think I owe her a kidney. Mom blinked. I'm sorry, what? She's joking, I said. Mostly. My dad raised an eyebrow. She always did punch above her weight. She punched a zombie in the throat once, Buffy said proudly. With a wrench. In a burning school bus. You're making that up, my mom laughed, but then looked at me. You didn't really. I shrugged. It was a small wrench. Everyone laughed, and something fragile inside me relaxed. Kay, Val, Amanda, Diesel, Mama Ray, Blade, and the dogs, Ghost, the collie, and the cane Corso's Hera, Freya, Odin, and Hades, approached cautiously. Everyone's eyes wide with the strange feeling of hope. Reunions like this weren't something any of us had seen in a long time. Mr. and Mrs. Taylor? Val said gently, voice steady but full of awe. My parents nodded, still unsure of what to expect. I want you to know something, Val continued, shooting me a quick, proud look. Your daughter is a goddamn legend. This is Val, I said, and she gave my parents a respectful nod. Ma'am. Sir. Your daughter has saved more people than you can imagine. And she never once backed down. Diesel stepped forward with a grin. She's a force of nature, no joke. Pulled us out of more hell than I can count. Amanda smiled softly. She found the supply route that kept this camp alive when everyone else called it suicide. Kay added quietly, she saved Marcus and Emma right at the beginning. They were starving, trapped in a car while everyone else left them behind. Not Alex. Mama Ray stepped up, her hands firm but gentle as she cupped my mother's face. Your baby girl helped make the world livable again. My mom's hands flew to her mouth, tears glistening. Dad stared at me, blinking hard like he still couldn't believe this was real. Danny grinned like he was watching his favorite superhero come to life. I swallowed hard to keep my emotions in check. I didn't do it alone. Buffy and Amanda's blood helped make the cure. Blade gave a small nod, stepping closer, his usual rough exterior softened. She's been leading us all through this nightmare. The one constant. Then, just beside me, Steele stood quietly, hands folded. I turned to him and smiled. And this, I said, is Steele, my boyfriend and co-leader. My mom raised an eyebrow, surprised but clearly pleased. My dad crossed his arms, eyeing Steele like a general inspecting a recruit. So, you're the one watching my daughter's back? Sir, I'd die before I let anything happen to her. But honestly, it's your daughter who watches all of us. That's oddly comforting and mildly alarming, my mom teased, a smile breaking through her tears. My dad raised his eyebrows again. Boyfriend, huh? Steele gave a nervous laugh. I'm not as tough as your daughter, sir. But I try. You love her? Yes, Steele said without hesitation. With everything I have. My dad studied him for a long moment. Then nodded. Good. Just remember who trained her. That got a laugh out of everyone. Even Steele. My mom leaned into me, whispering, he's cute. I rolled my eyes. Mom. I'm just saying. Danny's eyes lit up. Does he have a sword? Steele knelt beside him. No sword, but grenades. And a whole lot of stubbornness. Danny's grin widened. Cool. Ghost, the collie, wagged his tail, while the cane corsos, Hera, Freya, Odin, and Hades stood tall and alert, protective as ever. The tension finally broke. Everyone laughed, the sound feeling like sunlight after years of rain. I looked at them all. My blood, my family, my battle-forged family. I felt something I hadn't allowed myself to feel in a long time, safe. The sun shone high over the stadium, warming our backs. No smoke, no ash, no smell of rot or iron tang of blood, just the fresh air, green and alive, like spring reborn. I could finally breathe again, no more drowning in a sea of death and decay. My mom's eyes shimmered. She reached out and cupped my face gently. I always knew, she whispered. Even when you were little, that you would save the world.